In a realm of fantasy and cultivation, where female strength and resilience reign supreme, Mingzhu, once ridiculed for her inferior abilities, awakens a divine system that turns her fate around. Cast aside by her fiancé and her sect, she is relegated to a servant tending the fire. Yet, everything changes with the emergence of her supreme reversal sign-in system. Ping. Sign-in successful. You have acquired the Lotus sacred body. Ping. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the Azure Lotus sword technique. Ping. Sign-in successful. You have received the Azure Sea Longevity Sutra. Thus, through daily sign-ins, Mingzhu embarks on her path to becoming a formidable powerhouse. Years later, as demonic forces invade and threaten her sect, a sudden flash of sword energy stuns all present, heralding her transformation. Chapter 1. Activating the Supreme Reversal Sign-in System at the foot of Qingqing Mountain in the serene Mingzhu Valley, a throng of disciples gathers in the central square, eagerly awaiting the annual assessment distribution. Each year, the Mingzhu Valley conducts a strength assessment, granting those who succeed the privilege to select martial techniques from the esteemed Mingzhu Pavilion and be nurtured as key disciples. Outstanding performances even earn recommendations to enter the esteemed Qingxian sect, while failures are condemned to menial tasks outside the valley. I hereby announce the results of this year's assessment. The elder on the testing platform speaks with indifference, his pronouncement determining the fates of the young disciples. Chun Haoyang, 6th layer of Qi refinement, keeper of the Mingzhu Pavilion. The elder's voice resonates. Upon hearing his name, a young boy in the crowd beams with joy. The role of keeper is coveted, affording him both ease and access to martial techniques, an exhilarating fortune now bestowed upon him, inciting envy among onlookers. Lin Yunfei, 5th layer of Qi refinement, logistics procurement, the elder continues. The moment the boy hears this, his anticipation deflates. Procurement is the most menial task in Mingzhu Valley, though he finds solace in the training resources provided. Yi Wanwan, 10th layer of Qi refinement, qualifies for entry into Qingxian sect. The elder's words ignite a frenzy among the gathered crowd, all eyes fixating on a young girl in green attire, their gazes ablaze with admiration. My heavens, am I dreaming? Junior sister Yi has reached the 10th layer at merely 17. Impressive. She truly is the pride of Mingzhu Valley, destined for greatness. The gifted are indeed exceptional. How I envy her. As the accolades surround her, Yi Wanwan's lips curl into a smirk, her eyes gleaming with pride. Yi Li, Meng Yufan, Qi Qianqian, Zhao Kaixian. 1 by 1. Names are called, all chosen as key disciples. Finally, only 2 remain. The elder glances at the list and proclaims without hesitation, Lu Zhuo, Lu Yuan, 9th layer of Qi refinement, qualify for entry into Qingxian sect. The crowd erupts in excitement, gazes filled with envy as they regard the two. Everyone follow me to Mingzhu Palace to register. With the elder's command, the crowd begins to disperse, but a mocking voice interrupts. Elder, Mingzhu has yet to be assessed. Yi Wanwan smirks. The crowd's attention shifts to a girl in the corner, draped in white, her delicate features marred by a hint of sorrow in her eyes. The elder frowns, his tone laced with derision. Mingzhu, do you still require testing? Without responding, Mingzhu strides to the platform, placing her right hand upon the testing stone, channeling her energy into it to ascertain her strength. Thud! The stone emits a dull thud, flickering with a brief glimmer before falling silent. Awkwardly, the girl stands frozen, a bitter smile gracing her lips. 3 years, and still the same. Why, Mingzhu, 0 layer of Qi refinement, failure. The elder glances at the stone's information, disdain evident in his voice. As his words echo, a wave of derisive laughter sweeps through the crowd. 0 layer of Qi refinement, what a weakling. Indeed, even with her mother secretly feeding her pills, her pitiful constitution remains unchanged. Had it not been for her mother being the valley master, she would have been sent to farm outside 3 years ago. Such a disgrace to Mingzhu Valley. Still at 0 at 18, not even her mother can save her this time. Too pathetic. She should just go farm outside. What a shame for one so beautiful. The air is thick with mockery and scorn, inundating the girl like a relentless tide. Such is human nature, reveling in comparison to elevate one's own sense of superiority. Yet they are bound to be disappointed. The girl stands composed, her demeanor serene, like a blooming blue lotus, seemingly untouched by their derision. Though her strength has not progressed over the years, The countless disdainful gazes have forged within her an extraordinary resilience. In truth, Mingzhu has been the Tianqian continent for 3 years. She understands well that this world, ruled by the strong, is filled with countless formidable beings. On the other side of the mountain lie various sects, where even the slightest misstep could spell her doom. The sect leaders are formidable tyrants, their power terrifying. Until she reaches a certain height, she must remain low profile. Initially, Mingzhu believed she would be like other transmigrated heroines, endowed with extraordinary gifts and numerous allies. However, she soon discovered her own constitution to be a rare and abysmal one, leading to years of ridicule for both herself and her mother. Time has passed, and Mingzhu has grown indifferent. In the world of cultivation, the weak are at the mercy of the strong, and lacking power only invites scorn and contempt. This is the harsh reality of this world. Now that the assessment is complete, Mingzhu, you are to tend the fire as a servant, the elder declares impatiently. As the elder's verdict reverberates, every gaze in the vicinity converges upon Mingzhu, a mix of pity and schadenfreude evident in their expressions. The role of a mere servant in the firehouse is indeed a menial task, one that is unlikely to garner any special affection, let alone the prospect of cultivation. Moreover, it is conceivable that this position was granted to her as a special exception due to her mother being the sect leader otherwise. Given her extraordinary constitution, she would undoubtedly have been dispatched to the outskirts to engage in farming or fishery. Nonetheless, the outcome remains unchanged regardless of her location. Mingzhu is merely a lowly cultivator at the initial stage of qi refining. Mingzhu, you may report to Old Mu in the firehouse on your own. With that, the elder in charge of the assessment coldly uttered his final words and departed the testing grounds with the other disciples. Only Mingzhu remained, standing alone in the center of the square, feeling the cool breeze. Ha! A servant in the firehouse, I wouldn't hesitate to poison you all. With a scoff, Mingzhu was about to turn away when suddenly a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Ding! The Supreme Counterattack Sign-In System has detected the most useless host binding system autonomously. System binding complete. Congratulations, host, on activating the Supreme Counterattack Sign-In System. Even when engulfed in despair, do not lose heart, endure for just a moment longer, and await the arrival of that extraordinary system, which shall lead you to triumph and resurrect you from the darkness. Chapter 2. The Sacred Lotus Body. Upon hearing that voice, Mingzhu's body trembled violently. As a time traveler, she understood the significance of the system. With the system, it was akin to living a life enhanced by extraordinary advantages. The system might arrive late, but it would never be absent. All the ridicule and humiliation she had endured over the past 3 years were not in vain. This system is called the God-Level Reversal Sign-In System, tailored specifically for the journey of underachieving players to rise against the odds. The host merely needs to arrive at any location of their choosing to sign in daily, thus obtaining a continuous stream of rewards, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. Suppressing her inner excitement, Mingzhu took a deep breath and inquired about the sign-in process. The host need only silently recite the location of their sign-in. Hearing the system's words, Mingzhu's heart leapt with joy as she promptly began to mentally recite. Sign-in at Mingwe Valley. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the first sign-in reward, a novice surprise gift pack. At this announcement, Mingzhu's eyes sparkled. She quickly opened the surprise gift pack with her thoughts. In an instant, a swirling emerald-green lotus flower appeared, vanishing into her brow in the blink of an eye. Congratulations to the host for awakening the sacred lotus body. In that moment, Mingzhu felt as though she had transformed into a new being. She could sense her mental strength, physique, and internal energy all continuously strengthening. Moreover, the spiritual energy within her body had multiplied exponentially, igniting an impulse to let out a howl of triumph to the heavens. What a formidable, sacred lotus body! Mingzhu couldn't help but marvel in silence at its power, far exceeding her expectations. Truly, it was a surprise gift pack that transformed her previously mediocre constitution into one of exceptional quality. At this moment, she could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within her body. She could confidently assert that if she were to encounter a 10th level qi refinement practitioner now, she could defeat them in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Furthermore, possessing the sacred lotus body would lead to qualitative leaps in all aspects. and her future cultivation would progress at an astonishing pace. Mingzhu sensed that her combat prowess was still on the rise, as if the efforts she had accumulated previously had suddenly erupted like a flood. She even had an instinct that, should she wish, she could crush all practitioners of the same realm with the terrifying power of the sacred Lotus body, perhaps even challenge those of higher levels. This was a surge of overwhelming confidence. After a moment, Mingzhu exhaled, feeling an immense sense of relief. Once her aura stabilized, she raised her gaze towards the testing stone tablet, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Slowly approaching the testing tablet, Mingzhu extended a delicate finger and gently placed it on its surface, then quietly closed her eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, the testing tablet trembled violently, and emerald green rings of light emerged, rapidly enveloping the entire stone tablet until, with a loud bang, it shattered into countless fragments. As the testing tablet disintegrated into the air, Mingzhu slowly opened her eyes, a satisfied smile gracing her lips at the sight before her. Simultaneously, a stir erupted within Mingzhu Palace. Everyone looked up towards the direction of the testing square, their expressions filled with confusion. What was happening? It seemed something had gone awry at the testing platform. After shattering the testing tablet, Mingzhu swiftly departed the testing square, heading towards the cooking chamber. The cooking chamber was located in the southwestern region of the western suburbs, where a towering structure loomed, topped with a large plaque inscribed with the words cooking chamber. This was a dining hall exclusively for the disciples of Mingzhu Valley. As soon as she entered, Mingzhu sensed numerous scorching gazes directed at her, each face filled with curiosity and astonishment. Isn't that Mingzhu? What is she doing here? What else could it be? She must have failed the assessment and been reassigned here. Her mother is the Valley Master. Don't say that, she's coming. Whispers floated into Mingzhu's ears, but she paid them no mind, quietly walking forward. The cooking chamber's private room was empty, likely because Old Mu had gone off to indulge himself. Mingzhu did not rush to report. Instead, she found a single room and sat cross-legged on the bed to stabilize the formidable power surging within her. In a remarkably short time, she ascended from the initial level of qi refinement to the 10th level, merely a half step away from the foundational stage. If those in the valley were to learn of such rapid progress, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. Yet this was indeed the truth. After awakening the sacred Lotus body, her internal energy surged wildly, as if her previously futile training had suddenly become effective. This was the benefit brought forth by the sacred Lotus body. In this world, achieving the first level of qi refinement had once seemed an unattainable dream, but now, Mingzhu's aspirations soared even higher. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, profound ascension, divine transformation, spirit separation, tribulation crossing, and even the legendary celestial immortal. Only by becoming powerful could she protect those she loved and who loved her, ensuring that her family and friends lived happily and enjoyed glory. Mingzhu firmly believed that, with the god-level reversal sign-in system, there would come a day when she would stand at the pinnacle, surveying the world, a radiant pearl among the stars. Dear Mingzhu, I have brought you some daily necessities. Just then, a gentle voice echoed from outside the door, and a regal woman clad in blue entered. Upon seeing this kind and beautiful woman, warmth surged within Mingzhu's heart, and a brilliant smile illuminated her exquisite face. This beautiful woman was none other than her biological mother, Qianxue, the Valley Master of Mingzhu Valley. In her memories, this mother had always doted on her, although Mingzhu had faced ridicule due to her seemingly inferior talents. In Qianxue's eyes, she remained her treasured darling. Thus, Mingzhu had long accepted this mother with open arms. At this moment, however, a hint of sadness flickered in Qianxue's gaze as she placed 2 boxes of daily necessities on the table, sighing with a tinge of guilt. Mingzhu, you have suffered these past years. If you find the cooking chamber uncomfortable, mother, it's all right. It makes no difference where I stay, and I am no longer a child. I cannot rely on your care forever, Mingzhu interjected, smiling to reassure her. Besides, am I not doing well now? Hearing Mingzhu's response, Qianxue sighed heavily, filled with self-reproach. Though she was the Valley Master of Mingzhu Valley, her authority did not fully represent the decisions of the entire valley. After all, there were 4 elders who held equal power. The elders controlled the vast majority of Mingzhu Valley's resources and wielded absolute authority, leaving her, the Valley Master, merely a figurehead without significant power, at times even overshadowed by the elders. In Yi Mingzhu's memories, her mother's position within Mingzhu Valley had always been lowly, with routine matters requiring consultation with the Grand Elder and the other 3 elders before final decisions were made. By the way, Mingzhu, there will be a banquet tonight to host the people from Qingxian sect. Come with me, Yi Qinshu suddenly said with a smile. Yi Mingzhu paused for a moment, then nodded, her face breaking into a cheerful smile. All right, I will go. Regarding the banquet hosted by Mingzhu Valley, Yi Mingzhu was well aware that every year, following the announcement of the assessment results, Qingxian sect would dispatch individuals to escort the disciples who had qualified for entry. However, she did not anticipate their arrival to be so swift this year. All right, you tidy up a bit. I shall take my leave now, Yi Qinshu said with a smile, gently patting Yi Mingzhu's shoulder before gracefully stepping outside. Chapter 3. Arrival of Qingxian sect. Once Yi Qinshu had departed, Yi Mingzhu resumed her cultivation, striving to stabilize her realm. It was only in the evening, when a disciple came to convey the message, that Yi Mingzhu emerged from her room, preparing to head to Mingzhu Building. Situated to the east of the kitchen, Mingzhu Building was not too far from her location, and soon, Yi Mingzhu arrived at its entrance, entering with ease. At this moment, Mingzhu Building was ablaze with light. A glance revealed Yi Qinshu at the head table, accompanied by 4 elders. Below them sat the elite disciples of the valley, each a standout among the younger generation, boasting cultivation levels above the 6th layer of qi refinement. Additionally, seated to the left were 2 men clad in azure robes. Yi Mingzhu cast a fleeting glance at them. Among the 2, one elder was slender, with piercing eyes reminiscent of a hawk, exuding an aura of inherent authority, particularly from his cold, dark gaze that deterred direct confrontation. To her astonishment, this individual's presence was that of a peak mid-stage golden core cultivator, suggesting that his strength surpassed even that of her mother, indicating he must be a formidable figure in his own right. The other young man appeared somewhat refined, exuding an air of gentle sophistication, yet there was a subtle glint of coldness in his eyes. Every gesture he made bore the regal demeanor of a ruler. His cultivation, seemingly at the pinnacle of late-stage foundation establishment, had undoubtedly captivated many young ladies in the valley. Such youthful prowess signified he would undoubtedly become a prodigy in the future. These 2 individuals were none other than the Grand Elder Feng Qian and the chief disciple Zhao Mingxian of Qingxian sect. Recognizing their attire, Yi Mingzhu deduced their identities. Although her prior strength had been modest, her diligent studies over the years had not gone unnoticed. Ancient texts indicated that the Tianqian continent was once a vast island, which had gradually fractured into 5 islands over the years: East Island, West Island, South Island, North Island, and Central Island, each representing a significant power. Mingzhu Valley, located on Qingxing Mountain, was part of the Northern Island and held considerable weight in this region, being regarded as a dominant force. However, compared to Qingxian sect, its significance was negligible, for Qingxian sect could be deemed the true overlord of the Northern Island. The disparity between the 2 was beyond verbal expression, hence the profound respect held by the people of Mingzhu Valley towards Qingxian sect. Mother. At that moment, Yi Mingzhu approached her mother, Yi Qinshu, at the head table, offering a slight bow. Upon seeing her daughter, Yi Qinshu beamed with a kind smile. Mingzhu, please take a seat. Yi Mingzhu nodded and surveyed the hall, only to be met with a sea of mocking gazes. The expansive hall was filled to capacity, leaving no place for her to sit. Noticing this, Yi Qinshu's expression darkened as she was about to voice a query to the attending elder. But Yi Mingzhu had already made her way to a corner, slowly sitting down on the floor. Witnessing this, Yi Qinshu's anger gradually dissipated. She cast a glance at her daughter in the corner, letting out a faint sigh. Turning her attention back to the young man in azure, she smiled warmly. How you have grown, Mingxian. Truly a remarkable young man. Your praise is unwarranted, Valley Master, Zhao Mingxian replied, inclining slightly in a courteous manner. Come. Please take a seat. Do not be modest, Yi Qinshu said with a radiant smile. Zhao Mingxian did not decline and made his way to the elevated seat. However, he did not take a seat immediately, but instead cast a glance towards Yi Mingzhu in the corner. Valley Master, our visit today is not solely to escort new disciples. There is another matter we kindly request your assistance with, one of great importance to the sect leader. Zhao Mingxian began, his voice gentle and soothing, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Yet, when he mentioned the sect leader, a slight weight entered his tone. Hearing this, Yi Qianxue frowned slightly. As the overlord of the Northern Island, the sect leader Meng Xinghe was a formidable figure in the nascent soul stage, commanding considerable respect even from Mingyue Valley. Why would such a person require her assistance? Zhao Mingxuan's words puzzled her. Nevertheless, being the valley master of Mingyue Valley, her experience and insight were far beyond the ordinary. After a moment of contemplation, she regained her composure. Oh, what matter could be of such significance to warrant the attention of sect leader Meng? Yi Qianxue inquired with a charming smile. Zhao Mingxian chuckled lightly, though his expression grew somewhat strained. Valley Master, you must be aware of our Qingxian sect's customs. The sect leader holds me in high regard and is naturally quite concerned about my marital prospects. Before he could finish, the elder in the azure robe suddenly rose, speaking in a calm tone. Valley Master, the sect leader values the young master greatly and naturally hopes for his bright future. To be frank, our purpose today, aside from escorting new disciples, is to request the dissolution of the engagement between the young master and Yi Mingzhu. Bang! As soon as his words fell, Yi Qianxue slammed her palm down, shattering the table before her, wine spilling everywhere, her countenance instantly darkening. The atmosphere in the hall plunged into a suffocating silence. Even the four elders trembled, too apprehensive to utter a word. The disciples of Mingyue Valley collectively held their breath. For it was common knowledge that discussing the dissolution of an engagement was the greatest taboo in the valley. 2 decades ago, a similar scene had unfolded with Valley Master Yi Qianxue at its center. In a more tragic turn, she had been pregnant at the time of her engagement's dissolution. Thus, Yi Mingzhu bore her mother's surname, a haunting pain and resentment that lingered throughout Yi Qianxue's life. The engagement between Yi Mingzhu and Zhao Mingxian had been arranged in their childhood by their grandfathers, Yi Chun and Zhao Tianlai, who shared a deep friendship. However, with both elders now deceased, the matter had been left unaddressed until now. At this moment, in the corner, Yi Mingzhu was not particularly surprised by the announcement. Instead, a smirk of derision graced her lips. Over the years, her prodigious talents had likely reached the ears of Qingxian sect. In this world, oaths and promises were ephemeral. Without strength, one had no right to command authority. Yet, Zhao Mingxian's public declaration to dissolve their engagement felt like a slap to both her and her mother's faces. Moreover, the act of dissolution was precisely what her mother loathed most. As these thoughts surged within her, a wave of fury ignited in Yi Mingzhu's heart, her lovely face becoming shrouded in frost. Observing Yi Qianxue's exceptionally grim visage, Zhao Mingxian chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the response. Meanwhile, Feng Qian, unabashed, continued, Valley Master. This matter is of utmost importance to our sect leader. For the sake of Qingxian sect's face, let us dissolve the engagement promptly. Yi Qianxue's delicate fists clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury as her aura surged forth, revealing her strength at the mid-stage golden core level. Witnessing her display, Feng Qian furrowed his brow, quickly channeling his true energy, unleashing his own peak mid-stage golden core prowess. In an instant, a formidable aura emanated throughout the hall, leaving the weaker disciples of the valley pale with shock. Chapter 4. A Divorce Notice. Yi Qianxue, no, stop this at once. After a brief moment, the stern shouts of 4 elders from the valley jolted Yi Qianxue out of her furious state. Regaining her composure, she suppressed her imposing presence but spoke with a tone of indifference. Zhao Mingxian, you are destined to be the future leader of the Qingxian sect, with boundless prospects ahead. Our Mingyue Valley is merely a remote sect beneath Qingqing Mountain, and Mingzhu's talent is rather mediocre. You are indeed unworthy of her. Yi Qianxue, hearing this veiled insult, Feng Qian's face darkened with anger at Yi Qianxue's sharp words. Yet Zhao Mingxian appeared unfazed. He chuckled lightly, Valley Master Yi, to demonstrate my sincerity, I have brought a gift, lest anyone accuse our Qingxian sect of bullying the weak. As he spoke, a brilliant light flickered from the ring on his index finger. In a delicate brocade box, about the size of a palm, materialized before everyone's eyes. Upon opening the box, 3 crystal-clear elixirs lay inside. At the sight of these elixirs, everyone from Mingyue Valley gasped in astonishment. Are these top-grade foundation establishment pills? Exclaimed one elder. This revelation caused a flicker of surprise in Yi Qianxue's beautiful eyes. The foundation establishment pill is an extremely valuable second-tier elixir that enhances the success rate of foundation establishment for qi refining stage cultivators. The top-grade version guarantees a perfect transition from the 10th layer of qi refining to the foundation establishment stage. Thus, these pills are exceedingly rare treasures, seldom offered by even major sections. Now, Zhao Mingxian had actually presented 3 top-grade foundation establishment pills. Observing the stunned expressions around him, Zhao Mingxian smiled elegantly and confirmed, indeed, these are 3 top-grade foundation establishment pills. He then took the pills and tossed them onto the table, saying, "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope Valley Master you will accept it." At this statement, the hall erupted with excitement, all eyes fixated on the precious pills in the brocade box, filled with fervent greed and desire. The 4 elders could not suppress their salivating mouths, their gazes fixated on the pills with undeniable longing. If these elixirs were given to their descendants, it would be a tremendous boon. Sitting nearby, Yi Wanwan was equally thrilled, her eyes glued to the exquisite pills. As she was at the 10th layer of qi refining, she desperately needed these top-grade foundation establishment pills. How could she not be tempted? Just as everyone contemplated how to distribute the 3 top-grade foundation establishment pills, a voice filled with suppressed anger unexpectedly rang out from the corner. "Oomph! What is so grand about 3 foundation establishment pills? Mingwu Valley doesn't need them." At this voice, the hall fell into silence, all eyes turning toward its source. There stood Yi Mingzhu in the corner, her exquisite and beautiful face adorned with a defiant and icy expression, her eyes filled with disdain. Unable to endure any longer, she declared, "I have reached my limit." Moments later, the elder at the forefront darkened his expression and bellowed at Yi Mingzhu, "Yi Mingzhu, silence yourself. This is not your place to speak." "Umph, elder, I am the one being jilted, not you. Why should I remain silent? Or is it that you covet these elixirs for your granddaughter?" Yi Mingzhu's expression remained calm, but her voice was cold as ice. "Yi Mingzhu, you, exposed in public." The elder's face flushed with anger, his countenance twisted with rage. Zhao Mingxian, standing beside the high seat, looked slightly surprised by Yi Mingzhu's audacity. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes before he chuckled. "Sister Mingzhu, I understand that the annulment of our engagement is a heavy blow for you. However, my master, the leader of the Qingxian sect, places great importance on my future, and as you know, I will be the new leader in the coming years. The gap between us is indeed vast. Of course, if you are unwilling, I could still assist you in securing a chance to cultivate in the Qingxian sect. Perhaps one day, you could even break through to the 1st layer of qi refining." Upon hearing this last remark, the disciples of the valley were astonished. Such a grand offer was bound to make everyone go wild. Entering the Qingxian sect was a dream for many, yet only 3 individuals were recruited each year. Having such an opportunity presented before them, it would be foolish not to cherish it. After presenting this condition, Zhao Mingxian awaited Yi Mingzhu's response, believing that no one could resist such an enticing offer. Unfortunately for him, he was met with disappointment. The Yi Mingzhu before him was filled with nothing but disdain. Looking at Zhao Mingxuan's lofty demeanor, she coldly laughed. "Who would covet your doghouse?" At her words, Zhao Mingxuan's anger began to boil. An impatience seeped into his tone as he replied, "Yi Mingzhu, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for the friendship between our families, I would have forcibly annulled the engagement long ago, without needing to travel so far to inform you. Moreover, my master has tacitly approved this matter." "Ha, Zhao Mingxian, you wish to annul the engagement simply because you deem my talent mediocre and feel embarrassed for your Zhao family? To speak frankly, your status, background, strength, appearance, and everything about you holds no appeal for me whatsoever. I care not for you, Zhao Mingxian, nor for the Qingxian sect." In the face of his veiled threats, Yi Mingzhu remained unyielding, her voice turning sharp. Zhao Mingxian found himself at a loss for words, stammering in disbelief. The entire hall was stunned, no one anticipating that Yi Mingzhu would be so assertive today. "Zhao Mingxian, let me offer you one last piece of advice. Today, you may disregard me, but in the future, you will find yourself unable to reach my heights. Do not assume that being in the Qingxian sect grants you the right to bully others." Yi Mingzhu declared resolutely, showing no signs of retreat. Zhao Mingxuan's face gradually turned pale with fury, his voice rising as he glared at the girl before him. Mingzhu, you? A chi refining stage 0 waste? What qualifications do you have to speak like this? Even if I were to grant you another 10 years, you would never catch up to me. Someone like you is unworthy of being my partner. Gazing at the furious Zhao Mingxian, Mingzhu stood tall, a cold smile gracing her lips. 10 years? It won't take that long. Just seeing you makes me want to vomit. With that, Mingzhu ignored Zhao Mingxuan's furious countenance and strode to the high seat, seizing a pen and paper from the table. Her delicate fingers swiftly glided across the rice paper. As the ink fell, black characters sprang to life on the white sheet. Do not think that you are a treasure in my eyes. This is my proof of divorce. From now on, our two families shall have no further ties. With that, Mingzhu forcefully tossed the divorce notice before Zhao Mingxian. Upon seeing those glaring characters on the paper, Zhao Mingxuan's pupils constricted, his expression shifting as disbelief washed over him. Mingzhu, you actually annulled our engagement. He could hardly fathom that the illustrious future leader of the Qingxian sect would one day be rejected by a mere qi refining stage 0 waste. It was an utter humiliation in his life. At this moment, gazing at the commanding young woman before her, Yi Qianxua, seated high above, found herself momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, she turned her indifferent gaze toward Zhao Mingxian and his companion, saying, Zhao Xiaozong, the outcome must surely align with your desires. If that is the case, I shall see you off. Zhao Mingxian took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the wrath within him. In that case, I shall not disturb you any longer, Lady Yi. With that, he scoffed coldly and turned to leave, followed by Feng Qian, who had no choice but to exit the hall alongside him. Chapter 5. The Green Lotus Sword Technique. Upon leaving the hall, Mingzhu climbed to the summit of Qingqing Mountain as she often did, gazing into the distance. In the past, whenever she felt discontented or troubled, she would ascend to this peak to feel the breeze and clear her mind, significantly alleviating her inner gloom. Today was no different. As she looked upon the azure sky, a hint of enchantment flickered in her eyes. She inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and relished the gentle caress of the wind on her face. If only she were a Yuaniing powerhouse today, everything might be different. This was all due to her insufficient strength. Taking a deep breath, Mingzhu seated herself cross-legged on the ground, spreading her hands open, circulating the true energy within her. After making 2 complete circuits within her dantian, a slight tremor suddenly resonated from a certain point within. To her astonishment, a vibrant green lotus flower emerged, hovering gracefully in mid-air within her dantian, seemingly possessing its own unique consciousness. Seeing this emerald lotus, Mingzhu's expression morphed into one of astonishment. This must be the sacred body of the lotus, she mused. Indeed, the sacred body of the lotus possesses a dharma body, is neither born nor extinguished, neither tainted nor pure. The lotus represents the heart, the lotus seed the root, and the lotus pod the body. It can ward off enemies, provide protection, and facilitate healing. As she marveled at the lotus, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Observing the floating green lotus in her dantian, Mingzhu could not help but be amazed by its wonders. Moments later, she posed an exceedingly crucial question. How can I break through to the foundation establishment stage? Currently, her strength had reached the pinnacle of the refining qi stage, merely a half step away from the initial stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, it seemed her dantian was continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth for storage. The host possesses the sacred body of a lotus and does not require foundation establishment pills. Simply unblocking the spiritual meridians and expelling the impurities within your body will suffice. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Mingzhu felt a flicker of joy. She quickly seated herself upright, controlling the true energy within her dantian to gradually flow outward. Then, strands of true energy began to navigate through her meridians, causing her expression to contort in pain as if her meridians were ablaze. Fortunately, Mingzhu's willpower was remarkably resilient. After several minutes, she focused her energy and attempted to unblock her first meridian. As the true energy flowed, the pain within her intensified, indicating that the first meridian was taking shape. As she channeled her spiritual power, the acupuncture points of the first meridian continuously writhed, and soon, with the complete penetration of the first meridian, a warm current surged throughout her body. Just as this warmth began to flow, Mingzhu felt the spiritual energy within her dantian roiling, as if a breach had opened, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power akin to a tidal wave. Following this method, the second meridian soon became unobstructed as well. Mingzhu then began to regulate her breathing, continuing her assault on the second meridian. In no time, spiritual power surged forth within her, transforming and compressing before swiftly coursing through the second meridian, flowing into the third, fourth, fifth, and 13th meridians. As the torrent of spiritual energy surged within her, the weariness on Mingzhu's face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. With time passing, a fine sheen of perspiration began to cover her skin, as if she were immersed in a hot spring, a sensation of comfort enveloping her, intoxicating her senses. At that moment, she noticed that the true energy circulating within her had become even purer and more refined, radiating a lustrous glow akin to uncut jade. Her skin transformed, becoming smoother than jade, translucent, resembling exquisite mutton fat jade. Although her white attire was marred by dirt, it could not obscure her inherent beauty. Despite this, Mingzhu did not cease her efforts, persistently allowing the true energy to flow and cleanse within her. As the first light of dawn began to break, she finally opened her eyes, a fatigued smile gracing her features. I have finally succeeded. Stretching her arms wide, feeling the boundless surge of spiritual energy within her. Her face was filled with delight. Having reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, she felt a transformative rebirth, having truly stepped into the realm of cultivators. Indulging in a leisurely stretch, Mingzhu also took the opportunity to sign in. Signing in at Qingqing Mountain. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the long-lost supreme sword technique of the Qingxian sect, the Green Lotus sword technique. Upon hearing the notification, Mingzhu nearly stumbled in disbelief. The long-lost supreme sword technique of the Qingxian sect, the Green Lotus sword technique, created by the sword Immortal by Go, is exquisitely profound and immensely powerful, with techniques that flow like water and exude grace. It is the pinnacle of the Qingxian sect's ultimate skills. However, after Bai Ji's disappearance a century ago and the unexpected demise of the previous sect leader, the transmission was severed, leaving only 10 forms of the technique. 10 forms could dominate Beidao. This speaks volumes about the potency of the Green Lotus sword technique. If one day Zhao Mingxian were to discover that she had secretly learned their sword technique, what expression would he wear? With this thought, a sly smile crept onto Mingzhu's lips. The Green Lotus sword technique, as the name implies, is derived from a green snow lotus, encompassing a total of 13 forms. With fierce sword strikes of astonishing power, it is regarded as the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the cultivation world. It is said that once mastered, one can slay an enemy from 10 paces away, leaving no trace 1,000 miles behind. As the system continued its exposition, a fervent gleam flickered in Mingzhu's eyes. She had been lamenting her lack of advanced martial techniques, and now the Green Lotus sword technique had come to her doorstep. What a stroke of divine providence! Embracing a spirit of experimentation, Mingzhu promptly broke a nearby branch and began to practice on the spot. The sword formulas of the Green Lotus sword technique replayed continuously in her mind. As she moved, lotus flower sword images manifested around her, blooming and then quickly withering, as a series of sword techniques flowed from her. After executing a set of sword techniques, fine beads of sweat dotted her pristine forehead, and she gasped for breath. Given her current cultivation, achieving the third form was already an impressive feat, especially with the enhancement of the sacred body of the lotus. Without it, reaching even the second form would have been a distant dream. Nonetheless, Mingzhu remained undeterred. In the future, as her strength grew and she amassed sufficient true energy, mastering the 13th form would not be beyond her reach. However, the Green Lotus sword technique belonged to the Qingxian sect's pinnacle teachings, typically reserved for the sect leader, elders, and direct disciples. It must not be revealed unless faced with life-and-death circumstances, or it could lead to dire repercussions. After all, the Qingxian sect was a formidable power in Beidao. Until she possessed adequate strength to contend with them, Mingzhu dared not act recklessly. After practicing once more, Mingzhu prepared to leave. At this hour, Old Mu should have returned to the kitchen. It was time for her to report to him. This also provides a perfect opportunity for everyone to sample my dark culinary creations. As she approached the kitchen, Mingzhu could hear a flurry of discussions from afar. Mingzhu is truly audacious. I heard she infuriated the elders in the hall yesterday, and she didn't report back all night. Indeed, I was merely late by a short while, and old Mu scolded me harshly, even punishing me with dishwashing. Yet look at Mingzhu, disappearing for an entire day without a word. Old Mu doesn't seem the least bit upset. How biased can this be? Your father is a mere errand boy, while her mother is our valley master. Can they be compared? Hearing their chatter, Mingzhu walked over with an air of indifference. Upon seeing her, the gossiping servants fell silent. She paid them no mind and entered the kitchen. Chapter 6. Food poisoning. Upon entering, she spotted a frail old man in gray busily tending to a pile of firewood, a jug of old wine beside him. This gray-clad elder was none other than the kitchen steward, Mu Qingyang. Grandpa Mu, I'm here to report. Mingzhu greeted with a smile. She held a favorable impression of Mu Qingyang. Apart from her mother, he was one of the few elders in Mingzhu Valley who had shown her particular care, which made her comfortable calling him Grandpa Mu. Hearing her voice, old Mu turned to glance at her, and upon doing so, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Mingzhu. Her demeanor had transformed significantly, though her face still bore its exquisite beauty. There was an undeniable air of wisdom and confidence in her striking eyes that set her apart from the past. How has this girl suddenly matured so much? Noticing old Mu's dazed expression, Mingzhu couldn't help but chuckle. Grandpa Mu, what are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Snapping back to reality, old Mu huffed. Humph, you little rascal, there's nothing on your face, but you certainly reek. Go change your clothes quickly. Don't suffocate this old man. Realizing her attire was indeed filthy, with her hair sticky and her clothes smeared with dark mud, Mingzhu felt her cheeks flush. After cleansing her meridians yesterday and expelling the impurities from her body, her clothes had become soiled, and she hadn't had the chance to clean them. Embarrassed, she hurriedly left the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, old Mu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This girl has finally grown up. Once back in her room, Mingzhu took a bath, washing off the dirt before changing into clean garments and stepping outside. Upon returning to the kitchen, she found old Mu had vanished, leaving two servants busy by the stove. Seeing Mingzhu, an older servant approached her. Junior sister you've come at just the right time. We need to step out for a bit. The pot contains wild game caught by the elder on the mountain, which is excellent for replenishing qi. Please manage the heat and sprinkle the spices just before serving. As he spoke, he pointed to a large iron pot bubbling with enticing aromas. Mingzhu's gaze fell upon the pot, and after a brief hesitation, she nodded and replied, "All right, no problem." After a short while, the broth in the pot boiled vigorously, the succulent meat rolling within, exuding an irresistible fragrance. It should be nearly done, Mingzhu mused, glancing at the pot before scooping a spoonful to taste. The flavor was exquisite. Next, she turned her attention to the spices on the counter, typically used to enhance flavor and eliminate any gamey taste, making the dish even more tender and aromatic. After adding 17 different spices, she stoked the fire for good measure, completing her task. By noon, after the two disciples took the food away, Mingzhu exited the kitchen. Passing by the main entrance of Mingzhu Palace, she coincidentally overheard the elder and a group of disciples engaged in discussion. "Elder, why does today's food taste so peculiar?" A female disciple complained. "Indeed, it feels like chewing on thorns. It's truly unpalatable." Other disciples echoed, grimacing. The elder frowned, pondering whether old Mu's culinary skills had declined. After a moment, he cleared his throat and sternly proclaimed, "Regardless of the taste, you must finish it. This wild boar was specially hunted for its tender meat, which is beneficial for your cultivation. You must eat it all." His authoritative tone left no room for dissent, compelling some disciples to grit their teeth and consume the wild boar meat. Observing their disgruntled expressions, Mingzhu furrowed her brow. Could it really be that distasteful? At that moment, several disciples, having reluctantly finished their portions, suddenly clutched their abdomens in agony, their faces turning pale as they bent over, groaning in pain. "It hurts so much. Elder, my stomach is in agony." Seeing their distress, the elder frowned and hurried over to examine them. However, the condition of the disciples rapidly deteriorated. They all clutched their bellies, their faces ashen. Even the elder felt unwell after having consumed a piece of the hind leg. Could the wild boar meat be poisonous? All disciples, circulate your energy to expel the toxins. The elder's face darkened as he shouted. Hearing his command, the disciples promptly sat cross-legged, their expressions easing somewhat. Although those of lower cultivation levels were unable to resist and fainted, spitting blood. From a distance, Mingzhu observed this scene, her brows knitting in concern. Although she held no fondness for these individuals, she was not foolish enough to poison her own. Moreover, she had tasted the wild boar meat herself and showed no signs of poisoning. Beep. Host possesses the Lotus holy body, impervious to all toxins, immune to any poison. The system's voice echoed unexpectedly. Hearing this, Mingzhu suddenly understood. No wonder. It seems the wild boar meat is the issue. At that moment, the elder glanced at the pale faces of the disciples, his brow furrowing in anger as he scanned the room. Who is scheming behind the scenes? Daring to harm the disciples of Mingzhu Valley? Step forward if you know what's going on. Hearing the elder's furious demand, the remaining unpoisoned disciples shrank back, hesitant to speak. Elder, I remember now. It was Mingzhu. Today, I encountered Hao from the kitchen when he went out to buy herbs. And he mentioned that Mingzhu was in charge of the kitchen today. She must have been resentful about being assigned there and poisoned us. One disciple exclaimed passionately. Others quickly chimed in, yes, it must be Mingzhu. Elder, you must seek justice for us. Not far away. Mingzhu observed the group of sycophants and malicious accusers with a cold smile. Without hesitation, she walked out with her chest held high and indifferently remarked, which of you blind fools saw me poison anything? The disciples were rendered speechless by her question, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, upon seeing Mingzhu, the elder in charge of the disciples' affairs suddenly turned dark. Mingzhu, speak. Was it you who did this? His tone was far from amiable, as if he were convinced that she was responsible for the poisoning. Mingzhu, the elder is asking you, confess right now, shouted one disciple angrily. Mingzhu looked at him, a glint of icy disdain flashing in her eyes as she replied, I did not poison anyone. It is the beast that is inherently toxic. Nonsense. You clearly poisoned the wild boar meat. This was prepared by the elder specifically as a supplement for everyone. How could it possibly be poisoned? A female disciple retorted with a haughty snort. Mingzhu, I advise you to admit it quickly. Otherwise, we will hand you over to the Grand Elder for punishment. Echoed the group. Not only did you poison others, but you also poisoned your fellow disciples. You are utterly audacious. This time, you will not escape unscathed. They all chimed in. A flicker of cold light passed through the elder's eyes as he sternly asked, Mingzhu, did you really do it? Indeed, I have long wished to eliminate you all. Unfortunately, I could not procure any poison. If you have any channels, I would appreciate being informed. Mingzhu replied with a mocking smirk. Chapter 7. The Contest for Spirit Herbs. How bold of you, Mingzhu. How dare you openly defy the sect rules and attack a disciple of Mingzhu Valley? You deserve nothing less than death. The elder, fuming with rage, declared. Sect rules? Mingzhu scoffed, unable to contain her laughter. The rules merely serve to oppress the weak. You, who are ignorant of the truth, dare to impose such a grave accusation upon me. You have no right to mention the rules. Mingzhu, do not think that I fear you simply because you are the daughter of the Valley Master. Today, I shall have you confined in the law enforcement hall, where they will teach you a proper lesson. The elder trembled with anger, shouting vehemently. Upon finishing, he immediately beckoned several disciples to approach Mingzhu, observing their actions. Mingzhu raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile gracing her lips as her inner energy began to circulate slowly. However, before either side could engage, an elderly voice rang out. Stop right there. The crowd turned to see a frail old man with grizzled hair striding over in fury. As he reached the front, he pointed an accusing finger at the elder in charge. You fool! How can you, as the elder in charge, be so ignorant as to confuse a wild boar with a chrysanthemum pig? The chrysanthemum pig is a rare second-tier spirit beast, distinguishable by its flower-like spots, and it possesses the most lethal toxin. You dare to bring it back for the clan to consume? You are utterly foolish. I see you're the true pig. After that, the old man tossed a handful of herbs into the air, loudly proclaiming, anyone who wishes to live should quickly consume these detoxifying herbs. Several poisoned disciples hurried to pick up the herbs and swallow them. At that moment, the elder's face turned a ghastly shade of pale, utterly embarrassed, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. No wonder he felt something was amiss when he caught that pig on the mountain. It turned out to be the poisonous second-tier spirit beast, the chrysanthemum pig. His reputation was thoroughly tarnished. "Girl, let us leave." The old man shot a look of disdain at the elder in charge before leading Mingzhu away. However, Mingzhu was somewhat surprised that the elder in charge did not dare to retort after being chastised so severely by a mere caretaker. He should have at least attempted to salvage some pride with a few defiant words. Upon returning to the caretaker's quarters, the old man turned to Mingzhu and said calmly, "Girl, it is time for you to take on some responsibilities to prevent others from gossiping about favoritism. Here, go down the mountain to the market and fetch me a jug of aged wine, and also bring back some ingredients for seasoning. I do not know who the careless one is that used up all the spices." With that, he tossed her a wine jug and a pouch of coins. Mingzhu caught them, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she turned to leave. This careless one seems to refer to her. The market is located to the west of Mingzhu Valley, the only commercial hub on Qingqing Mountain. The market has always been bustling, typically organized by various merchant associations selling a variety of precious herbs, elixirs, and more, yielding considerable profits. Upon arriving at the market, Mingzhu headed straight to the liquor store, quickly locating it and handing the jug and 10 gold coins to the attendant. The attendant, delighted, promptly exchanged the coins for a jug of bamboo leaf wine. After inquiring about where to purchase spices, she hurriedly departed. The spice shop, known as Baichao Pavilion, was situated to the east of the market, not far from the liquor store, and she reached it in no time. When Mingzhu arrived, she found a considerable crowd gathered outside Baichao Pavilion. In addition to disciples from Mingzhu Valley, there appear to be members of the Xiaoyao sect. Apart from Mingzhu Valley, Qingqing Mountain is also home to the Xiaoyao sect and the Blood Mist Hall. While Mingzhu Valley may seem dominant, in reality, the three factions are relatively equal in strength. Thus, it was not unusual to encounter members of other sects of the market. Rin Xiaotian, is there such arrogance in your sect? We clearly laid claim to this ice spirit herb first. By what right do you seize it? Several disciples from Mingzhu Valley confronted the Xiaoyao sect members, accusing them vehemently. The Xiaoyao sect members were equally unyielding, glaring back at the Mingzhu Valley disciples, among whom stood a young man exuding arrogance, Rin Xiaotian, the son of the Xiaoyao sect leader. Beside him was a burly middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, with a fierce countenance and a penetrating gaze that swept across the surroundings, evoking a sense of dread. "Are you dissatisfied?" Rin Xiaotian glanced at the Mingzhu Valley crowd, disdain dripping from his words. "It is merely an ordinary spirit herb. Why such a fuss? You think you can challenge us? You are simply too naive. I could crush you with a single hand without needing my larger companion." At his words, the disciples of Mingzhu Valley trembled with rage. Mingzhu observed the farce with a slight smile. Rin Xiaotian could be considered a genius among the younger generation. Already at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage at such a young age, with a promising future ahead. As for the burly man beside him, Mingzhu recognized him as Rin Xiaotian's lackey, commonly referred to as Big Guy, who was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, a formidable opponent as well. Watching the commotion unfold, Mingzhu showed little interest, preferring to spectate. "Rin Xiaotian, your Xiaoyao sect is being excessively domineering, is it not?" Just then, a girl's sharp voice rang out. The crowd looked up to see a young woman in a green dress striding toward them from the other end of the street. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes sparkled with undeniable pride. Yi Wanwan, the Grand Elder's talented granddaughter? Upon recognizing her, the disciples of Mingzhu Valley were filled with excitement. "Sister Yi, you have arrived just in time. Please uphold justice for us. We clearly laid claim to the ice spirit herb first, yet Rin Xiaotian brazenly snatched it away." Stepping forward, Yuanwan fixed her icy gaze on Rin Xiaotian and coldly declared, "Rin Xiaotian, you openly seize what belongs to Mingzhu Valley. Are you seeking to incite conflict between our sects? Seize it." Rin Xiaotian laughed heartily, exclaiming, "How absurd! The ice spirit grass was originally of my interest. Do not cast baseless accusations to tarnish the reputation of our free and unfettered sect. Rin Xiaotian, cease your deceit. You clearly snatched it from our hands." An irate disciple from Mingzhu Valley retorted. As soon as the words were spoken, Rin Xiaotian, with a mocking tone, responded, "And what of it?" Following this, a large, imposing figure beside him let out a cold snort, squinting his small eyes as a surge of ferocious energy erupted forth. Instantly, the faces of the Mingzhu Valley disciples paled, and they instinctively stepped back. Despite their cultivation being at the 5th level of Qi training, The overwhelming pressure emanating from the large man was insurmountable. Even Yi Wanwan's face turned ashen from the shock. Chapter 8. The first strike, big guy. Teach them a harsh lesson. Show them what true power looks like. Rin Xiaotian sneered. At his command, the large man stepped forward, transforming into a blur as he lunged, swinging his fist with tremendous force. Bang! His iron fist shot out, breaking through the air and unleashing a domineering gust of wind. This is bad. The disciples of Mingzhu Valley gasped in alarm. Boom! Just then, a girl clad in green suddenly stepped forward, her delicate arm extending as she met the oncoming punch with her own. A thunderous sound erupted as their fists clashed, resulting in a wave of searing air. Subsequently, the large man remained unfazed, while Yi Wanwan was sent flying several feet, crashing against a wall and spitting blood, her face pale and clearly gravely injured. Junior sister Yi, quickly, inform the elder. Seeing Yi Wanwan injured, several disciples hurried to her side. Rin Xiaotian, how dare you harm junior sister Yi? A male disciple shouted furiously, glaring at Rin Xiaotian. Rin Xiaotian took a few steps forward, a sinister expression crossing his face as he disdainfully glared at the Mingzhu Valley disciples. So what? Faced with Rin Xiaotian's menacing demeanor, the disciples of Mingzhu Valley instinctively recoiled. What are you afraid of? I don't eat people. Left haughtily. The disciples of Mingzhu Valley felt a mix of shame and anger. But due to the vast disparity in power, they could only glare at Rin Xiaotian with indignation. At this moment, Yi Wanwan managed to regain her composure, her face filled with anger. Seizing the opportunity while the other disciples were confronting Rin Xiaotian, she quickly retrieved a pill and swallowed it whole, causing a blue glow to radiate from her body. The light enveloped her, forming a protective blue shield, and then she dashed forward, aiming a palm strike at the back of the large man's head. Seeing this, the Mingzhu Valley disciples gasped in astonishment. This is the Qi enhancement powder. It allows a Qi practitioner to temporarily triple their power. At this moment, Yi Wanwan's aura has reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi training. Alas, it was still insufficient. Her attack was merely a tickle to the large man. Just then, before Yi Wanwan could land her strike, a fist the size of a sandbag came barreling towards her. The force behind it was formidable, causing Yi Wanwan to feel a sudden constriction in her heart, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Just as the large man's fist was about to descend, a white figure streaked in from the opposite end of the street, arriving at Yi Wanwan's side in an instant. Yi Wanwan blinked in surprise, hearing a familiar voice. Get lost. In an instant, the white figure unleashed a palm strike, sending the large man hurtling through the air, crashing against the building's eaves and shattering 2 wooden windows. Blood spewed from the large man's mouth as he lay on the ground, struggling to hold himself up, staring up at the girl before him in shock. How is this possible? How could you be so strong? The girl looked down at the large man with a cold gaze, her voice as frigid as ice. No one from Mingzhu Valley is allowed to be taught a lesson by outsiders. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the Mingzhu Valley disciples were filled with astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief, their expressions utterly captivating. Is this Mingzhu? How can this be? Wasn't she a waste at the 0 level of Qi training? How could she defeat the large man? Indeed, wasn't she assigned to the firewood room for chores? The onlookers buzzed with confusion and disbelief. Yi Mingzhu, you truly are impressive, having reached the foundation establishment stage. Rin Xiaotian's expression grew grave as he looked at Yi Mingzhu. Yi Mingzhu ignored him, turning to glance at the still-dazed Yi Wanwan, her tone calm as she asked, Are you all right? Yi Wanwan instinctively shook her head, her heart in turmoil. Had Yi Mingzhu not intervened just in time, she could have been severely injured. Yet, she found it hard to believe that Yi Mingzhu, once deemed a failure, had transformed into the foundation establishment adept they all aspired to be. This was utterly unfathomable. Could it be that she had been concealing her true strength? Such a notion was the only way to reconcile Yi Mingzhu's dramatic transformation in her mind. However, if that were the case, then she was truly a genius of Mingzhu Valley and should not have been relegated to a mere servant in the firewood room. Yi Mingzhu, I'm speaking to you. At that moment, Rin Xiaotian, seeing Yi Mingzhu's silence, felt a flash of anger. He had never been so disregarded. Yi Mingzhu directed her gaze toward him, her expression icy as she replied, Rest assured, I will not forget you. Upon hearing this, Ren Xiaoyan's dark expression lightened slightly. For being acknowledged felt somewhat gratifying. Yet, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded as Mingzhu struck again, and this time he could not evade. Bang! Mingzhu's palm struck him, sending Ren Xiaotian sprawling 2 meters back, crashing heavily to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. You dare to ambush me? Ren Xiaotian roared, his eyes blazing with fury. I did ambush you, so what? Mingzhu retorted without hesitation. Hearing this, Ren Xiaoyan's face flushed with rage, his voice trembling as he shouted, Mingzhu, do not take advantage of me. Heh, I'm merely returning the favor, Mingzhu replied, unyielding in her mockery. Ren Xiaotian trembled with fury, rising from the ground, intending to retreat, thinking Mingzhu would relent. To his surprise, in the next moment, she struck again. Slap! A resounding slap landed on his right cheek. The girl's gaze was sharp as a blade, her voice cold. Hand over the ice spirit grass. Ren Xiaoyan's expression darkened to the extreme, yet he took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he retrieved the ice spirit grass from his storage bag and handed it to Mingzhu. Seeing this, Mingzhu's expression flickered for a moment before she accepted the ice spirit grass. The ice spirit grass was a crucial material for concocting the ice spirit pill, which primarily served to suppress fire poison. If she remembered correctly, someone in the valley had indeed been afflicted by fire poison. Otherwise, disciples would not come annually to purchase ice spirit grass. Thus, it was imperative that Ren Xiaotian did not seize it. After receiving the ice spirit grass, Mingzhu handed it to the purchasing disciple and then coldly addressed Ren Xiaotian. Those who bully others shall themselves be bullied. Now begone. All right, Mingzhu, just you wait. The humiliation of today, I shall reclaim it in the future. With those words, Ren Xiaotian departed without a backward glance. Chapter 9. The deception of Yi Qinshui. At that moment, a disciple from Mingwu Valley, clutching an ice spirit herb, sparkled with excitement as he expressed his gratitude to Mingzhu. Thank you, young valley master. Had it not been for you, we would surely face punishment upon our return. Young valley master, he said, eliciting a faint smile from Mingzhu, who had not heard that title in quite some time. With a cold chuckle within, she replied indifferently, There is no need for thanks. I simply cannot abide the bullying of my fellow disciples. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and headed towards the herb pavilion to procure the ingredients required by Elder Mu. However, as she passed by Yuanwan, the latter suddenly called out softly, Sister. Mingzhu paused momentarily, but ultimately did not stop, continuing into the herb pavilion. Watching her retreating figure, Yuanwan felt a pang of disappointment, ultimately leaving in silence. After acquiring the ingredients from the herb pavilion, Mingzhu returned to the fire room. Elder Mu was busy preparing herbs inside, while she settled into her room to practice meditation. Although her earlier confrontation with the burly disciple had been straightforward and brutish, it was a result of her cunning. Had she engaged him in a direct contest, even with the advantage of her Lianhua sacred body, she would not have triumphed so swiftly, given that her martial skills were limited to the Qinglian sword technique, which she could not afford to reveal. Who would have thought that a hidden foundation-building expert lurked among the juniors of Mingwu Valley? The element of surprise was indeed the most lethal. Fortunately, she had severely injured the burly disciple with a single move. Otherwise, with his formidable physique, he would have been difficult to defeat in a short time. Ultimately, the deficiency in her own strength was apparent. If she were a Golden Core Realm cultivator today, merely exuding her aura would have been sufficient to injure him. Time slipped away, and Mingzhu suddenly opened her eyes, ceasing her cultivation as a voice from outside the fire room called out, Junior Sister Yi. The Grand Elder requests your presence in the main hall. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu frowned slightly, then swiftly jumped from her bed and exited her room. The matter concerning the market had likely reached the ears of the elders by now. She surmised they were eager to learn about her foundation-building prowess. Mingzhu had not intended to conceal her strength indefinitely. Moreover, the earlier situation had been perilous. She certainly did not wish to witness any of her family perish before her eyes. Upon entering the main hall, she spotted her mother, Yi Qinshui, alongside Grand Elder Yi Nanxing and several other elders, all wearing grave expressions. Before Mingzhu could speak, a nearby elder barked, Mingzhu, why has your strength suddenly surged? Speak the truth. Having lost face before Mingzhu due to the incident with the chrysanthemum pig not long ago, The elder seized this opportunity to vent his frustration. Do you wish to know? I shall not disclose it, Mingzhu replied with a playful smirk, teasingly regarding the elder. At her words, the elder's face darkened, and he bellowed, Are you provoking me? How dare you be so arrogant? Do not compel me to drag you to the law enforcement hall. Suit yourself. Mingzhu snorted dismissively, casting a scornful glance at the elder. Hearing her words, the elder's expression turned ashen, filled with unfathomable anger. Wishing he could immediately seize Mingzhu and subject her to torment in the law enforcement hall to relieve his wrath. Yet, with Qinshue and the others present, he could not act out, and thus he suppressed his fury within. Mingzhu witnessed this and let out a cold laugh, turning to survey those present. Her gaze fell upon Grand Elder Nanxing, and with a hint of mockery, she remarked, Is it to interrogate me that you summoned me today, Grand Elder? Unexpectedly, Grand Elder Nanxing wore a smile instead of his usual acerbic demeanor, appearing somewhat amiable, which surprised Mingzhu. Ahem. At that moment, Qinshue, seated at the head, shifted her gaze and cleared her throat, saying, Allow me to speak. After which, her eyes turned toward Mingzhu, filled with astonishment. She was all too aware of her daughter's constitution. Despite consuming numerous qi-gathering pills over the years, she had remained at the first layer of qi refining. Now, in the blink of an eye, she had ascended to the foundation establishment stage. Such a rapid progression was truly hard to believe. Though astonished, Qinshue's heart also brimmed with concern. What if her daughter had violated the rules of Mingwu Valley and cultivated a demonic technique? She truly did not know how to address such a scenario. It was I who instructed Mingzhu to conceal her strength all along. A year ago, she had already broken through to the 10th layer of qi refining. A few months back, I gave her the family's top-grade foundation establishment pill, allowing her to smoothly advance to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Qinshue sighed. At her words, the elders present were utterly shocked, their jaws agape. Qinshue's revelation completely overturned their previous assumptions. Mingzhu was not the waste they had imagined, but rather a genius. This revelation left Mingzhu equally stunned. She cast a puzzled glance at her mother on the platform. However, the elder in charge discerned another crucial piece of information from Qinshue's words. Qinshue, what did you say? You secretly took the only top-grade foundation establishment pill in the valley and gave it to your daughter? The elder slammed the table, furious. You clearly have ulterior motives. I say you are unworthy of holding the position of Valley Master any longer. The other two elders were equally incensed. They had yet to find an excuse to claim the top-grade foundation establishment pill, only to have it privately administered to Mingzhu by Qinshue. How could they not be outraged? Furthermore, given Qinshue's statement, it was likely that the explosive testing stone tablet in the testing square had also been destroyed by Mingzhu, as no other young disciple could have shattered a tablet capable of withstanding foundation establishment level power. At that moment, the previously silent Grand Elder Nanxing spoke softly. Elder, let be. It is merely a single pill. What is done is done. Seeing this, the elder had no choice but to close his mouth, casting a furious glare at Mingzhu before turning to leave in a huff. Once the elder departed, Grand Elder Nanxing turned to Mingzhu with a warm smile, saying, Mingzhu, you performed admirably at the market today. If not for you, the ice spirit herb would have been snatched away by the people from the Xiaoyao sect, and I would have struggled to suppress this fire poison. I owe you my gratitude. Thus, how about you move back from the fire room to reside here? Mingzhu was slightly taken aback by this. So was the Grand Elder who had fallen victim to fire poison. No wonder Wanwan had been so desperate. Yet, she had not anticipated this kinder side of the Grand Elder. With a faint smile, Mingzhu replied, Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to exit. The others in the hall also dispersed. Qinshue then made her way to the treasure vault of Mingwu Valley. Opening the ornate box that contained the medicinal pills, gazing at the top-grade foundation establishment pill, which exuded a rich fragrance, she sighed softly. My daughter, I hope you do not stray onto a misguided path. Subsequently, the top-grade foundation establishment pill was reduced to mere powder in Qinshue's hands. Chapter 10. Journey to Mingwu Pavilion. For the following month, Mingzhu continued her life in the fire room, dedicating her days to cultivation and menial tasks. Certainly, over the course of the past month, Mingzhu diligently signed in at various locations within the Mingwu Valley, thus reaping numerous rewards. At present, her strength has ascended to the pinnacle of the mid-stage foundation establishment, poised to step into the late stage at any moment. Her sole vexation lies in the absence of a suitable martial technique. Although the Qinglian sword technique possesses formidable power, it is to be employed only in dire circumstances, lest it invite untold troubles, for it is the exclusive supreme art of the Qingxian sect. It is time to pay a visit to the Mingwu Pavilion to select a martial art, Mingzhu mused. After completing her chores in the firewood room, she hastened toward the Mingwu Pavilion. The Mingwu Pavilion is a quaint structure nestled on the outskirts of the Mingwu Valley, exuding an antique charm that resonates with classical elegance. As Mingzhu arrived at the pavilion, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow as the red sun dipped towards the horizon. At that moment, 5 young disciples stood guard at the entrance, each possessing strength above the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Upon seeing Mingzhu, one of them stepped forward with a sneer, declaring, Mingzhu, this is not a place for you, be gone. Their attitude was not unwarranted, as the task of guarding the Mingwu Pavilion is of great importance. These disciples seldom leave the pavilion, so they likely remain unaware of Mingzhu's ascended prowess. To them, she was perhaps still the worthless cultivator of the 0 layer of qi refinement. In response, Mingzhu merely cast a fleeting glance at the 5 young disciples, disregarding them entirely as she strode into the Mingwu Pavilion. The pavilion is divided into 3 levels, each encased in barriers. It is said that long ago, the ancestral founder of the Mingwu Valley established these barriers to prevent disciples from becoming overly eager for advancement. The first level permits entry to those at the 5th layer of qi refinement, where martial arts may be freely selected. The second level requires one to have reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, and the third level is said to be accessible only to those at the golden core stage and above. Without a moment's hesitation, Mingzhu entered the grand hall of the 1st level. Witnessing this, the young disciples guarding the entrance were taken aback, for they had not anticipated her audacity to ignore their presence. In the next instant, the leading disciple scoffed and stepped forward to block her path, exclaiming, Mingzhu, you have some nerve to intrude upon the Mingwu Pavilion. It seems you truly seek your own demise. Mingzhu, upon hearing this, raised her beautiful eyes to regard the disciple. The disciple felt an inexplicable chill as her gaze, unlike before, had grown profound, instilling a sense of dread within him as though he were being observed by a fearsome beast, causing his heart to race. At that moment, Mingzhu cast a detached glance at the other disciples before lifting her foot to continue onward. Observing this, the leading disciple's expression darkened, and he was about to pursue her for reprimand. However, before he could approach, a nearby youth interposed himself, smirking as he remarked, Brother Hao, let her pass. With her terrifying power at the 0 layer of qi refinement, she will likely succumb to the pressure within a mere incense stick's duration. Prompted by this, the leading disciple halted his advance, yet remained disgruntled, muttering, What an oblivious fool. I shall see just how long she can endure. The other disciples echoed his sentiments, their sinister laughter echoing as they awaited Mingzhu's humiliation. Mingzhu, well aware of their expressions, remained unfazed and calmly proceeded into the hall of the 1st level. Upon entering, her first action was to survey her surroundings. The hall shelves brimmed with a dazzling array of martial arts techniques, overwhelming in their variety. However, to her disappointment, the techniques available were relatively rudimentary, with the highest rank merely at the intermediate yellow level, of little interest to her. Meanwhile, the disciples outside exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Mingzhu. An incense stick's duration passed, and to their astonishment, Mingzhu remained tranquil, showing no signs of being affected by the oppressive aura. Just as their confusion mounted, a more shocking scene unfolded. Mingzhu boldly stepped into the 2nd level of the Mingwu Pavilion. The disciples widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how she had so effortlessly entered the 2nd level. It is known that the barrier of the 2nd level exudes the pressure of the initial stage of foundation establishment, which could injure even the most accomplished disciple at the 10th layer of qi refinement. How could a mere 0 layer cultivator withstand such force? In that moment, the disciples were rendered speechless, their faces reflecting their astonishment. Mingzhu, amidst the incredulous gazes of the 5 guarding disciples, gracefully entered the grand hall of the second level. The martial arts available on this level were markedly fewer than those on the first, yet their quality surpassed the rank of the Xian level. Mingzhu casually picked up a book on the Xian level, titled 9 Turns of the Mysterious Void Technique, which, when mastered, could refine the body, making it a first-rate martial technique. However, the rank of this technique still appeared somewhat beneath Mingzhu's aspirations, thus failing to captivate her interest. Shifting her gaze to a dusty, ancient shelf in the corner, she noticed it was laden with numerous jade slips, each containing martial arts secrets. She casually selected one to examine. This particular technique was known as Godly Steps, a mid-grade, earth-level movement technique perfectly aligned with Mingzhu's inclinations. A brief perusal revealed that this technique had evolved from the primordial chaos at the dawn of the universe, allowing for an extraordinarily swift speed. It was exceptionally difficult to master, even deemed a rare gem among movement techniques. Moreover, it was seldom seen. If wielded adeptly, it could unleash impressive combat capabilities against formidable foes. However, the practice of this technique posed significant challenges, necessitating not only high comprehension, but also considerable talent. Without these, success would be elusive. Consequently, this movement technique had languished in the Mingzhu Pavilion, neglected by all. Yet Mingzhu was certain that, given sufficient time, she could certainly master the Godly Steps. After perusing the technique, she promptly decided to take it with her. However, as she was about to step away, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the entrance to the third level. There lay an overwhelming pressure, distorting the very air around it. Upon approaching even slightly, beads of cold sweat began to form on her brow, and her complexion paled. The might of the golden core stage was indeed extraordinary. Merely glancing at it left her breathless. Surely, the martial arts concealed within that third level must be the apex of the Mingzhu Valley. Without hesitation, Mingzhu resolutely turned to leave. With her current strength insufficient, she could only bide her time, waiting until she achieved the golden core stage to return. As she departed, Mingzhu casually activated her sign-in. Sign-in at the Mingzhu Pavilion. Chapter 11. Xiantian Palm Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the most powerful martial technique of the Mingzhu Pavilion, Xiantian Palm. Xiantian Palm. Within the palm lies the cosmos with a single strike. The heavens tremble and the earth quakes, fingers twirl, eclipsing the sun and moon. Unleash a palm strike, and golden rays soar for miles. What manner of martial technique is this? It is astonishingly domineering. Taken aback by the system's announcement, Mingzhu was left in disbelief. Throughout her 3 years in Mingzhu Valley, she had never encountered such a formidable palm technique within the valley. The Xiantian Palm is an ancient martial technique, renowned for its unparalleled power. Due to its overwhelming nature, practitioners often find themselves succumbing to madness. It was later refined by a master of the Xian Ascension stage, transforming it into a mid-tier celestial martial art. The technique itself is unique, comprising 9 forms, each more formidable than the last. Mastery of all 9 forms can shatter all laws of combat. Should one achieve this mastery, their combat prowess would double. At this moment, the system elucidated. Is it truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, Mingzhu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The adept of the Xian Ascension stage was indeed impressive, capable of ameliorating such a domineering martial art. One could only wonder about the identity of such a remarkable figure. After absorbing the system's introduction, Mingzhu was eager to practice. Upon reaching the entrance of the Mingzhu Pavilion's first floor, 5 disciples were still lost in their astonishment, only snapping back to reality as Mingzhu approached. Selecting martial techniques at Mingzhu Pavilion requires registration, so Mingzhu promptly handed the guard disciple the book titled Xinxing Step. The moment the disciples laid eyes on the glaring 3 characters, they were rendered speechless, their faces reflecting disbelief. Mingzhu had come to select such a remarkable technique. It was well known that this movement technique was of earth-tier quality and exceedingly difficult to master. To date, no one in the Mingzhu Valley had ever succeeded in training it, not even the Grand Elder, who only grasped its surface. Mingzhu, are you certain you wish to select this technique? Although the Xinxing Step is of a high grade, it is incomplete and can only be comprehended by those with extraordinary talent. Even if mastered, it may not yield significant combat power. Perhaps you should consider a technique more suited to your cultivation. At this moment, an older gatekeeper disciple spoke up. Incomplete? Mingzhu paused slightly, scrutinizing the cover. It was then she realized that this Shunxing step was merely the first volume. Nevertheless, Mingzhu remained undeterred. Such a speed-oriented martial technique was a tremendous boon for her. If she encountered a formidable opponent, the Shunxing step would serve as a life-saving trump card. I want this book, she declared without hesitation. The elder disciple refrained from further commentary and proceeded with the registration process. However, they could not comprehend how Mingzhu, at the Qi refinement stage, could withstand the pressure of the second floor of Mingyue Pavilion. Chen Haoyang, didn't you say she's at the Qi refinement stage? A disciple queried his companion, puzzled. Chen Haoyang also wore a look of confusion. He had undergone the strength assessment alongside Mingzhu and had heard the elder announce the results. Moreover, over the years, who in Mingyue Valley didn't know Mingzhu was deemed a waste at the Qi refinement stage. The irony was that this so-called waste always bore an aloof demeanor, leading many disciples to dislike her. Yet, the recent scene was perplexing. How could Mingzhu possibly have broken through to the foundation establishment stage in just a month? Even soaking in Qi gathering pills wouldn't yield such rapid advancement. Truly strange. At this moment, Mingzhu paid no heed to their speculations. Taking her martial technique and heading to the back mountain. Standing atop the peak, she closed her eyes to meditate, silently reciting the incantation, circulating the Shunxing step through her meridians. Gradually, a gentle energy flowed through her channels, bringing her a sense of exhilaration. Before long, Mingzhu felt a wave of ease. As if her internal meridians had expanded, a refreshing sensation coursing through her entire being. Now, she felt as light as a feather, able to leap effortlessly several dozen meters into the air. Although it consumed some of her true energy, it was quite agreeable. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, Mingzhu fully comprehended the first volume of the Shunxing step. With the Qinglian sword technique, Shunxing step, and Xiantian palm under her belt, she possessed the strength to contend even with those at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. As night began to fall, Mingzhu commenced her training in the Xiantian palm. The Xiantian palm consists of 9 forms. The first form is called the Taiji seal, which can obliterate all. Following the incantation, Mingzhu soon formed a mystical yin-yang fish pattern in her palm, radiating a soft golden glow. She attempted to utilize this Taiji seal. As she extended her left hand, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be instantly drained, plunging the area into silence. Truly formidable, Mingzhu marveled. This phenomenon could only be exhibited by those of the nascent soul stage, yet she was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, Mingzhu believed that given time, once she broke through to the nascent soul stage and unleashed this Taiji seal again, the effects would be even more astonishing. The left hand represented yin, while the right hand embodied yang. The yin could absorb all, while the yang could incinerate heaven and scorch the sea. Only when these two forces harmonized could this martial technique wield the power to annihilate all. Next, Mingzhu turned her gaze to her right palm. The same yin-yang fish pattern materialized, but unlike her left hand, a golden dragon formed of true energy coiled at the center of the right palm, its head raised high, eyes blazing with fury, as if it sought to obliterate everything. Mingzhu felt like the master of this force, the dragon's eyes locked onto the distance, awaiting her command. How domineering! Gazing at the Taiji pattern on her right palm, Mingzhu was filled with exhilaration. In the next moment, she gathered all her true energy in her right palm and fiercely struck towards the distant valley. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous sound reverberated, causing the earth to tremble. Before her eyes, a massive crater appeared, dust swirling around. Impressive! Mingzhu couldn't help but exclaim. The power was utterly terrifying, akin to a person wielding a heavy hammer. One strike would feel like a tank crashing down. The force was unimaginable. And this was merely the first form of the Xiantian palm. As for the second form, Mingzhu felt no desire to attempt it just yet. Cultivation must not be rushed, lest it yield contrary results. Moreover, the exertion from her previous strike had completely drained her true energy, leaving her fatigued. As dusk settled, Mingzhu departed from the back mountain. Just half an incense stick's time after her departure, a figure in white rushed in from afar. The newcomer was stunningly beautiful, bearing a striking resemblance to Mingzhu. This person was none other than Qianxue, Sensing the residual aura of the Xiantian palm, Yi Qianxue was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes filled with boundless tenderness as she murmured, "Tian, Su, have you returned?" Chapter 12. Yi Wanwan is in trouble. A night passed, and Yi Mingzhu restored her vitality. Just as she was preparing to assist old Mu with the wine, a disciple's voice echoed from outside. "Junior Sister Yi, you have a letter. It's from Junior Sister Wanwan." Yi Mingzhu was momentarily stunned. Yi Wanwan and the other two disciples had departed from Mingyue Valley for over a month and were currently participating in the new disciple entrance examination at Qingxian sect. How could she possibly send a letter at this time? Pondering this, Yi Mingzhu felt puzzled. Upon receiving the letter and opening it, her countenance darkened. "Hee, your cousin is in our hands. If you wish for her to remain safe, come alone to the dark forest." Inside the envelope lay a ring, which Yi Mingzhu recognized as a birthday gift given to Yi Wanwan by the Grand Elder when she turned 16. It seemed that something truly unfortunate had befallen Yi Wanwan. With this thought, Yi Mingzhu wasted no time and immediately headed towards the dark forest behind Qingxing Mountain. Before she departed, she specifically instructed that if she did not return within an hour, the disciples in the firewood room should promptly inform the Grand Elder. This was a precautionary measure, as the assailants were evidently cunning enough to have abducted Yi Wanwan from the Qingxian sect by employing extraordinary means. In her heart, Yi Mingzhu had already surmised who was behind this incident. It most likely involved Ren Xiaotian, though she was puzzled about how he managed to capture Yi Wanwan, who was within the Qingxian sect. About the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Yi Mingzhu arrived at the shadowy forest, where the trees were lush yet teeming with venomous snakes and insects. This was her first visit to such a place. Although her lotus flower sacred body was remarkable and immune to toxins and venomous creatures, she remained cautious. As she ventured deeper, she finally stumbled upon a dilapidated thatched cottage beside a towering tree, where a young man in a purple robe stood, Ren Xiaotian, the very person she had clashed with at the market. Upon seeing Yi Mingzhu approach, Ren Xiaotian's lips curled into a sinister smile as he remarked, "Yi Mingzhu, it has been a while. You've become even more beautiful. What have you done with Wanwan?" Yi Mingzhu narrowed her eyes and coldly inquired, "What have you done to her?" "Ha ha ha. What? Do you wish to rescue your cousin? Let me tell you, it is impossible. Do you think you can save her all by yourself?" Ren Xiaotian laughed arrogantly. Then his expression turned vicious as he fixed his gaze on Yi Mingzhu. "I told you I would return, and today you shall witness the consequences of offending Ren Xiaotian." "Oh, I look forward to it," Yi Mingzhu replied nonchalantly. "Do you think I would still fear you? Today, I will make you submit completely." With that, Ren Xiaotian launched an attack, extending his hands as two blazing flames erupted from his palms. He was a practitioner of fire attributes, and Yi Mingzhu was taken aback to realize that in just a month, Ren Xiaotian had advanced from the 8th level of Qi refinement to the initial stage of foundation establishment. One could not deny his extraordinary talent, though it was also possible that he had resorted to consuming pills. As the roaring flames surged towards her, Yi Mingzhu's expression remained indifferent. She swiftly employed her divine movement technique, vanishing from her spot and reappearing behind Ren Xiaotian. "What?" Ren Xiaotian exclaimed in shock. Before he could evade, Yi Mingzhu's right hand struck his face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply, knocking out several of his teeth, with a force of 7 parts. The blow sent Ren Xiaotian sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his face swollen and lips cracked. Lying on the ground, Ren Xiaotian stared at Yi Mingzhu in disbelief, unable to comprehend how her speed could be so astonishing. "Are you starting to understand my prowess? Do you still dare to provoke me?" Yi Mingzhu teased, looking down at him. Hearing this, Ren Xiaotian hastily scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he bellowed, "You wretched girl, how dare you strike my face? Today, I will tear you to pieces." "I await your attempt," Yi Mingzhu replied coolly. With that, she summoned her internal energy, activating her divine movement technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she charged towards Ren Xiaotian. He was not idle either, quickly unleashing the Xian rank martial skill, Fiery Palm, to strike at Yi Mingzhu. The two palms collided, unleashing a scorching wave of fire that instantly engulfed the surrounding space. Unfortunately for Ren Xiaotian, the disparity in their strengths was immense. He had no capacity to resist. With a dull thud, he was sent flying, crashing into a large tree before regaining his footing. His face displayed sheer horror. How could this be? His cultivation was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and this was the result of his utmost effort. Why could he still not withstand Yi Mingzhu's single strike, especially when their strengths were supposedly comparable? As he watched Yi Mingzhu prepare to strike again, Ren Xiaotian gritted his teeth, revealing a ferocious smile. Yi Mingzhu, I must admit you are truly formidable, but do you think I'm the only one here? No sooner had he spoken than he quickly crushed a jade slip, summoning a terrifying aura that approached swiftly. Yi Mingzhu's heart sank. Her expression changed as she sensed the arrival of someone at the initial stage of Golden Core, an opponent she could not possibly contend with. Just then, the menacing aura drew near, and in the blink of an eye, a figure clad in black robes stood atop the tree before Yi Mingzhu. Hee, the newcomer chuckled ominously. Yi Mingzhu narrowed her eyes, warily assessing the eerie figure. He radiated a chilling murderous intent, the kind that stemmed from the resentment of having taken lives. Such a person was certainly not ordinary. He was at least a demonic cultivator. No wonder she felt watched upon entering. It was this black-robed figure. Who are you? And why do you oppose my Mingyue Valley? Yi Mingzhu demanded through gritted teeth. Merely Mingyue Valley. Our Blood Mist Hall can extinguish it with ease. The black-robed man sneered. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu's complexion darkened. It turned out he was from the Blood Mist Hall, on Qingxing Mountain. While Mingyue Valley appeared to be the strongest, and Xiaoyao sect a close second, it was in reality the Blood Mist Hall that was the most enigmatic. No one knew their true strength. All that was known was that their leader, Lung Jiang, had reached the pinnacle of the late stage of Golden Core, a formidable figure. And even his son, Lung Yu, had achieved the initial stage of Golden Core at a young age. Furthermore, the other members of Blood Mist Hall were equally unfathomable in their cultivation, each stained with much blood. You are Lung Yu, the young master of Blood Mist Hall? Yi Mingzhu asked in a low voice. You are quite clever. Indeed, I am Lung Yu. Now, be a good girl and become my furnace. The black-robed man chuckled darkly. Chapter 13. The Great Battle of the Golden Core. At this, Yi Mingzhu's expression soured further. This man was evidently after her. Yi Mingzhu, I advise you to surrender obediently, or else do not blame me for being ruthless, the black-robed man threatened with a sinister smile. To make me your furnace? Not a chance, Yi Mingzhu declared firmly. Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As soon as the words left his lips, a black curved dagger appeared in the black-robed man's hand, blood dripping from its blade, emanating an aura of death, as if he were a grim reaper emerging from hell. Yi Mingzhu activated her divine movement technique, swiftly retreating 10 paces while picking up a piece of dry wood. Without hesitation, she gripped the stick and traced a circle, unleashing a fierce sword light aimed at the black-robed man. This was the third form of the Qinglian sword technique, the untraceable. Although she had only practiced the third form, she had already reached extraordinary heights, with both her swordsmanship and movement technique undergoing a qualitative transformation. Each move was exquisite. This seemingly unremarkable strike bore immense power, as though it sought to cleave the heavens. At that moment, the black-robed man's pupils constricted as he swung the black, curved dagger to deflect the sword light. A sharp crack resonated through the air, and a small fissure appeared on the black curved dagger. The result left Yi Mingzhu utterly astonished. She never anticipated that merely the third move could so effortlessly shatter the edge of the black curved blade in Lung Yu's hand, and with nothing but a wooden stick. Yi Mingzhu, I must admit your strength is formidable, but against me, your defeat is inevitable. With that, the figure cloaked in black flashed and appeared before Yi Mingzhu. He gripped his curved blade tightly in his right hand, while his left hand swung horizontally toward her. The force was overwhelming, an unstoppable momentum. Yi Mingzhu was struck with terror and hastily raised her stick to meet the attack. A loud crack echoed as the wooden stick was cleaved in two, sending her stumbling back several steps, a trace of blood escaping from her lips. Her complexion paled. Yi Mingzhu understood that she was no match for Lung Yu's formidable skills. He had reached the initial stage of the Golden Core and possessed abundant combat experience. Her own abilities were far inferior, making it a great feat to have withstood even this single strike. With a sigh of resignation, she pondered, is this where I meet my end? Yi Mingzhu, a wise person knows when to yield. I offer you a chance to live. Obediently become my furnace, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Should you refuse my generosity, Do not blame me for draining you dry. That would surely lead to your demise. Lung Yu's voice dripped with malice. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu's expression darkened. Her inherently stubborn nature had never allowed her to submit or beg for mercy. She would rather die in battle than kneel. Thus, she responded fearlessly, "Dream on." At her words, Lung Yu's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Since you refuse my hospitality, I shall deal with you first. He lunged at her with his black curved blade once more. This time, the blade moved like a venomous snake, twisting through the air with increasing speed. Yi Mingzhu barely caught a glimpse before the blade was upon her. How swift! Her heart raced as she quickly raised a wooden stick to shield her chest, blocking Lung Yu's strike. The resulting sound was a sharp crack as the stick shattered and the blade's tip pressed against her delicate throat. Now, do you still believe you can resist? Lung Yu sneered, his eyes gleaming with cruelty and greed. Yi Mingzhu's beauty was striking, her skin fair as snow, and her face exquisite. It had been said that she was the prodigious young woman of Mingzhu Valley. If she were to become his furnace, he would no longer need to drain others' essence to enhance his powers, but could simply indulge in her every night. A glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes. Yet, Yi Mingzhu, gazing at the lethal weapon mere inches from her, felt no fear. Instead, a subtle, enigmatic smile graced her lips. You remain remarkably composed, Lung Yu mocked, his wrist flicking as he pressed the blade closer to her throat, now a mere millimeter away. Have you made your decision? You have 5 seconds left. Yi Mingzhu's demeanor remained unperturbed. She had long known that she was not on the same level as Lung Yu. A direct confrontation would surely lead to her defeat. However, his earlier words had sparked a bold idea within her. The phrase "drain dry" resonated in her mind. She still had an ace up her sleeve, the Shintian palm. This technique consumed vast amounts of energy and stamina, and she would not employ it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Yet, given the current predicament, she had reached the point of no return. The Shintian palm, with its left hand embodying yin and right hand embodying yang, allowed her to absorb the world's spiritual energy for her own use, while the yang aspect wielded tremendous power capable of scorching the earth and boiling the seas. Upon first practicing the Shintian palm, Yi Mingzhu had grasped its essence. Thus, when Lung Yu uttered that phrase, she had made a monumental decision. To drain a living being, she intended to siphon all of Lung Yu's energy, rendering him utterly powerless. Yi Mingzhu, your time is up. Upon hearing this proclamation, a strange smile crept onto Yi Mingzhu's lips. In the next instant, before Lung Yu could react, her beautiful eyes turned frosty, her left hand forming the Tai Chi seal, the yin-yang symbol spinning vigorously. An overwhelming force surged from her hand, swiftly penetrating Lung Yu's body. As soon as her hands made contact with him, Lung Yu felt a jolt of electricity course through him, an intense pulling sensation burrowing into his dantian. In an instant, he realized his energy was dissipating rapidly, causing him to gasp in horror. Glancing at Yi Mingzhu's smile, he suddenly comprehended everything. Given her previously demonstrated extraordinary agility, she could not have been so easily defeated. It was clear that her every action had been aimed at getting close enough to employ this bizarre absorption technique. Yi Mingzhu, you dare to deceive me. Realizing the truth, Lung Yu was engulfed in rage and fear, yet he couldn't escape Yi Mingzhu's grip, helplessly watching as his energy drained away. Moreover, the black curved blade in his right hand had already been seized by Yi Mingzhu within the first second of the absorption. Now, he could only watch in despair as his energy was siphoned away, utterly powerless to stop it. Yi Mingzhu's left hand, forming the Tai Chi seal, resembled a bottomless pit, voraciously consuming his essence. In the blink of an eye, she had drained 70 to 80% of his energy. Yi Mingzhu, how dare you betray me? I will not let you escape. Lung Yu seethed through gritted teeth. Yet, his cries were futile, as the Shintian palm had slipped beyond her control. In that moment, Yi Mingzhu herself felt increasingly strained. Her exquisite face turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down her brow. The continuous absorption and conversion of energy overwhelmed her with an unbearable sensation. However, for someone like Yi Mingzhu, who possessed the Lotus Saint body, this torment was not insufferable. Ultimately, the energy absorbed was purified into primordial true energy, enhancing her strength. Thus, this ordeal became a bittersweet experience for her. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Masked Man Before Long. Yi Mingzhu felt a significant surge in her power, nearing the threshold of breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment, while Leng Yu grew increasingly feeble. Mingzhu, release me. I no longer wish for you to be my furnace. He bellowed in fury. Mingzhu remained deaf to his pleas. Even if she could control the Shintian palm, she would not show mercy. If their roles were reversed, would Leng Yu spare her? Let me go. I no longer want you as my furnace. I swear. Leng Yu screamed in desperation. Too late, Mingzhu coldly retorted. As soon as her words fell, the last remnants of Leng Yu's energy were completely absorbed by her. Not only that, his hair had turned significantly grayer, and his visage aged decades in mere moments. No, this cannot be. What have you done to me? Leng Yu questioned in terror, disbelief etched across his features. At this moment, Mingzhu withdrew her left hand. Yet Leng Yu's body felt utterly devoid of energy, leaving him unable to sense even a trace of true energy within. As the pallor on Leng Yu's face deepened, his complexion turned ashen, resembling that of a frail elder on the brink of death. This alarming transformation filled him with dread, for he could not fathom the sinister sorcery employed by Mingzhu that had reduced him to such a wretched state. He could hardly believe that he, a formidable figure in the Golden Core stage, could be bested by Mingzhu, a mere mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before him, shattering his disbelief. At that moment, Mingzhu was about to inquire about Yi Wanwan when she turned to find that Ren Xiaotian had inexplicably fled. With no other option, she turned her gaze to Leng Yu and coldly demanded, "Where have you taken Wanwan?" The moment Leng Yu felt her piercing stare, a chill crept into his heart, prompting him to hastily point in a direction. Recognizing his compliance, Mingzhu did not press further and leaped deeper into the woods. As she vanished from sight, a vicious and resentful expression flashed across Leng Yu's face. Mingzhu, if I cannot make you my cultivation furnace in this lifetime, I vow to never be human. Alas! He realized that time was no longer on his side. Just as Mingzhu departed, a mysterious figure clad in black appeared before him. Who are you? Leng Yu gasped, terror-stricken, retreating instinctively as fear filled his eyes. The aura emanating from the masked man was terrifying, even surpassing that of his father, Leng Jiang. Without uttering a word, the masked figure raised his left hand, revealing a colossal yin-yang symbol upon his palm. At this sight, Leng Yu was rendered speechless. It was this very peculiar martial technique that Mingzhu had used to drain his true energy, and now this man wielded it as well. Suddenly, before Leng Yu could react, the masked man's hand aimed at his dantian. In the next instant, Leng Yu felt a suffocating sensation as his golden core was forcibly extracted, resting in the palm of the masked figure. Leng Yu cried out in agony, for his golden core had disintegrated into a mere pile of dust, leaving him weaker than an ordinary person. Who are you? He implored in terror. You are unworthy of knowing my name, the masked man replied coolly. With that, he pressed a finger against Leng Yu's brow. A surge of ruthless, formless true energy penetrated Leng Yu's body. In mere moments, his meridians were devastated, and he felt as if 1,000 needles were piercing him, his expression of terror gradually morphing into one of savagery. Finally, Leng Yu emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his voice echoing hauntingly through the forest. Meanwhile, Mingzhu had ventured deep into the dense thicket. Before a grand tree, she discovered Yi Wanwan, bound to the trunk but unharmed, prompting a sigh of relief from Mingzhu. Sister. After the ropes were untied, Yi Wanwan, feeling overwhelmed, collapsed into Mingzhu's embrace. Thank goodness you're safe, Mingzhu said with a faint smile, her hand poised to comfort her sister's back, but ultimately hesitating. Seeing her sister's demeanor, Yi Wanwan was flooded with guilt and self-reproach, loathing her past self in that moment. Sister, I was wrong before. I'm sorry, she murmured, mustering the courage to set aside her pride. Mingzhu's expression remained largely unchanged. She simply smiled softly and replied, It's all right. Let's return to the Qingxian sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanwan's face reflected a hint of panic as she remembered, Sister, it's bad. Lu Zhuo and Lu Yuan haven't come back. At the mention of these names, Mingzhu paused, recalling that both were disciples of the Mingyue Valley who had entered the Qingxian sect alongside Yi Wanwan. Yi Wanwan quickly recounted the events that had transpired. After listening intently, Mingzhu understood why Ren Xiaotian had captured Yi Wanwan. Today marked the final assessment for new disciples of the Qingxian sect, wherein the objective was to gather the most precious spirit herbs within a single day. Yi Wanwan had teamed up with Lu Zhuo and Lu Yuan, only to inadvertently stumble into the Spirit Beast Mountain range, where they encountered ferocious spirit beasts. Despite their considerable strength, they suffered greatly under the beast's assaults. Ultimately, Lu Zhuo and Lu Yuan had to protect Yi Wanwan's escape, instructing her to return and seek help, while they hid in a cave awaiting rescue. Unfortunately, on her way back, Yi Wanwan fell into Run Xiaoyan's clutches, leading to the subsequent threats he had directed at Yi Mingzhu. Sister, we must hurry to rescue them. With your strength, those 3 first-tier red-crested cranes will be no match for you. Yi Danyan urgit anxiously. Yi Mingzhu furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before replying. I will go to rescue them. You return to gather reinforcements. All right, sister, please be careful. Yi Wanwan exclaimed with joy, nodding obediently before turning to flee towards the shadows of the forest. Ye Mingzhu sikhit, abiterswit simile grajink herdips. It was not that she was unwilling to assist. Rather, following her recent battle with Lung Yu, although she had drained his true energy, it remained unrefined. Moreover, she had discovered that the malice entwined within Lung Yu's true energy was difficult to assimilate, necessitating her urgent refinement of this peculiar energy to prevent future complications. Nevertheless, rescuing her companions took precedence. Although her interactions with Lu Zhuo and Lu Yuan had not been particularly close, they were among the few who had treated her with kindness, unlike others who had mocked her. This instilled a sense of goodwill towards them, compelling her to avert their demise at the claws of spirit beasts. Besides, facing only 3 first-tier spirit beasts, even if she could not defeat them, she could still evade with her agility. Resolute, Yi Mingzhu set forth in the direction indicated by Yi Wanwan. Chapter 15. The battle among nascent soul experts. The Spirit Beast Mountain range sprawled extensively, its terrain intricate. After utilizing her swift movement technique for half an hour, Yi Mingzhu arrived at a lush thicket. Observing the dense trees ahead, she furrowed her brow and scanned her surroundings. This must be the place. I hope Lu Zhuo and Lu Yuan are safe, she thought to herself. With caution, Yi Mingzhu crept to the outskirts of the forest, surveying the environment for threats. Once assured of safety, she stealthily advanced inward, recalling that Lu Zhuo and Lu Yuan were likely hiding in a cave ahead. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility. Emerging from the dense foliage was a massive crimson flame leopard, its body ablaze with fierce flames, towering in stature. Its eyes wide and round like bells, exhaling scorching flames. This creature, a fire attribute spirit beast, was undoubtedly formidable. Upon seeing the crimson flame leopard, Yi Mingzhu's expression darkened. It was a 4th-tier fire attribute spirit beast. Just as she prepared to evade, she was taken aback, for the beast was not charging at her. It appeared that this 4th-tier fire attribute spirit beast was fleeing. Indeed, trailing behind the crimson flame leopard was a tall figure swiftly pursuing it. Who is this formidable individual? The sight of a 4th-tier crimson flame leopard being relentlessly pursued left Yi Mingzhu utterly astounded. She couldn't help but swallow hard. This was a formidable fire attribute spirit beast, its power comparable to that of a nascent soul stage expert. Who could this remarkable figure be? As Yi Mingzhu processed her shock, the elegant silhouette chasing the crimson flame leopard drew near. Clad in a snow-white robe, this man possessed an unparalleled visage, with eyes as profound as the starry sky and lips of perfect proportion. Every movement exuded grace and nobility, leaving Yi Mingzhu's heart fluttering. At this moment, the man in white had reached the side of the crimson flame leopard. He extended his hand, pinching his thumb and forefinger together, causing a flash of white light to manifest. A moonlight-hued, long sword instantly took shape in his palm, and with a swift motion, he struck towards the crimson flame leopard. As he swung, the air erupted with the sound of slicing wind. However, the crimson flame leopard was no ordinary foe. It roared in defiance, its fiery form surging with intensity, and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the man in white. Unfazed by the inferno, the man waved his arm, enveloping the blade with a layer of azure energy, which transformed into a colossal azure dragon that charged fiercely at the oncoming flames. With a resounding explosion, the flames and azure dragon collided, dissipating in a burst of energy that forced the crimson flame leopard to stagger backward. Ye Mingzhu stood in stunned silence. her heart racing with disbelief. For at that moment, she sensed a terrifying aura around the man, one that was mid-nascent soul stage, if not stronger. Such youth, and already a nascent soul powerhouse. His future achievements were bound to be extraordinary. Roaring with fury, the crimson flame leopard seemed to feel the sting of the man's blade. In an instant, its flames flared even brighter, crackling ominously as they coalesced into a massive fire leopard towering 5 zhang high. The emergence of this flaming behemoth raised the ambient temperature dramatically, wilting nearby trees and turning the grass a sickly yellow as the scent of smoke permeated the air. With a fierce howl, the fire leopard leaped forward, launching itself at the man in white. In response, the sword in his hand shimmered, transforming into a blue sword dragon that soared towards the fiery giant. The two forces clashed violently, sending sparks flying as the fire leopard was sent reeling before the sword dragon continued its relentless advance towards the crimson flame leopard. The fierce beast retaliated, unleashing another torrent of flames from its mouth, once again confronting the Azure dragon. The ensuing explosion resonated like thunder, shaking the very trees and nearly causing Mingzhu, perched atop a branch, to tumble to the ground. These two adversaries were formidable, and she feared becoming collateral damage in their fierce clash. Alarmed, she quickly retreated several hundred meters. Once more, the crimson flame leopard let out a ferocious roar, launching pillars of fire towards the Azure sword dragon. The two forces collided with explosive intensity, reverberating through the forest as the ground trembled beneath the chaos. Despite the onslaught, the crimson flame leopard found itself continually on the defensive. Enraged and cornered, the beast's eyes glowed a blood-red hue as it roared in fury. Witnessing this, Mingzhu felt a deeper shock. This spirit beast was not only fierce but also resolute, refusing to flee and instead determined to fight to the death. The man in white swung his sword again, and with a swift motion, the Azure dragon grew larger, lunging at the crimson flame leopard. In defiance, the leopard expelled another pillar of fire. When their energies collided, another explosive shockwave erupted, flames soaring skyward. With a final roar of rage, the crimson flame leopard propelled itself towards the man with all its might. Yet, the man remained composed, flicking his moonlight-hued sword, causing a brilliant white light to illuminate the blade, slicing through the air like a crescent moon. The sword's energy, a manifestation of a nascent soul expert, was unrelenting. The crimson flame leopard, sensing imminent danger, attempted to evade, but it was too late. The piercing energy struck true, penetrating its chest with a sickening sound. A tremendous force erupted within the beast, shattering its bones. The leopard collapsed, defeated. This brief yet fierce battle underscored the crimson flame leopard's strength. Not only was it resilient and tough-skinned, but it could also launch fiery assaults, making it an exceptionally challenging opponent. Just as Mingzhu prepared to descend from her perch in search of Lu Zhuo and Lu Yuan, a sudden, furious roar echoed through the forest. "Dare you disturb my rest, wretched human?" At this sound, Mingzhu's heart sank. Could there be a more fearsome presence than the crimson flame leopard? As she pondered, another roar resonated through the woods, one that seemed even more powerful than before. This spirit beast appeared to belong to the king of beasts, the tiger, and it could speak human language. But what puzzled her was that this creature seemed to be charging directly at her. How unfortunate! Mingzhu felt her complexion drain, anxiety creeping in. Is this place a trial set by fate? Once again, another roar echoed, tightening her heart with despair. However, when the beast finally came into view, she was left utterly bewildered. It was a small tiger, or rather, a feline masquerading as a tiger. This creature, no larger than a domestic cat, was entirely snow white, with a tuft of purple fur on its forehead. Despite its diminutive size, it appeared robust and fierce, and its eyes, now wide open, glimmered with an eerie blue light that was both captivating and unsettling. Swallowing hard, Mingzhu pondered, could this be the rumored mutated spirit beast? Such a creature was not recorded in any spirit beast compendium, suggesting it might possess some unique talent and a degree of intelligence. In that moment, the spirit beast sprang into action, leaping directly towards her. Mingzhu, startled, paled at the realization that this was a fifth-tier spirit beast, far beyond an ordinary house cat. She swiftly activated her movement technique to retreat. Yet, The creature's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it appeared before her, extending its paw towards her face. However, instead of the anticipated pain, she felt a warm, gentle touch against her cheek. Mingzhu opened her eyes to find the ethereal beast nestled at the edge of her cheek, gently licking her face as if utterly enamored with her countenance. Meow. The creature nudged her with its head, its eyes brimming with longing. Stunned, Mingzhu remained motionless, her heart racing, observing her bewilderment. The man in a white robe spoke up. It is a mutated spirit beast. If memory serves, it is a charmed spirit cat. This rare variant possesses spiritual power and an exceptionally high intelligence, though it lacks combat prowess. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu exhaled a sigh of relief, patting her chest and murmuring, "So it's just a harmless little cat. You nearly frightened me to death," as if offended by her words. The charmed spirit cat bared its teeth and emitted a low growl at the man. "You insufferable human, why do you speak so freely?" The man, maintaining a calm demeanor, slowly turned to leave. It was then that Mingzhu noticed blood staining his waist, accompanied by claw marks from the crimson flame leopard. Clearly, he had suffered during their previous encounter. Nevertheless, given his formidable strength, she assumed he possessed means of healing. As he appeared somewhat aloof, she refrained from inquiring further, her gaze lingering on the charmed spirit cat in her arms, perplexed by its affectionate demeanor. This charmed spirit cat radiated the aura of a fifth-tier spirit beast, yet it exhibited no combat ability, suggesting it had long reigned supreme in this mountainous region. What puzzled Mingzhu was its sudden intimacy with her. "Meow, master. I have finally found you." The charmed spirit cat abruptly leaped onto her shoulder, its expression one of grievance. This unexpected proclamation left Mingzhu bewildered. They were meeting for the first time. How could she be its master? "Why do you call me master?" she asked. "Meow, master, you truly are prone to forgetfulness. Do you not recall that 20 years ago, at the Southern Island Spirit Beast Conference, you saved me? Back then, I was merely a kitten, and you healed my wounds." Mingzhu's confusion deepened. 20 years ago, at the Southern Island Spirit Beast Conference? She had not even been born then. "I cannot mistake your aura, master," the charmed spirit cat affirmed, rubbing against her affectionately. With a wry smile, Mingzhu thought perhaps this charmed spirit cat had mistaken her for someone else. Just then, a voice resonated in her mind. Ding. The host's physique is the lotus flower sacred body, originating from the same source as the previous owner of the charmed spirit cat, the lotus fairy. Thus, the charmed spirit cat holds a uniquely special attitude towards the host. The mention of the lotus fairy widened Mingzhu's eyes. She had encountered that name in ancient texts, describing the lotus fairy as the first spirit beast that transformed into human form, a transcendent being whose whereabouts remained a mystery. Many had sought to apprentice under her, only to spend decades without a trace of her presence. How fortuitous it was that she had encountered the pet of the lotus fairy. With a bittersweet smile, Mingzhu mused that a talking cat as a companion on her arduous journey of cultivation was indeed a delightful surprise. "Ah, I remember now," she said, gazing at the charmed spirit cat that continued to groom her face, fabricating a small fib. Upon hearing this, the charmed spirit cat assumed an obedient demeanor, nuzzling Mingzhu's palm, then delicately cleaning her fingernails with its tongue before looking up with blissful eyes. "Master, as long as you haven tea forgotten little by, I shall follow you and partake in your adventures henceforth." "Very well," Mingzhu replied joyously. Caring for a cat would be a simple task for her, especially since this one could potentially assist her. Although it lacked combatability, its agility hinted at something more. Moreover, its primary skill was the ability to charm others, a tactic that could catch adversaries off guard in battle. "Meow, meow," the charmed spirit cat purred excitedly, rubbing against her. At that moment, Mingzhu inquired, "Little Bai, did you happen to see two young disciples from the Qingxian sect while you were out?" The charmed spirit cat scratched its head thoughtfully before replying, "Indeed. I saw two little brats being cornered by a flock of red-crested cranes into a cave. Let us go, lead me there." Mingzhu urgit. The fact that the two had been surrounded by the cranes for so long indicated their dire situation. She needed to rescue them promptly. Seeing her urgency, the charmed spirit cat complied without hesitation, scampering ahead to guide her. Under its direction, Mingzhu hurried along. "Master, we are approaching the gathering place of the red-crested cranes. These spirit beasts are at the peak of the first tier. Together they possess formidable strength. With your current capabilities, you would likely fall into peril if you charge in. Allow me to handle this," the charmed spirit cat stated confidently. Given its assurance, Mingzhu chose to step back, recognizing that as a fifth-tier spirit beast, the cat could easily intimidate the flock with its formidable presence. Without further ado, the charmed spirit cat leapt gracefully into the air, soaring towards the mass of red-crested cranes. Upon reaching a height, it let out a roar, emanating a powerful aura. Sure enough, the cranes, sensing this overwhelming presence, trembled in fear and began to retreat. As the surrounding red-crested cranes were subdued, the charmed spirit cat purred triumphantly. Mingzhu breathed a sigh of relief. There were not merely 3, but a dozen cranes present. And without the charmed spirit cat, rescuing Lu Zhiruo and Lu Yuan would have been a daunting challenge. With the cranes now frightened away, Mingzhu swiftly approached the cave entrance. Chapter 17. Spirit Beast. Inner pill. Inside the cave lay a man and a woman, both unconscious on the ground. Lu Zhiruo, Lu Yuan, Mingzhu called out anxiously, but they remained unresponsive. Without hesitation, she retrieved 2 pills from her pocket and administered them to the pair. These pills were rewards she had received over the past month, known as minor recovery pills, capable of healing minor injuries. After feeding the pills to Lu Zhiruo and Lu Yuan, she infused her own vital energy into them to alleviate their injuries. Gradually, their complexions began to return to normal. Seeing that they were not gravely harmed, Mingzhu felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Are you both all right?" As they opened their eyes and recognized Mingzhu as their savior, astonishment filled their expressions. They had not anticipated that it would be her who rescued them. "By the way, senior sister Yi, did you see our junior sister Wanwan?" Lu Zhiruo asked, rubbing her somewhat dazed head. "Rest assured, she is fine. She has already gone back to Qingxian sect to seek help," Mingzhu reassured them. Hearing this, both of them felt relieved. Meow meow. An angry meow suddenly echoed from the corner. In the next moment, a snow-white spirit cat leaped in front of Mingzhu, glaring fiercely at Lu Zhiruo, and exclaimed, "You despicable humans! Your master saved you, and you can't even muster a simple thank you?" Both of them were left utterly astounded, their faces reflecting sheer shock. The cat could actually speak. Lu Zhiruo's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Could it possibly be a demon? Lu Yuan wore a similar look of incredulity. This spirit cat was exceedingly strange, its eyes shimmering with a blue light. "Ridiculous! You are the demon. I am the Cat King." Upon hearing this, the spirit cat's azure eyes flared with anger, and in a flash, it jumped onto their shoulders, mercilessly leaving 2 small paw prints on their faces. The 2 were so startled by this display that they screamed. The cat's speed was astonishing, leaving them unable to comprehend its movement. At that moment, Mingzhu directed her gaze towards the spirit cat and coughed lightly, saying, "Xiaobai, cease your antics." Upon hearing Mingzhu's reprimand, the spirit cat lowered its head in a show of contrition. Watching this scene, Mingzhu felt a warm current swell within her. The spirit cat possessed a high level of intelligence and was grateful for kindness, which was precisely why she had chosen to take it in. Seeing the fierce demeanor of the white cat, the 2 could not utter another word and quickly clasped their fists towards Mingzhu, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for saving our lives." Mingzhu was not overly concerned, smiling gently as she replied, "It was merely a small act. It is nothing to fuss over." Their gratitude deepened further in light of her response. "Sister Yi, we truly appreciate your help this time. Regardless of the circumstances, we will remember this favor. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out," Lu Yuan said earnestly. Mingzhu nodded, not wishing to make a fuss, and stated, "If there is nothing else, you should take your leave. This place is not suitable for lingering, lest other spirit beasts be drawn here." "Very well, Sister Yi. Until we meet again." They clasped their hands in farewell and departed from the cave. Mingzhu also chose not to linger, carrying Xiao Bai as she made her way outside. As she passed by the corpse of the red flame leopard once more, the spirit cat suddenly leapt down, swiftly climbing onto the carcass, and with a few shakes of its small paws, a round, crimson orb exuding a searing heat rolled out from the body. Seeing the spirit cat's actions, Mingzhu paused, as if a realization struck her, murmuring, "Could this be the inner core of a spirit beast?" In the next instant, the spirit cat bounced over, presenting the orb to her. Mingzhu reached out to catch it, examining it closely. The orb was oval-shaped, slightly translucent, and seemed to harbor flames within, with an exceedingly potent aura of a spirit beast. This was undoubtedly not an ordinary spirit beast core, but one infused with the essence of a high-grade fire tribute spirit beast. Master, your current strength is too feeble. This spirit beast's core can significantly enhance your power, the spirit cat said, tapping Mingzhu's shoulder with its paw. This truly was a treasure. Had she known it was the core of a fourth-tier spirit beast, the energy contained within was likely unfathomable. If she were to refine it, her strength would surely ascend to new heights. Thinking this, Mingzhu promptly stored away the fire attribute spirit beast core. She was neither a saint nor a bodhisattva, incapable of harboring thoughts of all beings. She simply desired to grow stronger, powerful enough to protect her own domain. Having safely stowed the spirit beast core, Mingzhu prepared to return to Mingwe Valley with Xiao Bai, but after walking a short distance, her steps came to an abrupt halt. Ahead on the grass lay a person whom Mingzhu recognized, the man in white robe she had encountered in the forest. At this moment, he appeared utterly wretched, his garments tattered and bloodied, with deep claw marks etched into his shoulder, clearly having suffered grievous injuries. Yet, even in his state, the noble aura surrounding him remained undeniable. He lay motionless, though the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was merely temporarily unconscious. What kind of person could inflict such damage on a formidable Yuan Ing stage cultivator? Observing his injuries, Mingzhu felt a surge of bewilderment. As she cautiously approached, hesitation washed over her. To save or not to save? That was the dilemma. He did not seem easy to deal with. What if he were ungrateful for her assistance? Moreover, they were strangers, so was there a necessity to intervene? Yet this was a living soul. To abandon him felt unbearable. Besides, she had just taken the spirit beast core from him. While Mingzhu wrestled with her thoughts, the spirit cat leapt down, scampering to the side of the man in white, gently nudging him and sniffing him before suddenly declaring, "Master, he was injured by a monster from the mountain." A monster? Mingzhu queried, perplexed. Are there monsters in this mountain? The spirit cat pointed into the distance, saying, deep within the spirit beast mountain range, there exists a most ferocious monster. It is the most powerful entity in this mountain. What does this monster look like? Mingzhu inquired further. Very large, many times bigger than me. As for its true appearance, I have yet to see. The only time I caught a glimpse, it was merely a shadow of black and white. At this remark, an image of an animal emerged in Mingzhu's mind. A giant panda? Master, his meridians are damaged, and his breath is faint. If we do not save him, he may perish here, the spirit cat continued. Consider yourself fortunate, Mingzhu thought. Stealing another glance at the man in white, her resolve solidified. She swiftly approached, lifting his still erect frame and feeling the warmth radiating from his back, along with the faint breath near his left ear, causing her cheeks to flush. Carrying this individual slowed her pace considerably, and her arms began to ache. Yet Mingzhu gritted her teeth and persevered. He appeared gaunt, yet he was extraordinarily heavy. The effort of bearing him felt burdensome. Chapter 18. Treatment. It was not until she had traversed several hundred meters and reached a cave that Mingzhu finally paused. She laid him down on a large rock, and at last, she had the opportunity to scrutinize his features. He possessed a handsome face, with sharply defined features, arched brows, starry eyes, a high nose, and thin, alluring lips. However, the air of nobility exuding from him left Mingzhu particularly displeased, as it reminded her of a man she despised deeply. After taking another look, noting the severity of his injuries, Mingzhu retrieved a large healing pill from her pocket, preparing to place it in his mouth. Meow. Master, this approach will be futile. That pill is too large, and he might choke on it before you can save him, the spirit cat quickly interjected. What shall I do then? Mingzhu asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Meow. The spirit cat glanced at the man in white, saying, you can remove his clothing, crush the healing pill, and apply it externally to stop the bleeding. Then channel your true energy to heal him. Remove his clothing? Mingzhu's face flushed crimson at the suggestion, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. This is inappropriate. Truth be told, this was her first time being so intimate with a man, and natural physiological reactions were bound to occur. Meow. Master, do not hesitate. Quickly help him remove his clothing. Delaying further may put his life in jeopardy, the spirit cat urged. Upon hearing the spirit cat's words, Mingzhu bit her lip, finally summoning the courage to begin untying the waist of the man in white. As the fabric slipped down towards his waist, her cheeks deepened in color. At this moment, the man's flawless physique was almost bare before Mingzhu's eyes. His robust and well-defined body was unlike anything she had ever encountered at such proximity. The sensation of his remarkable form quickened her heartbeat, and a delicate blush involuntarily crept across her cheeks. Gently, her fingers glided over his skin as she carefully applied the crushed Great Rejuvenation pill to his wound. She was cautious in her movements, fearing the severity of his injury might awaken him with pain, just as she struggled to regulate her touch. The man in the white robe slowly opened his eyes. Sensing something unusual in his surroundings, his gaze fell upon the soft, slender hands on his chest, causing his pupils to contract abruptly. Noticing this, Mingzhu froze momentarily and withdrew her hand. It seemed he recognized her, and upon assuring himself that she posed no threat, he let out a sigh of relief. "Do you need more medicine?" she asked softly, hesitating. A faint flush appeared on his face, and without uttering a word, he nodded slightly. Mingzhu realized the gravity of his injuries. It was likely he had awakened due to the pain. Wasting no time, she continued to apply the medicinal powder to his skin. A tingling sensation spread from her fingertips with each touch, causing both their faces to flush and their heartbeats to quicken. Remarkably in sync, neither of them spoke during this intimate exchange. However, the severity of his wounds caused his strong body to shudder with each application, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he remained silent, enduring the discomfort. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly interrupted when the spirit cat, having dozed off, mewed softly. "Once you've applied the medicine, take another Great Rejuvenation pill to aid your recovery," Mingzhu instructed, handing him the final pill. The man blushed deeper, seemingly too shy to meet her gaze. He merely acknowledged her with a soft sound as he accepted the pill. Observing his demeanor, Mingzhu found it rather amusing. This seemingly noble man appeared to be even more bashful than herself when it came to matters of affection. "Thank you," he expressed as he received the pill, then inquired, "What is your name?" "My name is Mingzhu. And you?" She replied with a smile. "Menglang," he said quietly, already hastily selecting a new white robe from his storage ring. "Menglang?" Mingzhu's expression turned slightly peculiar, sensing the name carried a hint of oddity. She brushed aside the thought and suddenly asked, "By the way, how did you come across paths with the monsters in the mountains?" "It sent the Crimson Flame Leopard to steal my ice blood armor and injure my family, which is why I pursued it here," he replied, a flicker of anger rising on his face at the mention of the incident. Mingzhu began to comprehend the situation, but was taken aback by the monster's formidable strength that could injure a nascent soul expert to such an extent. She pondered what manner of creature it could be, but chose to refrain from further questioning, allowing silence to envelop the cave once more. As dusk descended, Mingzhu abandoned her plans to descend the mountain and sat down on a nearby stone slab to cultivate. She had yet to fully refine the true qi from Cold Feather. The lingering malevolent energy within her body could lead to unforeseen complications if not addressed promptly. Thus, she resolved to refine it completely, eager to discover what level her strength would attain post-refinement. Closing her eyes, she began the process. However, after merely 2 hours, an unsettling sensation surged within her. What was happening? Suddenly, a wave of scorching energy surged through her body, causing her to feel unbearably hot. "What is this?" she gasped. "Haven't I already refined this true qi? Why does it suddenly feel so fiery, and why can't I control it?" Alarmed, she sensed the immense power of this energy. If it were to explode, even a golden core expert would struggle to withstand it. Mingzhu hastily attempted to suppress the energy, but it was too unruly. As she exerted all her strength to contain it, the energy ignited explosively. She quickly summoned her mixed origin true qi, yet it proved ineffective. The flames seemed to clash violently with her true qi, resulting in a stalemate. This overwhelming situation caused her a throbbing headache. It appeared that the commotion had disturbed the dozing spirit cat. "Meow, Master is going astray," it cried anxiously. At this moment, Mingzhu was drenched in sweat. Her face flushed. Her gaze became unfocused, her mind affected. She hadn't anticipated that Cold Feather's true qi would be not only domineering, but also sinister. It was clear she could not indiscriminately absorb others' true qi in the future. Mingzhu desperately wished to halt the refining process, yet she found herself utterly unable to do so. She felt as though a small monster within her was ravenously devouring her strength. If she did not refine it quickly, she might very well explode. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, warm hands suddenly enveloped her from behind. Following this, a refreshing true qi entered her body, and she immediately felt the searing flames within her being subdued, granting her a sense of relief. The sheer pleasure of this sensation elicited an involuntary moan from her lips, which rendered the atmosphere in the cave awkward. Time passed, and, eventually, Mingzhu succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. Upon awakening, she found only the spirit cat snuggled in her embrace, while the man had vanished without a trace. However, he had left a few words inscribed on the wall. "Thank you for saving my life. I must take my leave. Consider this sword on the wall as my gratitude. Until we meet again." Upon reading these words, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within Mingzhu. Yet, she would not seek out the man simply due to their brief encounter. She was a woman of dignity. Since he had departed, she would not shamelessly pursue him, lest he misunderstand her intentions. Collecting her thoughts, she picked up the moon-white long sword that hung on the wall. The sword was translucent and gleamed with a faint silver light, emanating an unmatched sharpness. The hilt was adorned with a white crane stepping on a silver moon, vividly crafted as if it might take flight at any moment. Mingzhu recognized this sword. It was the very one the man in the white robe had wielded during his battle with the crimson flame leopard. At that time, she had been awestruck by his exquisite swordsmanship, and now, unexpectedly, he had gifted her this treasured blade. "Meow. Master, this is a splendid sword," the spirit cat exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, you're familiar with this sword?" Mingzhu asked in surprise. The spirit cat nodded enthusiastically. "It is called the Moonlight Radiance, a legendary treasure said to have fallen from the moon god, forged from the essence of the moon itself. This exquisite sword, crafted by the moon god, is said to possess the power to bridge the realms of heaven and earth, resonating with the stars and the moon. If one could master it, their strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon," remarked the enchanting feline spirit with envy. Such a precious artifact. Mingzhu gasped in awe. This was her first encounter with the concept of divinity. Perhaps a deity was merely a practitioner who had transcended the mundane to soar through the skies. Regardless, she now possessed a supreme weapon, a delightful surprise indeed. With this thought, she secured the sword at her back. Lacking a storage ring, she had no choice but to carry it in this manner. Thus, the trio, one person, one cat, and one sword, set forth towards the moonlit valley. After parting from the cave, Mingzhu realized she had spent 3 days within its confines. According to the spirit cat, Meng Lang had accompanied her during this time, suppressing the ominous heat within her body. Mingzhu was astonished by the malevolent energy of Lungyu, which had nearly led her astray. Fortunately, this dark essence had been completely refined, significantly enhancing her strength. Now, she stood at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, ready to condense her golden core and subsequently break into the golden core stage. This progress was largely due to him. With this thought, her gratitude towards Meng Lang deepened. Should fate allow them to meet again, she would surely invite him for a celebratory drink. "Meow. Master, there are many powerful presences ahead." At that moment, the spirit cat perched on her shoulder suddenly narrowed its eyes, alert to the direction of the moonlit valley. "Is someone there?" Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. One of the presences is exceptionally formidable, likely nearing the nascent soul stage, along with several golden core experts. The spirit cat stated with narrowed blue eyes. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu immediately häftet her vigilance. Although her perceptive abilities were commendable, they paled in comparison to the spirit cat's innate acuity. Clearly, uninvited guests had arrived at the moonlit valley. Stealthily approaching the outskirts of the valley, Mingzhu concealed her presence behind a stone wall. The duo observed from the wall's edge, and Mingzhu's expression turned to one of shock. In the center of the moonlit valley's plaza stood hundreds of formidable figures clad in black robes, each towering and brawny, wielding black, curved blades. Their gazes fixed menacingly on every disciple within the valley. In addition to the throng of black-robed experts, an elderly man with white hair hovered in the air. His expression twisted with malice as he glared at the crowd of the moonlit valley. Surrounding him, the black-robed individuals exuded an intimidating aura, their blades glinting ominously. Such strength was Mingzhu's immediate impression. Meanwhile, The disciples of the moonlit valley had gathered defensively, and she caught sight of her mother and 4 elders among them. Lord Lung, what brings you to our humble abode today? A woman dressed in blue stepped forward, calmly addressing the white-haired elder in black robes. This woman was none other than Yi Qianxue, the leader of the moonlit valley, while the white-haired man was Lung Jiang, the head of the Blood Mist Hall. Leader Yi, I have come today to apprehend Yi Mingzhu in retribution for my son. I trust you do not wish to jeopardize the entire moonlit valley for the sake of one individual? Lung Jiang replied with a sinister smile. You must understand that the Blood Mist Hall has maintained a non-interference policy with the moonlit valley, but Yi Mingzhu has committed an unforgivable crime, daring to harm my son. Lung Yu, crippling his golden core and rendering him a mere shell of his former self. At his declaration, the crowd erupted in disbelief. I must have misheard. Yi Mingzhu injapajitatit Leng Yu? How is that possible? Indeed, Lung Yu is a golden core expert. How could Yi Mingzhu possibly defeat him? It seems the Blood Mist Hall is deliberately provoking us. Yi Mingzhu's strength cannot match that of Lung Yu. Leader Lung, you cannot make baseless accusations. There is no way Mingzhu could have overpowered your son. Yi Qianxue retorted with a cold laugh. Moreover, even if she had truly harmed Lung Yu, it would be a consequence of his own actions. Yi Qianxue, you are truly courting disaster. Do you wish to make an enemy of the Blood Mist Hall? Lung Jiang's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a low tone. Though the moonlit valley may not rival the Blood Mist Hall in strength, we shall not cower before you. If you dare lay a finger on my daughter, I will ensure our conflict is eternal. Besides, your son's predicament has nothing to do with my daughter. Yi Qianxue declared fearlessly. Leader Yi, you possess quite the spirit, but facts remain as they are. Lung Jiang sneered, signaling behind him. The next moment, a black-robed figure rushed forward, accompanied by a young man in purple robes. Uncle Lung. Upon seeing Lung Jiang, the purple-robed youth quickly bowed in deference. At the sight of this newcomer, Yi Mingzhu furrowed her brow. Why was Ren Xiaodian here? If he were to testify that she had attacked Lung Yu, it would make sense. However, the actions Lung Jiang described, crippling a golden core, were beyond her current capabilities. Besides, she had merely drained Lung Yu's energy before hastily departing, without inflicting further harm. Leader Yi, I was present at the scene and can attest that Yi Mingzhu indeed injured Lung Yu and drained his energy. Ren Xiaodian stepped forward, his expression resolute. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianxue erupted in fury, her beautiful eyes flashing with murderous intent. Are you not aware of my daughter's cultivation level? Lung Yu is a golden core expert. How could she possibly defeat him? If you continue to spout nonsense, do not blame me for being ruthless. Ren Xiaodian, taken aback by her outburst, felt a flush of embarrassment. He had anticipated disbelief, yet he had witnessed the event firsthand. Lung Yu had indeed been defeated by Yi Mingzhu. Leader Yi, Ren Shiji speaks the truth. This matter is indeed connected to Yi Mingzhu. If you do not believe it, you may summon her for a confrontation, Lung Jiang suggested, casting a glance at Yi Qianxue. At this, Yi Qianxue's expression darkened. She could tolerate Lung Jiang's bullying, but would not allow anyone to tarnish her beloved daughter's reputation. However, she found herself grappling with doubt regarding the incident involving Lung Yu. Though she believed Yi Mingzhu could not have executed such a feat given Lung Jiang's aggressive stance, it was evident that he sought to uncover the truth behind the matter. Suddenly, Lung Jiang waved his hand, commanding his subordinates to prepare for an assault. The members of the Blood Mist Hall numbered over 100, arrayed on either side, wielding black curved blades, all converging towards Yi Qianxue and her companions with the evident intent to annihilate Mingzhu Valley in one fell swoop. Witnessing the scene, Yi Qianxue's delicate face turned ashen. The disciples of Mingzhu Valley rushed out, ready to confront the cloaked figures in a desperate struggle. Seeing this, Yi Qianxue urgently shouted, "Everyone, retreat!" The disciples of Mingzhu Valley were no match for these assailants. A head-on clash would only result in heavy casualties. Yet, for the sake of her daughter, she could not yield. Yi Valley Master, do you still wish to resist? Lung Jiang sneered, a cruel glint flashing his eyes. Yi Qianxue clenched her teeth, coldly demanding, "What do you want to cease this madness? Do you truly believe that Mingzhu Valley has no hidden cards?" "Ha!" Lung Jiang laughed maniacally. "I said, as long as you hand over Yi Mingzhu, I will not pursue the other disciples of Mingzhu Valley." Upon hearing this, Yi Qianxue's face darkened. Impossible. She firmly rejected. Then do not blame me, Lung Jiang commanded sharply. At his words, a burly man strode in from outside, exuding a powerful aura. The sight of this man made the disciples of Mingzhu Valley's pupils constrict. He was Lung Jiang's most formidable subordinate and adopted son, known as Coldblood, a peak mid-stage golden core martial artist who practiced a formidable body refinement technique. The moment Coldblood appeared, an overwhelming sense of threat enveloped them. Coldblood, Lung Jiang called, his intention clear. Yes, adoptive father, Coldblood responded, then cast a cold gaze over Yi Qinshue's disciples, declaring, "You all must die." Oof. Yi Qinshu scoffed disdainfully. "I have never encountered such arrogance." "Then perish," Coldblood retorted with a chilling laugh, swiftly charging towards Yi Qinshu. In an instant, a blood-red fist radiance erupted, seemingly capable of shattering the void. As he struck, the surrounding spiritual energy condensed into a colossal blood dragon, ferociously lunging at Yi Qinshu. With a cold snort, Yi Qinshu responded with a palm strike, unleashing a white beam that met the vicious blood dragon head-on. In that moment, the massive blood dragon disintegrated into countless droplets of crimson light. Yet, Coldblood was forced to take 2 steps back. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qinshu shouted and deftly dashed forward, her jade palm executing a flurry of strikes aimed directly at Lung Jiang's head, her speed astonishing. Seeking death, Lung Jiang's expression darkened slightly upon seeing Yi Qinshu dare to attack him. He raised his hand, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that kicked up clouds of dust, forming a massive palm imprint. This move possessed immense power. Should it hit Yi Qinshu, she would undoubtedly sustain grievous injuries. Simultaneously, Coldblood swiftly gathered the true energy within his body, channeling it into his right fist to strike at Yi Qinshu with ferocity. Seeing this, Yi Qinshu's gaze turned cold as she quickly retracted her palm to evade Coldblood's strike, then adjusted her stance, her form shooting forth like lightning, her jade palms striking repeatedly, leaving behind phantoms as they aimed for Lung Jiang's chest. Faced with Yi Qinshu's fierce onslaught, Lung Jiang did not even blink. He merely raised his arm, swatting at her wrist. Bang! The clash of their powers sent Yi Qinshu flying back 5 meters, while Lung Jiang remained steadfast, not even stirring his garments, a testament to his formidable strength. Witnessing this, the 4 elders who had been holding back could no longer contain themselves. "Valley Master, I shall assist you," they shouted in unison, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Lung Jiang. In response, Lung Jiang's eyes narrowed as he unleashed another palm strike. Boom! A fierce wave of palm wind swept forth, accompanied by afterimages. In the blink of an eye, the 4 elders were forced back several steps. Such a powerful palm technique. The elders thought, their hearts trembling. Lung Jiang chuckled coldly, his gaze sweeping back to Yi Qinshu as he taunted. "Now, who can save you? If you know what is good for you, quickly hand over Yi Mingzhu. I do not wish to resort to slaughter." Upon hearing his words, Yi Qinshu's eyes gleamed with resolve, a murderous intent surging forth. "No matter what, I will not allow my daughter to come to harm today. Even if you are stronger than me, I shall not hesitate to strike." "Such arrogance. Do not blame me for being merciless," Lung Jiang replied darkly. With that, he swiftly drew a flexible whip from his waist, wielding it towards Yi Qinshu. Upon seeing the whip, Yi Qinshu's brows furrowed. It was peculiar, its purple body crackling with faint blue lightning, immensely powerful. Realizing this, Yi Qinshu's expression darkened. Lung Jiang was wielding a lightning attribute weapon. Such weapons were rare, and cultivators of the lightning attribute were even more uncommon, leaving many present in shock. "Valley Master, be careful," the disciples of Mingzhu Valley shouted anxiously, hoping Yi Qinshu would evade. However, rather than retreating, Yi Qinshu charged forward to confront Lung Jiang. Seeking death, he snapped, the lightning power on the whip surging, amplifying its might. With a sharp crack, Yi Qinshu felt a searing pain, a blood-red whip mark appearing on her arm, tinged with lingering lightning energy. Seeing this, Lung Jiang's gaze turned icy. "Let us see how much longer you can hold out." He lashed out again with the whip, striking fiercely at Yi Qinshu. Watching the ferocity of Lung Jiang's whip technique, Yi Qinshu felt a surge of anger and unwillingness rise within her, sensing the strength in her arm waning. Yet she could not retreat. If she did, the disciples of Mingzhu Valley would surely perish. Thus, Yi Qinxue gritted her teeth and persevered, determined to hold out until the rescue from Qingxian's sect arrived. Regardless of past grievances with Zhao Mingxian over the broken engagement, the ties between Mingwe Valley and Qingxian's sect remained intricately woven. At that moment, hidden atop the wall, Yi Mingzhu's heart sank. Her mother and the four elders were being pushed back, clearly at a disadvantage. Lung Jiang was at the peak of the Golden Core stage and a rare lightning attribute cultivator, immensely powerful. Furthermore, besides Cold Blood, several members of the Blood Mist Hall were also formidable Golden Core experts. In contrast, aside from her mother and the four elders, the remaining disciples of Mingwe Valley were all below the Golden Core stage, utterly incapable of contending with the Blood Mist Hall. Just then, Yi Qinxue was finally forced to spit out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning pale. Yet, even in such a dire state, she refused to retreat, steadfastly holding her ground in the fray. Seeing this, Lung Jiang smirked, his eyes filled with mockery. It seems the combat strength of Mingwe Valley is rather lacking. I advise you to obediently hand over Yi Mingzhu. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Yi Qinxue retorted fiercely, you will never get her. She knew she was in a precarious position, but she would not yield, because she understood that if she were to relinquish her stance, the inhabitants of Mingwe Valley would undoubtedly perish. However, it was perplexing that despite the messenger having departed for over half an hour, there was still no sign of assistance from Qingxian's sect. A wave of inexplicable desolation surged within Yi Qinshue's heart. At this moment, witnessing Yi Qinshue's unwavering determination to shield him, Lung Jiang could not help but feel a flicker of anger, for he was a formidable Golden Core consummate expert, while Yi Qinxue was merely a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner. With a mere flick of his hand, he could easily crush her. Yet, Yi Qinshue's resilience exceeded his expectations, and he found himself momentarily unable to deal with her. Since you refuse my courtesy, do not blame me for my rudeness. After coldly uttering these words, Lung Jiang forcefully flicked the soft whip in his hand, and in an instant, a purple whip shadow tore through the air. Upon seeing that purple whip shadow, Yi Qinshue's pupils constricted, for she sensed the imminent threat of death. Boom! However, the scene that the Blood Mist Hall members anticipated did not unfold, as the purple whip shadow was suddenly intercepted by a powerful palm technique just inches away from Yi Qinxue. Chapter 21. The Sword Approaches. As the crowd was stunned by this spectacle, a slender figure emerged in the center of the square. The girl bore a moon-white longsword on her back. A white cat perched on her left shoulder, garbed in snow-white attire, with black hair cascading to her shoulders. Her exquisite features seemed as if they had descended from the heavens, captivating all with her ethereal beauty, yet her gaze was cold and devoid of warmth. Upon witnessing this figure, everyone present was rendered speechless. Heavens, is that not Yi Mingzhu? It truly is her. How can this be? At this moment, the crowd finally discerned the appearance of the girl before them, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at her. They never anticipated that Yi Mingzhu had just intercepted Lung Jiang's purple whip. Meanwhile, Yi Qinxue was equally astonished. Had that palm not halted the approach of the purple whip shadow, her right arm would likely have been rendered useless. Yet, how could that palm be the second form of the Xiantian palm? Pondering this, a hint of confusion arose within Yi Qinxue. Seeing this turn of events, Lung Jiang was equally shocked, for he had not expected the girl before him to possess such formidable strength. He even began to suspect that Yi Mingzhu was a master at the Golden Core stage. However, this only solidified his belief that the affairs surrounding Lung Yu were closely tied to Yi Mingzhu, and he was determined to take her away today, regardless of the cost. Yi Mingzhu, your arrival is timely. I was just lamenting my inability to find you, and you have delivered yourself right to my door. A veritable path to your own demise. I shall not let you escape today. Lung Jiang sneered, his eyes glinting with malice as he gazed at Yi Mingzhu. Upon witnessing this, Yi Mingzhu calmly regarded Lung Jiang and stated, you are not worthy, and moreover, the aid from Qingxian's sect is imminent. Do you truly believe that Blood Mist Hall can challenge the dominant Qingxian sect of Beidao? Upon hearing this, Lung Jiang's expression darkened. Impudent girl, do not be so arrogant. Even if Qingxian's sect sends someone, what of it? I seek only your life to avenge my son. What business is it of theirs? Chuckling softly, Yi Mingzhu replied, dismissively, Hall Master Lung, Do not let your hatred cloud your judgment, and allow yourself to be used. She said this to buy time to recover her true energy. As beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, she had just executed the second form of the Xiantian palm, Xiantian finger. This technique concentrated all her energy at her fingertips, unleashing immense power upon attack. However, although the technique was potent, it was extraordinarily draining on her energy, and given her current strength, it was already quite commendable that she could perform it. What she needed to do now was to buy time to recover her energy, ensuring she had the means to protect herself. As for whether Qingxian's sect would come to her aid, she had not harbored any hopes. What do you mean by that? You wretched girl? Lung Jiang was taken aback by her words and immediately questioned her with a grim tone. Yi Mingzhu replied coolly, Master Lung should not be foolish. I trust you have discerned my level of strength. Even if I were to resort to underhanded tactics to defeat Lung Yu, do you truly believe that I, a mere foundation establishment practitioner, could sever the meridians of a golden core expert? Furthermore, the reasons behind it are not as you imagine. Regardless, this matter is closely related to you. Ren Xianzi has witnessed it firsthand. You should surrender and accompany me to Blood Mist Hall to face the consequences. Lung Jiang remarked with a cold sneer. Yi Mingzhu, however, scoffed, Master Lung, I apologize, I misjudged you. You must be a fool, or else you would not have been so easily manipulated without realizing it. After this, Yi Mingzhu turned her mocking gaze towards the concealed Ren Xiaotian, saying, Ren Xiaotian, you truly possess great audacity, using the entire Blood Mist Hall for your selfish desires. Do you dare to step forward and recount the events? At this moment, Ren Xiaotian, who had been hiding in the crevice, trembled at her words, remaining silent. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Mingzhu had instilled a sense of dread within him, forcing him to continue hiding in the corner, pretending he had not heard her. For he indeed harbored intentions of exploiting Blood Mist Hall, and Lung Yu had been deceived into confronting her. Little did he expect that Lung Yu would be defeated by Yi Mingzhu. As for the events that transpired, he had painted a distorted picture, directing all blame towards Yi Mingzhu. In reality, he had not witnessed the latter developments and did not believe that a foundation establishment practitioner could possess the strength to render a golden core expert's inner core useless. Moreover, upon returning, he had discovered other footprints nearby, indicating that Lung Yu was likely incapacitated by someone else. However, to vent his frustrations from the marketplace, he had to frame Yi Mingzhu. At this moment, Yi Mingzhu scoffed once more, saying, Master Lung, you see for yourself. Ren Xiaotian is too guilty to show his face. Upon hearing this, Lung Jiang's brows furrowed tightly, and he cast a glance at Ren Xiaotian, who remained hidden in the wall crevice, igniting a surge of anger within him. Ren Xianzi, what is the meaning of this? Seeing Lung Jiang's fury, Ren Xiaotian hastily crawled out, recounting the true events in a panic, including how Lung Yu had sought to capture Yi Mingzhu as a cultivation furnace. After listening, Lung Jiang narrowed his eyes, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly cast a vicious gaze towards Yi Mingzhu, saying, So, it was you who drained your true energy, leading him to fall victim to a treacherous plot and become a cripple. Ultimately, the root cause lies with you. Today, I will surely capture you to avenge her. With that, his black robe billowed as Lung Jiang's figure abruptly vanished from his position, swiftly rushing towards Yi Mingzhu with incredible speed, almost instantaneously appearing beside her. His claw aimed at her throat. Sensing the fierce wind from the impending attack, Yi Mingzhu's mind raced, and she activated the divine movement step to evade. In an instant, she found herself several meters away, while Lung Jiang's hand grasped nothing but air, failing to strike her. This scene evidently startled him, yet he did not cease his assault, continuing to pursue Yi Mingzhu. Observing this, Yi Mingzhu frowned slightly. Although she could evade Lung Jiang's attacks, his cultivation level was daunting, and she was not his match, relying solely on the divine movement step to temporarily evade. However, she had not anticipated Lung Jiang's shamelessness. Knowing that Lung Yu had not been vanquished by her, he still refused to relent. Therefore, there was no option left but to fight. Yi Mingzhu's eyes sharpened as she activated the divine movement step, tracing a beautiful arc in the air, and in an instant, her figure appeared 3 meters in front of Lung Jiang. The sword approaches. With a sharp command, a moon-white long sword shot forth from its sheath, slicing through the air with a fierce sword cry that summoned a wave of razor-sharp sword energy. In the next instant, Yi Mingzhu drew her sword, thrusting it toward Leng Jiang's throat. Startled, Leng Jiang swiftly retreated while simultaneously launching a punch at Yi Mingzhu. She deftly avoided the blow with a flicker of her form, her wrist twisting as the blade shimmered. The fourth form of the Qinglian sword technique, Phantom Sword Dance. In her hands, this swordplay was executed with unparalleled finesse, the brilliance of her sword forming a continuous and formidable presence. In that moment, an array of azure sword light swirled around Leng Jiang, who seemed ensnared in a quagmire, unable to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Mingzhu unleashed a flurry of 7 or 8 precise thrusts, targeting Leng Jiang's vital points with exquisite skill. The spectators were transfixed, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they witnessed Yi Mingzhu's ferocious sword techniques, which stirred a tempest of emotion within them. Her mastery of swordsmanship was astonishingly proficient. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Once more, with another sharp command, the moonlit blade transformed into a myriad of sword lights, hurtling toward Leng Jiang, enveloping him in an instant. The glimmering swords flashed, shredding his garments and exposing his skin. Leng Jiang, momentarily stunned, felt a chilling breath of death creeping upon him. At that instant, his countenance darkened. He suddenly extended his arms, raised his head, and crossed his palms before his chest, murmuring, "Blazing fire divine fist, break." Bang, bang, bang. A multitude of fist shadows erupted explosively. Yi Mingzhu's sword energy was instantly dispersed, while Leng Jiang stood resolute as an iron tower. The force of the fist sent Yi Mingzhu crashing to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. With a flick of his sleeve, Leng Jiang coldly remarked, "Your strength is admirable, yet it is still far from sufficient." Yi Mingzhu clenched her teeth, sweat beading on her smooth forehead. The sword technique she had just executed had drained her entire reservoir of true energy, leaving her utterly fatigued and incapable of further resistance against Leng Jiang. At that moment, he surged forward with a sudden assault, appearing before her, his right fist aimed viciously at her chest. "Do not harm my daughter," a clear voice rang out, and in the next heartbeat, a green blade emerged from beside Yi Mingzhu, thrusting toward Leng Jiang. A chilling sword intent erupted from the tip, akin to a serene autumn stream. Mere parlor tricks." Leng Jiang scoffed, his left hand splayed open like an eagle's claw, swiftly seizing the sword from Yi Qinshue's grasp. Clang! The sound echoed sharply as the green blade was rendered immobile in his grasp. With a derisive laugh, a violent surge of internal power surged into Yi Qinshue's hands, shattering her sword. With a gasp, Yi Qinshu coughed up blood, her body hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Observing this, the onlookers from Mingzhu Valley were filled with anxiety, yet none rushed to assist, fully aware that the Valley Master was stalling for time, awaiting rescue from Qingxian's sect. Any rash actions would only lead to greater casualties. Mother, witnessing Yi Qinshue's injury, Yi Mingzhu's heart sank, and she hurried to her side. The combat strength of Mingzhu Valley is merely SOSO. I could easily eliminate you all. Leng Jiang sneered, his form shifting as he swept his arms, fingers coiling tightly, unleashing a fierce pulling force that sought to draw Yi Mingzhu into his grasp. The crowd from Mingzhu Valley felt their hearts plunge. The four elders were already channeling their true energy, prepared to fight to the death. Should Yi Mingzhu be taken, there would be no escape. Had this been the past, when Yi Mingzhu was merely at the qi refinement stage, they might have been grateful to Leng Jiang. However, the formidable strength she now displayed commanded their utmost respect. It was evident that Yi Mingzhu had become an undeniable genius of Mingzhu Valley, the hope of their future. If Leng Jiang were to take her away, they would lose a prodigy. At this moment, as Yi Mingzhu faced Leng Jiang, a sense of helplessness washed over her. It seemed she would have to resort to that technique once more. Yet, she was uncertain if she could endure it this time. With a soft sigh, Yi Mingzhu swiftly activated the Taiji seal, her left palm forming the emblem of yin and yang. However, just as she was about to invoke the Taiji seal, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged from the center of the plaza. "Meow, you wretched old man, do not harm my master." In the next moment, a pure white spirit cat appeared before Yi Mingzhu, its azure eyes blazing with fury as it glared at Leng Jiang, as if vowing to confront him to the end. Upon seeing the white cat, Leng Jiang's heart skipped a beat, his expression shifting dramatically, his movements involuntarily halting. The spectators were equally astonished. The terrifying aura had rendered some weaker disciples pale. This presence emanated from a fifth-tier spirit beast, comparable to a human adept in the Xian Ascension stage. Even Yi, Qinxue, and the four elders were struck with astonishment. They had not anticipated such a formidable being to be by Yi Mingzhu's side. As the overwhelming pressure continued to loom, within moments, several disciples from the Blood Mist Hall were forced to spit blood from the sheer weight of the terrifying aura. Gazing at the white cat, Lung Jiang felt a surge of trepidation and instinctively began to channel his power in resistance. He had never imagined that the seemingly insignificant cat was actually a fifth-tier spirit beast capable of human speech. Such a formidable entity would be formidable even against two of him. While he pondered how to extricate himself from his predicament, the cold-blooded Lung glanced at Yi Mingzhu and whispered to Lung Jiang, "Foster father, that moon-white sword in Yi Mingzhu's hand appears to belong to Qingxian sect, and the sword technique she just employed bears a striking resemblance to the Qinglian sword technique." Upon hearing this, Lung Jiang's brows furrowed deeply as he turned his gaze toward Yi Mingzhu. The moment he did so, shock flooded his features. The moon's radiance, how could this be? That sword should belong to Ming. Today, he had dared to come to Mingzhu Valley precisely because he had gleaned information through connections within Qingxian sect regarding a significant matter. It was said that Yi Mingzhu had publicly annulled her engagement with Zhao Mingxian, much to his humiliation as the future sect leader of Qingxian sect. Thus, the two families had completely severed ties. If trouble befell Mingzhu Valley, the Zhao family would not intervene, and Zhao Mingxian would certainly refrain from summoning aid from Qingxian sect, given his status there. Yet, something felt amiss now. Lung Jiang's brow knitted tightly. If Qingxian sect remained Mingzhu Valley's ally, their current strength in Blood Mist Hall would be utterly insufficient to contend, likely leading them down a path of ruin. With this thought, his gaze shifted back to the white cat. This spirit beast could articulate human speech and was a fifth-tier spirit beast with terrifying strength. Should he forcibly take Yi Mingzhu today, he would surely invite disaster upon himself. "We must withdraw." Lung Jiang sighed internally, gritting his teeth as he retreated from Mingzhu Valley. Chapter 23. The Transmission Jade Token. After Lung Jiang departed, the members of Mingzhu Valley finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had not anticipated that the seemingly insignificant little cat would possess such formidable power, saving everyone in their sect. However, what astonished them even more was that this white cat referred to Yi Mingzhu as its master. A wave of curiosity washed over the crowd as they turned their gazes towards Yi Mingzhu. Yi Mingzhu offered no explanation. Instead, she assisted several elders in helping Yi Qinxue to her feet and returned to Mingzhu Palace. In the main hall, Elder Yi Nanxing immediately convened all the elders and elite disciples for a meeting. The Blood Mist Hall posed a grave threat. Mingzhu Valley had to implement precautionary measures to avoid a repeat of such a situation. Meanwhile, Yi Mingzhu was in a room recuperating. Although Lung Jiang's earlier strike was not fatal, her injuries were quite severe. Just as she was about to channel her energy to heal, the Azure Lotus within her began to spin autonomously. In no time, she felt a wave of comfort envelop her, her injuries healing at an astonishing pace. And the Lotus in her dantian appeared to grow more solid. Could this be the effect of the Lotus Saint body? Yi Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. She was uncertain of this state, yet she vaguely surmised that it must be the wondrous benefit conferred by the Lotus Saint body. With that thought, Yi Mingzhu settled into a meditative position, fully immersing herself in the process of mending every inch of her wounded body. As time slowly passed, her injuries nearly healed completely, and her strength was now on the brink of reaching the Golden Core stage. Once she successfully formed her Golden Core, she would undoubtedly break through to the initial phase of that realm. The mere thought of this filled her heart with excitement. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. "You little rascal, it's me." Recognizing the familiar voice, Yi Mingzhu opened the door with a beaming smile. "Grandpa Mu, you've come." The visitor was none other than Mu Qingyang, the steward of the firewood room. "Oh, you little rascal, I didn't expect your recovery to be so swift," Mu Qingyang remarked, placing his hands behind his back and casting a surprised glance with his aged eyes. "Much improved. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Mu. I'm perfectly fine now," Yi Mingzhu replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. "That's good. However, I've heard that that scoundrel Lung Jiang has come looking for trouble. It's best for you to stay indoors and not wander about, lest you attract more trouble. Mu Qingyang advised, worry etched upon his face. Rest assured, Grandpa Mu, that scoundrel has already been frightened off by the little white one. He won't return anytime soon. Yi Mingzhu chuckled, then added, by the way, Grandpa Mu, I wish to see my mother. At this moment, Yi Mingzhu's greatest concern was her mother's safety, and she felt compelled to check on her. There's no need to worry about your mother. She is protected by the Mingzhu technique and is safe, Mu Qingyang reassured her. Then, as Yi Mingzhu was momentarily distracted, he discreetly pulled out a jade token from his sleeve and handed it to her. Take this jade token with you. If there is an emergency, you can use it to contact me. Do you understand? Mu Qingyang instructed. Yes. Yi Mingzhu nodded, examining the jade token in her hand. It appeared quite ancient, akin to an artifact from a bygone era. Her curiosity piqued. She asked, Grandpa Mu, what is the purpose of this jade token? Mu Qingyang stroked his white beard and smiled. This little rascal. This is a transmission jade token. As long as you possess it in times of danger, you can crush it, and your Grandpa Mu will appear by your side to protect you. No Lung Jiang, no cold-bloodedness can stand against me. Ah, so that's how it is. Yi Mingzhu realized, her understanding deepening. No wonder the jade token seemed so familiar. She had seen something similar before. In the forest, during her battle with Ren Xiaotian, he had similarly produced a jade token and crushed it, causing Lung Yu to appear before her in an instant. However, Yi Mingzhu suddenly found herself puzzled. Wasn't Grandpa Mu merely the steward of the firewood room? How could he possess such a token? Moreover, from his words, it seemed he regarded even a powerful figure like Lung Jiang with disdain. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, a flicker of curiosity arose within her to uncover his true identity. Yet, as she lifted her gaze, she discovered that the slender figure had vanished without a trace. After glancing around, she still saw no sign of Grandpa Mu. With a wry smile, she tucked the jade token away and headed towards Yi Qinshu's room. Inside, Yi Qinshu sat cross-legged on her bed, practicing her cultivation. Upon hearing the noise, she opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Yi Mingzhu, her face instantly blossomed with joy. Mingzhu, Mother had Grandpa Mu send you some healing elixirs. Have you taken them? Yi Mingzhu was taken aback. No wonder she had encountered Grandpa Mu earlier. It turned out her mother had arranged for him to bring her healing elixirs. However, since her injuries had healed, she surmised that Grandpa Mu had noticed this and, instead of giving her elixirs, had gifted her a transmission jade token. This realization filled Yi Mingzhu with warmth. She nodded and smiled. Mother, I've taken them, and I'm perfectly fine now. That's wonderful. Yi Qinshu smiled back, then reached out to take Yi Mingzhu's hand, gently checking her pulse. After a thorough examination, she finally sighed in relief. Suddenly, Yi Mingzhu asked, Mother, who exactly is Grandpa Mu? Ever since the elder had been reprimanded by him, her curiosity had been piqued. Today, she was even more convinced that Grandpa Mu's identity was extraordinary. At her question, Yi Qinshu paused, a complex light flickering in her eyes. She gazed at Yi Mingzhu for a long moment before sighing. Mingzhu, I shall not hide it from you. In truth, your Grandpa Mu is not an ordinary individual. Who exactly is he? Yi Mingzhu inquired anxiously, feeling that Grandpa Mu held a certain air of mystery. He is, just then, before Yi Qinshu could respond. The voice of Elder Yi Nanxing called from outside. Qinshu, we have deliberated on a strategy and need you to come out and make a decision. At this, Yi Qinshu's words halted abruptly, and she ultimately refrained from speaking further. Yi Mingzhu inwardly mused that it seemed Grandpa Mu's identity was indeed quite remarkable. Even her mother dared not disclose it. She chose not to press further, following Yi Qinshu out of the room. In the living room, Elder Yi Nanxing and several other elders were gathered, while Yi Mingzhu stood silently to one side. At this moment, Elder Yi Nanxing glanced at everyone, then fixed his gaze upon Yi Mingzhu, asking, Mingzhu, have your injuries healed? Much improved. Thank you for your concern, Elder. Yi Mingzhu replied with a gentle smile. That's good. You must seize this opportunity. Once you elevate your strength to the Golden Core stage, you will be the second prodigy in the history of the Yi family to break through to the Golden Core stage before the age of 20. That is an immense honor. It is a blessing for our Yi family and a testament to our ancestors' protection, Elder Yi Nanxing said with a hearty laugh. In response, Yi Mingzhu smiled and replied, "Elder, you flatter me. I will certainly strive diligently in my cultivation." Even without his urging, Yi Mingzhu had already planned to refine her golden core soon, believing that her strength would ascend to new heights. Elder, Yi Nanxing nodded with a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with Yi Mingzhu's determination. He then turned to Yi Qianxue, saying, "Valley Master, we have devised a strategy. Please listen to our discussion." After which, the elder on the left cleared his throat and stated, "We have decided that, for the safety of Mingzhu Valley, Yi Mingzhu cannot remain within the valley any longer." Chapter 24. The Cliff of Reflection. Indeed, the Blood Mist Hall is known for its cruel and ruthless methods. Today, their audacity to seek our annihilation could very well lead to further trouble. Hence Yi Mingzhu must leave. The elders on the right chimed in agreement. I do not agree. As soon as the words fell, a frosty expression appeared on Yi Qianxue's delicate face. She spoke in a low voice, asserting that although the Blood Mist Hall was quite powerful, they at Mingzhu Valley had no fear. Furthermore, if it weren't for Mingzhu and that charming spirit cat's assistance today, who among us could withstand Lung Zhang's assault? Observing Yi Qianxue's formidable stance, the Grand Elder Yi Nanxing glanced at Yi Mingzhu and chuckled. "You misunderstand. We have not abandoned her, but rather instructed her to avoid appearing near Mingzhu Valley." Yi Qianxue furrowed her brows in confusion. The Grand Elder continued, "We plan to send Mingzhu to the Contemplation Cliff for some time to cultivate and refine herself. When she emerges, her strength will surely have increased significantly. Moreover, no one will be able to find her there, not even Lung Jiang. Indeed," he added, "the Contemplation Cliff is guarded by our spirit beast, making it exceedingly difficult for even Lung Jiang to breach." Several elders nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Yi Qianxue fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, she finally nodded and said, "Very well, let us proceed as the Grand Elder suggests." Given Mingzhu's unique status, and considering Lung Jiang's vengeful nature, it was likely he would seek her out again. Additionally, Mingzhu had secretly learned the Qinglian sword technique from the Qingxian sect. Should the sect's master and elders discover this, it could spell trouble for her. Realizing this, Yi Qianxue decided that sending Yi Mingzhu to the Contemplation Cliff was indeed the safest option. "Mingzhu, what do you think?" At that moment, the Grand Elder turned his gaze towards Yi Mingzhu, his eyes filled with hope. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu did not hesitate and replied, "Since my mother and the elders have made this decision, I have no objections and will follow the arrangements of my elders." Upon hearing Yi Mingzhu's words, smiles blossomed on the faces of the elders. Even the usually unfriendly elder in charge softened considerably. Subsequently, Yi Mingzhu bid farewell to the elders and returned to the firewood room to pack her belongings. In truth, going to the Contemplation Cliff aligned perfectly with her intentions, as she was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage and sought a tranquil and comfortable place for her cultivation. The next day, in the early morning, a woman in blue stood at the door of Yi Mingzhu's room. "Mingzhu, I have brought you some things," Yi Qianxue said with a gentle smile. Yi Mingzhu opened the door and saw her mother holding a bag, which was wrapped with white cloth strips, seemingly containing clothing. Alongside it was a delicate box, which appeared to hold some elixirs and precious items. "Mingzhu, you're going to the Contemplation Cliff today, so I brought you some daily necessities," the woman in blue said with a smile. "And this sapphire storage ring is for you. It contains what you will need." Hearing this, Yi Mingzhu felt a warm surge in her heart. She hadn't anticipated her mother to be so thoughtful, providing her with everything. "Thank you, mother." "Silly girl, why thank me? We are mother and daughter. There's no need for such formality," Yi Qianxue replied with a smile. Yi Mingzhu nodded in agreement, and then embraced Yi Qianxue, feeling that only in her mother's presence could she be a carefree child. Yi Qianxue gently patted her daughter's back, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction within. After packing her belongings and bidding farewell to the disciples in the firewood room, Yi Mingzhu followed Yi Qianxue to the Contemplation Cliff. The Contemplation Cliff was located at the peak of the back mountain of Mingzhu Valley, a colossal mountain towering high. In front of the mountain were two massive iron chains extending down to the foot of the mountain, seemingly endless. On the other side of the chains flowed a small stream, its waters crystal clear, sparkling with a myriad of colors under the sunlight, a sight to behold. Yi Qianxue and Yi Mingzhu stepped onto the iron chains, leaping towards the direction of the Contemplation Cliff. The chains extended forward until they reached the edge of a towering cliff, beneath which lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. At the top of the cliff was the Contemplation Cliff. "We have arrived," said Yi Qianxue, smiling as she found her footing. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu looked up at the cliff top and noticed the beautiful scenery on the cliff wall, her heart lifting with joy. Yi Qianxue continued with a smile. "This Contemplation Cliff is truly a treasure trove for our Yi family. The speed of cultivation here will double. Mingzhu, seize this opportunity well and strive to break through to the golden core stage as soon as possible. Only then can you truly stand on your own." Hearing this, Yi Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Her mother mentioned the Yi family, but did not specify it was a treasure from Mingyue Valley. Could it be that this was the forbidden area she had heard of 2 years ago? She had been informed that there was a forbidden zone in the back mountain of Mingyue Valley, accessible only to the direct descendants of the Yi family. Anyone else attempting to enter would face a backlash from the barrier. Now, after hearing the Grand Elder's words, it seemed the Contemplation Cliff was indeed that forbidden area. Nodding, Yi Mingzhu smiled and said, "Mother, do not worry. I will certainly work hard in my cultivation." Good. Go ahead. I must return now," Yi Qianxue said gently before turning to leave. Watching Yi Qianxue's retreating figure, Yi Mingzhu felt a twinge of separation. She wondered how long her seclusion would last and hoped that during this time, neither her mother nor Mingyue Valley would encounter any troubles. If the Blood Mist Hall came knocking again, she could only let Xiao Bai continue to intimidate them, but such tactics would eventually be seen through. The only true security lay in strengthening her own power. With this thought, Yi Mingzhu's resolve grew firmer. "Xiao Bai, we have arrived," she called to the package behind her. In the next moment, the charming spirit cat popped its adorable little head out, its paws resting on her shoulders, curiously gazing ahead. Meow. Seeing this, Yi Mingzhu couldn't help but chuckle as she petted its fluffy head before stepping into the Contemplation Cliff. As she entered the cave's mouth, a gentle breeze brushed against her face, bringing her a sense of comfort, and she could faintly smell the rich aroma of herbs, invigorating her spirit. However, after walking a short distance, Yi Mingzhu suddenly halted. Before her lay not the beautiful scenery she had imagined, but an arid desolation. A realm of silence devoid of any signs of life. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on her. Just as she was pondering this, she heard Xiao Bai's excited voice. "Meow, meow, meow. Master, look. There's actually a cave ahead, and I can smell the fragrance of top-grade spiritual herbs." Hearing this, Yi Mingzhu's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly ran forward. Meow. Xiao Bai followed closely behind, jumping with excitement, its eyes sparkling as it gazed at the cave's entrance. Standing before the tightly closed door, Yi Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. She too could smell the exquisite fragrance of spiritual herbs, and it seemed there was quite a bounty. With a creak, Yi Mingzhu pressed the mechanism, and the heavy door slowly opened. In an instant, a wave of fragrant spiritual energy rushed toward her, enveloping her in the rich aroma of herbs. "What intoxicating fragrance!" she exclaimed, her lips curling into a smile. She had not expected such good fortune. The air was thick with the scent of powerful herbs, and she was certain this was indeed a garden of top-grade spiritual herbs. "Let's go," Yi Mingzhu exclaimed eagerly. Hearing these words, Xiao Bai nodded in agreement and followed Yi Mingzhu into the herb garden. This small medicinal garden was quite spacious, filled with an array of rare and exquisite spiritual herbs. The enchanting spirit cat's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Mingzhu was equally delighted. She had never encountered such a plethora of rare spiritual herbs before. This was indeed a significant windfall for her, as possessing these herbs would allow her to elevate her strength at a faster pace. However, before Yi Mingzhu could even begin to gather a few, a series of beastly roars echoed through the air, causing her expression to change dramatically. "Xiao Bai, run!" Yi Mingzhu exclaimed as she scooped up the spirit cat and dashed toward the exit. Meow. Xiao Bai, seemingly reluctant, pouted and, as they departed, swiftly extended its tongue to snatch a clear, heart, three-leaf grass. Uru. Yet, just as they reached the cave entrance, Yi Mingzhu's steps faltered as she beheld a massive creature before her heart racing in trepidation. There stood a bear towering at least 6 feet tall, its black and white fur coarse and thick, its formidable size emanating an aura of ferocity. The moment she laid eyes on it, An image of a national treasure-level protected species flashed through her mind. Moreover, she recalled Meng Lang's previous encounter and wondered if this bear was the very beast he had faced. How unfortunate could she be? At this moment, the bear's large, bell-like eyes fixated on the spirit cat perched on Yi Mingzhu's shoulder, emitting a series of furious roars that resonated through the air. Yi Mingzhu's complexion paled as she sensed the bear's overwhelming strength, fearing that a single misstep might lead to her being flattened beneath its paw. Meow. Big fellow, why you glare? Is it just because I took a little of your spiritual herbs? Xiaobai retorted boldly, undeterred by the bear's fierce demeanor. Uru, the bear, incensed by Xiaobai's audacity, thumped its chest in fury. Meow meow. Startled by the bear's aggression, Xiaobai quickly shrank back into Yi Mingzhu's embrace, declaring, Master, this is the great monster of the mountains. I never imagined it would be the guardian spirit beast of your Mingyue Valley. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu's face registered shock. Xiaobai, you mean it is indeed the guardian spirit beast of our Mingyue Valley? Meow meow meow. Xiaobai nodded vigorously, asserting indeed, the barrier of the thoughtful cliff was created by a consummate expert in the divine separation stage. Only disciples of the Yi family bloodline can enter. Its presence here confirms everything. At this moment, Yi Mingzhu was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom that these exquisite spiritual herbs belonged to this bear, which was also the guardian spirit beast of Mingyue Valley. Seeing Yi Mingzhu's astonishment, Xiaobai nonchalantly remarked, Master, you overestimated. These herbs are not truly its. They were merely pilfered during its passage. Uru, the bear roared in indignation, swinging its powerful paws, sending a gust of wind hurtling towards Xiaobai. In response, Xiaobai vanished in an instant, reappearing atop the bear's back, prancing lightly on its head. Witnessing the spectacle, Yi Mingzhu gasped and urgently called out, Xiaobai, come down. Though this creature is a guardian spirit, it does not recognize us and may well perceive us as thieves of its herbs, potentially leading to dire consequences. Meow meow meow. Xiaobai, undeterred, proudly voiced its defiance while teasingly sticking its tongue out at the bear. Yi Mingzhu could only smile wryly, realizing that only Xiaobai would dare to act so brazenly toward such a formidable creature. After all, its agility was so extraordinary that even this bear might struggle to catch it. As Xiaobai continued its playful antics, the bear's eyes burned with fury, yet it found itself powerless against the audacious white cat. Meow meow. Sensing the bear's agitation, Xiaobai gleefully taunted it before returning to Yi Mingzhu's side. Yi Mingzhu remained tense, fearing that the bear might suddenly strike. Surprisingly, however, the anticipated attack never came. The bear merely sniffed her with its large nose, then turned and ambled away. It just left? Yi Mingzhu's mouth twitched in disbelief. Noticing her astonishment, Xiaobai explained, it must have detected the Yi family bloodline's aura on you. Otherwise, with its temperament, it would have surely plundered any treasures on you, especially the moonlight blade. Do not let it see that, or it might sneakily consume it at any moment. Can it really eat a sword? Yi Mingzhu's lips quirked again, feeling rather bewildered. Xiaobai leaped to the ground, its eyes gleaming as it gazed at the patch of spiritual herbs, continuing, Yes, this creature feeds on dark iron, which is why I call a monster. Feeding on iron? Could it be the legendary iron-eating beast mentioned in ancient texts? Xiaobai, is it truly the fabled iron-eating beast? Yi Mingzhu suddenly inquired. Xiaobai responded enthusiastically. Yi Mingzhu paused, slowly turning to face Xiaobai, only to be rendered speechless. Xiaobai. She gazed at the now barren herb garden, utterly at a loss for words. At that moment, Xiaobai was squatting on the ground, its paws clutching an 8-pointed ice grass, nibbling on it, then moving on to another peculiar herb. Seeing this, Yi Mingzhu felt tears welling up in her eyes. Not even a single herb left for her. Meow meow meow. Xiaobai, sensing Yi Mingzhu's displeasure, purred softly as if to comfort her. Xiaobai, how could you do this? Do you have any idea how precious these spiritual herbs are? You consume them all. This is wasteful. It's utterly unacceptable. Yi Mingzhu Epresit had frustration. It was not that she was stingy, but rather that it was her first encounter with such a plethora of precious herbs, only to have them consumed in their entirety. After devouring the last herb, Xiaobai licked its paw, contentedly remarking, the goodies this big fellow brought are splendid, though a bit lacking. Yi Mingzhu was left speechless after consuming so many valuable herbs. Xiaobai still complained about the portion being insufficient. In comparison, it was truly the monster here. No wonder during their time at Mingzhu Valley, Xiaobai had refused to eat the food she offered. It clearly found it unsatisfactory. Xiaobai, if you continue like this, I cannot afford to keep you. Yi Mingzhu sighed. Xiaobai tilted its head, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Meow, meow, meow. Does that mean you don't want me anymore? Fine, since you enjoy it, eat away. But next time we encounter spiritual herbs, I must select them first before you can indulge. Yi Mingzhu relented, gently ruffling its fluffy head. Meow, meow. Xiaobai eagerly nodded. At this moment, a glimmer of satisfaction finally graced Yi Mingzhu's face. On the path of cultivation, the whims of fate and fortune are notoriously elusive. Sometimes a single spiritual herb can alter the course of a person's destiny, even leading to a complete transformation. If these herbs were not needed for herself, even if they were the highest grade, allowing Xiaobai to consume them would pose no issue. However, she feared that if these herbs held significant importance for her, and Xiaobai's consumption of them delayed her cultivation, it would surely lead to her lamenting deeply. Meow, master, come quickly. There are secrets within this cave. Just as Yi Mingzhu was lost in thought, Xiaobai suddenly leapt up from the ground, excitedly pointing toward the depths of the cave. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Yi Mingzhu's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Xiaobai was pointing towards the center of the cave, where a black stone staircase led into a profoundly dark cavern. Gazing into that abyss, Yi Mingzhu's heart raced with a thought. Could this be the sacred cultivation method that practitioners in martial novels yearn for? Master, come quickly, Xiaobai urged, darting into the deep black cave. All right, Yi Mingzhu responded, immediately following suit. Inside the cave, it was pitch black, and she could hardly see anything. Xiaobai led the way, moving cautiously as if wary of potential dangers lurking ahead. Meow, meow, meow. Suddenly, Xiaobai emitted a warning sound, prompting Yi Mingzhu to quicken her pace. Xiaobai, what is wrong? She inquired, catching up. Meow, meow, meow. Xiaobai continued to meow, its eyes fixated warily ahead. Following Xiaobai's gaze, Yi Mingzhu spotted a circular black hole in the center of the stone wall, emanating a chilling aura. How can it be a cave here? She wondered. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the walls of this cave were remarkably smooth, devoid of any protrusions, as if it had been carved out of thin air. As she approached the hole, Yi Mingzhu reached out to touch the cool stone wall. A wave of coldness surged through her sleeves. Xiaobai, do you think this could be the dwelling of our ancestors from the Yi family? She asked. Xiaobai shook its head, indicating uncertainty. Yi Mingzhu did not press further and ventured deeper into the cave. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 5 steps. After walking for quite a while, she finally reached the pinnacle of the cave and halted. Meow, meow, meow. Master, come here quickly, there's a treasure. Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly ahead. Following the direction of Xiaobai's paw, Yi Mingzhu beheld a luminous night pearl gleaming with silvery light. This night pearl, a pale blue hue, radiated a gentle glow that illuminated the cave brilliantly. Surrounding it were metallic railings, and embedded within the walls of the cave were numerous jade stones. To Yi Mingzhu, these translucent jade stones appeared to be worth a fortune, and the night pearl undoubtedly held extraordinary value. As she approached, she delicately picked up a piece of jade. It felt icy to the touch, as if sculpted from frost. Upon closer examination, she sensed an immense spiritual energy contained within the stone. Wow, master, this is actually a celestial spirit jade. As Yi Mingzhu prepared to place the jade into her spatial ring, Xiaobai suddenly began to shout in excitement. Celestial spirit jade. Yi Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Although she was unfamiliar with spirit jades, she could discern from Xiaobai's words that this was an exceedingly rare treasure. In the realm of cultivation, even ordinary spirit stones commanded exorbitant prices, let alone this remarkable celestial spirit jade. Master, celestial spirit jade is extremely rare in the cultivation world. Its worth is equivalent to 100 top-tier spirit stones. Moreover, it possesses strong auxiliary properties that can significantly expedite a practitioner's cultivation. These spirit jades will greatly aid your progress. Yi Mingzhu had not anticipated that this cave would conceal such treasures. Thanks to Xiaobai's keen sense, she would have otherwise overlooked this hidden cavern. It seemed she would need to rely more on its treasure-hunting abilities in the future. As for the night pearl radiating a ghostly light, she could not ascertain its nature, only sensing its extraordinary presence. Wait, master, there are words on the wall. Just as Yi Mingzhu was about to gather the treasures, Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed. Words? Mingzhu lifted her gaze to the wall and noticed a peculiar pattern etched into it, a pale green hue adorned with densely packed text, arousing her curiosity. She extended her index finger to touch the wall, and instantly, a line of text appeared before them. Grave of the sinner Yi Xian, descendants must not forget. Upon reading this line, Mingzhu stood frozen in place. This was actually the burial site of her family's ancestor. However, Mingzhu recalled no mention of this tomb in the historical records of the Yi family. Intrigued, she turned her attention to a nearby stone tablet, which indeed contained further relevant information. It turned out that ancestor Yi Xian had left the Yi family at the age of 20 to venture into the world. Within just 50 years, he had become a formidable figure in the Tianxian continent, ultimately elevating the Yi family to a first-rate power. Yet, a subsequent ill-fated choice nearly led to the family's annihilation during a great battle, leaving only one direct descendant, Yi Mingzhu's grandfather, Yi Chun, who was rescued by Yi Xian at the cost of his life. In the end, Yi Xian succumbed to his injuries on Dong Island, and his remains were buried here by the surviving descendant, who later established the Mingzhu Valley in this remote location. It seemed the barrier of this cave was set by that lone surviving ancestor, and the inscriptions on the wall were likely his handiwork. Yet, what grave mistake had ancestor Yi Xian committed to bring about such calamity to the Yi family? Furthermore, if Yi Mingzhu remembered correctly, the family tree indicated that Yi Xian was close to the level of a Xianxian practitioner. It was indeed perplexing that he would encounter such dire consequences. Regardless of what ancestor Yi Xian had done, it was now history, and she could only temporarily set aside thoughts of the Yi family's past. Just then, Xiaobai suddenly perched on a stone wall, murmuring, as descendants of the Yi family, those who successfully inherit the spirit pearl can access all treasures within the cave. Meow. Master, I understand now. The night pearl contains the spiritual imprint of our ancestor. Spiritual imprint? Could it be a memory inheritance? Yi Mingzhu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, that night pearl is a legacy left by our ancestor, and his soul imprint is concealed within. I believe it carries not just memories, but other benefits as well, given that it belongs to a being close to the Xianxian level. Master, you should attempt to connect with the night pearl. I shall try now. With that, Yi Mingzhu closed her eyes, channeling her mental energy towards the night pearl. However, before her mental energy could approach the pearl, she felt a powerful repelling force emanating from it, knocking her back. It seemed the pearl held little regard for her perfected foundational cultivation. A bitter smile crept across Yi Mingzhu's lips as she mused that perhaps she would need to wait until she broke through to the golden core stage to try again. Seeing Yi Mingzhu's failure, Xiaobai called out encouragingly, urging her to attempt once more. This time, although Yi Mingzhu failed again, she sensed a subtle connection forming between her and the night pearl. It was a delicate sensation, yet unmistakably clear. Nevertheless, her perfected foundational strength remained inadequate to delve into the depths of the pearl. Yi Mingzhu did not rush to achieve her goals. She believed that once she successfully completed her golden core, she would be able to delve deeply into the secrets contained within the pearl. Chapter 27. 5 Golden Cores. Xiaobai, please guard the entrance of the cave for me. Ensure that no one approaches, she instructed. The charming spirit cat nodded obediently and retreated to stand watch at the cave's entrance. At that moment, Yi Mingzhu settled herself into a cross-legged position, channeling her internal energy as she began her cultivation. She was determined to enhance her strength swiftly. Only by becoming stronger could she protect herself and her mother. Otherwise, she would remain forever hidden within this cave. Her immediate goal was to break through to the initial stage of the golden core. The prerequisite for advancing to this stage was to form the golden core itself. Only by attaining the power of the golden core could one freely communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, leading to an extraordinary transformation of the body, thereby gaining formidable combat prowess. Yi Mingzhu followed the technique for channeling her energy, gradually regulating her breath and drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy. She repeatedly cleansed her body, allowing every pore to open. Only in this way could she more smoothly gather energy. Gradually, a layer of red patterns emerged upon her skin, resembling tiny red beans that sparkled incessantly. As time passed, ripples began to spread outward, and clusters of spiritual energy formed around Yi Mingzhu. creating a vast vortex that enveloped her. This extraordinary phenomenon continued for an entire hour. After another incense stick's worth of time, she noticed that her dantian, which had previously shown no signs of change, was now swelling, with a faint golden light flickering within. This sight filled Mingzhu with excitement. Could it be that she was on the verge of forming her golden core? With this thought, she immediately circulated her internal energy, fervently absorbing the incoming spiritual energy, causing the faint golden light in her dantian to grow increasingly radiant. As the speed of absorption intensified, Mingzhu finally beheld the true form of the soft golden light. It was a golden core formed from the condensation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This golden core appeared semi-transparent, akin to a lustrous pearl, shimmering brilliantly. Moreover, it was the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating a golden hue reminiscent of metal, and its surface was inscribed with intricate metallic patterns, quite peculiar indeed. Was this the breakthrough to the golden core stage? Sensing the presence of the golden core, Mingzhu could not help but smile with joy. However, the next moment, a strange expression crossed her delicate features. What was happening? Clearly, she had formed the golden core, yet her strength remained at the peak of the foundation-building stage. Mingzhu's face was filled with confusion. This was a situation she had never encountered before, and it seemed that ancient texts made no mention of it. In an instant, she found herself at a loss. Meow. Observing Mingzhu's bewildered countenance, Xiaobai, who was lounging at the cave entrance, lazily lifted her head and said, "Master, after all these years, how have you forgotten everything? You have always possessed the 5 elemental roots. So you must form 5 golden cores to break through to the initial stage of the golden core. 5 elemental roots? Does that mean my constitution embodies 5 attributes?" Mingzhu exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Xiaobai's words. "Indeed, your spiritual roots are extremely weak, and most people cannot sense them. That is why the people from Mingzhu Valley considered you a waste. However, they never anticipated that you possess the rare 5 elemental roots, a true prodigy of cultivation. If they had known, they would have treated you like a revered elder." Upon hearing Xiaobai's explanation, Mingzhu was utterly astounded. Individuals with 5 elemental roots were exceedingly rare in the cultivation world, and to think she possessed such a unique constitution. Nevertheless, she felt that her 5 elemental roots were likely deeply connected to her Lotus Saint body, possibly activated by it. As for Xiaobai's assertion, she had long since accepted herself as the Lotus Fairy. Noticing the smile curling at the corners of Mingzhu's lips, Xiaobai quickly advised, "Master, you should focus on forming the golden core first, lest complications arise later." Nodding in agreement, Mingzhu closed her eyes and began to meditate. Soon, her breathing steadied, and the spiritual energy around her gradually stabilized, converging towards her dantian. Subsequently, a golden sphere of light slowly formed within her dantian, spinning gracefully. This golden sphere expanded gradually, ultimately reaching the size of a pigeon's egg. Mingzhu clasped her hands in a mudra, guiding the internal energy to merge with the golden sphere. This process was lengthy. However, for someone like Mingzhu, who possessed the Lotus Saint body, it could be completed in just about an hour. Before long, everything concluded smoothly. Phew, I have successfully formed another golden core. Feeling the surge of power within her, Mingzhu was thoroughly satisfied. Drawing on her previous experiences of forming golden cores, she found this time remarkably effortless, managing to create 2 golden cores in just over an hour. Once she formed the 5th golden core, she would be able to break through to the golden core stage. Observing the floating golden cores within her, Mingzhu smiled, noting that each golden core emitted a faint glow that flowed continuously, resembling gentle waves. However, these were not ordinary waves. They carried potent attribute inscriptions, likely representing the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, and fire. With her resolve invigorated, she was determined to swiftly form the 5th golden core. Firmly resolved, Mingzhu once again urged her internal energy, infusing it into the nascent golden sphere, guiding the spiritual energy to roam within her dantian. This time, the speed of her energy circulation was several times faster than before. Before long, the radiance of the golden core became increasingly brilliant, emanating an intensely scorching heat, akin to that of sun. Soon after, the spiritual energy on the golden core rapidly coalesced into numerous runes, which then continuously combined upon the surface of the golden core. In no time, Mingzhu discovered that another golden core had formed within her dantian. Now, she merely needed to draw the energy into her body and could then fully attempt to break through to the initial stage of the golden core. However, if she failed in her ascent, the golden core would dissipate and her strength would regress. Thus, Mingzhu remained exceedingly cautious throughout the process, fearing that even the slightest error could lead to her downfall. Continuing to sit cross-legged, Mingzhu directed her internal energy towards her dantian, guiding it along her meridians. Simultaneously, her body began to rapidly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy continuously flowed into her dantian, Mingzhu gradually felt the golden core within her swell. In that moment, she sensed a tremendous force filling her dantian, akin to a deluge surging wildly within, causing her to feel waves of pain. Yet, such pain was also a form of training. It was the most fundamental step in cultivation. Those who could endure it would undoubtedly achieve far greater accomplishments in the future. A resolute expression graced Mingzhu's face as she controlled her internal energy, guiding the force within her dantian to gather and surge forward while gritting her teeth against the pain. Soon, another hour had passed. Mingzhu's complexion had turned pallid. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped from her forehead, and her eyes glowed crimson. However, despite this, she continued to grit her teeth, refusing to give up, persisting through the ordeal. At this moment, she was drenched in sweat, her entire body soaked, yet she still could not break through her bottleneck. This sensation enveloped Mingzhu with a profound sense of helplessness. Every time she was on the verge of breaking through that barrier, she felt an acute lack of spiritual energy. It seemed that she had no choice but to resort to this technique. Mingzhu thought to herself. In the next instant, the Tai Chi seal slowly manifested in the palm of her left hand, and then the luminous yin-yang symbol began to flicker, illuminating half of Mingzhu's delicate face, which was suffused with determination and tenacity. Although this technique absorbed a somewhat chaotic spiritual energy, there was no better method at hand. If she were to give up now, the 5 golden elixirs she had previously formed would be rendered futile. Taking a deep breath, Mingzhu abruptly raised her left palm, aiming it at the vast expanse outside the cave. Instantly, a powerful suction force surged from her palm, swiftly drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. At this moment, Mingzhu did not dare to delay. She promptly guided the spiritual energy into her body, then directed it towards her dantian. This state persisted for a full day and night, only concluding when the sky began to brighten the following day. Mingzhu slowly opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance darting through her pupils, and she stood up to stretch her entire body. Throughout this day and night, she had maintained the same posture, not moving an inch. However, the heavens do not disappoint the diligent. 2 hours ago, a violent rumble erupted from within the cave. This sound was the result of Mingzhu breaking through to the initial stage of the golden elixir. In the 2 hours that followed, to Mingzhu's astonishment, her strength continued to ascend, directly reaching the peak of the mid-stage golden elixir, a mere step away from the late stage. This feeling was truly delightful. Sensing the abundant power within her dantian, Mingzhu's lips curled into a faint smile, confident that in a few months, she would break through to the great perfection of the golden elixir stage, bringing her one step closer to the nascent soul stage. The thought of soon being able to challenge the nascent soul stage left Mingzhu filled with indescribable excitement. Yet, this was not the time for joy, as she still needed to solidify her peak mid-stage golden elixir realm. This enhancement had bestowed upon her immense benefits. She could sense that all her bodily functions were experiencing rapid growth, marking the most significant improvement she had ever encountered. Next, it was time to consolidate her mid-stage golden elixir realm. Mingzhu took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and entered a state of cultivation. Unbeknownst to her, the sun had already risen high in the sky, casting golden rays upon the cave's ceiling, enveloping the space in a shimmering glow. Mingzhu concluded her session of cultivation. In this brief morning, not only had she solidified her peak mid-stage golden elixir power, but she had also enhanced her 5 elemental spiritual roots by 2 or 3-fold. Such efficiency in cultivation was likely achievable only by those legendary individuals with extraordinary talent. Mingzhu gradually rose from the ground, stretching her limbs and shaking off the stiffness in her arms and legs, and also activated her sign-in mode. Sign-in at the Cliff of Reflection. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the long-lost supreme technique Tides of the Azure Sea. The Tides of the Azure Sea? Mingzhu was elated. Now, as the bearer of the Lotus Holy Body, along with the Azure Lotus Swordplay and the Shintian Palm, she had only lacked an internal cultivation method. Unexpectedly, her journey to the Cliff of Reflection had rewarded her with this supreme technique, Tides of the Azure Sea. The Tides of the Azure Sea, a profound and boundless skill, when cultivated to its highest level, grants eternal youth and longevity. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Mingzhu was momentarily stunned, her heart racing. She had not anticipated that the Tides of the Azure Sea would be so extraordinary. This technique was simply astonishing. Not only could it preserve one's appearance indefinitely, but it also promised longevity. In the realm of cultivation, the ultimate pursuit for all practitioners was immortality. She had effortlessly acquired such a miraculous technique, and one could only imagine the envy it would incite in others if they were to learn of it. However, Mingzhu was not swept away by excitement, for the notion of immortality felt elusive and distant to her at present. This technique, in her current state, was akin to a double-edged sword. Subsequently, Mingzhu began to practice the Azure Lotus Swordplay. With her abundant, true energy, now at the peak of the mid-stage golden elixir, she might elevate her swordplay to new heights. Summoning the moonlight radiance, she initiated the sword technique, channeling her true energy into the blade, which instantly radiated a formidable power throughout its entirety. As the sword hummed and vibrated, it emitted a dazzling white light. Mingzhu seamlessly executed the first 5 moves, her technique fluid and graceful. However, upon reaching the 6th move, she felt a slight stagnation in her true energy, indicating that she had reached her limit. After a brief recovery, Mingzhu turned her attention to the Shintian Palm. By now, she had mastered the first move, the Tai Chi seal, to perfection, and could easily perform the second move, the Shintian finger. Yet, the third move remained unpracticed. This third move, known as the return to the void of all things, was derived from the insights of predecessors from the diagram of all things. Mingzhu attempted to execute this move, and a boundless force surged from the center of her palm. She felt as though her consciousness had transformed into a blade, striking the void with an extraordinary sensation, as if everything around her had vanished. With each successive movement, the feeling of manipulating true energy with her consciousness intensified, and, astonishingly, when she unleashed the return to the void of all things, the surroundings seemed to slow down before her eyes. Finally, upon completing a movement, Mingzhu felt her palm become ethereal and intangible. At that moment, the force began to converge, ultimately forming a colossal palm imprint that swiftly surged forward. Boom! With a single strike, the towering trees on the opposite peak were instantly reduced to dust. Such formidable power! Witnessing this scene, Mingzhu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. However, the true essence of this move lay not in its destructive capability, but in the debilitating effect it would impose on her adversary. During combat, the opponent would be subjected to a significant constraint, perceiving everything before them in a slow-motion state, unaware that what they saw was not reality, and only through possessing formidable strength could they break free from this condition. Just as Mingzhu immersed herself in the comprehension of the return to the void of all things, a small cat that had been dozing nearby suddenly approached her. "Master, just now I noticed the luminous pearl in the cave seemed to tremble. Would you like to give it another try?" Upon hearing this, Mingzhu's heart stirred. Now that her strength had reached the peak of the mid-stage golden elixir, she should no longer be repelled by the ancestral pearl. With this thought in mind, Mingzhu quickly made her way into the cave. At that moment, the luminous pearl continued to emit a faint glow. Mingzhu observed it closely and then reached out to touch its surface. Whoosh! Just then, the pearl emitted a soft sound, and unexpectedly, it flew directly into the palm of Mingzhu's hand. She was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard. As she looked at the pearl, she noticed it was a vibrant green, radiating a soft blue luminescence. In the very center of the pearl was a thread as fine as a silken strand. seemingly establishing a connection with Mingzhu. She could distinctly sense the presence within the pearl, and felt that the soul imprint contained within was yearning to communicate with her. Upon witnessing this scene, the cat, Xiaobai, widened its eyes and raised its right paw, exclaiming, "Meow, meow, meow. Master, hurry. This is the perfect moment to receive the inheritance. It must not be missed." Chapter 29. Ancestors of the Yi family. Hearing this, Mingzhu nodded, placing her palm upon the orb. Instantly, a gentle radiance emanated from within the jewel, enveloping her. In the next moment, Mingzhu felt a mysterious pull between herself and the orb, as a vast energy began to surge towards her. She was soon filled with an intoxicating sensation of power. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a sharp sound erupted from within the orb. Mingzhu noticed a fine crack appearing on its surface, which swiftly widened until the orb burst apart. With the sound of the explosion, a chill coursed through her body, and a torrent of information flooded her mind, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Mingzhu thought, feeling a throbbing ache in her head, as if it were about to explode. After a moment, she quickly channeled her inner energy to resist, and the pain gradually subsided. Soon, her mind calmed, revealing a towering, majestic palace before her, exuding an ancient aura. What is this? Mingzhu gazed at the grand palace, perplexed. At that moment, a melodious song reached her ears, clear as a babbling brook, uplifting her spirit and filling her with joy. She looked up in the direction of the song, where a stunning sculpture appeared, adorned with mysterious runes that seemed to defy comprehension. Behind the sculpture, the palace astonished her further, for its grand entrance bore the imposing inscription, "Yi family." Could this be the former Yi family? Mingzhu murmured to herself, overwhelmed by the awe-inspiring architecture. Meanwhile, the song grew increasingly joyful, its notes urging her to enter the palace. Go inside. Your mission is to inherit the legacy of the Yi family and restore its former glory. As the melody concluded, a resonant voice echoed, seemingly transcending time, reaching from a distant past into her very soul. Compelled to move forward, Mingzhu then discovered a magnificent courtyard. In the center stood a stone table adorned with tea sets, from which the enticing aroma of freshly brewed tea wafted through the air. Mingzhu, still in a daze, surveyed the courtyard, her confusion evident. "Come in," the deep voice urged once more. Mingzhu glanced around, contemplating the significance of this state she had entered, deciding to delve into the history of the Yi family. With that thought, she stepped briskly towards the hall, and upon entering, she was astonished by the sight before her. The hall's walls were adorned with a colossal painting depicting an endless grassland, clearly crafted by a master artist. Although Mingzhu had never engaged with ink and paper, she recognized the artwork's immense value. The painting portrayed a group of mysterious figures in black robes confronting a middle-aged man with graying hair. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upwards as if lost in thought, his expression heavy with compassion. Clad in white robes that billowed in the wind, he appeared profoundly solitary. As she beheld the painting, Mingzhu felt an inexplicable sorrow. What calamity befell the Yi family? And who were these enigmatic figures in black? Mingzhu pondered it. If she were not mistaken, the middle-aged man in the white robe was Yi Xian, the ancestor of the Yi family, while the identities of the mysterious black-robed figures eluded her. Yet, she was certain that the scene depicted a cataclysmic battle. As Mingzhu contemplated, a brilliant golden light intensified, becoming blinding, ultimately engulfing her as if drawing her into the painting. Simultaneously, a flood of memories about the Yi family surged into her mind, revealing a glorious past where ancestors sacrificed greatly for the sake of their lineage. Amidst this, she beheld the sorrowful figure once more. He stood resolute in his white robes, his demeanor austere yet commanding. Gazing upon him, Mingzhu felt a profound sense of reverence blossoming within her, a feeling that seemed to have taken root deep within her being. At that moment, the middle-aged man turned towards her, a gentle smile gracing his face. "You have arrived," he spoke, as if anticipating her presence, devoid of surprise. Hearing his warm and genuine tone, Mingzhu felt momentarily disoriented. After a few seconds of silence, she could not help but inquire, "Are you the ancestor Yi Xian?" "Indeed." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Looking at him, Mingzhu was filled with emotion. Perhaps in the past, she would not have felt this way. But as the memories of the Yi family flooded her mind, her entire perspective shifted. Without hesitation, she respectfully bowed, declaring, "I am Yi Mingzhu, a descendant, here to pay my respects to the ancestor." Witnessing this, Yi Xian smiled faintly and gently assisted her back to her feet. "You must have many questions about why I brought you here, correct?" he said with a warm smile. Yi Mingzhu nodded, her curiosity piqued. "This world is not simple." Yi Xian sighed, observing her expression. "Do you know why our Yi family was once regarded as the foremost family?" "Why?" Yi Mingzhu asked, intrigued. "Huh. You will understand when you see," Yi Xian replied. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings began to transform. She now found herself deep within a desert. The temperature was frigid, plummeting below zero, devoid of sunlight. The chill sent shivers down her spine as she sensed her spiritual energy suppressed, rendering her akin to an ordinary mortal. Moreover, a layer of gray mist hovered in the desert, instilling a sense of danger that deterred her from stepping forward. "Ancestor, what is happening?" Yi Mingzhu inquired, furrowing her brow. Chapter 30. Accepting the inheritance in truth. Within our Yi family, I am not the only formidable practitioner. The sculpture outside our gates represents this extraordinary individual, who once vanquished numerous powerful foes, leaving behind a legend in the skies. We were known as the Yi family twin heroes. For as long as we were present, no misfortune would befall the Yi family. Alas, he departed from us, vanishing without a trace, and shortly thereafter, our family fell under the watchful eye of mysterious adversaries, Yi Xian lamented. "Now I understand." Upon hearing the narrative of the middle-aged man, Yi Mingzhu experienced a moment of clarity, followed by a wave of confusion as she inquired, "Ancestor, why did you not lead the members of the Yi family to migrate to other lands?" In response to her question, Yi Xian let out a deep sigh, stating, "This desolate expanse is indeed the final refuge of our migration." Yi Mingzhu was taken aback by this revelation. Once a vibrant grassland teeming with livestock, this land had transformed into the barren desert it was today, following the invasion of a mysterious group clad in black robes, resulting in the annihilation of the Yi family during that catastrophic conflict. So that was the truth. Yi Mingzhu felt a jolt of shock. She had not realized that this desolate place was once the ancestral migration site of the Yi family. Now she comprehended the inscriptions upon the cave walls. The reason Yi Xian had been labeled a sinner by a previous Yi ancestor was likely due to a grave error in judgment, one that led to their relocation here, ultimately resulting in their complete destruction. "Ancestor, what is the origin of these individuals, that even you cannot contend with them?" Yi Mingzhu pressed further. "We refer to them as the Soul Clan," Yi Xian replied. "Their origins are shrouded in mystery, and they are formidable in strength. Each time they strike, they indiscriminately slay innocent civilians and fellow practitioners, even capturing their souls for the purpose of refinement. Thus, their appearances are invariably accompanied by widespread slaughter." After a brief silence, he continued, "Soul refinement?" At this, Yi Mingzhu could not suppress a gasp. What a cruel method that was. Indeed, the process of soul refinement is merciless, and even those at the divine transformation stage are not exempt from its dire fate, Yi Xian remarked with a bitter smile. The realization that even prominent figures at the divine transformation stage were not spared filled Yi Mingzhu with astonishment. "My time here is limited, child. Your encounter with me is a stroke of fortune. I shall now impart the last remnants of my spiritual awareness to you." Before Yi Mingzhu could fully grasp the meaning of his words, Yi Xian extended his right hand, infusing her with a surge of pure power. Instantly, she felt an influx of information within her consciousness, a segment of Yi Xian's memories, along with an astonishing technique known as the soul art. This was a method for cultivating the soul, a first for Yi Mingzhu. However, upon absorbing the ancestor's memories, she realized that the soul art was a technique he had devised specifically to combat the Soul Clan. Not only were the Soul Clan immensely powerful, but they also excelled in soul attacks. There have been instances where individuals at the divine transformation stage had suffered severe injuries from the soul assaults of those at the Shin Ascension stage of the Soul Clan. Only those with formidable spiritual strength stood a chance against the Soul Clan. "Time has run out for me. I must take my leave. The future of the Yi family rests in your hands," he declared. With that, Yi Xian waved his hand, unleashing a burst of violet light that shot forth and embedded itself in Yi Mingzhu's forehead. In an instant, a purple rune appeared upon her brow. exuding an extraordinary energy. A powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped Mingzhu, causing her soul to tremble violently before gradually calming, as a tremendous force surged into her mind. This potent energy penetrated the depths of her soul, refining it and rendering it purer, more condensed. She felt her understanding of soul attacks deepen, filling her with immense joy. Is this the legendary method for soul cultivation? Truly, it is extraordinarily powerful, Mingzhu mused, her admiration for Xian growing. She had not anticipated the wonders of the soul art created by her ancestor. "Thank you, ancestor," she said, bowing deeply, but received no further response. The scene before her faded, and she found herself back in the cave. After this encounter, Mingzhu's emotions surged, leaving her heart unsettled. The fate of the Yi family stirred profound sentiments within her. Perhaps it was the resonance of bloodlines, or perhaps a lingering attachment to her kin that instilled in her a strong sense of belonging to the Yi family. If she possessed the strength and opportunity, she would seek vengeance for those fallen members of the Yi family. Taking a deep breath, Mingzhu gradually calmed her tumultuous feelings, then settled onto the ground and closed her eyes to commence her cultivation. This time, rather than hastily absorbing the fragments of memories left by her ancestor, she chose to quiet her mind and meticulously contemplate each detail. As time passed, Mingzhu remained in a state of meditation within the stone chamber. She devoted 2 months to her practice, during which her spiritual power became increasingly refined and robust. She believed it would not be long before she could manifest her soul into a tangible form. One day, however, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted from above the cliff of remorse, prompting Mingzhu to open her eyes and cease her meditation. "Meow. Master, something terrible has happened. There are divine transformation stage experts fighting near the cliff top," Xiaobai exclaimed, rushing down in alarm. Divine transformation stage experts? Mingzhu nearly faltered at the thought. Such powerful beings should not be present at the cliff of remorse. After a moment's hesitation, she emerged, clutching Xiaobai and hiding in a crevice with a clear view of the chaos above. The scene was one of turmoil, with various martial techniques colliding, the sounds of combat echoing fiercely. Mingzhu was utterly astounded. Both combatants were indeed of the divine transformation stage, though the cloaked figure appeared to possess greater strength. The other combatant was an elderly woman, also clad in black, her pallid complexion radiating an aura of coldness that sent shivers down Mingzhu's spine, even while she remained hidden in the cave. Chapter 31. The Battle of Titans. The strength of these two was formidable. The trees atop the cliff had been reduced to dust, were it not for the barriers set by the ancestors of the Yi family. Both Shi and Xiaobai would likely have been collateral damage. Gazing at the scene, Mingzhu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Although she did not witness the battle up close, she could still perceive the terrifying might of each move executed by the two divine transformation experts. Such a conflict was beyond the comparison of even 10-peak nascent soul stage warriors. Who are these two formidable individuals? Why have they appeared here? Just then, as Mingzhu pondered these questions, the elderly woman seemed to sense her presence, her piercing gaze darting towards Mingzhu, sharp and cold, as if laced with deadly intent. Startled by the chilling gaze, Mingzhu quickly lowered her head and concealed herself further in the crevice. Such an acute sense of perception, capable of detecting my presence from such a distance. Mingzhu marveled internally, hastily suppressing her aura. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while the elderly woman was distracted, the cloaked figure vanished. In the next instant, the elderly woman felt a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind. She deftly sidestepped to evade the attack. However, simultaneously, a powerful strike surged toward her heart with unrelenting force. "Oomph! You dare to showcase your trifling skills before me? Begone!" The elderly woman retorted sharply, pivoting slightly. With a swift motion, her right arm extended back, unleashing a torrent of black flames from her sleeve to counter the incoming attack. Two attacks collided violently in the void, producing a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the entire cavern. Witnessing this, Mingzhu and Xiaobai, who were hiding behind crevice, hurriedly covered their ears and shifted further inside, their faces reflecting shock as they gazed at the unfolding battle. At that moment, the black flames clashed with a finger strike, erupting in a surge of intense heat that caused the surrounding air to boil. Such terrifying power. Mingzhu felt an overwhelming shock should this force spread. It could undoubtedly flatten the entire mountain. Boom! Just then, a series of explosive sounds reverberated. The finger strike, upon contact with the black flames, was instantaneously consumed, dissolving into infinite fire that vanished into the ether. The might of the black fire was indeed formidable, feeling the dreadful aftershocks in the air. Mingzhu could not help but be filled with an indescribable awe. She understood clearly that had she been in the same position, she would have had no means to defend herself. Even a formidable practitioner at the Xiansheng stage would struggle to withstand such an assault. However, although this blow was ultimately defended against, the old woman's brows furrowed, for she had failed to perfectly counter the finger strike. A fine wound appeared on her right shoulder, blood gushing forth, revealing the depth of the injury, which was rapidly spreading. The power of this strike was astonishing. Who on earth was this individual? Realizing that her black fire had not gained the upper hand, the old woman's expression darkened as she looked at the masked man and asked in a grave tone, "You are not qualified to know. If you approach Mingzhu Valley again, you shall undoubtedly perish." The masked man replied indifferently, his tone laced with a strong warning. The old woman's expression turned icy, her eyes glinting with a chilling glare. "Are you truly intent on meddling? If you seek death, I shall grant it to you." Upon hearing this, the masked man let out a cold laugh, and, with a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black demonic sword materialized in his hand. The sword appeared rather ordinary, akin to a mundane weapon. However, the moment it was grasped by the masked man, it emitted an overwhelming aura of slaughter, causing Mingzhu and Xiaobai, who were observing from a distance, to tremble in fear, hastily prostrating themselves on the ground, desperate to avoid attracting the masked man's attention. At that moment, the masked man roared, gripping the obsidian sword tightly as he slashed down towards the old woman. Whoosh! A streak of dark light cleaved through the night sky, tracing an arc as it shot towards the old woman like a bolt of lightning. The old woman, sensing the urgency, did not dare to delay. She swiftly waved her hands, unleashing several tendrils of black flames that enveloped her, forming a defensive firewall. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sounds continued as the masked man's pitch-black demonic sword relentlessly struck the firewall, causing it to tremble violently on the verge of collapse. Crack! Suddenly, a faint sound echoed, and the black flames surrounding the old woman utterly disintegrated under the force of the sword. The black sword continued its advance, aiming for the old woman's neck, imbued with destructive energy and moving with lightning speed. The old woman's countenance changed drastically. She had not anticipated such a sharp sword from her opponent. In a panic, she retreated swiftly to evade the lethal strike. Thud! A dull sound resonated as the ground beneath the old woman was cleaved open, revealing a deep trench, showcasing the tremendous power contained within that sword. At that moment, the masked man's sword slashed again towards the old woman, tearing through the barriers of space itself and creating minute spatial rifts, as if intending to cleave the entire mountain in two. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the old woman's hastily wielded hand collided with the black sword. Spurt! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as the old woman was thrown backward. Realizing the masked man's formidable strength, her expression darkened, a flicker of resentment crossing her eyes. She refrained from further retaliation, choosing instead to leverage her momentum to retreat. Meow! This old woman is no match. It seems she intends to flee. Under that dual dragon demonic shadow sword, she likely has no chance of survival. Xiaobai exclaimed, his eyes widening. Hearing Xiaobai's words, Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Do you recognize that black sword? Indeed, that sword is known as the dual dragon demonic shadow sword, a supreme immortal artifact. It is said to contain 2 terrifying black dragons. The legends say that when the dual dragons appear, the world transforms. That is its origin. I never expected this masked man to wield such a demonic sword. It is truly terrifying, Xiaobai replied, his tone filled with astonishment, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Mingzhu felt an immense shock within her. This world truly is teeming with powerful beings. Thinking of escape? It shan't be so easy. Just then, the masked man coldly declared, simultaneously controlling the dual dragon demonic shadow sword to pursue the old woman while channeling his true energy into the sword. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloped the surroundings, causing everyone to involuntarily shudder. their bodies trembling uncontrollably as a dense sense of fear surged within them. This aura felt akin to the arrival of death, suffocating and despairing, as if confronting the grim Reaper himself. Once ensnared by this presence, one could not escape. Those who fell into its grasp would be eternally trapped in this terrifying realm of death. Feeling the terrifying energy, Mingzhu and Xiaobai could not help but gasp in shock. It was their first encounter with such a bizarre force of domain. The masked man wielded the dual dragon demonic shadow sword, slashing downwards, the sword's aura soaring through the sky, tearing the void as if it could split a mountain in two. This strike was immensely powerful. Even a spirit manifestation stage practitioner, caught off guard by the residual waves, would suffer grievous injuries or even perish. Faced with such a strike, the old woman dared not be negligent. She retreated swiftly, her hand seals shifting as she executed a complex series of gestures, chanting incantations. In an instant, a massive black hole appeared, enveloping her within. Shortly thereafter, a dazzling black light erupted from the black hole, forming a colossal vortex that enveloped the old woman, rapidly contracting, threatening to vanish before the masked man's eyes. Observing the old woman's attempt to flee, the masked man did not immediately pursue. Instead, he stood calmly in place, his dark eyes filled with indifference. Then, he extended his left hand, and a gigantic yin-yang fish symbol manifested at its center, spinning ceaselessly as the yin and yang energies flowed within the vortex, adorned with intricate patterns that appeared profoundly mysterious. Finally, the masked man forcefully thrust his left palm toward the old woman, unleashing a terrifying suction force from his hand, drawing her in as if she were caught in a massive vacuum. As she drew closer, the old woman's pupils constricted, a look of horror crossing her face. She immediately summoned all her true energy, striving to resist with all her might. Alas, it was too late. The masked man transformed his palm into a claw, his arm trembling, amplifying the suction force. The old woman was abruptly pulled into the yin-yang fish vortex, reaching the masked man in the blink of an eye. Puff! Concurrently, the black demonic sword surged forth like lightning, striking fiercely at the old woman's back, the sharp tip piercing through her chest, blood gushing forth. A piercing scream abruptly shattered the silence, as the old woman's body, along with her nascent soul and spirit, instantly disintegrated, blood gushing forth. A terrifying energy storm erupted, sweeping through the surroundings with relentless ferocity, reducing the nearby flora to mere dust. In her final moments, she gazed in horror at the masked figure. Disbelief etched across her features. "It's you." Not only did the old woman express shock, but Mingzhu too was engulfed in astonishment. For the masked figure had just employed the Tai Chi seal from the Xiantian palm. How could he possibly? Mingzhu's brows knitted together in confusion. At that moment, as the old woman faded away and the masked figure prepared to depart, a slender figure suddenly landed behind him. Mother? Mingzhu's eyes widened in surprise as she beheld her mother, who seemed to recognize the mysterious masked figure. Curiosity piqued. She pondered how her mother could possibly know such a prominent individual, given that she had never left Mingzhu Valley in Mingzhu's recollection. Meow, Xiaobai nodded, promptly lying at the cave entrance, concentrating its spiritual energy to eavesdrop. However, after a moment, it shook its head in resignation. Master, it's too distant. I cannot hear. Oh, but I seem to have sensed a profound affection in your mother's gaze. It resembled the way Xiao He looked at me while pursuing. As Xiaobai rambled on, drawing in a mention of Xiao He, Mingzhu could not help but roll her eyes. She was well aware of her mother's past. Many years ago, when Qinxue was pregnant, they had anticipated twin joys, only for the heartless scoundrel to publicly annul their marriage on the day of their union, instead becoming the prince of the Western Isle. Following this, Qinxue had long reconciled with her feelings, never setting foot outside Mingzhu Valley again, harboring an unwavering hatred for that scoundrel. The annulment incident had become a taboo subject within the valley. Thus, her mother could not possibly be involved with another man. Perhaps this mysterious masked figure was merely an acquaintance of the Yi family's ancestors. Shortly thereafter, Qinxue turned and departed, the enigmatic masked figure vanishing alongside her. The valley returned to tranquility once more. Yet, after a fragrant incense stick had burned, a throng of individuals emerged at the site of the previous battle. These individuals were either from the three major sects beneath Qingqing Mountain or a collection of rogue cultivators. The aftermath of the earlier tumult had likely awakened the nearby experts, who now flocked to witness the commotion. Mingzhu paid them little mind, instead delving deeper into the cave to examine the celestial spirit jade. These jades contained an exceptionally rich spiritual energy, far denser than the spirit stone she had encountered at the market, truly worth a fortune. If auctioned in the outside world, they would undoubtedly incite fierce competition. However, Mingzhu had no intention of selling them. The celestial spirit jades were exquisite treasures prepared by her ancestors for their descendants. If revealed to the world, they could incite a bloody storm. Although her current strength was insufficient to absorb them all, preserving them for her mother would be an act of filial piety. In the following days, Mingzhu diligently practiced her cultivation atop the thinking cliff, striving to enhance her powers. In the blink of an eye, 3 years slipped by. Each morning, she would stroll with Xiaobai, signing in at various locations, while her afternoons were devoted to rigorous training. As time passed, she not only refined her mastery of the Qinglian sword technique and the Xiantian palm, alongside other skills acquired during her sign-ins, but after absorbing 5 pieces of celestial spirit jade, her cultivation had approached the early stages of Xian ascension. Most significantly, she had reached the peak of the late stage of the soul technique left by her ancestor, Yi Xian, soul levels, mortal realm, Xian realm, earth realm, heaven realm. During these 3 years, Qingqing Mountain appeared remarkably serene, devoid of any signs of combat among powerful figures. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a turbulent undercurrent brewed beneath this calm surface, poised to unleash a tempest. One day, as the first rays of dawn illuminated Mingzhu's cave, she slowly opened her eyes. In that moment, a faint blue light shimmered in her gaze, indicative of her considerable progress in strength. Exhaling a breath of stale air, anticipation flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "Since they have arrived, it is the perfect opportunity to test my skills." With her right hand outstretched, a torrent of soul energy surged forth, gradually coalescing into a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Mingzhu herself. Meow. Master S soul transformation is becoming increasingly adept, Xiaobai exclaimed, watching in awe Mingzhu's cultivation speed. Over the past 3 years, while indulging in a leisurely life alongside Mingzhu, Xiaobai had not physically grown, but had ascended to a 6th-tier exotic beast, and had even aided Mingzhu in subduing an iron-eating beast. At that moment, the manifested form of soul energy received Mingzhu's command, swiftly darting off into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Let us go, everyone. We should follow," Mingzhu said, leaping onto the back of the iron-eating beast, chasing after the figure conjured from her soul energy. Meow. Xiaobai, not to be outdone, leaped onto Mingzhu's shoulder. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Mingwe Valley, a group of black-robed cultivators wielding sickles charged forth at an alarming speed, swiftly appearing at the valley's entrance. "Halt! Who dares intrude upon Mingwe Valley?" The guard stationed at the entrance shouted, drawing their swords and glaring at the approaching group of over a dozen individuals. However, the intruders seemed impervious to the warning, barreling into Mingwe Valley unimpeded. Witnessing this, the guard erupted in fury, commanding the other disciples to intervene, yet the speed of the intruders was astonishing, and their leader, a mid-stage Xian ascendant, brandished a black blade, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Once inside, they wreaked havoc as if wolves amongst sheep, with many weaker disciples having no chance to resist, falling before them. In mere moments, the valley was stained crimson. The air around these individuals was thick with bloodlust, resembling malevolent spirits from the depths of hell. Alarmed, many disciples within Mingwe Valley succumbed to panic. The strength and unknown origins of these intruders left them trembling in fear. Just then, an elderly figure in a blue robe rushed in, and upon witnessing the chaos at the entrance, his expression shifted dramatically. "Who dares intrude upon Mingwe Valley?" he bellowed. His authoritative voice momentarily halted the black-clad group. The leading figure, with a cold smirk, turned to the elder, his voice dripping with malice. "Are you a descendant of Yi Xian? A descendant of Yi Xian?" The blue-robed elder paused, then his pupils constricted in realization. "I am Yi Nanxing, the Grand Elder of Mingwe Valley." "Who are you?" The black-clad cultivator sneered. "You need only know that we are enemies of Yi Xian, and the descendants of the Yi family have long been marked for death. As the words left his lips, a formidable aura of malevolence erupted from the black-clad monk. Sensing this oppressive energy, the elder Yi Nanxing was instantly taken aback, his face paling dramatically. The sheer ferocity of this aura was so overwhelming that even his very soul quivered in response. "Could it be that you?" Yi Nanxing murmured, his complexion ashen. "Today marks the day of your tribute." The leading black-clad monk let out a cold snort, then swung his black blade towards them with lethal intent. Swish, swish, swish. Each strike fell like a torrential downpour, relentlessly raining down upon them. The elder Yi Nanxing, in a state of panic, hurriedly attempted to fend off the onslaught. Alas, the disparity in strength was too great. Soon, his defenses crumbled, leaving him with several deep gashes from which blood flowed profusely. In that moment, he finally recognized the peril posed by this group, and without activating the protective formation of their sect, he shouted, "Everyone, retreat at once. Save yourselves." Unfortunately, as soon as his words fell, a series of thunderous booms echoed from within the valley. To his horror, he witnessed the young guards of the sect being hurled backward, each one bleeding from the mouth, their eyes wide with terror. Meanwhile, the commotion from the front gate drew the attention of others within the Mingzhu Valley. What is happening? Has the protective formation of Mingzhu Valley been breached? Hurry, investigate who is behind this. Before long, nearly everyone in the valley surged forward, their faces etched with confusion as they peered into the depths of the valley, eager to uncover the unfolding events. Even the disciples tending the fire and guarding the Mingzhu pavilion rushed over, but upon witnessing the scene within the valley, their expressions shifted dramatically, revealing sheer horror. Chapter 33. The Pill God, Mu Qingyang. Within the valley, the disciples who were supposed to invoke the protective formation had vanished, replaced by bloodied figures sprawled on the ground, their vitality waning. Witnessing this grim sight filled the hearts of the onlookers with dread. These assailants were far too terrifying. They were utterly beyond their capacity to resist. It's over, it's over. Mingzhu Valley is doomed. In an instant, despair painted the faces of the disciples as they began to retreat, desperate to flee from Mingzhu Valley. The leading black-robed monk, frowning deeply, surveyed the scene with a chilling gaze, then bellowed, "Everyone, obey my command. Search Mingzhu Valley immediately. Should anyone stand in our way, eliminate them without hesitation." "Yes." The black-robed disciples responded respectfully. Soon after, they transformed into shadows, charging toward the disciples of Mingzhu Valley. Rapidly, these black-robed figures confronted the disciples, who, paralyzed by fear, found themselves devoid of courage even to draw their swords. Just then, an elder suddenly appeared before the black-robed monk, his gaze sharp and exuding an air of authority, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, compelling all to bow in reverence. The initial shock was not from the black-robed figures, but rather from the disciples of Mingzhu Valley. They were astounded, for this imposing elder was none other than the firewood overseer they often derided in private, Old Man Mu. How is this possible? How could Old Man Mu possess such power? The young disciples of Mingzhu Valley stared at Mu Qingyang in disbelief. They were acutely aware of his standing among the disciples. He ranked near the bottom in terms of capability. "Who are you?" Mu Qingyang inquired, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his piercing gaze upon the black-robed monks. The leading black-robed monk did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Mu Qingyang for a lengthy moment before letting out a mocking laugh. "I never anticipated this place harbored such a significant figure, the Pill God, Mu Qingyang." The Pill God, Mu Qingyang. As the black-robed monk revealed the elder's identity, astonishment rippled through the crowd, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. The title of Pill God was reserved for those whose strength had reached the transformation stage, alongside possessing the rank of at least a 7th-tier alchemist, making them a coveted entity among various factions, a true powerhouse. The disciples of Mingzhu Valley could scarcely fathom that the legendary Pill God, Mu Qingyang, was merely an old man from their firewood room. Observing the shocked expressions of the Mingzhu disciples, the black-robed monk's eyes glinted with derision and scorn as he remarked, "Indeed, these individuals are all frogs at the bottom of a well, incapable of recognizing the Pill God, Mu Qingyang." "Who are you?" Mu Qingyang asked, his arms crossed behind his back, a frigid aura emanating from him. "Oof." The black-robed monk scoffed, then declared, We seek only the Yi family. Pill God, if you are wise, you will submit to us. Given your alchemical skills, perhaps you could even attain the position of a branch leader. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. What audacious arrogance! Old Man Mu erupted in fury, exclaiming, if that is the case, I shall send you on your way to the afterlife. With that, he extended his right hand, striking down into the void with great force. In an instant, his frail hand radiated with a terrifying and potent energy. At this moment, Mu Qingyang's expression grew solemn. He understood that his current strength was insufficient to vanquish so many black-robed monks. Silently praying for the mysterious masked figure from 3 years prior atop the cliff of reflection to arrive in time to lend aid. As the formidable gust from his palm descended upon the black-robed monk, an overwhelming force surged forth, akin to a tempest sweeping across the land. The black-robed monk, feeling the intensity of the pressure, donned a serious expression as he sneered, Pill God, you are indeed a renowned master who once commanded respect in the North Isle. However, you are no longer in the transformation stage. With your current strength, you are incapable of contending with me. As his words faded, the black-robed monk swung his blade upward, summoning a wave of black energy that cleaved through the air. The space itself appeared unable to withstand the sharpness of the blade, tearing apart under its might. As an overwhelming aura surged forth like a rampaging dragon, the blade struck the palm imprint with a resounding crash, unleashing a terrifying ripple that sent all nearby disciples of Mingzhu Valley flying. Gasping for breath, each disciple spewed forth blood, their faces pale and filled with terror. Witnessing this scene, Mu Qingyang's expression shifted and he swiftly retreated. The black-robed monk, however, relentlessly pursued him, launching a series of attacks. Although Mu Qingyang had also attained the transformation stage, he found himself steadily losing ground against the black-robed monk's relentless onslaught. Ultimately, he was compelled to unleash his ultimate technique, channeling his most powerful strike. In an instant, his palm transformed into a long azure sword, which he thrust forward. A blinding beam of sword light erupted from the azure sword, soaring towards the black-robed monk with lethal intent. The sword light, accompanied by a fierce gale, surged forth like a dragon, claws extended, poised to strike. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the black-robed practitioner's expression shifted dramatically. The sword technique, infused with the power of alchemical flames, instilled a sense of peril within him, compelling him to swiftly raise his obsidian blade in defense. Clang! The weapons collided with a ferocious impact, producing a resonant clang of metal against metal. In an astonishing turn of events, the black blade exploded into fragments, dissipating into the void. With a single strike, Mu Qingyang's sword radiance not only shattered the black blade, but also left the black-robed practitioner reeling from the force. To everyone's astonishment, in the very moment the black-robed practitioner staggered back, a thick, inky substance erupted violently from within him, surging toward Mu Qingyang like a vengeful tide. Mu Qingyang's pupils constricted slightly. He could sense the formidable power of the black mist. If it were to touch him, his physical form would surely perish. Consequently, Mu Qingyang hastily directed his inner energy, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. However, when the black mist made contact with his aura, it writhed violently as if it had encountered a sworn enemy, ultimately breaking free and transforming into a dense shroud that enveloped Mu Qingyang. In that moment, Mu Qingyang's body trembled violently, feeling as though his very soul were ensnared in a quagmire, immobilized. The black mist exhibited an insatiable hunger. Upon contact with his being, it began to voraciously consume his vital energy. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qingyang felt his inner energy depleting at a visible rate, and his body grew increasingly rigid, teetering on the brink of collapse. Cursed fiend! Mu Qingyang's countenance darkened as he realized that his vital energy was vanishing at an alarming pace, having lost over 70% in mere moments. At this juncture, he was acutely aware that the black mist had nearly eroded all of his inner energy. Witnessing this, the disciples of Mingzhu Valley wore expressions of sheer terror. And even Yi Qianxue, who had just arrived, was struck with disbelief, her heart racing in fear. Amidst the panic of the Mingzhu Valley disciples, the black-robed practitioner let out a maniacal laugh, declaring, "Indeed, the power of the Dan God is formidable." However, today, you cannot escape your fate. I shall seize your soul and torment it endlessly." As he spoke, the black-robed practitioner swept his sleeve, unleashing an overwhelming force that sought to extract Mu Qingyang's soul. Boom! At that moment, a deafening sound reverberated, followed by a colossal palm imprint descending from the heavens. As the imprint landed, the black-robed practitioner felt an overwhelming sense of oppressive force, akin to the very heavens collapsing upon him, rendering him breathless. To his astonishment, under the weight of this palm, the world around him seemed to slow. Even his thoughts felt as though they were grinding to a halt. At that instant, he felt as if he were trapped in a swamp, utterly unable to move. "This is impossible." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the black-robed practitioner's expression shifted in alarm as he channeled all his inner energy in a desperate attempt to break free from the immense pressure. Yet, to his utter dismay, no amount of effort would yield any results. In that moment, he felt like a fish on a chopping block, awaiting its fate. Boom! The massive palm imprint struck down upon the black-robed practitioner's head. With a resounding crash, he was engulfed by the imprint's indentation, blood gushing forth in a ghastly display. Witnessing this, the disciples of Mingzhu Valley were initially stunned, but soon, relief washed over them. The black-robed practitioner was the strongest among this group. With his demise, the remaining subordinates posed little threat against the Valley Master and the Elders. However, before they could fully rejoice, eerie laughter emanated from the cratered ground below. "Hee. I never anticipated that there would be a formidable presence in Mingzhu Valley." An unsettling voice echoed as the black-robed practitioner crawled from the hollow, his garments tattered and blood-soaked, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet his aura was now imbued with a sinister energy, surrounded by an ominous dark mist that rendered him terrifying to behold. His crimson-tinged eyes fixated on a slender figure standing atop the valley's walls, a woman clad in flowing white robes, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her features indiscernible. It was she who had unleashed the earlier descending palm strike. Narrowing his eyes, the black-robed practitioner inquired, "Who might you be, that you do not dare reveal your true form?" Listening to the question, Mingzhu, concealed in the shadows, felt a surge of astonishment, murmuring, "Indeed, as a member of the Soul Clan, he perceives my soul doppelganger in a single exchange. Alas, if only my doppelganger possessed greater power." That strike could have severely wounded him. At that moment, the disciples of Mingzhu Valley gazed in awe at the figure in white upon the wall. The silhouette struck a chord of familiarity, yet disbelief clouded their minds. If, as the black-robe practitioner claimed, this was merely a soul doppelganger, it could not be Mingzhu, for only those of the divine separation stage could condense a human form using soul energy. Mingzhu had only reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment before her leap into the abyss. Even with the finest elixirs, it was illogical for her to ascend to the divine separation stage in just 3 years. At that moment, a cruel smile curled upon the lips of the black-robed practitioner as he continued, "Do you truly believe that a mere doppelganger can thwart my assault? I am eager to witness just how long your doppelganger can endure." As his words fell, a terrifying force erupted from the depths of his being, sweeping outward in all directions. Boom! This dread force enveloped Mingzhu atop the walls in an instant. Sensing the overwhelming power, the doppelganger recoiled, simultaneously extending her arm and executing a series of intricate gestures. Waves of energy surged from her fingertips, cascading toward the black-robed practitioner in a bid to suppress him. Observing this, the black-robed practitioner snorted dismissively. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a slender black scythe materialized in his grasp. A flicker of dark light surged forth, transforming into a tempest of blades that obliterated the approaching energy waves, followed by a swift slash aimed at Mingzhu's doppelganger. Swish! As the blades sliced through the air, a torrent of dark energy surged forth, cleaving the void as it approached the doppelganger with overwhelming momentum. In response, the doppelganger's expression hardened, and she swiftly formed seals with her hands, gathering the surrounding void into a concentrated force. In the next moment, she clapped her hands together. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A terrifying sound wave erupted from her palms, radiating outward like ripples on water. It was the sound wave technique of the Illusion Sound Workshop. Puff! The dark energy blades aimed at her were shattered under the sonic assault, and the residual force surged forth, striking directly at the black-robed practitioner's chest. Bang! A muffled grunt echoed through the air. The figure of the robed practitioner was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into the distant woods, creating a deep crater upon impact. As he was propelled backward, the dark scythe in his hand slipped from his grasp, spinning toward the body of his doppelganger. Whoosh! The scythe carved through the air, tracing arcs of darkness as it sought to ensnare Yi Mingzhu's avatar. At that moment, Yi Mingzhu's doppelganger conjured a sword of pure energy, and with a nimble flick, a dazzling sword aura erupted from the blade, shooting forth like a meteor aimed directly at the black scythe. Bang! The piercing sword energy clashed against the scythe, and in an instant, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air. As the terrifying blast reverberated, two formidable shockwaves surged forth like a tornado, sweeping dust into the sky, obscuring the sun and blinding the onlookers. The scene was momentarily shrouded in silence. Finally, as the dust settled, the gazes of the Mingzhu Valley crowd converged once more. To their shock, they beheld the robed figure, scythe in hand, wearing a sinister grin, while the ethereal figure in white had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, the expressions of the Mingzhu Valley members turned ashen. If even this mysterious woman in white could not contend with him, then it seemed their fate was sealed. The robed practitioner, catching sight of their dismay, wore a smug smile and proclaimed, "Humph, a mere soul doppelganger dares to oppose me. She must be severely injured from backlash and will soon perish." Upon hearing his words, the crowd's faces grew even more grim. "Kill them all, leave no one behind," the robed practitioner commanded coldly. At his order, the group of black-robed figures nodded in unison and charged towards the Mingzhu Valley members. As they approached, the faces of the Mingzhu Valley crowd turned pale. They understood that a massacre was imminent, and their very existence was at stake. "Let's fight back," someone in the crowd shouted, igniting a fire of resolve among them. In the next moment, Yi Qinxue and the four elders led the charge against the black-robed assailants. However, before they could engage, a sword silhouette flashed forth with thunderous might. With a soft chime, a moon-white longsword, radiating an aura of sharpness, embedded itself into the ground between the two parties, emanating a chilling energy that deterred any who dared approach. Seeing the sudden appearance of the moon-white sword, the black-robed practitioners' expressions shifted, halting their advance as they surveyed their surroundings with heightened vigilance. The members of Mingzhu Valley were equally stunned. They recognized the sword before them. It was the same moon-white sword they had witnessed 3 years ago during their battle with the Blood Mist Hall, wielded by Yi Mingzhu herself. Could it be that she had returned from the Cliff of Reflection, now possessing formidable strength? As this thought crossed their minds, their eyes widened in disbelief. Sure enough, the long-absent figure soon came into view. Clad in white, the young woman sat astride a massive beast of black and white, a fearsome white cat perched upon her shoulder. Her bright eyes fixed intently on the black-robed practitioners, filled with an intense, murderous intent that seemed to harbor boundless fury, sending shivers down their spines. This was the first time they had witnessed Yi Mingzhu emanating such overwhelming killing intent. Upon seeing Yi Mingzhu, Yi Qinxue's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart heavy with bitterness and guilt. These past 3 years must have been arduous for her daughter, explaining the rapid growth in her strength. Meanwhile, Yi Mingzhu cast a detached glance at the black-robed practitioners. Having absorbed her ancestors' memories, she understood just how cruel and bloodthirsty they were. Had she not revealed herself today, the Mingzhu Valley would surely have met its doom, with every soul within its bounds facing annihilation. Even their families would not be spared. At that moment, the black-robed practitioner felt a tremor of dread as he sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from Yi Mingzhu. It was as if a venomous snake had fixated upon him, sending a chill coursing through his body. This foreboding feeling was unnerving. As for the white cat that was fixated on him, he dismissed it. He believed that the charming spirit cat lacked true power and posed no threat. However, the sight of the formidable black and white beast instilled a sense of suffocation within him. "Who are you?" he demanded, taking a deep breath and locking his gaze onto Yi Mingzhu. "The one who will kill you," she replied coldly, her voice devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, the black-robed practitioner's expression shifted, an inexplicable fear creeping into his heart. Yet he quickly dismissed this feeling. How could this be? The woman before him was clearly only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. How could she pose any threat? Nevertheless, to avoid complications, the black-robed practitioner retorted, "We only wish to eliminate the descendants of the Yi family. I hope you will not interfere. I am a descendant of the Yi family." Yi Mingzhu replied sharply, her voice chilling to the bone. Her declaration caused the black-robed practitioner's face to change dramatically. In the next instant, he stepped back, a vicious sneer forming on his lips. "In that case, you shall die." With that, the black-robed practitioner swung his scythe toward Yi Mingzhu. However, just as he prepared to strike, a piercing sword cry shattered the air. The moon-white longsword embedded in the ground erupted in a dazzling brilliance, and under Yi Mingzhu's command, it transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the void toward the black-robed practitioner. The sword struck like a meteor, instantly piercing the practitioner's brow. With a dull thud, he was impaled through the heart, along with his nascent soul, blood gushing forth. The sight of one sword effortlessly slaying a mid-stage ascendant master left the members of Mingzhu Valley utterly astounded. This spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. The black-robed practitioner fell lifeless to the ground, struck down without a chance for reprieve. Yet, as he collapsed, a wisp of black mist quietly escaped from his brow. Swish! In the next moment, the black smoke coalesced into a grotesque, dark visage. This face represented the practitioner's soul. He had never anticipated that the speed of that sword would leave him no avenue for escape. Now, he intended to flee at once, if he could manage to escape. Restoring his physical form would be a trivial matter given his power. However, Yi Mingzhu would not allow him to escape. Almost simultaneously, a brilliant sword aura surged forth, instantly obliterating the black soul. A cry of anguish echoed through the air as the black-robed practitioner met his end. Witnessing this swift turn of events, the onlookers were left speechless, their mouths agape in shock. Although they had speculated that Yi Mingzhu would make progress over the past 3 years, they could hardly have imagined that she would now possess such formidable strength. With a single sword strike, she slayed a mid-stage Xian Sheng expert. This turn of events was nothing short of astonishing. Not only were the members of Mingzhu Valley taken aback, but the dozen or so figures cloaked in black were also left speechless by Yi Mingzhu's displayed prowess. For a moment, they even entertained thoughts of retreat. If the branch leader had been dispatched so swiftly, how could they possibly stand against Yi Mingzhu? Just as they contemplated fleeing, Yi Mingzhu moved with a swiftness that was almost ethereal. A streak of sword energy sliced through the air, instantly finding its mark at the throat of one black-cloaked figure, crushing it with brutal efficiency. A chilling scream escaped the lips of the unfortunate man as he beheld his severed head soaring into the air, blood gushing forth. His lifeless body collapsing to the ground, his soul undoubtedly obliterated alongside it. In that moment, Yi Mingzhu, wielding the radiant moonlight, surged forth once more, enveloped in a chilling aura of unending sword energy. With a sweeping strike, she severed another black-cloaked figure's neck. The speed at which she moved caused the pupils of all the black-cloaked figures to constrict in disbelief. Yi Mingzhu's strength had far surpassed their expectations. Although her aura merely suggested she had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, she was now capable of annihilating mid-stage Xian Sheng experts. This indicated that Yi Mingzhu had acquired combat prowess that could rival those of the Xian Sheng stage. Such power was truly terrifying. Amidst their shock, Yi Mingzhu's figure transformed into a flash of light, hurtling towards them once again. Her movements were incredibly elusive, each strike unexpected, her attacks mercilessly fierce. Each wave of sword energy could effortlessly rend the very fabric of space, leaving her adversaries defenseless. The Qinglian sword technique unleashed sharp sword energies that continuously pierced through the shadows of the figures, each one possessing the ability to penetrate the soul. Caught off guard, the black-cloaked figures had no time to resist as they were pierced through by Yi Mingzhu's sword energy. In the blink of an eye, several more black-cloaked figures had been vanquished. With only 7 remaining, Yi Mingzhu prepared to eliminate them all. To her surprise, these last 7 did not choose to flee. Instead, they produced black tokens, pressing them against their chests. Instantly, beams of black light erupted, and lifelike skeletal armor materialized around them, emanating an oppressive aura of malevolence. This was a secret technique of the Soul Clan, capable of perfectly merging their sinister energies into the skeletal armor, resulting in a temporary, yet significant surge in strength. Such a technique was exceedingly rare. At that moment, the strength of these 7 individuals surged dramatically from late-stage Golden Core to late-stage Nascent Soul, spanning an entire major realm in an astonishing display of power. Their eerie laughter echoed ominously, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. As the 7 strange black lights spread outward, enveloping the area within several hundred feet, everyone within this range felt an invisible pressure, having entered the domain of the 7 black-cloaked figures. This domain's power was not merely the oppressive force of vital energy, but rather a true manifestation of spiritual strength. The field of influence from these 7 was relentlessly crushing the consciousness of those present, seeking to invade their souls and bring them under complete control. Alarm bells rang in the minds of several elders as they sensed the danger. They are attacking our souls with spiritual power. If this continues, we will surely fall into an irreversible abyss, they exclaimed, but their warnings came too late, as several weaker disciples had already succumbed to the assault on their minds. In that instant, they felt their consciousness violently ripple, followed by waves of excruciating pain that forced them to clutch their heads and cry out in agony. Some disciples, already possessing weaker mental fortitude, fainted outright. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qinxue and the 4 elders' faces darkened with concern. Yi Mingzhu's heart sank as well. She had not anticipated the Soul Clan to be so formidable. It was no wonder her ancestors had suffered defeat at their hands during the tribulation of the 9th heavenly realm. This mental domain was sustained by immense spiritual power, and now, the strength of these 7 individual soul energy was nearly on par with her own. To defeat them, she would first need to disrupt their mental state. Thus, she resolved to unleash her newly comprehended Moonlight Sword Technique. Chapter 36. Illusory Sword Technique. This sword technique, known as the Illusory Sword Technique, is a remarkably powerful form of swordsmanship. Once executed, it creates a potent illusion capable of utterly shattering the will of the enemy. Hence, Yi Mingzhu named it the Illusory Sword Technique. This technique is not something an ordinary person could master. It is a special mental skill requiring exceptional talent. Had she not practiced the Soul Sutra, Yi Mingzhu would have found it exceedingly difficult to grasp. With a swift motion, the tip of Yi Mingzhu's sword radiated a blinding white light, illuminating the surroundings like a full moon. In an instant, the sword light soared through the heavens, tearing through the void as if it were slicing through the very firmament. In that moment, everyone beheld the moon-white longsword, which appeared to transform into an actual moon, radiant, warm, bright, pure, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. This sword light resembled a sacred ray of sunlight descending, casting a calming glow into the hearts of all, instilling a profound sense of peace and tranquility. Upon witnessing this sword strike, the 7 figures' expressions shifted dramatically as they sensed the underlying lethal intent concealed within. What is this? How can it exude such terrifying and eerie sword momentum? They thought in horror, hastily channeling their sinister energies. Yet, they were a moment too late. The moon-white sword light shattered their domain just 3 feet from them, directly impacting their bodies. Under the force of this strike, they felt as though their flesh were about to explode, a mist of blood erupting forth. A chorus of agonized screams erupted from them. Their souls suffered severe trauma, as if purified by the moon-white sword light. Such injuries were undeniably fatal. With a splatter, the 7 figures each coughed up blood before being sent sprawling to the ground. Their eyes losing focus, their consciousness beginning to fade into chaos. Such wounds, even for late-stage nascent soul experts, would be exceedingly difficult to heal, as they were injuries to the very essence of the soul. At this moment, beads of sweat formed on Yi Mingzhu's forehead, clearly indicating that the previous technique had drained a significant amount of her spiritual energy. Seizing the opportunity while the black-cloaked cultivators were still reeling, Yi Mingzhu cast the soul-searching technique on one of them, eager to delve into their memories. The man let out a wretched scream, convulsing on the ground, his face contorted in extreme agony, clearly indicating that his soul was being assailed. Yi Mingzhu did not cease her endeavors. After inheriting the memories of her ancestors, she became acutely aware of the murderous nature of this group, who showed no mercy, not even to the elderly and the innocent. Their actions were devoid of any semblance of humanity. However, a perplexing mystery lingered. These individuals possessed no recollection, their minds a blank slate. Just as Mingzhu pondered this enigma, a frail voice from the crowd sighed, "Child, these people's memories have been erased. There is no need for you to exert yourself in vain." Upon hearing this, Mingzhu was taken aback. To have the ability to erase memories indicated an extraordinary level of power. Yet, despite her astonishment, she refrained from inquiring further and instead turned her attention to the injured. "Grandfather Mu, allow me to heal your wounds," she declared, and proceeded to channel her primordial energy to tend to the afflicted. The calamity that had befallen Mingzhu Valley would have resulted in far graver losses had she not sensed the danger in advance and arrived in time. Fortunately, they had managed to escape a more dire fate. 2 hours later, tranquility returned to Mingzhu Valley as Elder Yi Nanxing convened all disciples. "Esteemed colleagues, our valley has faced a catastrophic disaster, and we have failed to safeguard it, resulting in great suffering for our disciples. I am truly ashamed," he lamented, sighing deeply. "After discussions with the Valley Master and the elders, we have decided to disband Mingzhu Valley effective immediately. It is time for everyone to seek their own paths." At this proclamation, a stunned silence enveloped the gathering. While many of the disciples were outsiders, a significant number had grown up within the valley, fostering deep loyalty toward the Valley Master and the elders. The news of disbandment was met with disbelief. Yi Nanxing understood their sentiments well, yet to mitigate further unnecessary casualties, disbandment was the only viable option. "Please gather your belongings and prepare to leave," he urged, deliberately omitting mention of the Soul Clan, hoping to spare the disciples from living in fear and hatred. However, as soon as his words fell, a commotion erupted within the crowd. "Elder, we wish to remain and continue following the Valley Master, vowing to defend Mingzhu Valley with our lives, even if it means facing annihilation." One voice cried out, "Indeed, the Valley has shown us immense kindness. I cannot abandon my sect to flee alone. Besides, those robed figures have slain my senior sister. I bear a grudge against them." Another added passionately, "Elder, to ask us to leave is a cruelty greater than death." The clamor grew, predominantly from those unwilling to abandon Mingzhu Valley. Yi Nanxing sighed, fully aware of their unwavering loyalty, but the decision had been made, and it was irrevocable. "I understand your dedication, but this matter is of grave importance. Remaining here will not only prove futile, but may also become a burden, jeopardizing your lives. It is far wiser to leave and return when you are stronger to restore our sect." Upon hearing Yi Nanxing's words, the disciples fell into a contemplative silence. Yes, the valley had been significantly weakened and could no longer sustain itself. Even if they stayed, they would merely be a liability, unable to assist and potentially endangering everyone. At that moment, a young disciple stood up, exclaiming, "Elder's words ring true. Those robed figures may return at any moment. Our current strength is insufficient to resist them. Rather than perish without purpose, we should diligently train and wait until we are powerful enough to make them think twice before daring to threaten Mingzhu Valley." His impassioned declaration resonated with the others. Indeed, Brother Gu is right. The day we become strong will herald the revival of Mingzhu Valley. Another chimed in, "I cannot die before avenging Sister Hao. I support the elder's advice." "Me too," echoed another voice. Thus, one by one, the disciples were persuaded to depart from Mingzhu Valley. Observing the departing disciples, a somber expression washed over the faces of the elders. "Elders, you should also take your leave," Yi Qinshu sighed as the disciples dispersed. The remaining elders exchanged glances, each recognizing the resolute determination reflected in the other's eyes. Then, "Until we meet again," one elder spoke. "Until we meet again," the others echoed, turning to leave. As they watched their figures fade into the distance, Yi Qinshu and Yi Nanxing felt a pang of sorrow. This parting left an uncertain timeline for their reunion. The sight of the departing figures gradually vanished from view. At that moment, Yi Mingzhu appeared, saying, "Mother, Elder, the remaining members of the Yi family should relocate to the Repentance Cliff." Yi Mingzhu understood that while the Repentance Cliff appeared to be a place of punishment for the Yi family's transgressors, it was, in truth, a sanctuary bequeathed by their ancestors for the descendants. Over the past 3 years, she and Xiaobai had explored the defensive barriers of the Repentance Cliff, discovering that it could withstand the full force of a peak Spirit Division cultivator's attack. And the spiritual energy in that region was many times denser than in the surrounding areas, making it an excellent refuge for cultivation. Yi Qinxue and Yi Nanxing exchanged a glance, ultimately nodding in agreement. However, before they could issue further instructions, a panicked voice from outside interrupted. Valley Master, Elder. Trouble is brewing. The Blood Mist Hall has returned. Chapter 37. Humiliation by one's own hand. Yi Qinxue and Yi Nanxing furrowed their brows, promptly leading their disciples outside. Soon, they arrived at the valley's entrance, where hundreds of men clad in black, their faces twisted in malice, stood awaiting them. It was indeed the Blood Mist Hall. Upon seeing this group, Yi Qinxue sensed the gravity of the situation. The Soul Clan had just been eradicated, and Mingzhu Valley had only just disbanded its disciples. Clearly, Leng Jiang had come to seize the opportunity. Leng Jiang, how despicable to exploit others' misfortune and attempt to annihilate us. Elder Yi Nanxing rebuked coldly. Hearing the elder's scorn, a man in black from the Blood Mist Hall burst into laughter, retorting, Yi Nanxing, I hear your Mingzhu Valley has suffered grievously at the hands of unknown assailants. After today, Mingzhu Valley shall become a relic of the past, and what qualification do you have to lecture me? Leng Jiang, do you truly believe that Mingzhu Valley is a soft target? Yi Qinxue interjected with a scoff, a formidable aura suddenly enveloping her, chilling the air around them. Sensing the immense pressure emanating from Yi Qinxue, Leng Jiang's eyes narrowed instinctively. My Yi Valley Master, I did not expect you to reach the pinnacle of the initial stage of the nascent soul realm in just 3 years. It seems your Mingzhu skill has advanced considerably, Leng Jiang remarked calmly, betraying little emotion. However, to think you can thwart me with mere initial stage nascent soul power is rather naive. Hand over Yi Mingzhu. Do not assume I have forgotten the grudge from 3 years ago. As he spoke, Leng Jiang's long hair billowed, and his aura surged violently, revealing that he had achieved the peak of the nascent soul realm. How formidable! The members of Mingzhu Valley could not help but display expressions of shock at the overwhelming power radiating from Leng Jiang. 3 years had passed, and his strength had escalated at an alarming rate. It was no wonder, considering the Blood Mist Hall had ample resources, and their methods of enhancing strength were notorious. At this moment, Yi Qinxue inquired in a low voice, What do you intend to do? A cruel smile emerged at the corner of Leng Jiang's mouth as he replied, Of course, I plan to capture Yi Mingzhu and avenge my son, Leng Yu, for the severing of his meridians. However, before Yi Qinxue could respond, a melodious voice resonated from within the Mingzhu Valley. 3 years have passed, yet you still think of me. As the voice echoed, a graceful figure clad in white appeared before everyone. Was it not the enchanting Yi Mingzhu? Yi Mingzhu approached slowly, her beautiful eyes glinting with an icy glare that sent chills through Leng Jiang. Upon seeing her, Leng Jiang's eyes lit up momentarily, but rage swiftly replaced his expression. 3 years ago, I was frightened away by that detestable charm spirit cat, allowing you to escape. Today, I shall see who can save you. With that, he raised his hand and struck with a powerful palm. Boom! A massive black skeletal handprint surged forth, exuding an aura of destruction, racing toward Yi Mingzhu with lightning speed. Be careful, Yi Nanxing shouted. Yet, before his warning could fully escape his lips, his pupils dilated in shock as he witnessed Yi Mingzhu effortlessly warding off the black skeletal handprint with a mere wave of her hand. Crack! In an instant, the black skeletal handprint shattered under the force of Yi Mingzhu's strike. Impossible. Leng Jiang's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Yi Mingzhu's strength to be so formidable, capable of nullifying his full force attack with a single move. This was nothing short of astonishing. Yi Mingzhu, unfazed by further dialogue, swiftly closed the distance to Leng Jiang. With a graceful motion, her long sword materialized, a brilliant sword radiance coalescing, and she thrust it fiercely toward Leng Jiang's shoulder. The sword light sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound emanating a chilling glimmer. Leng Jiang's expression hardened as he evaded to the side, striking with both palms to counter the sword's brilliance. With a few resounding claps, he neutralized Yi Mingzhu's attack, then raised his foot and launched a lightning-fast kick toward her chest. Surprisingly, Yi Mingzhu made no attempt to evade. Instead, She stood her ground, a faint smile gracing her lips. Lung Jiang's pupils constricted sharply. He felt the temperature around Yi Mingzhu plummet, as though encased in ice. Swish! Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his foot. He looked down to see Yi Mingzhu merely extending a finger, piercing through the sole of his foot. With a dull thud, he was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the stone tablet at the valley's entrance. Puffed! Lung Jiang spat blood, his face paling as he struggled to support himself on the ground, staring at Yi Mingzhu in horror. You are actually at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Self-inflicted humiliation, Yi Qinxue scoffed, raising her hand to deliver another palm strike toward Lung Jiang. This time, he was utterly unable to evade, taking the full force of the blow and being sent flying once more, crashing heavily outside the valley and creating a deep crater in the ground, sending dust swirling, clearly gravely injured. Yi Mingzhu cast a casual glance at the fallen Lung Jiang. Her current strength placed her at the apex of the nascent soul stage, rendering Lung Jiang's capabilities utterly incapable of harming her. Their brazen attempt to take advantage of her vulnerability was merely an act of self-degradation. Yi Mingzhu had no intention of easily letting them off the hook, yet today, this enmity must come to an end. In the next moment, she extended her left hand, and a massive yin-yang symbol materialized in the center of her palm, spinning incessantly. As the symbol rotated, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward her, forming a vortex around her left hand that intensified, then violently directed toward the pit where Lung Jiang lay. Whoosh! In an instant, a colossal force erupted from the vortex. Under this immense pulling power, Lung Jiang's body began to detach from the ground, drawn toward Yi Mingzhu. At this moment, fear overwhelmed Lung Jiang, and he trembled as he asked, "What do you intend to do with me?" "Take me to the Blood Mist Hall," Yi Mingzhu replied coolly. "What? You wish to go to my Blood Mist Hall? Do you truly believe you can emerge unscathed?" Upon hearing her intention, Lung Jiang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing. "That is not for you to worry about," Yi Mingzhu responded. Her tone was calm, yet imbued with unwavering confidence. Seeing this, Lung Jiang was momentarily stunned. Then a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He realized that Yi Mingzhu not only possessed remarkable talent, but also a formidable will. However, she underestimated the strength of the Blood Mist Hall. "Very well," Lung Jiang chuckled. "I can take you to witness the might of my Blood Mist Hall." Meanwhile, upon hearing Yi Mingzhu's intention to visit the Blood Mist Hall, both Yi Qinxue and Yi Nanxing displayed expressions of concern. They understood that the Blood Mist Hall was, in fact, the most formidable force among the three major sects of Qingqing Mountain. For Yi Mingzhu to venture there alone was tantamount to courting disaster. "Mother, do not worry about me. I have Xiao Bai with me. There will be no danger. You should lead the other clan members to safety." Upon seeing the worry etched on Yi Qinxue's face, Yi Mingzhu smiled reassuringly. "Meow, rest assured, with me here, my master will be safe," came Xiao Bai's voice from atop the roof. Yi Qinxue had no further words to say. After 3 years, her daughter's strength had surpassed her own. Now that Yi Mingzhu had matured, she no longer required her protection. "Be careful, and if you encounter danger, remember the teleportation jade token your grandfather Mu gave you. We will come to your aid," Yi Qinxue advised, though she was uncertain of her daughter's reasons for going to the Blood Mist Hall. Her concern for her safety compelled her to offer this counsel. "Yes, do not worry, mother," Yi Mingzhu nodded. Her decision to visit the Blood Mist Hall was not impulsive, but rather a well-considered plan. 3 years ago, Lung Yu had his golden cord destroyed and meridians severed. And since Lung Jiang, being cowardly, could not find the actual culprit, he placed all the blame squarely on her shoulders. For 3 years, she had evaded the Blood Mist Hall, spending an entire year on the Thought Reflection Cliff. During this time, she had stealthily slipped out of the barrier, only to discover that in the very place where she had previously battled Lung Yu, Xiao Bai had caught a whiff of a familiar scent. This scent was identical to that of the mysterious masked figure from the climactic battle on the cliff's peak. The realization left Yi Mingzhu utterly astonished. Subsequently, she recalled her mother's conversation with that enigmatic figure at the cliff, which led her to a bold hypothesis. This powerful, mysterious person was likely protecting Mingyue Valley, or perhaps herself, though she remained unaware of their true identity. 2 years prior, Yi Qinxue had visited the Thought Reflection Cliff to see her, And at that time, Mingzhu had seized the opportunity to inquire about the mysterious masked figure's origins. Yet, her mother seemed reluctant to discuss the matter, and Mingzhu did not press further. Of course, all these speculations hinged on whether Long Yu was indeed harmed by that mysterious individual. If not, then the battle at the cliff could merely have been a coincidence. Chapter 38. Journey to the Blood Mist Hall. Lead the way, Mingzhu said, releasing Lung Jiang and speaking with an air of indifference. Upon hearing Mingzhu's words, Lung Jiang's gaze darkened slightly, and with a cold snort, he turned towards the Blood Mist Hall. The Blood Mist Hall, located on the western side of Qingqing Mountain, was not too far from Mingwa Valley. A group of over 100 people galloped swiftly, soon arriving at the entrance of the Blood Mist Hall. The headquarters of the Blood Mist Hall sprawled over a vast area, far more imposing and grand than Mingwa Valley. At first glance, the entire structure appeared stained with fresh, crimson blood, exuding an eerie aura that instilled fear in onlookers. In the center of the plaza within the Blood Mist Hall, numerous disciples gathered, clad in black garments. Their faces twisted in ferocity, emanating a palpable aura of menace. At that moment, one of the disciples spotted Lung Jiang and respectfully exclaimed, "Greetings, Hall Master." Disperse. Lung Jiang waved his hand and proceeded into the main hall of the Blood Mist Hall. Shortly thereafter, he led Mingzhu to Lung Yu's quarters, which were adjacent to his own loft. Upon opening the door, Mingzhu immediately laid eyes on a young man reclining in a wheelchair. Lung Yu's complexion was pale, his lips tinged with purple, and his breath faint, seemingly on the verge of death, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Only an aura of lifelessness surrounded him. For a cultivator, having their golden core destroyed and meridians severed was more excruciating than death itself. Unexpectedly, as soon as Mingzhu stepped into the room, the young man's eyes brightened instantly. There was no trace of anger, hatred, or resentment in his gaze. Instead, it was filled with joy, excitement, and a flurry of emotions. Mingzhu, you have finally appeared. Lung Yu's voice trembled, hoarse as if he had not had water for days. It was laced with intense emotion. "Meow, master." His expression resembled that of a long-absent little black cat, suddenly interjected Xiaobai. However, before he could finish his thought, Mingzhu shot him a stern glance, prompting him to swallow the remainder of his words. At that moment, Mingzhu's gaze fell upon Lung Yu's face, noting his frail, weary appearance. She promptly channeled a trace of primordial, true energy into him. Ignoring the fervent look in Lung Yu's eyes, she instructed Xiaobai, "Your nose is keen. Go and see if you can detect that person's presence." Meow. Xiaobai leapt up and quickly dashed to Lung Yu's wheelchair, crouching down to sniff intently. After a moment, finding no trace of the scent, Xiaobai hopped onto Lung Yu's body and leaned close to his dantian. Meow. In an instant, Xiaobai suddenly yelped and leapt back down from Lung Yu. "What did you find? Did you detect the mysterious person's scent?" Mingzhu urgently inquired. Meow. Indeed, it is identical to the masked person's scent. Xiaobai nodded repeatedly, speaking with conviction. Mingzhu was taken aback by this revelation. To further confirm, she extended her left palm, and a massive yin-yang fish symbol began to spin incessantly within her palm. Her gaze fixed intently on Lung Yu as she began a question. "Did the one who harmed you also possess this technique?" "Yes, it is indeed this bizarre absorption technique." Lung Yu trembled as he replied, his face pale and drenched with sweat. 3 years ago, he had been stripped of his golden core and severed of his meridians by that very mysterious individual, rendering him utterly incapacitated, a memory he could never forget. Withdrawing the Tai Chi seal, Mingzhu grasped the situation. Having witnessed the mysterious masked figure employing the Tai Chi seal from the Shintian palm, and now hearing Lung Yu's account, everything was confirmed. This enigmatic master was likely protecting her from the shadows. Yet, she pondered, who could he possibly be? And what was his motive? Curiosity stirred within Mingzhu. "Hall Master Lung, as Lung Yu just mentioned, you should now understand that his injuries were not inflicted by me." Mingzhu turned to Lung Jiang, speaking calmly. "Humph." Upon hearing this, Lung Jiang let out a cold snort, refraining from rebuttal. He had clearly been aware of this all along, yet he chose to place the blame entirely on Mingzhu. "Xiaobai, let us depart." At that moment, Mingzhu cast a detached glance at Lung Jiang before addressing Xiaobai. "Meow," Xiaobai replied, leaping onto Mingzhu's shoulder, prepare to leave. However, before they had taken 3 steps. A dark voice from behind them called out, "Do you truly believe that one can come and go from the Blood Mist Hall as they please?" As soon as the words fell, Lung Jiang shouted, "Where the blood-armored army?" Instantly, figures leaped forth. Each member donned blood-red battle attire, exuding a formidable aura that was intimidating to behold. Observing this, Mingzhu merely curved her lips into a slight smile. She had long heard of the blood-armored army and was aware of the Blood Mist Hall's methods of forging blood armor. The armor could be refined using the essence blood of cultivators, exponentially enhancing the combat prowess of the blood-armored army. Such a dehumanizing practice should never exist. Moreover, after receiving the memories of her ancestor Yi Xian, Mingzhu learned that the progenitor of the Blood Mist Hall hailed from the Blood Clan, a notoriously evil lineage known for their bloodlust and ruthless methods to achieve their goals. Although the Blood Clan and the Soul Clan were not of the same ilk, their natures were strikingly similar. Both were bloodthirsty beings. Furthermore, the downfall of the Yi family was intricately connected to the Blood Clan, thus leaving Mingzhu with a profoundly negative impression of them. Today, her visit to the Blood Mist Hall was not only to ascertain the truth regarding the masked individual, but also to seek an opportunity to sabotage the Blood Demon Cauldron of the Blood Mist Hall. This cauldron was pivotal to the Blood Mist Hall's strength in the production of blood armor, serving as the very lifeblood of the entire organization. In recent years, Lung Jiang had used it to ruthlessly claim the lives of countless innocent souls. Mingzhu was no saint, yet she could not bear the thought of witnessing the corpses of her fellow disciples tossed into that blood demon cauldron. To prevent future calamities, the Blood Mist Hall would undoubtedly pay a heavy price today. "Seize her!" Lung Jiang roared. Immediately, the blood-armored army surged forward. Yi Qinxue, however, merely raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing her lips. With a graceful step, she surged forward, then, before the multitude, unleashed a powerful palm strike. All phenomena returned to the void. In an instant, a formidable and surging palm wind erupted from her palm, sweeping outward like an unstoppable tide. The blood-armored army suddenly perceived that their surroundings had slowed down, as if their movements had become sluggish. Yet, by the time they comprehended the situation, the palm winds had already reached them, sending their bodies flying. With a crisp crack, the blood armor worn by the soldiers shattered into fragments, blood spraying forth. Their skin left in a gruesome state. As the blood armor was destroyed, a trickle of crimson energy seeped from their forms, causing their figures to vanish, ultimately reducing them to mere desiccated corpses. Strangely, this blood energy surged in unison towards a singular direction, coalescing into a mass. That place was the forbidden zone of the Blood Mist Hall, the resting place of the Blood Demon Cauldron. In mere moments, the blood energy converged into a singular entity, transforming into a colossal silhouette. The figure stood at an imposing height of 2 meters, clad in a blood-red battle robe, with thick, jet-black hair cascading down. His face bore a grotesque mask of demonic patterns, evoking a sense of terror. Upon witnessing this, Lung Jiang's pupils contracted sharply, and his expression turned gravely serious. "This is dreadful. The blood demon has awakened." Just as he uttered these words, the disciples of the Blood Mist Hall began to panic. Once the blood demon awakens, he becomes an uncontrollable entity. Consequently, the weaker disciples fled in terror, their eyes filled with dread, as if confronted by a monstrous flood. Suddenly, a piercing laughter filled the air. "Ah, it has been a long time since I have encountered such fresh flesh." With that, the blood demon extended his right hand, and the space before him shattered like glass, revealing a massive black hole from which an overwhelming tide of blood energy surged forth. Screams erupted as the fleeing disciples were engulfed by the blood energy and pulled into the abyss. The remaining disciples of the Blood Mist Hall, witnessing this horror, screamed in terror, scrambling chaotically for the exit. "Ha ha ha! Trying to escape? Leave yourselves behind." The blood demon's laughter echoed ominously throughout the Blood Mist Hall. He waved his hand, and a gigantic blood-red hand extended from his fist, resembling a serpentine creature, lunging menacingly in every direction. The disciples of the Blood Mist Hall were swallowed by the enormous blood serpent, their forms dissolving into pools of crimson. Seeing this, Lung Jiang's complexion paled drastically. How could this be? Is it due to the excessively concentrated blood energy absorbed recently? He clenched his teeth in despair. At that moment, The blood demon had approached Mingzhu, his gaze fixated on her with a ravenous hunger. Delicious human, your flesh is my favorite delicacy. He licked his lips. Ha ha ha. With a swift leap, he charged towards Mingzhu with lightning speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Yet, Mingzhu did not flinch. Instead, she stood her ground, awaiting the confrontation. Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanated from her, enveloping the surrounding space. She gazed at the blood demon, her lips curling into a cold smirk. Do you think you are worthy of my flesh? Upon hearing this, the blood demon erupted into laughter. Ah, a delectable human, possessing not only a powerful soul, but also rich flesh. You are the perfect meal. This time, I shall devour you whole. He lunged towards her, extending his crimson tongue to lick her delicate neck, his blood-red eyes glinting with greed. However, as the blood demon drew closer, a glint of cold light flickered in Mingzhu's eyes. In an instant, she flicked her wrist, summoning a moon-white longsword that appeared in her hand. With a swift motion, she unleashed a sharp wave of sword energy, slicing towards the blood demon. The moment the sword energy collided with the blood demon, a thunderous sound erupted. Yet he remained unmoved, his attire untouched. Witnessing this, Mingzhu's expression darkened. Her gaze sharpened, and her movements quickened as she unleashed a barrage of sword strikes, each infused with formidable power, capable of overwhelming even the mightiest of nascent soul warriors. Yet, the blood demon's defenses were formidable, no matter how ferociously Mingzhu attacked. He remained unscathed. Ha, not bad. This sword technique contains a rich essence of true energy, but you will find it difficult to slay me, he taunted. What a curious flavor of martial arts. With that, the blood demon inhaled deeply, sucking in the sword energy and crushing it within his mouth. The sound of crunching echoing through the air. Mingzhu's face paled in disbelief. She had not anticipated the blood demon's strength, capable of devouring her sword energy so effortlessly. Furious, she cursed under her breath and unleashed another 3 fierce sword strikes. However, the blood demon merely raised his hand to block them with ease. Ha. Your power is too feeble, insufficient to provoke my full effort. Surrender willingly. In response, Mingzhu, undeterred, shouted defiantly. She concentrated all her spiritual power into her moon-white longsword. With a resounding boom, a radiant sword beam surged forth, hurtling towards the blood demon. As the sword beam approached, the blood demon scoffed. Such a crude sword technique dares to present itself? He raised his blood-stained right hand. Boom! The moment the sword beam collided with his arm, it shattered like fragile tofu, dissipating into nothingness, while the blood demon's hand remained entirely unharmed, as if the attack had been mere illusion. Not bad. Though your power is lacking, this sword technique tickles pleasantly, he remarked, licking his dry lips. In a flash, the blood demon vanished from sight, reappearing beside Mingzhu. With a whoosh, a gust of wind surged, and Mingzhu felt a sharp pain in her left shoulder, blood gushing forth and staining half her shoulder. She looked down to see her clothing torn, revealing deep claw marks on her skin. To her astonishment, at that critical moment, Lung Jiang dashed forward. He neither attacked nor fled but stood resolutely before Mingzhu, gripping the Blood Clan token tightly, and whispered, "My lord Blood Demon, I am of the Blood Clan." Yet, before he could finish, the Blood Demon delivered a devastating punch to Lung Jiang's chest. Dark energy seeping through his fingers into Lung Jiang's body, causing a look of agony to wash over his face. Moments later, he spat blood and collapsed to the ground, his life hanging by a thread. With a cold glance at the fallen Lung Jiang, the Blood Demon turned his attention back to Mingzhu, grinning broadly, revealing his sharp fangs, a sight most unsettling. With your consumption, I shall regain my peak state, and those wretched ants will pay dearly for it. He extended his crimson tongue, ready to savor Mingzhu's delicate skin. Yet, as he approached with his gaping maw, Mingzhu's countenance twisted with icy resolve. Without hesitation, she gripped her moon-white longsword and unleashed the fourth form of the Qinglian sword technique, the Phantom Sword Dance, striking forth. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of sword light surged forth, piercing the air as multiple razor-sharp sword energies rained down upon the Blood Demon, each one aimed to pierce through his very being. Though the sword energy did not pierce the body of the Blood Demon, it nonetheless inflicted a measure of injury, causing the blood demon to tremble and involuntarily retreat several steps. Hee, this move is indeed commendable. You managed to wound me. The blood demon, observing the small cuts on its body, remained indifferent. After all, as long as it desired to recover, even if it sustained double the wounds, it could heal. However, you are still far from it. Allow me to demonstrate what true power really is. Chapter 40. Xiao Bai takes action upon finishing its words. The blood demon's crimson eyes suddenly emitted two beams of scarlet light. Buzzing, the two beams of red light spiraled incessantly, as if a mass of blood clouds was brewing within this crimson glow. As the two beams coalesced, a wave of sanguine aura surged violently from the surrounding void, even engulfing the corpses of the disciples from the blood mist hall. Waves of blood rolled, and the foul stench permeated the air, making Mingzhu feel increasingly uncomfortable. Breathing became difficult. As she gazed at the surrounding crimson light, an ominous premonition arose in Mingzhu's heart. Before she could react, she noticed the mass of red light began to slowly expand, casting its shadow over her. This seemingly small orb of crimson light was imbued with a powerful suction force, continuously pulling at Mingzhu. Seeing this, she was startled and hurriedly activated her technique in an attempt to break free from this immense pull. However, no matter how she exerted her power, that formidable force remained firmly locked onto her. At last, under the tug of the crimson light, Mingzhu felt her entire body grow heavy, and she was abruptly launched into the sky. At the moment she was thrown aloft, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her feet as a bloodied hand unexpectedly grasped her fair calf. Subsequently, her body quickly plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily and creating a deep pit upon impact. Mingzhu felt excruciating soreness throughout her body, unable to muster the strength to rise. Most critically, the true qi within her was sealed by a powerful binding. She felt as if the strength within her was being siphoned away, rendering her utterly immobile. This all transpired in a mere few breaths. Mingzhu found herself trapped in a dire predicament. Haha, little beauty, do not waste your efforts. This is the Blood Clan's blood-devouring curse. Once I obtain your blood, I can seal your dantian. The blood demon's voice echoed again, tinged with a hint of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu quickly understood that the injury to her left shoulder likely allowed it to siphon her blood. Yet, it seemed to be speaking too much. Initially believing she was in an absolute deadlock and preparing to shatter the transmission jade given by Grandpa Mu, the blood demon's words sparked a realization in her. Since it was a blood-devouring curse, she had a means to counter it. In the memories of her ancestor Yi Xian, there were accounts of battles against the Blood Clan's Blood Emperor. She was thoroughly familiar with the blood-devouring curse. With this thought, a smile crept onto Mingzhu's lips. The blood-devouring curse manipulated the human body through the allure of sanguine aura. Once her blood underwent a qualitative change, the curse would unravel on its own. Xiao Bai, it's your time to shine. With this in mind, Mingzhu called out to the ethereal cat on the ceiling, and Xiao Bai excitedly let out a cry before transforming into a stream of silvery light. Darting from in front of Mingzhu, quick, bite me. Mingzhu urgit hastidi. Meow. Xiao Bai responded, and the next moment, it extended its fangs towards Mingzhu's fair neck. With a slurping sound, two distinct bite marks appeared on her neck. Following this, Mingzhu felt a numbness sweep over her body as she sensed a surge of purplish electric currents rising within her blood. In no time, this violet current traversed her entire being, and the sealed dantian was instantly unbound, unleashing a torrent of true qi. As for the purple current, it was Xiao Bai's handiwork. From a moment Mingzhu first encountered Xiao Bai, she was intrigued by the tuft of purple fur on its forehead. Upon learning that it was a mutated spirit beast, the ethereal cat, she had assumed that this tuft was its weapon for bewitching enemies. Little did she know, after 3 years of companionship, she discovered that this tuft of purple fur was not the essence of its charm, but rather represented Xiao Bai's lightning attribute. At this moment, the sanguine aura was completely severed by the violet current, and Mingzhu regained her ability to move. Immediately, she activated her technique to heal her wounds while leaping backward. Meanwhile, the blood demon was left dumbfounded, as the blood-devouring curse had been shattered, and the blood light it had conjured faded away like the setting sun. This is preposterous. Despicable human, detestable little cat. The blood demon glared at Mingzhu and Xiaobai, its eyes filled with fury. Mingzhu remained vigilant, noting that the blood demon exhibited no fluctuations of true qi, only a pervasive sanguine aura, leaving her uncertain of its true strength. However, judging by its previous actions, the blood demon's power was at least on par with that of a human in the profound ascension stage, if not stronger. With her current capabilities, she feared she would not stand a chance. Meow. Master, after following you for so long, it's time to showcase my true skills. At that moment, a sinister smile appeared on Xiaobai's feline face as it meowed. In the blink of an eye, its figure flickered rapidly, reappearing before the blood demon. Xiaobai was incredibly swift and agile. Before the blood demon could mount a defense, Xiaobai's claws were already poised at its throat, its sharp talons piercing the blood demon's skin. Though it only left a shallow mark, it was alarming, as a faint violet electric current now danced around the wounded flesh of the blood demon. The sudden injury ignited the blood demon's rage, a terrifying, murderous intent radiating from its crimson eyes. It roared, unleashing a torrent of blood-red mist toward Xiaobai. Yet, Xiaobai's elusive movements caused the blood demon to miss its target. Meow. Xiaobai let out a low growl, retracting its claws before dashing forward once more. Just as the blood mist had yet to fully coalesce, Xiaobai's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was upon the blood demon again, striking with its claws once more. Boom! The blood mist was violently torn to shreds by Xiaobai, dissipating into countless tiny fragments. Detestable little cat! How dare you ambush me? Today, I shall devour you. The blood demon was infuriated beyond measure, roaring as two beams of intense blood-red light shot forth from its eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two red beams sped toward Xiaobai. Unfazed, Xiaobai opened its mouth and emitted a low growl. A visible ripple spread through the air, swallowing the two incoming beams of light in an instant. The ripples of energy spread widely, enveloping an area of several dozen meters in mere moments, completely dispelling the blood mist. Oh, you are actually capable of resisting my blood demon wave. Upon witnessing his formidable attack effortlessly countered by the unassuming little white cat, the blood demon's crimson eyes displayed a flicker of shock, swiftly followed by a sense of trepidation. The blood demon had unleashed this wave using secret techniques, which possessed immense power and inflicted severe harm upon the soul. Even a skilled practitioner at the human ascended level might struggle to evade its assault. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous kitten had easily thwarted it. The blood demon began to realize that the little white cat must possess considerable strength. Nevertheless, it quickly regained its composure, determining that since the little white cat could withstand its blood demon wave, it would need to employ even more formidable techniques. With a swift flick of its sleeve, a cloud of blood mist appeared, and it clenched its fists, hurling them towards the little white cat. The cat, in response, swiftly evaded the oncoming blow. Just as the little white cat dodged the blood demon's attack, another strike was unleashed. This time, a dark purple orb materialized in the blood demon's grasp. The orb, roughly the size of a thumb, radiated an eerie dark purple hue, enveloped in a faint mist that exuded an unsettling aura. Witnessing this, Mingzhu's expression shifted dramatically. What in the world is that? Why does it emit such a sinister energy? Be careful, little white, she urgently warned. Upon hearing Mingzhu's words, the little white cat turned to look, and upon comprehending the situation, it couldn't help but gasp in horror. The dark purple orb bore a grotesque serpentine blood-red pattern, with a ring of black scales encircling the serpent's tail. What is this? It looks like some malevolent artifact. Could it be the blood demon orb? The little white cat exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, Mingzhu, unwilling to hesitate, immediately activated her swift footwork and rushed to the little white cat's side, preparing to confront the blood demon. Boom! Yet she was too late. The blood demon orb suddenly detonated, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept through the surroundings. Mingzhu was thrown back, blood spewing from her mouth as she collapsed to the ground. The unexpected explosion left her dazed, her vision momentarily engulfed in darkness. Seeing Mingzhu injured, the little white cat cried out in concern. In an instant, its gaze hardened, and it darted towards the blood demon with lightning speed. The little white cat, though small in stature, was remarkably swift, launching a flurry of ferocious strikes upon the blood demon. In mere moments, the wounds across the blood demon's body crackled under the stimulation of purple electricity, while tendrils of violet arcs began to emanate from its form. The blood demon, now seething with rage, had not anticipated that this seemingly soft little cat would dare to wreak havoc upon it, inflicting significant injury. Howl! It bellowed in fury, an immense wave of malevolent blood energy spreading outward, enveloping both the little white cat and Mingzhu. A thin layer of purple shield materialized around the little white cat, effectively shielding it from the blood demon's malevolent energy. Simultaneously, Mingzhu summoned her internal energy, enveloping her body in a transparent shield to withstand the encroaching malevolence. Huh! Two insignificant ants dare to act arrogantly before me. Today, I shall send you to meet your fate. The blood demon sneered. However, scarcely had it finished speaking when a brilliant blue light erupted from the little white cat's eyes. There was no escape. It was an enchanting spell. In less than a second, the blood demon trembled, its gaze beginning to lose focus. At that moment, a long sword sliced through the air. It was a moon-white sword, radiating a pure white light akin to moonlight cascading down. The sword's aura was overwhelming, imbued with lethal intent. The blood demon, having just regained its awareness, was met with a chilling sword thrust, and in an instant, its senses seemed to cease, leaving it helpless to evade as the moon-white sword pierced its forehead. Crack! The sword drove through the center of the blood demon's forehead, blood gushing forth. With a final, anguished howl, its body erupted, dissolving into a mist of blood that gradually dispersed. Witnessing this, Mingzhu exhaled in relief, experiencing a sense of having narrowly escaped death. She had not anticipated the little white cat to be so formidable. However, just as Mingzhu felt grateful, she noticed the little white cat had suddenly become lethargic, its eyelids drooping weakly as it lay on the ground, devoid of vitality. Little white, what's the matter? Mingzhu knelt beside it, concerned. Meow. The little white cat let out a weak cry, but offered no further response, its breath faint. Mingzhu swiftly gathered it in her arms and leaped towards the direction of Mingwu Valley. However, as they departed, beneath the dissipating blood mist, a slender blood-red serpent, no thicker than a finger, slithered towards the room of the wheelchair-bound youth. Chapter 41. Encounter with Lu Zhuo. At this moment, outside Mingwu Valley, a crowd had gathered, including the valley's master, Yi Qinxue, the Grand Elder Yi Nanxing, and several surviving disciples of the Yi family. Each of them wore expressions of worry and despair, having just witnessed a terrifying battle erupt from the direction of the Blood Mist Hall. The magnitude of the conflict had far exceeded their comprehension. Though they had not directly witnessed the confrontation, they could only imagine the earth-shattering clash that had taken place. Master, Grand Elder, it's too late. Let me take people to rescue Sister Yi. A descendant of the Yi family implored anxiously. Yi Qinxue, her beautiful face etched with worry, remained composed yet anxious. If even Mingzhu's strength could not extricate her from the Blood Mist Hall, then their efforts would be futile, perhaps even a liability. Let us wait and see. Hopefully, Mingzhu will be safe and sound, Yi Nanxing sighed. Upon hearing his words, Yi Qinxue's anxiety only deepened. I will go take a look. You all stay at Mingwu Valley. If Mingzhu returns, we must be prepared, Yi Qinxue declared after a moment of contemplation. With that, she prepared to dash towards the Blood Mist Hall, but just then, a figure clad in white suddenly leaped from the distant woods. Ah, Sister Yi has returned. The descendants of the Yi family exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the newcomer. Yi Qinxue, overjoyed to see Yi Mingzhu safe, soon noticed the little white cat in her arms, barely clinging to life, its energy alarmingly faint, as if it might perish at any moment. Without further ado, Yi Mingzhu inquired about the whereabouts of Grandfather Mu and hastened towards Mu Qingyang's location with the little white cat. On the way back, Yi Mingzhu discovered something peculiar. Her primal true qi appeared to have no effect on the little white cat, intensifying her concern for its condition. Shortly thereafter, Yi Mingzhu arrived at the kitchen of Mingwu Valley, where the aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from within. Child, let me see. Upon entering, Old Man Mu spotted the frail little white cat and quickly laid it on the bed, meticulously examining its injuries. After a moment, Mu Qingyang spoke with a grave expression. Child, Your mixed element true energy is ineffective against it, for it possesses a lightning attribute beyond the 5 elements. The current state is a price it pays with its life. It must have employed some formidable secret technique that drains its spiritual power and consumes its life force. I will first administer a few pills before devising a solution. Upon hearing the elder's words, Mingzhu felt a surge of anxiety. No wonder Xiaobai had never fought before. Each of its actions would cost it dearly in vitality. This realization brought tears to her eyes. She should have anticipated the grim truth behind that forced, unsightly smile. Had she foreseen this, she would have preferred to risk everything and use the Taiji seal to drain the blood energy of the blood demon. Now, it seemed the only option was to entrust Xiaobai to the elder. Her 5-element spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, were of little help to Xiaobai's injuries. In the following days, Mu Qingyang diligently aided Xiaobai's recovery, feeding it precious spiritual pills until it finally regained some vitality. With this, Mingzhu's anxious heart was finally put at ease. 3 days later, the descendants of the Yi family, under the leadership of the elder, had all relocated from Mingzhu Valley to the Thinking Cliff. However, shortly after their return to the Thinking Cliff, Mingzhu encountered a familiar face near Qingqing Mountain. It was Lu Zhiruo, whom she had saved 3 years ago in the Spirit Beast Mountains. At that moment, Lu Zhiruo appeared quite disheveled, her clothes covered in dirt and her face dust-laden. Yet, she remained strikingly beautiful, her exquisite eyes sparkling with spirit. Though she now seemed somewhat lost and had visibly lost weight, her complexion pale as if a gust of wind could topple her. Upon spotting Mingzhu, her face lit up with joy. Sister Yi, I finally see you," Lu Zhiruo exclaimed, rushing to Mingzhu, her expression revealing relief and gratitude. Seeing her in such a state, Mingzhu could not help but furrow her brow. "Lu Zhiruo, shouldn't you be at Qingxian sect? Why do you look like this?" At her words, Lu Zhiruo's expression darkened, and she forced a bitter smile. "Sister Yi, don't mention Qingxian sect. My cultivation has been ruined. I'm now nothing but a waste. Moreover, my dantian has been destroyed. I will likely live out my days as an ordinary person." "What? Your dantian has been destroyed?" Mingzhu's face fell, shocked by Lu Zhiruo's misfortune. She immediately reached for Lu Zhiruo's wrist and felt her pulse, which was erratic and devoid of true energy, clearly indicating that her dantian had indeed been shattered. "Sister Yi, it's not just me. There's also junior sister Wanwan and senior brother Lu Yuan." Lu Zhiruo sighed. What on earth happened? Mingzhu was taken aback, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. "Sister Yi, it was all done by Zhao Mingxuan's partner." Lu Zhiruo clenched her teeth, her resolve hardening. Zhao Mingxuan's partner? Mingzhu was taken aback. Lu Zhiruo then recounted the events that transpired at Qingxian sect. It turned out that 2 years after breaking off her engagement with Mingzhu, Zhao Mingxian had become a dual cultivation partner with a newly initiated female disciple at Qingxian sect. This was celebrated within the sect, for they were a match made in heaven, both being top-tier geniuses. A year passed, seemingly without incident. However, just a few days prior, Zhao Mingxuan's partner became inexplicably enraged after a brief conversation with an outsider. Strangely, she unleashed all her fury upon the disciples from Mingzhu Valley. Many disciples, left with no choice, could only swallow their grievances. Only Yi Wanwan dared to stand against her. But unexpectedly, this woman was extraordinarily powerful, and her techniques were bizarre, swiftly inflicting severe injuries upon Yi Wanwan. Lu Zhiruo and Lu Yuan merely offered a few words of support and were met with the same fate. Their dantians destroyed and rendered utterly useless. Witnessing such ruthless methods, the other disciples avoided her, fearing for their safety. Even more infuriating was that when this woman discovered Yi Wanwan was a member of the Yi family, she directly destroyed her dantian and imprisoned her in Qingxian sect's dungeon. After hearing all this from Lu Zhiruo, Mingzhu's mood plummeted, and an overwhelming rage surged within her. Was the leader of Qingxian sect truly so indifferent? Upon hearing Mingzhu's question, Lu Zhiruo sighed. "We all know that Zhao Mingxian is the sect leader's most valued disciple, destined for the future leadership of the sect. Moreover, we haven't seen the sect leader in 3 years. He has been traveling outside, and it's unclear when he will return to Qingxian sect. Thus, for now, Zhao Mingxian and his group, along with Elder Feng Qian and others, are in charge. They're all cut from the same cloth, naturally turning a blind eye. I remember when Mingzhu Valley sent out a distress signal. Zhao Mingxuan's partner suppressed it immediately. They had no desire to assist Mingzhu Valley. Thankfully, our Mingzhu Valley has managed to escape calamity. Chapter 42. Confrontation. Upon hearing Lu Zhiruo's words, Yi Mingzhu was engulfed in profound anger. She had not anticipated that disciples from Mingzhu Valley would face such dire treatment, and that even their distress signal would vanish without a trace. All tied to that scoundrel Zhao Mingxian. How did you escape? Yi Mingzhu managed to suppress her inner fury and asked Lu Zhiruo. It was senior brother Lu Yuan who helped me escape to deliver the news. I wonder how he is now. Lu Zhiruo replied with a sigh. Yi Mingzhu took a deep breath, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. The past was irretrievable, but the future could be altered. She would not allow the descendants of the Yi family to descend into such depths. Sister Yi, we must hurry back to inform the elder. Otherwise, junior sister Wanwan may be in grave danger. Lu Zhiruo urged anxiously. No need, Yi Mingzhu replied coolly. Lead the way. With that, Yi Mingzhu's aura surged. Sister Yi, Lu Zhiruo looked at Yi Mingzhu's rising strength with astonishment. Let's go. Yi Mingzhu grasped Lu Zhiruo's hand, heading straight for Qingxian sect. Sister Yi, aren't we walking into a den of tigers with just the two of us? Moreover, Qingxian sect is immensely powerful. Lu Zhiruo expressed her concern. Do not worry. I would not venture forth without thorough preparation. You can trust me. Yi Mingzhu spoke calmly, her tone steady, devoid of any hint of anxiety. Lu Zhiruo observed Yi Mingzhu's composed demeanor, silently admiring her. While she was not fully aware of Yi Mingzhu's current strength, she understood that Yi Mingzhu was certainly not an impulsive person. She must have had a plan in place. Furthermore, judging by the earlier aura, Yi Mingzhu's strength must be at least at the nascent soul stage. With this thought, Lu Zhiruo nodded in agreement and obediently followed Yi Mingzhu toward Qingxian sect. Before long, the two arrived near Qingxian sect. Yi Mingzhu gazed up at the towering Qingyun peak, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes, and then she stepped forward to ascend. This peak was known as Qingyun Peak, upon which Qingxian sect was situated. At the foot of Qingyun Peak lay a long stone staircase that wound upward. Yi Mingzhu and Lu Zhiruo ascended the steps, taking one step at a time, and within less than half a Jade-skinned time, they reached the summit. Qingyun Peak, as its name suggests, is enveloped in mist, ethereal and elusive. In the distance, a plaque can be faintly discerned at the summit, inscribed with the powerful characters Qingxian sect. At this moment, a patrolling disciple of the Qingxian sect has noticed the figures of two individuals. Recognizing Lu Zhiruo, his expression changes slightly, and he hastens to the grand hall to report the news. What is the commotion about? An elder dressed in white from the Qingxian sect inquires, frowning as the disciple rushes into the hall. Reporting to the grand elder, the runaway female disciple has returned, and she has brought another woman. The disciple exclaims urgently, "Oh, she dares to return? Where are they?" The grand elder of Qingxian sect raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Just outside the grand hall steps, the disciple replies, "Very well, I understand. You may go." The grand elder gestures for the disciple to leave. Yes. After the disciple departs, the grand elder turns and walks toward the hall. At that moment, a female disciple clad in green emerges from the hall, gazing at the two outside with curiosity. What do you wish to do? Bring Zhao Mingxian out. Yi Mingzhu responds, her expression unchanged, her tone icy. Who are you? What business do you have with our senior brother? The green-clad woman questions coldly, eyeing Yi Mingzhu. Yi Mingzhu narrows her eyes at the green-clad woman. A flicker of killing intent emerging as a formidable pressure radiates from her, enveloping the green-clad woman instantly. The green-clad woman trembles at the overwhelming force emanating from Yi Mingzhu. You step aside, Yi Mingzhu commands sharply. In an instant, a powerful aura bursts forth from her, creating an immense force that surges toward the green-clad woman. Before she can react, the force sends her flying several meters, colliding against the gates of the Qingxian sect. Boom! The gates of the Qingxian sect crumble under the impact, fissures spreading across the entrance, and the gates collapse entirely. The thunderous noise draws the attention of all present. Most disciples rush out from their quarters, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Who dares to cause trouble in the Qingxian sect? Someone shouts angrily. This is bad. Quickly stop those two. A disciple realizes the gravity of the situation and yells. Soon, a dozen or so disciples converge on Mingzhu and Lu Zhiraw. Mingzhu smirks at the approaching crowd, a hint of cold amusement on her lips. She raises her right hand gently, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that forces the surrounding Qing Xian disciples back. The disciples are unable to withstand the overwhelming force, sent sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. At this moment, Lu Zhiraw, who had been hiding behind Mingzhu, gazes at the effortless way she dispatches the Qing Xian disciples, admiration shining in her eyes. The next moment, she stands tall beside Mingzhu. "Who are you? How dare you invade the territory of the Qing Xian sect?" A voice suddenly booms. As the words fall, an elder clad in white leaps forth. He is the grand elder of the Qing Xian sect, Feng Qian. However, upon landing, he is rendered speechless. "Mingzhu, is that you?" Feng Qian exclaims in astonishment, recognizing the woman before him. 3 years prior, he and Zhao Mingxian had gone to Mingyue Valley to call off their engagement, only to be met with Mingzhu's letter of divorce, which left them humiliated. Thus, he remembers her vividly. Mingzhu glances at Feng Qian with disdain. "What of it? Bring Zhao Mingxian out." The mention of Zhao Mingxian ignites a flame of hatred within Mingzhu. She had nearly forgotten the incident of the broken engagement from 3 years ago. But the treatment of the disciples sent from Mingyue Valley at the Qing Xian sect has rekindled her fury, particularly as Yi Wanwan has been imprisoned. Were it not for the indulgence of this future sect master, how could they have met such a fate? Observing Mingzhu's furious countenance, Feng Qian sneers. 3 years have passed, yet you remain so arrogant. And what of it? Today, I must settle the score with Zhao Mingxian. Mingzhu replies coldly, her tone brooking no argument. Very well. Let me see how much you have progressed in these 3 years. Feng Qian retorts with a cold snort, then swiftly launches an attack toward Mingzhu. Feng Qian possesses the strength of the late Yuaning stage, his aura fiercely potent. Mingzhu, sensing this, channels her energy, her form flickering as she engages Feng Qian. Boom! The two clash, their fists colliding with immense force, creating a tempest of energy. Though Mingzhu's attacks lack the seasoned ferocity of Feng Qian's, they possess a remarkable power, and Feng Qian finds himself unable to counter her strikes with his hardened techniques. After several exchanges, Feng Qian realizes he cannot gain the upper hand. His face darkens as he exclaims, "You have actually broken through to the Yuaning stage?" In just 3 short years, Mingzhu has ascended from the initial Qi refining stage to the peak of the Yuaning stage, an astonishingly rapid advancement. This revelation sends shockwaves through Feng Qian, who recalls that at the time of the broken engagement, Mingzhu was merely a discarded waste of the sect. Staring at Feng Qian's stunned expression, Mingzhu smirks, surprised. "Are we?" With a swift motion of her right hand, a gust of wind sweeps forth, knocking down the nearby Qing Xian disciples, who writhe on the ground in agony. Witnessing this scene, Feng Qian's expression darkens to an extreme, yet he maintains his composure, declaring, "Even if your strength has surged, you are still within the Qing Xian sect, where you shall not wreak havoc. I advise you to surrender quietly, or I shall not show mercy." With that, Feng Qian unleashes a fierce roar, channeling his spiritual energy wildly. A powerful surge of true energy engulfs the space, and in an instant, a giant sword materializes in the air, slicing toward Mingzhu. This is a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Mingzhu merely glances at it, then scoffs derisively as a moon-white longsword appears in her right hand. Swish! The treasured sword unsheathes, radiating azure light, its sharp edge targeting Feng Qian. Chapter 43. Meng Xinghe. Feng Qian's eyes gleam with determination as he leaps to meet the oncoming azure sword light. Clang! The sword light collides with the giant sword, producing a piercing metallic clang, followed by a shower of sparks as their blades clash. Feng Qian's expression turns grave. He knows his specially crafted giant sword is no ordinary weapon. Yet, Mingzhu has successfully parried his attack. Only then does he take note of Mingzhu's long sword, a slender, moon-white blade. The sword is as fine as a cicada's wing, and the hilt is intricately carved with a crescent moon, upon which stand a lifelike white crane. Upon seeing this sword, Feng Qian's eyes widen in disbelief. How can it be? How does the moonlight's radiance rest in her hands? Feng Qian was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the moonlight-colored longsword. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang forward, unleashing a streak of azure light as he charged towards Mingzhu. His eyes burned with fury, and the massive sword in his grip stirred a tempest of sword shadows as he swung it mercilessly at her. The force behind this strike was formidable, akin to a boulder weighing thousands of pounds descending upon Mingzhu's head. Mingzhu regarded Feng Qian with a chilling indifference. With a swift push of her right foot, she deftly evaded his attack while retreating. Did he think she would flee? Upon witnessing her escape, a glint of malice flickered in Feng Qian's eyes. He brandished his sword and pursued her relentlessly, his attacks brutally aggressive and executed with astonishing speed. Although his cultivation was somewhat inferior to hers, his technique was swift and unyielding, each strike a potential fatal blow. Realizing the peril she was in, Mingzhu activated her technique, employing the top-tier skill known as Zhi-Qi Tianya. This maneuver allowed her to traverse several meters in an instant, her form resembling a wraith. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Feng Qian, her sword poised to strike. The blade cleaved through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Feng Qian sensed the chilling gust of wind at his side, his expression shifting dramatically as he raised his sword to block. Clang! A surge of agonizing pain shot through his arm, and the massive sword slipped from his grasp, casting him into a state of disarray. Seizing the moment, Mingzhu flicked her wrist, thrusting her sword towards Feng Qian's chest. Yet, just as the tip of her blade neared him, a noble figure in white appeared before her, extending his hand to deflect her sword with a single motion. Mingzhu felt a jolt of pain in her arm, staggering backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Once she regained her composure and recognized the man in white, astonishment washed over her. Meng Lang. He was none other than the one with whom she had shared a fleeting yet poignant memory 3 years prior in the Spirit Beast Mountains. This very moonlight-colored sword was a gift from him, and he had aided her in refining her chaotic, true energy. A complex whirl of emotions surged within her at the sight of him. With barely contained excitement, Mingzhu inquired, "Meng Lang, where have you been all these years?" "I still wish to—" "You have mistaken me," the man interrupted, his tone devoid of warmth. "I am Meng Xinghe, the sect master of the Qingxian sect." Upon hearing the name Meng Xinghe, Mingzhu was momentarily rendered speechless. Over the past 3 years, she had continuously reminisced about their brief time together, believing they had forged a friendship. Little did she know that the man who had stirred her heart was the sect master. What a twist of fate. After a brief pause, she inhaled deeply and forced a smile. "So, sect master Meng, are you here to oppose me today?" Meng Xinghe's expression remained impassive as he replied flatly, "The sect is in peril. I must take action. Is that so? Then by all means, please proceed, sect master Meng." Mingzhu retorted, her voice laced with palpable disappointment. Without further ado, Meng Xinghe surged forward, his palm striking towards Mingzhu's chest with astonishing speed. Mingzhu's pupils dilated as she unleashed a flurry of sword energy, each stroke accompanied by a fierce whistle, cascading towards him like a torrential downpour. Observing this, Feng Qian sneered mockingly, "Mingzhu, you truly are audacious, daring to challenge the sect master." His disdain was evident. He believed she stood no chance against Meng Xinghe's assault. Mingzhu paid him no mind, her entire focus fixed on Meng Xinghe. The sword energy rained down upon him. In response, Feng Qian scoffed, dismissing her futile resistance against the sect master's might. As the two engaged, Feng Qian darted forth like a gust of wind, swiftly positioning himself at Mingzhu's side, his massive sword poised to deliver a lethal blow. "Sister Yi, be careful," Lu Zhuruo gasped, her face paling in fear. Too late. Feng Qian sneered coldly. Capitalizing on Meng Xinghe's approach, he swung his sword towards Mingzhu's neck. "Sister, no!" Lu Zhuruo cried desperately, her eyes brimming with tears. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Mingzhu pivoted, her sword clashing violently against Feng Qian's massive blade, unleashing a tremendous wave of sound. Yet, she was unprepared for the shattering of her last vestige of hope alongside that palm strike from behind. Bang! The overwhelming force struck Mingzhu, sending her hurtling backward like a cannonball. "Biffich!" She coughed up blood, her delicate face draining of color, crimson droplets trailing from her lips on her white dress. Her chest heaved faintly, a stark pallor overtaking her features, and her heart ached with a deep, gnawing pain. Seeing this, Feng Qian erupted into laughter. "Mingzhu, you truly are oblivious to your own limitations. daring to show disrespect to our sect master. I shall send you to your demise right now." With that, he summoned his true energy once more, preparing to strike her down. Just as Feng Qian's hand descended upon her, a flash of cold light shot in from a distance, targeting him with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through Feng Qian's chest. A gaping hole opened in his torso, blood gushing forth as his expression froze in disbelief. His eyes locked onto the figure of an elderly man clad in blue, his mouth slightly agape, yet unable to produce a sound. Chapter 44. Grandpa Mu's past. This transpired in the blink of an eye, swift as lightning. The crowd was caught off guard. By the time they realized what had happened, Feng Qian lay on the ground, blood pouring from his wounds, his life hanging by a thread. The disciples of the Qingxian sect stood in shock. The Grand Elder had been vanquished so effortlessly. He was a formidable figure in the later stages of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, his very nascent soul had been obliterated. In the midst of their astonishment, the elderly man in blue flashed to Yi Mingzhu's side, his voice laced with a tender reproach. "You wretched girl. You come to the Qingxian sect without calling for me. If it weren't for Xiao Bai, I would have remained oblivious to your solitary venture here." As he spoke, the elder produced a pill from his storage ring and handed it to Yi Mingzhu, instructing, "Take this first." "Thank you, Grandpa Mu." Yi Mingzhu replied, a smile brightening her face as she accepted the pill. Seeing her expression, a radiant smile spread across the elder's face as he chuckled. "Silly girl. Why be so formal with Grandpa Mu? Now, quickly take the pill and recover. I shall handle things here." Heeding Grandpa Mu's words, Yi Mingzhu obediently consumed the pill and settled down to meditate, channeling her energy to heal her wounds. At this moment, Mu Qingyang's gaze fixated on the man in white robes beside him, and he let out a cold snort, expressing his disdain for the current leader of the Qingxian sect, remarking that the successors truly seemed to decline with each generation. Upon hearing this, Meng Xinghe's expression remained unruffled. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Yi Mingzhu, who was healing nearby. However, Mu Qingyang had thoroughly enraged the several elders of the Qingxian sect present. They had just witnessed the old man in the green robe mercilessly slay the Grand Elder Feng Qian, and their hearts brimmed with fury as they shouted, "Old fool! How dare you wreak havoc in the Qingxian sect? Do you wish for death?" Observing the frenzied demeanor of the Qingxian elders, Mu Qingyang sneered, his eyes glinting with a fierce murderous intent as he spoke. "You are but a swarm of ants and dare to act so insolently." As he spoke, he stomped heavily on the ground, propelling himself forward like a dart aimed at the elders of the Qingxian sect. "Form a formation," came a low command, prompting the elders to swiftly encircle Mu Qingyang. Each of them summoned their internal energy, activating their formation. In that instant, a thick barrier of formation materialized around them, robust enough to deter even the smallest insects from entering the area. Within the air surrounding the elders, Azure sword energy manifested, swirling continuously and emitting a buzzing sound as it radiated a terrifying aura. These Azure sword energies took on a tangible form, relentlessly rushing toward Mu Qingyang. Witnessing this, Mu Qingyang chuckled coldly, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. In the next moment, he clenched his fists tightly, his sleeves billowing as he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. "Heavenly Gang Fist!" Mu Qingyang roared, his fists crashing outward, producing a thunderous sound as two waves of formidable energy collided, creating a mushroom cloud in the air. A visible shockwave surged outward, enveloping everything in its path. The elders of the Qingxian sect felt a sweetness in their throats and spat out crimson blood. Their faces paled instantly, their bodies swaying as though they might collapse at any moment. They involuntarily staggered back several steps, each footfall leaving a deep imprint. Witnessing this scene, all the disciples of the Qingxian sect were left utterly astounded. The elders, possessing strength around the nascent soul stage, had united to unleash a formation powerful enough to withstand the full force of a formidable opponent at the Xian Ascension stage. Yet in merely 2 exchanges, they had been reduced to bloodied heaps on the ground, thus revealing the astonishing prowess of the man in the green robe. "You old fools, after all these years, you remain as stubborn as ever." Mu Qingyang chided coldly, an overwhelming aura erupting from him, suffocating the elders. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from him, the elders' expressions shifted dramatically. However, It was his next words that sent a jolt through their nerves. Mingzhu had referred to him as Grandfather Mu. Could it be that the legendary Dan god, Mu Qingyang, was indeed before them? One elder suddenly exclaimed in realization. Indeed, it is I. Surely, I have concealed myself well over these years. Mu Qingyang replied with a cold smile. The name of the Dan god was well known among the Qingxian sect. Decades ago, Mu Qingyang was not only a legendary figure in the alchemical realm, but also a revered elder of their sect. How can this be? The elders exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the reality. Over the years, they had dispatched individuals to investigate the whereabouts of the Dan god. Yet they had found no trace of Mu Qingyang. Even his last known appearance was a mystery. Now, upon seeing him again, his appearance had altered slightly, and had he not revealed his identity, they would have never believed that the elder before them was the legendary Dan god. What brings you here? Are you seeking revenge? One elder asked through gritted teeth. The heinous deeds you have committed have drawn the ire of both man and heaven. Ultimately, the principal culprit is my dear disciple. She has betrayed her master and ancestors. Mu Qingyang sneered. As for you old scoundrels, I deem it beneath me to kill you. Upon hearing Mu Qingyang's words, the elders seethed with indignation. Although their previous actions were indeed reprehensible, they were still elders. And facing humiliation in front of so many juniors was hardly a cause for their delight. Old man, you seek death. One elder could no longer restrain himself and roared, his hands sweeping violently as his internal energy surged forth, transforming into a myriad of flying energy blades. These blades whistled through the air as they aimed to cleave through Mu Qingyang. Child's play. Mu Qingyang retorted with a sneer, forming hand seals as he recited an ancient, cryptic incantation. With a vigorous shake of his arms, a column of azure light erupted from his hands. This azure beam rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire space. As the countless energy blades collided with it, producing a cacophony of clashing metals, the energy blades shattered, dissipating into nothingness. The elders gaped in disbelief at the sight of Mu Qingyang executing this martial art. This technique was none other than the legendary Nine Heavens grasping the moon. This martial art was a supreme divine ability that Mu Qingyang had comprehended after concocting the Nine Heavens Thunderflame Pill. It was a technique that combined both offense and defense with immeasurable power, capable of both repelling attacks and striking down foes invisibly. Nine Heavens grasping the moon. As Mu Qingyang unleashed this unparalleled martial art, the expressions of nearly all present transformed. At this moment, the azure beam descended upon them, enveloping them in its luminescence. The moment the azure light touched the two elders, their internal energy was instantly siphoned away, their strength waning until it completely vanished, as if they had never existed. How can this be? One elder cried out in terror as he felt his strength ebbing away. Yet, regardless of how he struggled, he could not halt the flow of his internal energy. In mere moments, their energy had completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Before Mu Qingyang, their cultivation was akin to that of ordinary mortals, possessing no means of resistance. They were as insignificant as infants before an adult. Mu Qingyang, should you kill them, you declare war against the entire Qingxian sect. As they witnessed two of their elders fall effortlessly to Mu Qingyang, the remaining elders erupted in fury, glaring at him with indignation. And what of it? What can you do to me? Will you resort to the despicable tactics of 30 years past? Mu Qingyang scoffed at their threats. Today, even if you wish to flee, you shall leave behind a leg to atone for your sins. One elder huffed, sweeping his palm sharply. Instantly, dozens of energy blades surged toward Mu Qingyang's body at lightning speed, gazing upon the dense array of true qi sword blades. Mu Qingyang emitted a cold snort, his expression devoid of emotion as he waved his hands, conjuring a cerulean protective barrier before him. This azure shield resembled a colossal sphere, emanating soft azure luminescence under Mu Qingyang's command, enveloping his form securely within. Bang! 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 The true qi sword blades struck fiercely against the barrier, producing a cacophony of violent collisions. Each blade was repelled back, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, shattering the bluestone slabs beneath into dust that danced through the air. Miraculously, the entire onslaught of true qi sword blades was thwarted by this azure shield. Witnessing this spectacle, the elders were rendered speechless. They had never anticipated that their full-force assault would be effortlessly deflected by Mu Qingyang. Why have you old geezers ceased your attacks? Mu Qingyang scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the elders of the Qingxin sect, his eyes glinting with an icy malice. The elders, feeling the weight of his gaze, felt a wave of frustration wash over them, diverting their eyes in submission. Observing their reaction, Mu Qingyang sneered derisively. You old fools, were you not once arrogant? Believing yourselves invincible? Why do you not continue your assault? Decades ago, these same individuals had exhibited such hubris and ferocity. The memories of their past cruelty echoed painfully in Mu Qingyang's mind, a piercing ache he could never forget. Having evaded them for so long, he had returned today to settle scores with the Qingxin sect and, if fate allowed, confront the treacherous disciples who had betrayed him. We are not refraining from attacking. It is merely that your Azure shield is too formidable. But do not grow arrogant. Do you not remember how you fell from grace 30 years ago? One elder of the Qingxian sect spat through gritted teeth. At these words, Mu Qingyang narrowed his eyes. Indeed, 30 years prior, he had placed his unwavering trust in his beloved disciple, Guo Shuang'er, treating her as his own daughter, only to be betrayed at a critical moment in his pursuit of the spirit transformation stage. She had conspired with Feng Qian and these elders, launching a surprise attack that nearly led to his demise. Had he not escaped using his magical artifact, he would have perished. Yet even then, his meridians had sustained damage during the ambush, resulting in a significant decline in his strength and cultivation. I shall never forget that day. Today, I have come to exact vengeance for the blood debt of the past, so you may understand the consequences of offending me. Mu Qingyang declared with a fierce shout, his true qi surging wildly. The azure mist around him swirled, rapidly coalescing into a massive azure sword. The colossal azure sword hovered beneath Mu Qingyang, spinning incessantly while emitting sharp sword energy as tangible as reality itself. Any who dared to touch it would surely be pierced through. As the aura emanating from Mu Qingyang intensified, the elders and the numerous disciples of the Qingxian sect were gripped with terror. The oppressive force was utterly overwhelming, sending chills down their spines. The weaker disciples turned pale, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, as they felt an invisible weight pressing down upon them. The elders exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowing in concern. Azure Gale, Sword Chi. Mu Qingyang swiftly formed seals with his hands, bellowing mightily. Boom! In an instant, the azure sword unleashed a powerful sword energy. Not good, retreat. The elders' faces paled as they hastily retreated, just as the sword energy was about to pierce the elders. A brilliant sword light suddenly soared from the horizon, intercepting the azure blade. All eyes turned toward the source of the radiant light, revealing a white-clad man wielding a silver ancient sword, standing majestically in the sky, surveying the crowd with an air of superiority, as if gazing down upon mere insects. A mocking smile gracing his lips. It is the senior brother. The disciples of the Qingxian sect erupted in excitement upon recognizing the figure. However, upon seeing his face, Yi Mingzhu's countenance darkened, her eyes ablaze with fury, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging in her flesh as blood trickled through her fingers. The arrival was none other than Zhao Mingxian, the one who had publicly annulled their engagement 3 years prior. The memories of that day flooded back vividly. She had never anticipated that after 3 years, Zhao Mingxian remained unchanged, still exuding an air of disdain for all. As she recalled his arrogant demeanor during their engagement's annulment, the flames of resentment ignited within her, burning fiercely with the desire to consume Zhao Mingxian whole. At this moment, the white-clad youth regarded Yi Mingzhu with a calm expression, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Yi Mingzhu, I admit my actions of annulling our engagement were indeed wrong. Yet must you cause a ruckus at the Qingxian sect over it? Yi Mingzhu fadtad furiregnite, her fists tightening as an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from her. She could not fathom how Zhao Mingxian could express no remorse for his past actions, instead speaking with such audacity. Was he boasting of his power, or was he deliberately belittling her? Suppressing her rage, she responded with a cold chuckle. You truly overestimate your significance. However, I am indeed here for you today. Where have you imprisoned Wanwan? Zhao Mingxian, unfazed, replied with an air of entitlement. She has erred and must face the consequences. Do you not believe she deserves a lesson? At his words, Yi Mingzhu's anger erupted uncontrollably. Her fists clenched as she glared fiercely at Zhao Mingxian. Zhao Mingxian, you scoundrel, where's Wanwan? Return her to me. Zhao Mingxuan's face twisted with impatience. 3 years have passed, and you remain as volatile as ever. Yi Wanwan has made a mistake and must be punished. As her elder sister, you should assist her in resolving her issues rather than questioning me. He shot Yi Mingzhu a disdainful glance, a cold scoff escaping his lips. Zhao Mingxian, cease your nonsense and hand over junior sister Wanwan. Lu Zhuo, standing nearby, erupted in anger, shouting vehemently. Hearing her words, Zhao Mingxian cast a scornful glance her way. His eyes filled with contempt. You, a mere minion, dare challenge me? Truly unaware of your own insignificance. With that, Zhao Mingxian extended his hand, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual power that ensnared Lu Zhiruo completely. Her complexion paled as she struggled desperately, but found herself unable to break free from his grasp. In merely 3 years, Zhao Mingxian had ascended to the peak of the early Yuanying stage, mastering the essence of the first 10 moves of the Qinglian sword technique. His strength now formidable beyond measure. However, he never anticipated that the sect's abandoned daughter, whom he had looked down upon 3 years ago, had now far surpassed him. At that moment, the figure clad in white suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, a glimmer of brilliance emanating from them. She lifted her head, her gaze coldly fixed on Zhao Mingxian, and said in a chilling voice, Zhao Mingxian, hand over my sister. Upon hearing this icy tone, Zhao Mingxian was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly twisted into one of ferocity, his eyes bursting with a chilling bloodlust as he retorted, Yi Mingzhu, do you truly think I fear you? If that is the case, then let me witness the transformation you have undergone in these 3 years. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Mingxian transformed into a ferocious beast, darting towards Yi Mingzhu like a streak of blue sword light. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was before her, brandishing his Qinghong sword, aiming to strike at her arm. Seeing the fierce sword light approaching, Yi Mingzhu did not show any signs of weakness. She raised her right hand, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent a golden imprint crashing towards Zhao Mingxuan's sword attack. With a resounding thud, the sound echoed as Yi Mingzhu's delicate hand clashed forcefully against Zhao Mingxuan's blade, creating a tremendous roar. A wave of immense energy rippled outward. Zhao Mingxian, whose stature was not particularly imposing to begin with, was forced back 5 or 6 steps before he could regain his balance. Surprised to find himself pushed back by a single palm strike, Zhao Mingxian was astonished. In just 3 years, the once utterly useless cultivator had grown into such a formidable presence. Yet he remained undeterred, his eyes glinting with cold light as he sneered and continued his assault on Yi Mingzhu. He was eager to discover just how much this so-called waste had progressed, how much her strength had increased. Yi Mingzhu, today I shall thoroughly conquer you. Zhao Mingxian scoffed, his eyes flashing with a malevolent intent as he thrust his sword towards her with blinding speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning. His rapid movements left those around him in a state of bewilderment. At that critical juncture, unexpectedly, the previously calm sect leader, Meng Xinghe, suddenly drew the moon-white long sword from the ground and offered it to Yi Mingzhu. Yet, she merely cast him a disappointed glance and disdainfully swatted the sword away. In the face of Zhao Mingxuan's sudden onslaught, Yi Mingzhu made no attempt to evade. Her face was resolute, utterly unfazed by the extraordinary sword force emanating from him. Her expression radiated a determination that seemed ready to embrace death. Witnessing this, not only Meng Xinghe, but also the surrounding crowd were taken aback. They had never anticipated that Yi Mingzhu would dare to withstand Zhao Mingxuan's Qinglian sword force with her bare body. Zhao Mingxuan's expression shifted in surprise at her audacity. However, he soon erupted into laughter, mocking, humph, oblivious to danger. Let me show you the true power of the Qinglian sword technique. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Mingxian surged forward once more, transforming into a streak of light as he lunged at Yi Mingzhu. He radiated an overwhelming aura of hostility, as if he had become a divine being, exuding a violent pressure that enveloped him. Facing Zhao Mingxuan's sudden aggression, Yi Mingzhu remained unperturbed. She snorted coldly, her body flickering before vanishing from sight. Her speed was extraordinary. She executed her movement technique to perfection. leaving only an afterimage behind as she disappeared entirely. Upon witnessing Mingzhu's uncanny maneuver, Zhao Mingxian furrowed his brow, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. He had not anticipated such a dramatic transformation in her over the course of 3 years. Just as he pondered this, a gust of wind swept past, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound. When he turned to look in the direction of the noise, his eyes widened in horror, his pupils constricting sharply. Mingzhu had appeared behind him, her palm carrying a fierce gust of wind, striking towards him. In that instant, Zhao Mingxian felt as though he had plunged into the depths of an abyss, the chilling aura emanating from her, instilling a sense of suffocating terror within him. How could this be? Her speed, how could it reach such an astonishing level? Zhao Mingxuan's eyes were filled with shock and dread. Disbelief etched across his features as he regarded Mingzhu. Her speed was so rapid that he could not even discern her whereabouts. The overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, realizing he had fallen so far behind Mingzhu in just 3 years. He even felt that, even within the same realm, he might not be her match. This thought rapidly took root in Zhao Mingxuan's mind, flooding him with profound fear. Just then, with a thunderous crash, Mingzhu's palm, imbued with immense power, struck him squarely. The sound of impact echoed as Zhao Mingxian was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. With a splutter, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. "You have lost." Mingzhu coldly observed Zhao Mingxian, who lay on the ground, pale and bloodied, casting him a dispassionate glance. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Mingxian trembled slightly, his eyes blazing with intense hatred as he glared at her, growling through clenched teeth. "I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that in just 3 years you could ascend from the initial stage of chi refinement to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. It's impossible." His words were laced with unwillingness, unable to accept that Mingzhu had reached such a level of power in so short time. "Belief is your concern. Tell me, where is Wanwan?" Mingzhu did not respond to Zhao Mingxuan's inquiries, but coldly shot him a glance, demanding an answer. With gritted teeth, Zhao Mingxian pointed towards a distant courtyard. There, a vacant room lay, beneath which was the dungeon of the Qingxian sect, the former holding place for errant disciples. Mingzhu immediately dashed towards that location. In no time, she arrived outside the empty room, stepping inside. Soon, she discovered a mechanism at the far end of the room. She activated it, and with a click, a stone door slowly opened. As Mingzhu stepped inside, she found a chain locking a wooden cage on the other side of the door. Within the cage, a frail girl, her clothes in tatters and body battered, lay curled up. At that moment, the girl was tightly shut-eyed, her face as pale as a sheet, clearly unconscious. Beside the cage, 3 disciples of the Qingxian sect lounged on chairs, drinking tea and chatting leisurely, completely oblivious to Mingzhu's entrance. As the sound of footsteps echoed, a look of impatience crossed the faces of the 3 individuals. One disciple of the Qingxian sect turned his head towards the iron cage, his eyes flashing with displeasure. "Who are you? Who gave you permission to trespass into the dungeon? Get out." Mingzhu's expression darkened abruptly as she shot him a cold glance. With a swift motion, she struck him with a resounding slap, unleashing a surge of formidable energy that sent the disciple flying several meters before he crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise. The other 2 disciples of the Qingxian sect were taken aback, their faces transforming with shock. "Who dares to wreak havoc in our Qingxian sect?" One of the male disciples, tall and robust with dark skin, clad in a blue robe and wielding a crimson longsword, glared at Mingzhu with malice. His gaze lingered on her, tinged with greed and fervor. To him, Mingzhu was a stunning beauty, her skin pale and delicate, her features exquisite and flawless, her figure slender and graceful. Clad in a white dress that accentuated her alluring form, resembling a vibrant flower exuding an irresistible fragrance. Especially in her eyes, there was a hint of defiance and resilience that stirred an instinctive desire to conquer and possess her. As Mingzhu met the man's heated gaze, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. "Release her," she commanded coldly. "Release her? Who do you think you are?" He scoffed, extending his hand as if to seize Mingzhu. With a chilling smile, she effortlessly deflected his wrist, stating, "If you do not release her, I shall have no choice but to throw you in as well." Anger flashed across his face at her dismissal. "You arrogant girl, do you even know your own worth?" He retorted before lunging towards her. You are asking for a beating. Ye Mingzhu, replied Ijidi. As her words fell, she unleashed her fist towards him. Thunderous sounds erupted as her fist transformed into a myriad of striking energies, cascading down upon him like a torrential downpour. This punch was even more powerful than the last. Its ferocity intensified, and its force more concentrated. The man's expression froze in alarm as he realized the terrifying might of her attack. However, it was too late for him to evade. He could only brace himself and swing his sword to meet her assault, only to be instantly overwhelmed by her onslaught. With a sharp crack, his sword shattered in his grasp. Yi Mingzhu's fist continued its relentless advance, reaching him in an instant. The impact struck his chest with a force akin to a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through his body. He felt his internal organs shift, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as he coughed up blood. The next moment, he was sent sprawling to the ground, struggling but failing to rise. At that moment, the other two disciples finally grasped the situation, their faces pale with horror as they witnessed their companion defeated in a single blow. Almost before Yi Mingzhu could speak again, they rushed to open the iron cage. As soon as it was ajar, she dashed inside with concern. Upon seeing Yi Wanwan, her expression shifted dramatically, her eyes glistening with sorrow. Yi Wanwan was bound tightly, her body resembling a bundle, and her skin marred with horrific lash marks. Her clothes were soaked in blood, tattered and distressingly worn. Seeing this, Yi Mingzhu's heart ached. Wanwan, Wanwan. She knelt down, cradling the curled-up form of Yi Wanwan. Perhaps her voice reached Yi Wanwan's ears, as the latter opened her eyes upon hearing the familiar sound. Sister, when she recognized Yi Mingzhu standing before her. Excitement illuminated her face, her body trembling violently as tears streamed down her cheeks. I thought I was going to die, she sobbed. It's all right, Wanwan. I'm here to take you home, Yi Mingzhu reassured her, hastily wiping away her tears and soothing her tenderly. As she comforted Yi Wanwan, she worked to untie the ropes that bound her. Once freed, Yi Wanwan flung herself into Yi Mingzhu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Yi Mingzhu held her tightly, her own eyes misting with emotion. It's okay. I'm here, she whispered, fearing that Wanwan might slip back into despair. With Yi Wanwan in her arms, Yi Mingzhu exited the cage, casting a resolute glance back at the iron structure, determination flickering in her eyes. Chapter 47. The Appearance of the Soul. Mistress, how touching. The bond of sisterhood. I wonder how much your sisterly affection is worth. A chilling voice, laced with mockery and derision, pierced the air. Yi Mingzhu furrowed her brow and turned to see a woman clad in black, her face veiled, long hair cascading down her shoulders. Upon sighting her, Yi Wanwan instinctively trembled in fear, her eyes filled with hatred and rage. Realizing the identity of this woman, the one who had crippled her and tormented her, Yi Mingzhu's gaze hardened. Who are you? She demanded with icy indifference. The black-clad woman suddenly erupted into arrogant laughter, her expression haughty. Instead of answering, she turned her gaze towards Yi Wanwan in Yi Mingzhu's arms, a cruel smile gracing her lips. Why not ask her? She should know. Yi Wanwan quivered at her words, a testament to the deep psychological trauma inflicted upon her by this woman. Yi Mingzhu's eyes turned frostier. She had begun to piece together the woman's identity. If her suspicions were correct, this veiled figure was none other than Zhao Mingxian's current dual cultivation partner. But there was something unsettling about her presence. In a calculated move, Yi Mingzhu surveyed the woman, seemingly intent on provoking her. Is Zhao Mingxian's taste really so poor that he would choose someone like you? The moment her words left her lips, the woman's expression shifted, her face contorting with intense fury as she gritted her teeth and spat. You wretched girl. With that, she lunged at Yi Mingzhu. As she lunged forward, Yi Mingzhu did not linger in combat, but swiftly carried Yi Wanwan out of the dungeon. The veiled woman, upon witnessing this, quickly pursued them. Just as they reached the entrance, Yi Mingzhu immediately harnessed her true energy, executing the mysterious technique of Shunhung Step, her body darting through the air like a nimble rabbit, leaving behind a fleeting shadow before vanishing entirely. When Yi Mingzhu reappeared, she was already within the courtyard of Qingxian sect. After entrusting Yi Wanwan to Lu Zhiruo, Yi Mingzhu's gaze turned icy as she fixated on the rapidly approaching dark figure. Before long, the figure arrived, revealing the silhouette of the veiled woman in black, who loomed over Yi Mingzhu. Upon her arrival, Lu Zhiruo glared at her with gritted teeth. Warning Yi Mingzhu, Sister Yi, it is she. She is the one who crippled our Dantian. Yi Mingzhu took a deep breath, suppressing the surging tide of anger within her. Then cast a casual glance at the veiled woman, inquiring, "Are you of the Soul Clan?" This question seemed perplexing, leaving those present momentarily confused. "Lose your all in a daze," retorted Sister Yi. She is Zhao Mingxuan's partner. Only Mu Qingyang, among the onlookers, maintained a steady gaze on the veiled woman, seemingly attempting to see through her. "Ha ha ha. Truly unexpected that you could discern my peculiarity. However, it matters not. Soon, you shall find yourselves without a burial place. You will all perish," the veiled woman remarked, a sinister smile gracing her lips as she fixed her gaze on Yi Mingzhu. "Oh, is that so? The last Soul Clan member who spoke similarly met their end by my sword." Yi Mingzhu replied coolly. In response, the veiled woman snorted coldly, her eyes narrowing with malevolence as she unleashed a surge of black mist, transforming her form into a blur as she charged at Yi Mingzhu. Upon witnessing this, Yi Mingzhu's expression darkened, and she too advanced to confront the veiled woman, striking out with her palm against the force of her attack. A thunderous sound echoed as Yi Mingzhu staggered back a few steps. However, her visage betrayed no sign of distress, becoming even more composed as her lips pressed together slightly. Indeed, as she had surmised, this woman was of the Soul Clan. During their initial encounter in the dungeon, Yi Mingzhu had sensed something amiss, and the recent contact had further confirmed her suspicions about the unique aura of the Soul Clan members. For someone who had cultivated the Soul technique, she was acutely sensitive to this malevolent race. Yet, she was taken aback to learn that Zhao Mingxian had taken such a person as a partner, and that this individual had infiltrated Qingxian's sect. As the black mist dissipated, those present finally beheld the woman's appearance. She was an enchantingly beautiful woman, clad in a tight-fitting black garment that accentuated her alluring curves. Her long, straight black hair added to her captivating allure, particularly her exquisitely shaped face and eyes that sparkled brighter than the stars, almost crackling with electricity. She was undeniably a stunning beauty, radiating an intoxicating charm. Observing this scene, many men were visibly entranced, their eyes filled with desire, as if they could not resist the urge to devour her whole. Yet, there were also several who wore grim expressions, for they had heard of the infamous title of Soul Mistress. At this moment, gazing at the black-clad woman, whose beguiling features now bore a hint of resentment, Yi Mingzhu understood that her adversary would not let her escape unscathed. Nevertheless, maintaining her composure, Yi Mingzhu coolly regarded her and posed a curious question. "I find it strange. Since you belong to the Soul Clan, why infiltrate Qingxian's sect? Are you not afraid of being discovered and killed?" "Ha ha ha." The Soul Mistress first laughed maniacally before her expression shifted to one of malevolence, coldly fixing her gaze on Yi Mingzhu. "Kill me? With these people? They lack the qualifications." As her words fell, she unleashed another powerful strike, the gust of her palm carrying with it a dense cloud of black mist, aimed directly at Yi Mingzhu. Sensing the immense energy contained in the attack, Yi Mingzhu's pupils constricted, realizing that if she were to take this blow head-on, she would surely be injured. Without hesitation, she swiftly retreated, avoiding the Soul Mistress's lethal strike. Just as her feet touched the ground, the Soul Mistress closed in once more, condensing a formidable gust of energy in her palm, which she hurled towards Yi Mingzhu's head with blinding speed. As the force approached, Yi Mingzhu instinctively swerved to the side, narrowly evading the fierce blow. At that moment, the Soul Mistress flickered, reappearing behind Yi Mingzhu, her palm aimed at the latter's back. Yi Mingzhu's expression shifted slightly, and she dodged once more. This time, instead of fleeing, she retaliated with a punch aimed at the Soul Mistress, seeking to collide flesh against flesh. The Soul Mistress's lips curled into a cold smile, her form flickering as she darted towards Yi Mingzhu's right side with incredible speed, reappearing almost instantaneously on her left. Seeing this, Yi Mingzhu's countenance changed subtly. The Soul Mistress's prowess was unexpectedly profound, seemingly surpassing even that of the Soul Clan members who had invaded Mingyue Valley. Nonetheless, she did not panic. Her hand seals danced as powerful energy surged within her, transforming into a vast torrent of true energy that streamed into her palm. 5 energies returning to origin. A resounding boom erupted as Yi Mingzhu's palm collided fiercely with the Soul Mistress's overwhelming force, producing a cacophony of sound. An unmatched strength radiated from the point of impact, causing the surrounding space to warp violently, as minute fissures appeared in the air. After a moment, a muffled thud resounded as Mingzhu was flung backward, while the Soul Mistress remained firmly rooted, coldly observing her. Chapter 48. Alliance after a brief exchange of blows. Mingzhu felt a heaviness settle in her heart. In close combat, she found herself unable to contend with the Soul Mistress. Furthermore, the Soul Mistress's movements were exceedingly elusive. Each strike is swift as lightning, her attack patterns deviously designed, rendering defense nearly impossible. Consequently, in just a few exchanges, Mingzhu had suffered several setbacks and narrowly escaped the Soul Mistress's traps. Seeing that she had failed to overpower Mingzhu even after 2 consecutive strikes, the Soul Mistress furrowed her brow slightly, casting a dark gaze at Mingzhu. "I did not expect you to be such a troublesome girl, to withstand my attacks." As she spoke, the aura of malice surrounding her intensified, her enchanting eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam, her black garments billowing without wind, emanating a formidable force. Whoosh! The Soul Mistress let out a low cry, transforming into a streak of black light, charging directly toward Mingzhu. Observing this, Mingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. However, she quickly regained her composure, channeling powerful true energy that surged from her core, coalescing in her palm, while a brilliant lotus pedestal materialized above her hand. As the lotus blossoms, a pure and sacred aura emanates, and an overwhelming power instantly coalesces into a tangible form, enveloping her and greatly enhancing her presence. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers around are immediately taken aback. What a terrifying aura! How can this lotus possess such a fearsome might? This technique, named Blossoming of the 100 Flowers, is the first manifestation of Mingzhu utilizing the primordial power of the lotus sacred body. Boom! In an instant, the lotus blooms, vibrant flowers unfurling in the air, releasing a wave of pure, sacred energy. This pristine aura evokes a soothing sensation in many present, as if every pore in their bodies opens up, allowing all worries, sorrows, pain, and sadness to vanish completely, leaving them with a refreshing feeling. What a dreadful presence! Sensing the aura radiating from Mingzhu, Hanyanzi's eyes flicker with alarm. She trembles and hastily retreats, attempting to distance herself from Mingzhu. However, as she withdraws a few meters, suddenly more lotus flowers bloom, cascading towards her like a torrential downpour. These flowers, though appearing delicate and harmless, unleash a formidable pressure upon their blooming, rendering Hanyanzi momentarily paralyzed and unable to move. These blossoms are not like ordinary lotus flowers, but rather they're edged like blades, exuding a chilling glimmer. Should they pierce the skin, they would instantly permeate, injuring bones and tendons. Hanyanzi did not anticipate that Mingzhu would wield such a sharp technique. This placed her in a precarious position, yet she remained unwilling to show weakness. Humph! With a disdainful snort, she waved her arms, conjuring a dark barrier that blocked the onslaught of lotus flowers. Clang! Clang! A series of sharp collisions echoed as the flowers struck the barrier, producing crisp sounds before shattering into fragments, dissipating like scattered spiritual energy. Observing this, Mingzhu's expression darkened. At that moment, Mu Qingyang arrived, positioning himself protectively behind Mingzhu, his gaze fixed warily on Hanyanzi, his eyes cold and laced with a hint of murderous intent. "Hanyanzi, you shall not escape today." Ha ha ha. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Hanyanzi's lips as she coldly retorted, "Dan God. If the former you had the privilege to utter such words, now you have lost that opportunity." With that, she moved like a specter, appearing before Mu Qingyang, her pale, delicate hands, imbued with a wisp of ghostly flame, reaching for his chest with ferocity. Confronted with Hanyanzi's sudden strike, Mu Qingyang's expression grew grave, his eyes reflecting deep seriousness. Without hesitation, he extended his palm to meet hers. In the next instant, a resounding clash echoed as a tremendous force erupted from the point of contact, sending ripples of powerful energy radiating outward, causing the onlookers to retreat several steps in alarm. Crack! A light sound followed as a fissure abruptly appeared in the center of Mu Qingyang's palm, and a surge of immense power erupted, forcing his hands apart. A violent backlash surged from within him, prompting him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he staggered backward. Puffed. The fierce backlash jolted through Mu Qingyang, causing him to cough up blood, his body swaying dangerously and his complexion turning pale, clearly injured. "Grandfather Mu, are you all right?" Yi Mingzhu rushed forward to support Mu Qingyang, her voice laced with concern. At her words, Mu Qingyang waved his hand, forcing a bitter smile. "I'm fine. Just a minor injury. I won't die." Although his power level was at the Xian Sheng stage, years of accumulated injuries had diminished his capabilities significantly, rendering him unable to contend with Xian Sheng experts. If not for his possession of the Wandering Shadows technique, he would have undoubtedly been obliterated by that force. "Peng Xinghe, let us join forces." Yi Mingzhu resolved to no longer delay, calling out to the man in white robes beside her. Peng Xinghe remained silent, drawing his sword while coldly regarding Han Yangzi, a powerful aura emanating from him, locking onto her figure. Seeing this, Yi Mingzhu's gaze flickered as she also retrieved a long sword from her storage ring. Glaring with malice, Han Yangzi's eyes glinted at the swords in their hands. The tips of their swords gleamed with a chilling light, causing a shiver to run through onlookers. In that moment, an air of tension thickened around the three. "Humph. Since you both seek death, I shall grant your wish." Han Yangzi laughed coldly, her dagger swirling with dark energy, unleashing a wave of black mist that sliced towards Yi Mingzhu. This black mist appeared feeble, seemingly lacking lethality, yet it harbored a terrifying intent to kill. Should it touch even a Xian Sheng expert, death would be instantaneous. Faced with the black mist, Yi Mingzhu's expression turned grave. Gritting her teeth, she flicked her wrist, sending her sword arcing through the air to engage the black mist in battle. Clang! Bang! The two attacks collided midair, producing a series of sharp sounds. Though the black mist seemed soft and harmless, it possessed a horrific pulling force, consuming Yi Mingzhu's sword light upon contact, ultimately dissipating it into nothingness. Ultimately, her strength was no match for Han Yangzi's. With a single blow, she was sent flying 10 paces back, barely regaining her footing, her complexion ghostly pale. At this moment, Han Yangzi's figure was already less than a meter away from Yi Mingzhu, her black claws reaching for Yi Mingzhu's head. Whoosh! At that instant, a piercing sword cry echoed, and a silver-white sword light swiftly sliced through the air, reaching Han Yangzi in the blink of an eye. This silver sword light contained boundless cold energy, seemingly capable of freezing space and encasing the void in ice, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Sensing the terrifying chill and sword intent within the silver light, Han Yangzi's pupils constricted, and she dared not underestimate it. She hastily retracted her right claw, swiftly evading the silver sword light. Nevertheless, even so, she was grazed by the silver light, a trickle of blood sliding down her arm. At the sight of this strike, Yi Mingzhu was taken aback. This was indeed the 9th form of the Qinglian sword technique, flowing light and time. She hadn't anticipated that this technique would be executed so flawlessly in Meng Xinghe's hands. A veritable perfection. Moreover, the power of this strike surpassed the original technique, reaching an entirely new realm, leaving Yi Mingzhu astounded. Chapter 49. A Taste of One's Own Medicine. Unaware of their impending doom, feeling the pain on the back of her hand, the Soul Lady's expression darkened, and 2 icy glints shot from her gaze, unleashing a formidable aura that surged towards Yi Mingzhu. Thunderous roars erupted as a colossal wave of energy rippled through the air, causing tremors and creating tiny fissures that rapidly spread. Both Yi Mingzhu and Meng Xinghe were thrust back several steps, crimson blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. "Ha ha ha! Do you think such meager skills can thwart my actions?" The Soul Lady's eyes were cold as she surveyed Yi Mingzhu, declaring, "Today, I shall show you what true power really is." With a fierce shout, she lunged at Yi Mingzhu like a bolt of lightning. Yi Mingzhu's expression hardened as she faced the oncoming assault. In an instant, her long sword transformed into a myriad of shimmering sword lights, meeting the Soul Lady's attack head-on. The sound of clashing echoed as sparks flew, the sharp sword energy colliding with the Soul Lady's dark mist, producing a cacophony of friction. The 2 graceful figures danced through the air with unparalleled speed, momentarily reaching a stalemate. Just a trivial skill," the Soul Lady scoffed, her dagger once again aimed at Yi Mingzhu, who deftly parried while retreating. In her withdrawal, Meng Xinghe swung his sword with fervor, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped the Soul Lady, forcing her to halt and engage in a fierce battle with him. The synergy between Yi Mingzhu and Meng Xinghe was remarkable, as they unleashed terrifying sword strikes that compelled the Soul Lady to retreat repeatedly, narrowly escaping death. Thankfully, her peculiar footwork allowed her to withstand their relentless onslaught and avoid dire peril. Damn it! How can such terrifying sword techniques exist? The Soul Lady's face darkened as she cursed under her breath, struggling against Meng Xinghe's relentless pursuit. Just as it seemed she would be cornered, Meng Xinghe suddenly halted his attack, stomping the ground fiercely and propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. A powerful surge of energy emanated from him, enveloping his form. As he charged towards her, the Soul Lady furrowed her brow, an inexplicable sense of crisis awakening within her, a foreboding premonition creeping into her heart. However, she was not an ordinary adversary. Despite her unease, a cold smile remained on her lips. With a flick of her fingers, she sent forth a black pill that transformed mid-air into a dark sphere, morphing into a skeletal figure that lunged at Yi Mingzhu. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the black skeleton collided with the silvery sword energy, creating a massive mushroom cloud that obscured the sky, blinding all who beheld it. As the dust settled, the scene returned to a tense calm. Amidst the swirling smoke, figures emerged gracefully and landed firmly on the ground. Meng Xinghe, Yi Mingzhu, and the Soul Lady. The Soul Lady's expression darkened like a storm cloud as she fixed her venomous gaze on Yi Mingzhu, her eyes glimmering with malice. Yi family, your luck is remarkable, evading my grasp once again. With that, the Soul Lady sprang into action once more, her dagger morphing into deadly sword energy aimed at Yi Mingzhu. Realizing that a prolonged battle would drain her life force, Yi Mingzhu's eyes flickered with determination, grasping her sword and cleaving downward, unleashing a radiant sword energy that sliced through the air. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated as sparks erupted. The sword energy and dagger collided with thunderous intensity, shaking the very heavens and instilling fear amongst the onlookers. Meng Xinghe, why do you hesitate? Yi Mingzhu urged, her voice laced with urgency. Flowing clouds over peaks. The man in white swiftly infused pure spiritual energy into his sword. The next moment, his blade traced an incomprehensible arc in the air, and a blinding blue light erupted from the tip, releasing a ferocious sword energy that surged towards the Soul Lady. Feeling the lethal aura, the Soul Lady's expression shifted, and she hastily wielded her dagger to counter Meng Xinghe's sword energy, which clashed violently with a series of metallic clangs. At that moment, Yi Mingzhu wore a sly smile, seizing the opportunity as the Soul Lady focused on Meng Xinghe. With a swift motion, Yi Mingzhu struck down with her palm. All things returned to the void. A colossal phantom palm imprint suddenly appeared, crashing down upon the Soul Lady. As the giant imprint descended, the Soul Lady momentarily lost her focus, perceiving the world around her as if time had slowed. Not good. It's an illusion, she realized with a start. Thud! The palm struck her with a resounding thump, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from her mouth. Simultaneously, a dazzling sword energy from Meng Xinghe pierced her right shoulder. A shrill scream escaped the Soul Lady as searing pain coursed through her body. In an instant, two swords were poised at her pale neck. Without hesitation, Yi Mingzhu unleashed a technique that invaded her dantian, wreaking havoc within, obliterating the Soul Lady's internal energy and inflicting excruciating agony. Witnessing this brutal scene, the crowd gasped in horror, while only Yuan Wan and Lu Zhuo bore expressions of joy at the prospect of vengeance fulfilled. Soul Lady, evil begets evil. Did you ever imagine a day would come when you would be utterly crippled? Yi Mingzhu taunted, her face a mask of scorn. At her words, the Soul Lady's expression flickered between rage and despair, her body trembling with pent-up fury, her eyes ablaze with unquenchable flames. Yi Mingzhu, do not revel in your triumph too soon. Your entire clan will soon meet its demise. The Soul Mistress glared at Yi Mingzhu, gritting her teeth, and whispered venomously in her ear, "You'll be the first to perish." Yi Mingzhu responded with a cold laugh, disregarding the gazes of onlookers as she seized the Soul Mistress and dragged her into the dungeon below. The three disciples, upon seeing Yi Mingzhu again, were taken aback, especially upon noticing the individual in her grasp, which left them utterly shocked. The dungeon was remarkably soundproof and situated far from the main courtyard, so they were oblivious to the several battles that had occurred within the Qingxian sect. What do you intend to do, Mingzhu? The soul mistress, now shackled tightly to the iron restraints, felt a wave of panic wash over her. Have you not long desired retribution? Allow me to grant your wish and let you experience the torment of being imprisoned and whipped. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Mingzhu's face as she drew a crimson whip from her storage ring. With a sharp crack, the whip lashed mercilessly against the soul mistress's face, leaving a vivid scarlet mark that contorted her features in pain. A piercing scream echoed through the dungeon as the soul mistress emitted a wretched cry, her beautiful eyes brimming with vengeful fury, fixated on Mingzhu, wishing to rend her asunder. You vile wretch, I will kill you. The soul mistress screamed frantically, her cheeks flushed with rage, her eyes ablaze like an erupting volcano. She could never have anticipated that one day, as a sub-leader of the Soul Clan, she would find herself imprisoned and subjected to such humiliation. Mingzhu's expression was tinged with mockery as she observed the soul mistress's frantic struggles, a cold smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. With a flick of her wrist, she delivered another vicious strike across the soul mistress's body. The whip cracked repeatedly, each stroke tearing in her flesh, leaving a myriad of wounds in its wake. Mingzhu, if you have the courage, kill me. The soul mistress screamed in desperation, her gaze filled with venomous hatred directed at Mingzhu. To kill you would only serve to grant you an easy end. Mingzhu retorted with a sardonic laugh. As her words fell, another whip struck the soul mistress with brutal force. Each lash was heavy, each one tearing flesh and drawing blood. The soul mistress's cries of anguish filled the air as the crimson whip continued to rain down upon her, leaving her a pitiful sight, drenched in blood. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the three disciples of the Qingxian sect turned pale, several even averting their eyes in horror. The spectacle was beyond their imagination, instilling dread within their hearts. Yet, as they beheld the soul mistress's suffering, they felt an unexpected sense of vindication, secretly relishing the sight. For who among them had not been subjected to her tyranny? Witnessing her comeuppance was a source of immense satisfaction. Afterward, Mingzhu exited the dungeon, returning to the courtyard where many had already dispersed. Have you seen senior brother Lu Yuan? Lu Zhuo inquired anxiously. She had searched throughout the Qingxian sect, but could not find Lu Yuan, which filled her with concern. The few remaining disciples shook their heads, and Mingzhu did the same. Perhaps he has already left the Qingxian sect on his own. Noticing her distress, Mingzhu offered a word of comfort. Child, this place is no longer safe. We should leave swiftly. Mu Qingyang suddenly suggested to Mingzhu. Nodding in agreement, Mingzhu took one last glance at Zhao Mingxuan's location, only to discover he had already vanished. At that moment, a chilling voice reverberated in everyone's ears. You believe you can come and go as you please after killing our elder? The voice was icy, as if emanating from ancient glaciers, sending shivers down their spines. Upon hearing the voice, Mingzhu and the others instinctively turned to see a slender figure clad in black. An elder with hands clasped behind his back, slowly entering from outside the courtyard. His gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately settling on Mingzhu, a cold smile emerging on his shadowy visage. This individual was none other than Meng Wu, the revered elder of the Qingxian sect, the strongest among them. Typically, the supreme elders would only emerge during times of crisis. Yet today, Meng Wu appeared, seemingly with a purpose directed at Mingzhu. This sight caused Mingzhu to furrow her brows, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. As he arrived, the disciples who had initially fled quickly gathered again. Yet the sect leader, Meng Xinghe, was noticeably absent. Meng Wu's gaze fixed on Mingzhu, his expression growing more sinister, his eyes exuding a terrifying chill. Before he could speak, Mu Qingyang stepped protectively in front of Mingzhu, his brow furrowed as he coldly demanded, Elder Meng, what are your intentions? Mu Qingyang, today's events are the result of your actions. You have even slain our elder foe. Do you take the Qingxian sect for a place where you can come and go as you please? Meng Wu's eyes darkened with malice as he glared at Mu Qingyang, his tone laced with a palpable threat. Hearing Meng Wu's murderous words caused Mu Qingyang's brow to furrow further as he retorted coldly, what do you intend to do? He had firmly resolved to protect Mingzhu at all costs, as she was the hope of the entire Yi family. Nothing could go awry. In response, Meng Wu's malevolence intensified, chillingly stating, "Mu Qingyang, are you truly willing to shield Yi Mingzhu? I advise you to refrain from meddling, lest I decide to make an example of you as well." Mu Qingyang's expression darkened significantly, his gaze fixed on Mingwu with unwavering determination to protect Yi Mingzhu. Observing this, a cruel smile flickered across Mingwu's face as he ominously proclaimed, "Do you understand that you are opposing the Qingxian sect? Do you comprehend the consequences of your defiance?" His icy stare fell upon Yi Mingzhu, radiating coldness and malice. He could not fathom that such a mere individual as Yi Mingzhu could thwart the Qingxian sect. Mu Qingyang's expression darkened further as he retorted fiercely, "Mingwu, do not threaten me. If your sect dares to act against me, I will stand my ground until the end, even if it costs me my life. I will protect this girl for eternity." His gaze was resolute, shimmering with defiance and a fierce determination. Seeing this, Mingwu's brow furrowed, and a flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes. "If that is your stance, then do not blame me for being ungracious." As his words fell, his gaze sharpened, and a fierce sword energy erupted from within him, instantly enveloping both Mu Qingyang and Yi Mingzhu. Yi Mingzhu sensed the impending sword energy, her pupils narrowing slightly. She sensed an exceedingly perilous aura emanating from the sword energy, instilling a profound sense of dread within her. This intense feeling of crisis informed her that the elder before her was exceptionally formidable. Her heart was gripped with terror. She had not anticipated that the Qingxian sect would dispatch such a powerful expert to oversee the situation. The man's strength had evidently reached the early stage of transformation. A truly daunting prowess. "Child, you must flee at once." Mu Qingyang, his face grave, called out loudly to Yi Mingzhu. His voice carried a hint of tragic solemnity. Though he was at the Shin Ascension stage, he was far inferior to Mingwu. In a desperate confrontation, he would stand no chance against Mingwu, and they would surely perish at his hands. While his own demise did not concern him, the thought of Yi Mingzhu's fate was a heavy burden. "Hurry and escape. I will hold him off," Mu Qingyang shouted once more. As his words fell, he charged fiercely towards Mingwu. Observing Mu Qingyang's reckless advance, Mingwu's face twisted into a mocking expression, followed by a disdainful snort as he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of profound energy directed at Mu Qingyang. In response, Mu Qingyang swiftly evaded the terrifying onslaught. Just as Mingwu prepared to strike again, a resounding clamor erupted from outside the Qingxian sect. It was soon followed by a familiar meow. Meow. The sound ignited a spark of joy in Yi Mingzhu's heart. Little White had arrived. "How dare anyone threaten my master? I shall annihilate their entire clan." A thunderous voice boomed from the entrance of the Qingxian sect, revealing Little White charging in with a host of companions. The first to come into view was a large panda, with a commanding figure perched upon its head. Little White. Flanking them were nearly 100 spirit beasts, completely encircling the entrance of the Qingxian sect. The sheer number of these creatures was astonishing, but what truly shocked everyone was the overwhelming aura emanating from several of the beasts. The black and white panda was a 7th-tier spirit beast, equivalent to a human at the divine separation stage, while the seemingly unremarkable white kitten was a 6th-tier spirit beast. Surrounding them were several 5th-tier beasts, forming an imposing lineup capable of dominating the region, even ruling over the northern island. Equally impressive were the extraordinary attributes of the spirit beasts accompanying Little White and the panda. Among them were 4 fire lions at the 4th tier, 4 ice giants at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, and 2 fire cloud eagles at the 5th tier. Each possessed formidable combat prowess, especially the fire cloud eagles, whose scorching heat felt akin to a sea of flames, transforming the surrounding air into something resembling molten lava. As this horde of spirit beasts approached, Mingwu's expression shifted to one of apprehension, revealing a glimmer of shock in his eyes. Little White and the other spirit beasts advanced menacingly, their overwhelming aura capable of crushing the Qingxian sect disciples. A mere fireball from each beast would suffice to topple the grand establishment of the Qingxian sect. "Old man, what were you planning just now?" Little White's azure eyes suddenly sparkled with fierce intensity as it coldly fixed its gaze on Mingwu, its voice laced with a chilling malice. Seeing Little White's ferocious demeanor, Mingwu stumbled back in fright, his voice trembling as he stammered, "I meant no harm." Upon uttering those words, his aged face flushed a deep crimson. The esteemed elder of the sect, a powerful figure in the transformation stage, had been reduced to a quivering mess before a throng of spirit beasts. This is utterly outrageous. Mingwu's mind roared in indignation. He felt that he had never suffered such humiliation in his life. This was a disgrace of monumental proportions. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was no match for them, leaving him with no option but to endure this humiliation in silence. Chapter 51. Meeting the Ancestor Little White. Where did you find so many friends? Mingzhu inquired with curiosity as they made their way. Little White chuckled and replied, Master, it was all thanks to the panda's imposing presence. Who would dare not come when it roars? Mingzhu was momentarily speechless. Their journey continued, filled with laughter and banter, and they soon returned to the Cliff of Reflection. The spirit beasts were dismissed by Little White, and Mingzhu felt immense gratitude towards them without their assistance. Escaping from the Qingxian sect would have been extremely challenging. Near the Cliff of Reflection, Lu Zhuo looked at Mingzhu with reluctance and said, Sister Yi, I must leave now to find Brother Lu. Having lost her place to stay, with her Dantian destroyed and the Qingxian sect unreachable, the Moonlight Valley disbanded. And even the Cliff of Reflection was only accessible to the descendants of the Yi family. Lu Zhuo felt lost and helpless, unsure of what to do next. Mingzhu, unable to offer much help, had once attempted to restore Lu Zhuo's Dantian, but the Hunyuan true qi proved ineffective. The sacred lotus body could be beneficial, but it could not be transferred. Take care on your journey. Mingzhu sighed softly, gently patting Lu Zhuo's shoulder. With a faint smile, Lu Zhuo turned and departed from Qingqing Mountain. Watching her receding figure, Mingzhu felt a twinge of sorrow. This farewell left her uncertain of when they would meet again, or if they ever would. With a wistful sigh, Mingzhu made her way to the valley behind the mountain. Under a waterfall, she plunged into a serene lake. The cool water enveloped her, refreshing every pore and bringing her immense comfort. As she soaked, warmth spread through her body, alleviating her pain and restoring some vitality to her meridians, leaving her spirit invigorated. Feeling her condition improve, a gentle smile graced Mingzhu's face. After spending a considerable time in the lake, she slowly emerged. At that moment, her clothes clung to her, accentuating her graceful figure. The curves subtly revealed beneath the damp fabric, exuding an alluring charm. A delicate blush adorned her fair skin, rendering her exceedingly captivating. After a while, Mingzhu retrieved a clean set of clothes from her storage ring and changed, stepping outside the cave. Gazing at the expansive lake, her heart unexpectedly settled. Reflecting on the day, she recognized her impulsiveness. Had it not been for the assistance of Grandfather Mu and Little White's timely intervention, her escape from Qingxian sect would have been nearly impossible. As for the so-called Meng Lang, he was merely a fleeting dream. With a faint smile, Mingzhu donned a veil and a hat, making her way towards the mountain peak. The weariness had largely dissipated, and her spirits had risen considerably. Half an hour later, Mingzhu reached the summit of Qingqing Mountain. As she instinctively prepared to summon the Moonlight Blade, she realized that the sword had long been returned to its owner. Their paths had diverged. Subsequently, she withdrew a Qing Feng sword from its scabbard and commenced a practice of swordplay. Today, Meng Xinghe's execution of the Qinglian sword technique allowed her to grasp some new subtleties. A smile graced Mingzhu's lips as she recalled those moves. Although the Qinglian sword technique is the most formidable martial art of the Qingxian sect, it is not without its limitations. Over the years, she has delved into various sword manuals, reaping substantial rewards. She has diligently studied the legacies left by her ancestors, mastering numerous techniques, and now stands undaunted in the face of skilled adversaries. Of course, the paramount task at present is to refine her practice of the Qinglian sword technique to a more profound level. As her strength burgeons, so too does her vital energy, naturally enhancing her execution of the Qinglian moves. At this juncture, she has completely mastered the 13 forms of the Qinglian sword technique, albeit with caution in their application. During today's battle, Mingzhu restrained her swordplay and refrained from employing the Qinglian sword technique, resorting instead to techniques from other sections. As for the Xintian palm, its overwhelming power comes at a significant cost to her vital energy, and she has only managed to practice up to the 5th form. Now, Mingzhu raised the Qingfeng sword once more to practice the Qinglian sword technique. Bang, bang, bang. Upon reaching the 6th form, The sword in her hand glimmered, producing sharp, slicing sounds as it cleaved through the air with astounding force, each stroke sending splashes of water cascading. The sword light crisscrossed like a gentle rainstorm, dense as a tempest. Within the glowing sword light, shimmering silver beams resembled blossoms of snowflakes blooming in the sky. A dazzling radiance illuminated the heavens and the earth. These silvery glimmers flowed like silk in her hands, tracing magnificent trajectories that formed a mesmerizing net of light. Each move contained a unique aesthetic beauty. The sword light flickered and interwove. Upon completing the 10th form and advancing to the 11th, Mingzhu suddenly raised the Qingfeng sword and traced a circle in the air. Instantly, beams of sword light coalesced within that circle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen beams of sword light, accompanied by piercing howls, shot forth like meteors, striking the surrounding flora, causing a robust tree to snap with a resounding crack. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted. The grass and stones were sent flying, creating a scene of utter chaos. This sword move seemed to possess even greater power than when she first mastered it. Gazing at the wreckage of the thicket, Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with delight. This move is the 11th form of the Qinglian sword technique, Falling Stars, a long-lost aspect of the Qingxian sect. Next, she practiced the 12th form. With her arm raised, beams of brilliant sword light erupted from the Qingfeng sword like magnificent fireworks, dazzling and captivating. Swish, crack. As she moved, the unleashed sword light transformed in midair into slender, sharp blades that sliced through the surrounding vegetation. Each blade was sharp enough to cut through metal and iron. This move is the 12th form of the Qinglian sword technique. 3 flowers gather at the summit. As for the 13th form, it embodies the most powerful strike of the Qinglian sword technique. This move is known as the blooming of the Qinglian. The sword light surged forth, akin to the furious blossoming of Qinglian flowers. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 13 beams of sword light spiraled like a colossal vortex, shredding all obstructing foliage before them. Crack, crack. Ancient trees toppled instantaneously. In an instant, the entire thicket lay flattened. Witnessing the scattered remnants on the ground, Mingzhu felt a stir of astonishment. The power of this technique surpassed that of her previous swordplay, exhibiting a formidable might. If she unleashed her full strength, the potency would undoubtedly escalate further. Just as Mingzhu prepared to practice the Xiantian palm, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly echoed nearby. Ancestor. Turning towards the sound, she was taken aback to see Zhao Mingxian standing not far away, his gaze fixed upon her with fervent intensity, his previous lofty demeanor now entirely vanished, replaced by an unmistakable excitement. Before she could respond, Zhao Mingxian rushed to her side, kneeling before her like an eager pup, his tone reverent. I am Zhao Mingxian, the 38th chief disciple of the Qingxian sect, paying my respects to the ancestor. His voice was robust and resonant. Mingzhu found herself momentarily dumbfounded, standing still in bewilderment. To think that I, Zhao Mingxian, would chance upon the ancestor in my lifetime, truly a fortuitous encounter. I bow once more to the ancestor. With that, he knocked his head 3 times on the ground. Ancestor, your swordplay is truly exceptional, astonishingly powerful. I am in awe. You are the pride of our Qingxian sect. Zhao Mingxian spoke in a flurry of excitement, his words tumbling forth clumsily. The recent display of swordplay had left him utterly entranced. Ancestor, you may not be aware, but within our sect, the Qinglian sword technique comprises only 10 forms, and the mightiest 3 have long been lost. Witnessing you execute those 3 moves was an overwhelming spectacle. Ancestor, if you would be willing to teach me the final 3 forms, I vow to elevate our sect to new heights. Alas, I must not conceal this from you. Ancestor, today, my former fiancé is still unable to let go of our broken engagement after 3 years, brazenly intruded upon the Qingxian sect, injuring several disciples. And even the elders could not withstand her might. I too exerted myself to the utmost, but alas, my incomplete swordplay rendered me no match for her. If I could learn the last 3 forms of the Qinglian sword technique, I guarantee that no one would dare to challenge the Qingxian sect. Upon hearing this last part, a chill swiftly enveloped Mingzhu's delicate features, nearly prompting her to slap him. However, she held her composure, instead curving her lips into a teasing smile, and raised the Qing Feng sword, unleashing several beams of sword energy towards the stone wall opposite her. With a resounding crash, several clear characters were inscribed upon the stone surface. Upon seeing these characters, Zhao Mingxian fell into a frenzy, repeatedly bowing before Yi Mingzhu. "Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. Rest assured, I shall fulfill this task." Seeing him so earnest nearly made Yi Mingzhu burst into laughter. To maintain her guise, she feigned a deep cough and inscribed 2 more characters on the stone wall before gracefully departing. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingxian, still in a daze, set off to complete his mission. It seemed this task would be perilous indeed. In the following days, Yi Mingzhu remained at the Thinking Cliff until the 5th day, sensing her proximity to the Ascendant Realm. She summoned Xiao Bai and ventured to a secluded place to prepare for her breakthrough. This location lay to the west of the entire Qingxing Mountain, characterized by steep slopes and abundant natural treasures, including several spiritual herbs. Finding a small cave, she instructed Xiao Bai to guard her while she sat cross-legged, commencing her closed-door cultivation. A torrent of potent spiritual energy surged into her body, converging at her dantian, gradually transforming into a pure essence of spiritual power that slowly condensed and morphed. As her dantian solidified, waves of formidable strength collided within, merging to form a new force. Ultimately, this energy coalesced around Yi Mingzhu's nascent soul. In that moment, her nascent soul underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving from the size of a palm into a more refined and exquisite form. Its exterior shimmered with a translucent brilliance, resembling a crystal orb, exuding a faint, multicolored glow that shimmered with an air of mystique. Seizing the moment, Yi Mingzhu swiftly retrieved a celestial-grade spirit jade from her spatial ring to absorb its essence. A rich aura of spiritual energy overflowed from the jade, rapidly pouring into her nascent soul, which incessantly devoured the energy within the jade, growing stronger with each passing moment. As it expanded, a vivid halo of colors began to envelop it, resembling rippling water, continuously swirling around her. This state persisted for several hours until, at the final moment, a brilliant beam of white light flashed, and Yi Mingzhu finally opened her eyes. An extraordinary sensation washed over her, as if she were the sovereign of the world, commanding both the heavenly laws and all living things to bend to her will, granting her the ability to control everything at her discretion. This was a profound realm, a manifestation of immense power. With a mere flick of her hand, she could obliterate vast stretches of land. With a gentle exhale, Yi Mingzhu opened her eyes, a smile of joy illuminating her face. The consummation of her nascent soul and the initial stage of the Xian Ascension, though seemingly a thin line apart, were in truth worlds apart. Upon reaching the Xian Ascension, she not only possessed formidable strength, but also the ability to manipulate natural forces such as thunder, lightning, flames, and storms. Furthermore, the might of the Xian Ascension allowed her to commune with the heavens, harnessing their power to elevate her combat prowess even further. This newfound power was tenfold greater than her initial foray into the nascent soul stage, representing a qualitative transformation, more stable and robust. Such changes filled Yi Mingzhu with elation. Now, even against the most formidable warriors at the pinnacle of the late Xian Ascension stage, she felt confident in her ability to contend. The night passed swiftly within the cave. By noon the following day, as Yi Mingzhu and Xiao Bai prepared to descend the mountain, they unexpectedly encountered a descendant of the Yi family. Noticing his flustered demeanor, Yi Mingzhu hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "What troubles you, Brother Yi Hao?" Upon seeing her, the man's eyes brightened, and he urgently replied, "Sister Yi, it's dire. Steward Mu has been captured." "What?" Yi Mingzhu's expression shifted dramatically. Steward Mu had been taken. How could that be? Even if he bore old wounds, he was a true powerhouse of the Xian Ascension stage. Who could possibly capture him? Did you see who took him? She pressed, astonishment etched on her face. A woman. She appeared quite young, accompanied by 2 subordinates. The man responded hurriedly. Yi Mingzhu's heart sank. If even Steward Mu could be taken, what kind of fearsome power must their captor possess? Are you certain he was taken against his will? She questioned further. I'm certain. I witnessed that woman release a cloud of toxic smoke, and Steward Mu collapsed. In no time, he was abducted. A name flashed through Yi Mingzhu's mind. Guo Shuang. Steward Mu's disciple. She recalled overhearing a conversation when she visited Qin Xian's sect, where Steward Mu had mentioned that he was injured due to this rebellious disciple's collusion with others. Now she had taken him. What could she possibly want? After a moment of contemplation, Mingzhu resolved to investigate further. Upon determining the direction, she and Xiao Bai swiftly took flight. With Xiao Bai's assistance, they would surely locate Steward Mu's whereabouts. After a brief while, they neared a bustling marketplace. Xiao Bai, have you caught a scent? Mingzhu inquired eagerly. Xiao Bai's feline ears perked up, its nose twitched a couple of times, and then its azure gaze fixed on the center of the marketplace, declaring there. Pointing a paw at the imposing sign of Wanxiang Tower, Mingzhu paused, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Why here? Chapter 53. The enigmatic Wanxiang Tower. Wanxiang Tower, one of the largest brothels in the area, catered to the whims of affluent gentlemen and those of notable power, offering companionship from stunning maidens. Although some might deem such establishments unsavory, it did not deter the wealthy from seeking enjoyment within its walls. Rumor had it that the ladies here were exceptionally beautiful, often untouched, making them the object of desire for wealthy families and powerful individuals alike. Let us proceed, Mingzhu sighed, reluctantly making her way toward Wanxiang Tower. The four-story establishment sprawled magnificently, adorned in opulent gold and brilliance, its interior ablaze with light and vibrancy. As soon as Mingzhu and Xiao Bai touched the ground, they immediately drew attention, particularly due to Mingzhu's striking appearance, which ignited greed in the eyes of onlookers. Clad in a snow-white dress, her graceful figure and radiant skin captivated all. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, accentuating her fair complexion. Such unparalleled beauty, coupled with her alluring attire, was bound to enchant countless souls. Her eyes sparkled brighter than the moon, and the slight lift of her lips exuded an intoxicating allure, akin to a brilliant ruby dazzling in the light. In an instant, numerous men were rendered speechless, swallowing hard as they gazed at her with adoration. This ethereal maiden seemed to be a divine gift, and they felt fortunate to behold such beauty. Noticing the attention, Mingzhu blushed but chose to ignore it. Her enhanced cultivation had only elevated her grace and complexion, and with the effects of the Bihai Chaoxing method, she appeared as a celestial beauty to ordinary folk. Mingzhu proceeded straight into the main hall of Wanxiang Tower, capturing the gazes of all present. Dressed in her pristine white garment, she exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a fairy who had inadvertently descended into the mortal realm. My heavens, that girl is stunning, as if she stepped out from a painting. Indeed, she is breathtaking. I can hardly bear to look directly at her. If only I could wed such a beauty, I would gladly embrace death. Surrounded by a throng of men, all fervently discussing amongst themselves, their gazes were fixated on Mingzhu, radiating intense admiration. Who is she? Such exquisite beauty. I have never encountered a girl of such stunning allure before. One exclaimed in astonishment. Could she be the daughter of a prominent family from a secluded sect? Came another speculation. In a flurry of conjectures, the crowd buzzed with curiosity. Mingzhu, however, paid no heed to their chatter and strode directly into the grand hall. For ordinary individuals, the aura and beauty of cultivators are simply unattainable. Yet for the vast majority of practitioners, the essence of cultivation lies in the strength of spiritual energy rather than mere physical appearance, rendering them less preoccupied with outward beauty. Mingzhu and her companion, Xiao Bai, made their way to the front desk of the Wanxiang Tower. Upon noticing their arrival, the guard promptly inquired, "Miss, are you here to purchase items or seek other services?" "I wish to buy something," Mingzhu replied dismissively, retrieving a medium-grade spiritual stone from her storage ring and handing it to the guard. "Very well, please wait a moment." The guard responded respectfully, accepting the stone with deference, though he did not recognize Mingzhu. Her attire of pristine white and the elegant bracelet adorning her wrist suggested a distinguished background, and her noble demeanor indicated that she was no ordinary person. Thus, the guard dared not to treat her with anything less than utmost respect. After a brief wait, a burly man clad in a red robe approached them. He had a thick mustache and a somewhat unsavory appearance, yet his muscular build exuded a fierce aura. This man, named Sun Hu, was the chief overseer of Wanxiang Tower, with power at the early stage of the Golden Core. He cast several glances at Mingzhu, noticing her youthful age paired with an extraordinary presence. And an inappropriate thought crossed his mind. Licking his thick lips, he grinned and said, "My dear, may I inquire where you hail from? Our Wanxiang Tower is the most luxurious establishment in the vicinity." "Oh, I am here to find someone. Have you seen a frail old man with a goat-like beard?" Mingzhu asked, casting a disinterested glance at Sun Hu. At her question, Sun Hu frowned slightly, racking his brain for any memory of such a figure. But to no avail. Clearly, he had not heard of any old man fitting that description. Seeing his reaction, Mingzhu furrowed her brow. "Is it possible that Grandpa Mu is not here? Xiaobai, are you sure this is the place?" She inquired again. "Absolutely, it must be Wanxiang Tower." Xiaobai nodded confidently. "Let us check the second floor." "All right," Mingzhu agreed, following Xiaobai as they ascended to the second floor. After they departed, Sun Hu, seemingly reluctant to let the matter rest, cast one last lingering look at Mingzhu before refraining from further pursuit. The second floor was even more opulent. Each room was furnished with exquisite tables and chairs, and the walls adorned with various paintings and books, all of considerable value. Furthermore, the second floor was fortified with arrays and restrictions, rendering it impervious even to golden core experts. Mingzhu gazed around, astonished by the extravagant decor, marveling at how Wanxiang Tower surpassed even the grandeur of a royal palace. Moreover, the establishment was populated not only by male patrons, but also by a myriad of enchanting beauties, each more captivating than the last, embodying the very essence of allure. This place was indeed a paradise for romantic trysts. As Mingzhu prepared to head towards a private chamber, she noticed two scantily clad young women stationed at the staircase, seemingly soliciting customers. Both girls were strikingly beautiful, yet exuded an overtly seductive demeanor. A potent fragrance of perfume wafted through the air, causing Mingzhu to wrinkle her nose in distaste. "Oh dear, what delightful offerings do we have today? Please, enlighten me so that I may enjoy myself," exclaimed a portly man in a red robe, seizing one of the flirtatious girls. The girl shot him a coy glare, playfully admonishing, "Oh, you naughty man, how could I, a pure maiden, engage with other men so freely?" Following this, she turned her gaze to Mingzhu, flashing a flirtatious smile. "Are you a newcomer, my dear?" Mingzhu frowned slightly, choosing not to respond. The girl's surprise was fleeting, quickly returning to her flirtatious antics as she resumed her efforts to entice customers. Observing the two young women, Mingzhu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. She then surveyed the second floor, noting that every private room was filled with patrons, and all doors and windows were tightly shut. Mingzhu shook her head slightly, feeling a pang of disappointment. If Grandpa Mu were indeed present, Xiaobai would have sensed it. Just as she was about to leave in disappointment, a tall young man with an elegant countenance emerged from a private room at the corner of the second floor. Clad in a gray robe, he held a cup of tea with grace, his movements light and assured, revealing a remarkable agility. Upon seeing him, Mingzhu felt an inexplicable sensation wash over her, an odd yet compelling feeling. "Meow, master. I can distinctly sense Grandpa Mu's presence. He is right here on the second floor," Xiaobai exclaimed, having detected the familiar aura. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu quickly turned her gaze to the second floor, when she spotted a young man in a green robe, tall and handsome, smiling and nodding at her. A look of confusion crossed her face. Without further thought, she and Xiaobai hurried towards their objective. Finally, Xiaobai halted at the door of a room around the corner, saying, "Meow, master, I can smell him. He is inside. Let us enter." With that, Xiaobai pushed open the door, but upon stepping inside, he suddenly became weak and collapsed to the floor. Seeing the smoke within the room, Mingzhu's expression darkened. Thankfully, her lotus blossom sacred body rendered her immune to toxins. Otherwise, she might have fallen victim in such a place. Moreover, she sensed that the smoke was far from ordinary. However, uncertain of the intentions of these individuals, she decided to play along. With this thought in mind, Mingzhu feigned a lightheadedness, collapsing beside Xiaobai, but discreetly administering an antidote pill to him while pretending to be unconscious. Taking advantage of the moment, she used her soul to quietly assess the surroundings of the room. Inside, there was merely a table and a stool, devoid of any other embellishments, as if no one had ever occupied the space. At the center of the room, seated upon a bed, was a middle-aged man clad in black robes, who had only recently entered. It was evident that the smoke was connected to him. At that moment, the man regarded Mingzhu with eyes glinting with lewd desire, a flicker of greed dancing in his gaze. Satisfied with what he saw, the middle-aged man nodded slowly and approached Mingzhu, extending his rough fingers to caress her cheek. Oh, what a beautiful face. No wonder so many men vie for your attention. The middle-aged man, while stroking something, expressed his admiration. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu furrowed her brows. Yet out of curiosity regarding their antics, she decided to endure for a few more seconds. The man's squinty eyes continuously scanned Mingzhu. Unable to hold back any longer, she suddenly opened her eyes, and in that instant, a brilliant, captivating light radiated from her gaze. In the next moment, she surged forward, delivering a powerful strike to the man's chest. Startled by Mingzhu's sudden awakening, just as he was about to caress her cheek, the man quickly stepped back 2 paces. However, Mingzhu's movements were too swift. As he retreated, she closed the distance and landed a punch squarely on his chest, sending him crashing against the wall, where he spat out blood. Thud! The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and groaning in pain. Before he could rise, Xiaobai had already awakened, leaping onto his abdomen and threateningly demanded, "Where's the old man Mu being held?" "What old man Mu?" "I don't know." The man, terrified by Xiaobai's fierce demeanor and the fact that it spoke human language, nearly lost control of his bladder, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "How could you not know?" Xiaobai exclaimed fiercely upon hearing his denial. No, I truly do not know." The man cried out, his face a mask of despair. Mingzhu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Clearly, this man was nothing more than a lecherous fool, and Xiaobai was earnestly threatening him. After expelling the man, Xiaobai suddenly remarked, "I can sense a presence in this area, but strangely, there is nothing here. Could it be that Grandpa Mu did not come here?" Mingzhu surveyed her surroundings, but found no trace. "Master, the atmosphere in this room is quite peculiar. It would be wise not to wander about hastily," Xiaobai warned, eyes darting around cautiously. Mingzhu also felt an odd sensation. She trusted Xiaobai's keen sense of smell, so it seemed improbable that there was an error. If there was a problem, it must be with the room itself. At that moment, Mingzhu sat cross-legged and extended her mental energy, attempting to envelop the entirety of Wanxiang Tower, yet she still found no trace of Grandpa Mu. What puzzled her further was that, during her initial scan, that refined young man had smiled at her, as if he was aware of her probing. "Meow. I understand," Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed in excitement. "Master, my sense of smell cannot be wrong. Grandpa Mu is certainly in this room, but he is in a space separated from us, which is why we cannot locate him. However, I am certain he is within this house. What shall we do?" Mingzhu pondered, finding Xiaobai's reasoning plausible. Yet she had never truly attempted to break through a space and feared causing too much commotion. "Meow. Grandpa Mu's aura is stable, indicating he is merely being controlled for the time being and is not in immediate danger. You could try using the Taiji seal to absorb this space," Xiaobai suggested. "All right," Mingzhu agreed. She then placed her left palm on the table before her and slowly closed her eyes. As she executed the Taiji seal, the enormous yin-yang symbol began to spin within her palm. With her arm taut, she directed her palm towards that particular space, and in an instant, a powerful suction force erupted from her palm. At that moment, the space before her began to tremble violently. In a brief moment, faint cracking sounds could be heard. Seeing this, both Xiaobai and Mingzhu rejoiced. It was indeed effective. Just then, a chilling, eerie laughter echoed unexpectedly. "Who goes there? Show yourself," Xiaobai exclaimed, startled, its fur standing on end. At that moment, a group of over 10 individuals emerged from outside the room, each bearing a menacing countenance. Among them were a man and a woman. The man, clad in gray, exuded an air of refinement reminiscent of a dashing young gentleman, the very same Mingzhu had encountered at the staircase. The woman, adorned in a blue dress, was equally stunning, yet her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with malice, fixated intently on Mingzhu and Xiaobai. Upon seeing them, Xiaobai immediately sniffed the air and remarked, "Master, this woman carries the scent of Grandpa Mu. She must be the one who captured him." Mingzhu's gaze turned icy as she focused on the woman in blue. The woman, noticing their scrutiny, smirked with disdain and taunted, "I never expected someone would come to rescue this old fool." Realizing they had indeed captured Grandpa Mu and intentionally confined him here to await a rescue attempt, Mingzhu felt a sense of foreboding. She could tell the woman harbored sinister intentions. "Who are you? Why have you abducted Grandpa Mu?" Mingzhu inquired, furrowing her brows and preparing for confrontation. It doesn't matter who we are. Hand over the Qian-Kuan-Ding, or don't blame me for being ruthless." The woman in blue scoffed, a chilling aura radiating from her. Unexpectedly, she was an expert at the Xiansheng stage, and, judging by her aura, she was at least a mid-level expert. Mingzhu was taken aback. She had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent in this place. "I do not know what you are referring to. Release Grandpa Mu, or I will not hesitate to take action." Mingzhu's expression hardened, her demeanor turning frosty. "In that case, after I eliminate you, acquiring the Qian-Kuan-Ding will be a trivial matter." The woman in blue sneered, casting a glance at the sapphire ring on Mingzhu's finger. Understanding their motives, Mingzhu deduced that these individuals sought to coerce Grandpa Mu into surrendering the so-called Qian-Kuan-Ding and had now set their sights on those attempting to rescue him. As the woman in blue signaled her burly companions to charge at Mingzhu, she recognized the gravity of the situation and did not dare to underestimate them. Instantly, she summoned her internal energy to its zenith, emanating a chilling presence that made those nearby shiver involuntarily. Whoosh! A flurry of wind rushed as the group of muscular men lunged toward Mingzhu. To their astonishment, each of them was at the golden core stage. However, they were equally astonished when Mingzhu appeared unfazed, as if she were unaffected, not even shifting her stance. How is this possible? How could she be so powerful? The woman in blue's face was etched with profound shock. Just moments ago, they had seen mere shadows flitting past, and now upon a second glance, Mingzhu remained steadfast, unperturbed. This encapsulates the essence of the godly steps, where distance is rendered meaningless. Seizing the moment of their stunned bewilderment, Mingzhu let out a cold snort, her hands forming incantations as she fiercely struck towards one of the burly men. The man was utterly unprepared, and with a sickening sound, a gash was torn into his arm, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 9 formidable men were struck with terror, turning tail and fleeing. They simply could not contend with such power. Their opponent was clearly a cultivator at the Xian Ascension stage, and they couldn't even lay a finger on her. However, Mingzhu had anticipated their retreat. She immediately summoned her true energy, transforming it into a skyward barrage of sword light directed at them. The men, while attempting to fend off the onslaught of sword beams, hastily retreated. Yet, there was no escaping the relentless onslaught of sword light. Before long, 3 of the burly men were struck in the rear, incapacitated on the spot. The remaining 7, upon witnessing this, wore expressions of sheer horror and fled like the wind. The woman in the blue dress could hardly believe her subordinates were so feeble, her eyes brimming with fury as she watched them flee. Despite having collected a substantial amount of spirit stones and elixirs from her, they dashed away faster than rabbits at the first sign of trouble. Little did she realize the true depth of Mingzhu's cultivation, initially assuming that, given her youth, she would be no more than a golden core cultivator at best. She was taken aback to discover that Mingzhu was indeed a Xian Ascension expert, and her aura seemed even more formidable than her own. With this realization, the woman in blue snorted coldly and approached Mingzhu, a mocking smile playing on her lips as she said, "You insolent girl, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Surrender the Qian-Kuan cauldron willingly, or else both you and this little cat will meet your demise tonight. Do you think you can dictate who lives and who dies?" Mingzhu retorted with disdain. The woman's expression shifted as she heard Mingzhu's response. "Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being merciless." The woman in blue scoffed. As her words fell, a glinting silver dagger appeared in her hand, exuding a faint chill and a palpable aura of malevolence. Upon seeing the silver dagger, Mingzhu's expression changed abruptly, her vigilance instantly heightened. This dagger was undoubtedly a formidable weapon, imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood. If carelessly struck, even a Xian Ascension cultivator could face death. This dagger is known as the Bloodthirsty Blade, crafted from the skin of a 1,000-year-old blood demon python. It is exceptionally hard and sharp. Even a perfected Xian Ascension expert would bleed profusely from a mere scratch. "Do you think a little girl like you can withstand it?" The woman in blue said triumphantly, her pride evident. This bloodblade was a renowned treasure in the Tianxian continent, known for its lethal strikes. Furthermore, Every inch of its surface was coated with potent poison. Even a late-stage Xian Ascension cultivator, if struck, would be incapacitated for a significant time, akin to an ordinary mortal. While Mingzhu could sense the chilling aura emanating from the dagger, she was unafraid. Her Lotus holy body granted her immunity to all toxins. Since you are so mysteriously confident, let us see you try. Mingzhu replied with a smile. You foolhardy wretch. At her words, the woman in blue's expression darkened, her eyes radiating icy malice as she brandished the bloodthirsty blade. In an instant, a flash of silver erupted, slicing through the air towards Mingzhu's head. Observing this, Mingzhu's countenance shifted slightly. She quickly infused her Azure Edge sword with spiritual energy and forcefully swung it to intercept the dagger. Clang! A thunderous clash echoed as the two weapons collided mid-air, sending sparks flying in every direction. Although Mingzhu's Azure Edge sword was formidable, it could not withstand the might of the Bloodblade, which was sent flying from her grasp. The Bloodblade, however, descended upon Mingzhu's shoulder. Positioned at her scapula, a strike there would render her entire left arm useless. Seeing the woman in blue's swift movement, Mingzhu's heart raced, and she hastily dodged to the side to evade the attack. Yet, the Bloodblade seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing her. As Mingzhu continued to evade, the dagger remained in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, the elegant young man nearby was equally unwilling to concede defeat. His palms moved with agility, releasing waves of fierce, domineering true energy that surged around Mingzhu like a raging river. Mingzhu dared not underestimate him. She rapidly countered, dispersing the incoming energy with her palms. Yet, she had underestimated the young man's strength. Where her palms met the energy, a sharp pain pierced her chest, nearly shattering the nails of her right hand. She felt a burning sensation across her chest and back, as if engulfed in flames, accompanied by a flicker of purple lightning. Mingzhu was horrified. This man possessed dual spiritual roots, one of fire and another of an anomalous lightning attribute from the five elements. At that moment, the woman in blue, wielding the Bloodblade, radiated an ominous chill, poised to pierce Mingzhu's throat at any moment. In her grasp was the Azure Edge sword, enveloped in a faint violet glow, enhancing its brilliance. This technique was one she had never employed before. It was a creation of the Purple Glow Fairy, consisting of 7 forms known as the Purple Glow Sword Classic, a powerful secret technique of immense strength. The techniques of the Purple Glow Sword Classic escalated in layers, achieving true sword intent at the 2nd level, resulting in an extraordinary surge of power. As the woman in blue swung the Bloodblade, the air erupted with a crisp sound of rupture, the blade slicing through the sky like a red lightning bolt aimed at Mingzhu's chest. Mingzhu narrowed hideous, a cold resolve flickering within as she violently swung her Azure Edge sword, conjuring a fierce sword wind that surged towards the Bloodblade. Moonlight on the western balcony. Boom! In an explosive clash, the two weapons collided in midair, igniting a cascade of sparks. As the two continued to wield their swords, ripples spread outward in all directions. The room trembled with each resounding impact, resembling an earthquake. Waves of energy surged forth, toppling furniture and shattering it to pieces. Yet, this fierce encounter did not collapse the roof. It merely left cracks in the walls of the room. Evidently, formidable experts had set up a barrier within the Wanxiang Tower. Originally, Mingzhu believed that the actions before her were the doing of the two individuals in front of her. However, upon witnessing the horror in their eyes, she realized that the situation was far from what she had imagined. This is impossible. The sight before her left the woman in the blue dress pale, unable to restrain a gasp of disbelief. In her mind, the bloodthirsty demon blade in her hand could cleave even the finest spirit artifacts. It was unable to inflict any harm on Mingzhu. Not only did the walls of the room remain unscathed, but her own wrist was left tingling from the recoil. At that moment, Xiaobai suddenly leapt forth, exclaiming in astonishment that the barrier here seemed capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a spirit-severing expert. What? A full-force strike from a spirit-severing expert? Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, the expressions of the three individuals turned to one of horror. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they surveyed the surrounding walls. In the instant they hesitated, the space where the old man Mu had been standing suddenly crumbled with a crack, disintegrating entirely within moments. As Mu's figure emerged, Mingzhu felt a surge of joy and hurriedly planted her qing feng sword into the ground before leaping toward him. "Grandpa Mu, are you all right?" she asked with concern, her gaze filled with deep worry and care. Mu shook his head, rising unsteadily to his feet. His gaze suddenly turned cold as he fixed it upon the blue-dressed woman and the refined young man opposite him. He snorted. "I never expected that the young Master Han Ing of the Ziyun Manor would assist my rebellious disciple in their misdeeds. It seems I have underestimated your Ziyun Manor. But what of it? You shall not lay your hands on the Qinkuan cauldron." Hearing Mu's words, the refined young man Han Ing merely offered a slight bow, smiling gently as he replied, "Senior, my connection with Shuang is profound. Naturally, I stand by her side. I hope you will kindly hand over the Qinkuan cauldron to avoid putting me in a difficult position." "Humph, young Master Han. The Qinkuan cauldron is one of the 10 divine cauldrons for alchemy. If it truly falls into your Ziyun Manor's possession, it may not bode well for you and could invite untold troubles. That is not for you to worry about, Senior. Just hand over the Qinkuan cauldron. After all, you and Shuang share a teacher-student bond. It would be quite unbecoming to make things too difficult." Han Ing smiled amiably at old Mu, his lips curving slightly, seemingly unafraid of the elder. "Old man, don't push your luck. Hurry up and have this woman in white hand over the Qinkuan cauldron. Or don't blame me for being rude." At this moment, the woman in blue, Guoshuang, glared at old Mu, her brows furrowing in anger. Old Mu snorted coldly, casting a disappointed glance at the blue-dressed woman. "You will surely regret this day, you foolish girl." After saying this, he turned his attention to the void, respectfully expressing, "Thank you for the life-saving grace." The earlier collapse of the space had indeed been intentional. Upon hearing old Mu's words, Guoshuang's face paled in disbelief. No wonder old Mu could escape. It turned out he had assistance. The space had been sealed using a special spirit artifact, which could only be broken by a master at the pinnacle of the Xian Ascension stage. She had thought that the damage was caused by the clash between Mingzhu and herself, but she had not anticipated that there was a true master lurking in the shadows. Now recalling Xiao Bai's earlier words about the walls having a barrier, she suddenly understood. It seemed the Wanshang Tower concealed a mysterious expert. No wonder it had never been attacked over the years, and no one dared to cause trouble here. All of this was due to the presence of a powerful guardian within the Wanshang Tower, preventing any force from encroaching. At this moment, Guoshuang's expression shifted rapidly. Just then, as old Mu's words faded, a gentle chuckle resonated in the air. The next moment, an elderly man with white hair and beard stepped gracefully into view. Though his face was lined with wrinkles, he emanated an overwhelming aura, as if a divine being had descended. This venerable elder, clad in azure robes, stood tall with a youthful demeanor. His long, silver beard flowed elegantly, giving him an ethereal presence, akin to that of a transcendent being. However, Mingzhu sensed a chilling and formidable energy emanating from him, reminiscent of a fierce beast awakening, poised to devour all life. She surmised that this elder was the true master of the Wanshang Tower, a being whose power far surpassed that of a Xian Ascension expert, making him an exceptionally terrifying supermaster, the true mastermind behind the Wanshang Tower. Otherwise, how could it have remained standing for so long without anyone able to destroy it? "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Ziyun Manor?" Han Ing asked, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation as he regarded the elder. "And you are?" The elder replied, casting a dismissive glance at Han Ing, his gaze momentarily flashing with coldness. "I am Han Ing, the young master of Ziyun Manor. I believe you must have heard of my name." "Oh, Ziyun Manor?" Upon hearing Han Ing's name, the elder's eyes flickered as he pondered. "Does the senior know the master of Ziyun Manor, Han Yifeng? He is my father." "Ha ha ha, Han Yifeng. I know of his existence, but in my eyes, he is nothing." The elder laughed heartily, looking at Han Ing with disdain. Upon hearing this, both Han Ing and Guoshuang's eyes flashed with anger. "Senior, are you being overly presumptuous? Do you truly disregard us from Ziyun Manor?" Han Ing's tone turned icy as he questioned. "I am indeed being presumptuous. What will you do about it?" The elder replied nonchalantly, a hint of mockery gracing his expression. "Are you attempting to obstruct us? If so, allow me to show you the might of Ziyun Manor." Han Ing sneered. Then do try. I would like to see just how formidable your Xian manner truly is. Very well. With his words barely spoken, Han Ing soared into the air, the soul-slaying demon blade appearing in his hand, transforming into a black meteor as it hurtled toward the elder with ferocious intent. Han Ing had evidently reached the late stage of the Shin Ascension realm, his strength not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the soul-slaying demon blade he wielded was a top-tier spirit artifact, possessing immense power capable of annihilating worlds and effortlessly tearing apart the fabric of the void. As he launched this unparalleled attack, gripping the soul-slaying demon blade, he slashed through the air with a deafening roar, as if to rend the heavens asunder, targeting the elder with lethal intent. Oof. In response to Han Ing's assault, the elder merely scoffed disdainfully, extending a hand with fingers splayed wide. His 5 fingers expanded, resembling 5 large fans as they approached Han Ing. With a resounding crack, the elder's 5 palms struck the soul-slaying demon blade, unleashing a violent cacophony. The 5 palms descended upon Han Ing like towering mountains, exerting a formidable pressure that distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space, advancing relentlessly towards the direction of Guoshuanger. Sensing this overwhelming force, Guoshuanger's expression transformed into one of astonishment. With a resounding impact, Han Ing was sent flying by the elder's strike, crashing against a massive rock and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling to the ground. His chest caved in, ribs fractured, blood gushing forth. In a single move, Han Ing was vanquished, overwhelmed by the force of that one strike. He could not withstand the elder's might. Observing this, a flicker of shock crossed Guoshuanger's eyes. She was acutely aware of Han Ying's prowess. With his dual-element spirit roots and the soul-slaying demon blade, he was undoubtedly a top-tier expert, capable of contending with even those at the transformation stage. Yet, before this mysterious elder, he fell in a single blow, revealing the terrifying strength of his opponent. Moreover, Guoshuanger noted that after sending Han Ing flying, the elder did not pursue him further, but instead gazed calmly at Mingzhu, a gentle smile gracing his features as he inquired, "Little girl, what is your name?" Feeling the elder's attention upon her, Mingzhu's heart tightened, instinctively becoming wary. "I am Mingzhu, a junior," she replied. The elder responded with a smile. "Ah, you are quite delightful, little one, and the little kitten as well. I take a liking to both of you. You shall stay at the Wanxiang Tower tonight." With that, an overwhelming aura radiated from the elder, enveloping the surroundings and causing ripples to ripple across the floor, revealing a myriad of minuscule spatial cracks, akin to a spider's web, sprawling across the entire room, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. The elder's power was indeed formidable. Merely by releasing his aura, he had already caused such a significant impact. What would it be like if he fully unleashed his might? A chill coursed through Mingzhu as she contemplated the sheer strength of this individual, understanding why the Wanxiang Tower could remain a dominant force in this trijunction of power. Furthermore, Mingzhu perceived a unique energy surrounding the elder, one that seemed to obstruct any probing of his true capabilities. She could not discern the depths of his strength. "Senior, I do not wish to remain here. I implore you to relent." Mingzhu bit her lip, her voice laced with a hint of pleading. The elder exuded an aura that felt inscrutable, making her feel like an ant, utterly helpless against his grasp. Just as her words faded, Mingzhu was taken aback and embarrassed to find that the elder's aura was not directed towards her, but rather expanding outward, enveloping the nearby area as if establishing a barrier. "Do not worry, I will not harm you. Since this matter pertains to the Qian-Kuan-Ding, let us resolve it with the Qian-Kuan-Ding." The elder chuckled, his demeanor remaining calm. Upon hearing this, Guoshuanger frowned and retorted, "The Qian-Kuan-Ding is something I must obtain today. I will not relent under any circumstances. Moreover, this is a matter concerning my sect, and there is no need for you to intervene. Additionally, as a 6th-grade alchemist, if you provoke me, you shall not fare well either." "Oomph, unappreciative. Since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for my ruthless methods." Chapter 57. Fairness in seizing the ding. The elder snorted coldly, his tone turning icy as a murderous intent instantly surged forth from him, akin to a venomous snake lunging at Guoshuanger with astonishing speed, leaving her little room to evade. Witnessing the elder's attack, Guoshuanger's complexion drained of color. She had not anticipated that he would disregard her status as a sixth-grade alchemist and launch a lethal strike without a hint of mercy. This is bad. The moment she felt the elder's terrifying assault, Guoxuanger's face changed dramatically. She found herself incapable of dodging his attack. Boom! At that critical juncture, a torrent of primordial energy surged from the elder, and in his hand appeared an ancient bell, entirely black and inscribed with intricate runes, emanating an air of antiquity. Zong! The elder flicked his fingers, and the ancient bell emitted a deep resonance, sending ripples that instantly spread outwards in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The speed of the ripples was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they reached Guoxuanger, enveloping her entirely. Seeing the elder's ferocious display of power, Guoxuanger's face blanched in terror. Though she was formidable herself, having reached the pinnacle of the mid-Xian Sheng stage, even an average transformation stage cultivator would struggle against her. Yet now, facing the elder, she found herself utterly powerless. Within the confines of those ripples, Guoxuanger felt her body stiffening, and no matter how she struggled, she could not escape their binding grip. What is happening? Why can I not use any of my techniques? Witnessing this scene, Guoxuanger's expression changed drastically. Disbelief etched across her features as she stared at the elder. The elder, noticing her plight, scoffed dismissively. Cease your futile resistance. Be still and quiet. With a gentle wave of his arm, the ripples vanished, restoring her ability to move. Though her expression turned grim, and she dared not stir, remaining obediently in place. Seeing Guoxuanger standing docilely aside, the elder coldly remarked, "Though your strength is commendable, you are still far from being my adversary. If you are wise, remain still. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to let you experience the torment of confinement." Guoxuanger's face turned a shade of deep embarrassment. She had never anticipated that the elder could so easily sever her connection to her techniques and true energy, leaving her bewildered and unsure of how to respond. Observing her predicament, Xiao Bai leaped onto Yi Mingzhu's neck, bursting into laughter. "Haha, were you not just so arrogant? You were using poison earlier. Why do you not continue your bravado now?" You, being mocked by a cat, left Guoxuanger trembling with rage, wishing she could skin Xiao Bai alive. Taking a deep breath, Guoxuanger struggled to rein in her fury, choosing to ignore Xiao Bai's taunts. In the meantime, the injured Han Ying also refrained from making any rash moves. Once the others had quieted down, the elder's gaze returned to Yi Mingzhu, a keen interest evident in his expression. "Little girl, you possess a familiar aura. May I inquire as to which great power you belong?" At this, Yi Mingzhu's heart sank, and she grew wary. His words suggested an awareness of her inner essence. Rapidly processing the implications, Yi Mingzhu surmised that this elder was at least a formidable figure at the spirit-severing stage, or even more powerful, and from his words, he might even recognize her ancestor Yi Xian, leaving her uncertain whether he was friend or foe. If he were indeed an enemy, she would surely be doomed. "I am a disciple of the Mingyue Valley." After much contemplation, Yi Mingzhu ultimately chose to speak the truth. Upon hearing Yi Mingzhu's words, the elder stroked his beard, directing his gaze towards her, evaluating her for a moment before nodding and saying, "I see, I understand now." He then turned his attention to Mu Qingyang, the president of the Alchemist Guild at the North Island Pavilion, inquiring, "And who might you be?" Mu Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He had not anticipated that the elder would be acquainted with his grandfather. However, given the connection to Mu Xuanji, he felt no trepidation and bravely replied, "Elder, President Mu Xuanji is my grandfather." Upon hearing this, the elder chuckled warmly, adjusting his beard. "To be honest, I owe that young lad a favor. How is he faring these days?" The term young lad caused the eyebrows of those present to involuntarily twitch. If even Mu Xuanji, the elder's grandfather, was referred to as a young lad, then this elder must be an extraordinary figure indeed. As for the North Island Pavilion, it stands as the principal faction on North Island, wielding immense influence throughout the region, a true superpower, thanks to the legendary three oddities of North Island and the enigmatic Island Master. It is said that the three oddities possess formidable strength, all being masters at the divine transformation stage, while the Island Master is an unparalleled expert, shrouded in mystery, with few aware of his whereabouts. When the elder inquired about Mu Xuanji's condition, Mu Qingyang's expression subtly shifted, and he sighed, "Elder, I must regrettably inform you that my grandfather has passed away. The elder's face reflected shock. Mu Xuanji was a superlative expert at the divine transformation stage, a notable figure in the North Island region. Even when facing a peak divine transformation cultivator, he should have had the means to escape. How could this be? His visage was etched with disbelief and astonishment, clearly struggling to accept the news of Mu Xuanji's demise. After all, the North Island Pavilion's renown was unparalleled, and few were unaware of Mu Xuanji, the president of the Alchemist Guild. In this world, alchemists are the true bearers of connections, possessing an extensive network across the continent, akin to sovereigns. Yet, despite Mu Xuanji's formidable prowess, he had still fallen. Hearing such news, a shadow of sorrow crossed the elder's face, and he murmured, "What a pity for that young lad. Such talent squandered due to unfortunate circumstances. Let's not dwell on him. Instead, let's discuss the matter of the Qian-Kuan-Ding." At the mention of the Qian-Kuan-Ding, Guoshuang and Han Ying instinctively tensed. I shall not prolong my words. Wanxian Tower is known for its fairness. Since this concerns the Qian-Kuan-Ding, I shall be direct. I require a yin-yang transformation pill and can provide the formula and materials. Whoever among you can successfully refine it will claim the Qian-Kuan-Ding. Would you deem my request reasonable? The elder's tone was commanding, leaving no room for refusal. Elder, Mu Qingyang felt a wave of difficulty wash over him upon hearing the elder's words. The Qian-Kuan-Ding belonged to him, and now, under the elder's declaration, it seemed to have become a bargaining chip. Observing his troubled expression, the elder chuckled. I have just saved your life. Is it too much to ask for a little favor in return? Mu Qingyang could hardly counter this and merely nodded in acquiescence. They had no choice but to comply with the elder's wishes. At this moment, Guoshuang wore an expression of determination. Having reached the 6th rank in her alchemy proficiency, she was on the cusp of attaining the 7th rank. If she could successfully craft the yin-yang transformation pill, she would officially become a 7th rank alchemist and acquire the Qian-Kuan-Ding, an opportunity too good to pass up. The method for refining this pill had long been lost. How could she let this chance slip away? With this in mind, Guoshuang shot a glance at the elder, then at Mingzhu and the old man, a disdainful smirk gracing her lips. The old man had not yet recovered from his previous injuries, and his strength had waned, making it unlikely for him to refine the 7th rank yin-yang transformation pill. As for Mingzhu and the little white cat, they were clearly novices with no understanding of the craft. The Qian-Kuan-Ding would undoubtedly be hers. Chapter 58. Alchemy Contest, let us commence, declared the elder, waving his hand as a storage ring flew before the assembly. This contains all the materials needed to concoct the yin-yang transformation pill. Take them. Immediately, a plethora of herbs cascaded from the storage ring by Chao Lu, Millennium Snow Lotus, 5-color flower, golden thread vine, and others, each a premium ingredient for crafting pills of the 7th rank or higher. The sight of such a bounty caused everyone's eyes to gleam with excitement, particularly the old man, whose heart raced with exhilaration. He had long heard of the method to refine the yin-yang transformation pill, but had always struggled to find the necessary ingredients. To stumble upon them in this unexpected situation felt like a stroke of fortune. These materials are sufficient for you to refine a batch of yin-yang transformation pills. The elder surveyed the group. This time, I require only a medium grade or higher pill. As for the remaining materials, consider them a gesture of goodwill. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. The ingredients for the yin-yang transformation pill were exceedingly rare and invaluable, and the prospect of receiving them was exhilarating. However, the prerequisite remained. They must successfully concoct the pill. For Guoshuang, success was a certainty. While Mu Qingyang might have a slim chance of success, she was confident in her ability to create the pill. At that moment, she directed a cold glance at Mu Qingyang, scoffing, "Old man, do not celebrate too soon. You are bound to lose this contest. Only I can refine the yin-yang transformation pill." Mu Qingyang felt a surge of anger at Guoshuang's boastful words. "Do not forget that your alchemical skills were taught by me. If you are so confident, let us see who prevails. But I advise you not to sulk if you cannot handle defeat." Guoshuang smirked derisively, "And what of it? My current abilities far surpass yours, making it nearly impossible for you to refine a 7th rank pill like the yin-yang transformation pill." The little white cat perched on Mingzhu's shoulder had long since grown weary of Guoshuang's arrogance. With an angry meow, It darted towards her like a streak of light. Seeing the cat's movement, Guoxuang's expression shifted, and she instinctively reached out to block it. However, the little white cat was too swift, darting right past her arm. In a flash, Guoxuang let out a sharp scream as she felt a piercing pain in her arm. Glancing down at her injury, beads of sweat formed on her smooth forehead as she gritted her teeth, glaring at the little white cat. Damn beast! She was about to retaliate with a dagger when unexpectedly, the elder stomped his left foot, unleashing a wave of overwhelming pressure that sent Guoxuang staggering back, dissuading her from further aggression. Enough, he declared, his demeanor turning icy. I summoned you here for alchemy, not for frivolous antics. Upon hearing this, Guoxuang immediately reined in her emotions, yet her eyes still brimmed with reluctance. Subsequently, the elder continued in a detached manner, stating that both parties had merely 7 days. Should they fail to concoct the yin-yang transformation pill, neither would lay claim to the Qinquan cauldron. Upon hearing this, both Guoxuang and the old man Mu nodded in unison, refraining from any further disputes, as they feared provoking the elder and ultimately losing the Qinquan cauldron. However, Mingzhu, who stood to the side, was puzzled. Grandpa Mu had never mentioned the location of the Qinquan cauldron, so how could this elder possibly know? Otherwise, how could he utter words that would ensure both parties left empty-handed? This thought traversed Mingzhu's mind, and she soon discerned that the elder was merely deceiving Guoxuang and the others, with a singular objective: the need for a yin-yang transformation pill. Though uncertain of his intentions, Mingzhu surmised that the elder was, after all, inclined towards their side. From their brief interaction, he did not seem to be a malevolent figure. In fact, she felt a subtle familiarity and kindness reminiscent of her ancestral lineage. Very well, you have but 7 days. Hasten to concoct the elixir, the elder remarked with indifference. At this, Guoxuang scoffed, gathering a portion of the medicinal materials to sit beside Han Ying, preparing to commence the alchemical process. Meanwhile, Grandpa Mu took a seat beside Mingzhu and said, "Child, although the yin-yang transformation pill is merely a 7th-tier elixir, its concoction is exceedingly challenging. I shall not deceive you. Even at the height of my prowess, producing a mid-tier or above yin-yang transformation pill would require tremendous effort." Upon hearing this, Mingzhu regarded him with surprise, inquiring, "Grandpa Mu, is this pill truly so difficult to create?" "Indeed," Mu Qingyang affirmed with a nod. "The process of concocting the yin-yang transformation pill is quite intricate, involving various spiritual herbs and refining materials. Each step necessitates precise control of the fire. Otherwise, the quality of the elixir would diminish significantly. Thus, even someone like me does not have a great deal of confidence." His demeanor turned grave as he spoke these words. Mingzhu had not anticipated the complexity involved in concocting the yin-yang transformation pill. At that moment, as they engaged in conversation, a resounding crash echoed through the air. In the next instant, a pitch-black medicinal cauldron emerged from Guoxuang's spatial ring. The cauldron was adorned with ancient runes and exuded a dark luminescence, presenting an aura of the uncanny. Upon seeing this cauldron, Mu Qingyang's eyes flickered with astonishment. He had not expected the Xinming Black Cauldron to come into Guoxuang's possession. While this cauldron was not among the top 10 on the medicinal cauldron ranking, it was nonetheless a rare treasure. Furthermore, its defensive capabilities were formidable, categorizing it as a top-tier artifact. At this moment, Guoxuang summoned the Xinming Black Cauldron, levitating it in the air, her eyes shimmering with confidence. Shortly thereafter, she took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and began to channel the spiritual liquid within the cauldron. In the next moment, torrents of surging spiritual liquid poured forth from the cauldron, merging within, and began to swirl slowly. Witnessing this scene, Mingzhu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She had not expected Guoxuang to exhibit such mastery over the control of spiritual liquid. Moreover, her application of true energy was remarkably adept, lacking any signs of clumsiness. Before long, the entire cauldron was filled to the brim with the spiritual liquid, becoming exceedingly hot, akin to a red-hot iron, radiating intense heat. With a wave of her hand, wisps of gray smoke wafted out, swiftly coalescing into a mass that enveloped the entire cauldron, gradually transforming into a grayish-white hue, as if shrouded in a veil of gray light. Within this gray halo, a nascent elixir, emanating a rich fragrance, began to float slowly in the air. Upon witnessing this, Mingzhu couldn't help but widen her eyes in admiration, marveling at Guoxuanger's superb alchemical skills. However, at that moment, the cauldron trembled violently, and an intense surge of spiritual energy erupted forth from within. This sudden outburst of energy was terrifying. A wave of scorching air surged from the cauldron, causing both Guoxuanger and Han Ying to squint against the onslaught. Crack! Moments later, the nascent elixir exploded, scattering fragments of medicinal materials everywhere. Following this, a violent wave of spiritual energy erupted from the elixir, shredding the surrounding uncombined ingredients into powder. Guoxuanger was propelled backward by this force, crashing to the ground, struggling to regain her footing, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Observing this, Mu Qingyang snorted coldly, stating, "I warned you, during alchemical processes, impatience is the greatest taboo. Just look at how you conducted yourself while attempting to concoct the yin-yang transformation pill. Does that resemble the demeanor of an alchemist?" "Old man, who asked for your opinion?" Guoxuanger retorted angrily, yet she recognized the truth in his words. She had indeed been rather hasty in her approach. "Xuanger, you should take a moment to recover," Han Ying advised from the side. Guoxuanger ceased her retorts, accepting a pill from Han Ying, and began to meditate. Grandpa Mu shook his head in disappointment, choosing not to speak further. He turned his gaze towards Mingzhu, suddenly smiling. "You little rascal. Do you wish to become a revered alchemist, admired by thousands?" Upon hearing his words, Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Grandpa Mu, can I really become an alchemist?" "Absolutely." Grandpa Mu nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Your aptitude is commendable, and combined with your innate talent, with diligence, you can certainly become an alchemist. Moreover, with your gifts and intelligence, it is not beyond possibility for you to become a top-tier 9th-grade alchemist in the future." After hearing this, Mingzhu nodded slightly, her eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Although she had little knowledge of the alchemical profession, she recalled an ancient alchemical manuscript left by her ancestor, Yi Xian, titled Danjing. This was a comprehensive guide to alchemy, detailing essential considerations and common knowledge required during the process. Following the instructions within it would make attaining the status of a high-level alchemist a relatively straightforward endeavor. Mingzhu's desire to learn alchemy stemmed from the profound insights described in Danjing, which ignited her passion for the craft. However, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. For someone like her, even concocting a basic first-tier elixir would be a struggle, let alone a high-tier one. Furthermore, lacking a cauldron and alchemical fire posed another significant obstacle. Realizing this, Mingzhu understood that the path ahead would not be easy. She would need to master the control of both the cauldron and the fire, in addition to possessing a formidable mental fortitude. As if sensing her thoughts, Mu Qingyang smiled and said, "Fear not, my child. I will teach you how to use the cauldron and command the fire." As he spoke, a color cauldron emerged from his storage ring. This cauldron stood over a meter tall and was 3.5 feet wide. Its surface adorned with various green life patterns, radiating a rich vitality, evident of its immense value. "Child, this cauldron is known as the source of life. Any elixir produced from it will extend the lifespan of its consumer. I shall now impart it to you." Mu Qingyang smiled and casually waved his right hand, sending a wisp of spiritual energy to strike the alchemical cauldron, which then floated gracefully into the air. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Mingzhu could not help but swallow hard. Seeing her astonishment, Mu Qingyang chuckled and explained, "Child, do not underestimate this cauldron. It is capable of withstanding millions of pounds of weight and can endure flames dozens of times hotter, not to mention its ability to resist certain attacks and toxins." Upon hearing this, Mingzhu's eyes brightened. The cauldron, which appeared somewhat fragile, was surprisingly formidable. "Watch closely, child," Mu Qingyang said with a grin. As he spoke, he extended his right hand, and a milky white light erupted from his palm, enveloping the surface of the cauldron, followed by pure spiritual energy being infused into it. The moment this pure energy entered the cauldron, the once dim vessel burst forth with dazzling radiance, illuminating the surroundings like a blazing sun. Suddenly, a faint rumble echoed, and 9 small golden flame dragons appeared above the cauldron, swirling as if they were living beings. "Is this the alchemical fire?" Mingzhu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. In her understanding, an alchemist's fire was a flame condensed from true energy, but now these golden flames appeared alive, leaving her utterly astonished. Noticing her expression, Mu Qingyang smiled slightly and said, "You are correct. This is indeed alchemical fire, but it is no ordinary flame. It is the Juyo divine flame, ranked 9th among the heavenly fires." With that, he clasped his hand slightly, and the Juyo divine flame transformed into 9 small fire dragons, dancing around him. The potency of these flames was overwhelming, and Mingzhu felt an intense heat wash over her, nearly scorching her, prompting her to instinctively take a few steps back. "Child, I shall impart this Juyo divine flame to you. With it, I am certain you will become a high-level alchemist within 7 days." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qingyang's body trembled slightly, and a surge of spiritual energy rushed into the cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron shook violently, and the 9 small fire dragons roared as they soared out, swirling in the air and emitting dragon-like roars. They then entwined, coalescing into a small, fiery shape that hovered in mid-air, radiating a scorching aura that seemed capable of incinerating anything that approached. Witnessing this, Guoshuang, who had been meditating nearby, was infuriated, glaring at Mu Qingyang and exclaiming, "Old man, I have followed you for so long, yet you are unwilling to impart the source of life and the Juyo divine flame to me. That girl is no relation to you, yet you give everything to her." Mu Qingyang, unfazed by her ire, scoffed and retorted, "Because you are simply unworthy. My greatest regret is taking you in back then. Otherwise, I would not have ended up in this predicament." His voice was thick with frustration and anger, recalling the time when Guoshuang had conspired against him during a critical moment, attempting to seize the Qian Kuan cauldron by using several elders from the Qingxian sect to ambush him, resulting in his severe injury and leaving him with an incurable ailment. That fateful day, aside from the poison laid by Guoshuang, the one who dealt him the most grievous blow was none other than Feng Qian, the Grand Elder of the Qingxian sect. Thus, when he confronted Feng Qian during his visit to the sect, he unleashed nearly all of his energy and struck him down in a single blow. Chapter 60. Mastery of Sword Control upon hearing Mu Qingyang's words. Guoshuang's complexion darkened. Back then, she had only learned the rudiments of poison from a fragment of a toxicology manual, never intending to kill, merely seeking to acquire the Qian Kuan cauldron. She had not anticipated that Feng Qian and the other elders would react so violently out of fear of exposure. Reflecting on the incident, her heart was filled with complexity, yet she remained silent, knowing it stemmed from her own selfishness and greed. At this moment, Mu Qingyang disriek adet Guoshuang es fury. With a flick of his right hand, the 9 small fire dragons soared into the air, coiling like fiery serpents, exhaling scalding waves of heat that raised the temperature around them exponentially. The onlookers were left in awe, having never before experienced the might of heavenly fire so closely. The Juyo divine flame proved to be as fearsome as rumored. Mu Qingyang wasted no time. He swiftly formed hand seals, channeling pure spiritual energy into the Juyo divine flame, causing it to tremble violently, as though it might break free from his control at any moment. Roars echoed from the flames, instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of those present. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Mu Qingyang's forehead, yet he remained composed, skillfully manipulating the energy flowing into the Juyo divine flame. As the sweat trickled down his temples and mingled with his white beard, he paid no heed to wiping it away, continuing to pour his energy into the flames. Gradually, the color of the Juyo divine flame deepened, becoming increasingly dark and enigmatic. Just then, Mu Qingyang exhaled a long breath, bringing his palms together. Instantly, the 9 small fire dragons vanished, replaced by a long, pitch-black sword whose blade shimmered with a cold, chilling light. Mingzhu watched in astonishment as her heart raced. Such a transformation! The heavenly fire had indeed morphed into a black flame sword. Not just her, even the elder was slightly taken aback. "Child, try to channel your true energy and use both your mental and spiritual strength to control it," Mu Qingyang urged, gasping for breath. As the dark sword floated before Mingzhu, gazing at the black sword, a determined glint flickered in Mingzhu's eyes. Touched by Mu Qingyang's thoughtful transformation of the Juyo divine flame to facilitate her control. As a novice unacquainted with heavenly fire, Attempting to wield its essence directly would have resulted in a backlash, causing her great harm. However, her mastery of sword techniques was exceptional, and now, with the Juyo Divine Flame transformed into a sword, she could wield it far more effectively. With that thought, Mingzhu struck without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of true energy and spiritual strength. A resounding thud echoed as her strike met the dark sword, which trembled violently, emitting a low hum as if something within sought to break free but was restrained by an overwhelming force. This scene left the surrounding spectators in utter shock. Though they were aware that the Nine Nether Divine Flame was an extraordinary fire of heaven and earth with immense power, they were still astounded to discover that the old man Mu could actually subdue it with his techniques. It was utterly unbelievable. The Nine Nether Divine Flame, a rare ancient flame imbued with formidable fire attribute energy, would not be easily contended with by ordinary spiritual tools, let alone celestial artifacts. Yet, this old man managed to bind it. Girl, quickly use your mental energy to control it. At that moment, witnessing the Nine Nether Divine Flame thrashing about, Mu Qingyang urgently called out. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu immediately mobilized her mental and spiritual forces, directing them towards the flickering flame. Instantly, a pitch-black longsword radiating intense heat materialized before her, gradually shifting its position under her control. Buzz! As the sword quivered, Mingzhu penetrated the core of the blade, where 9 small fire dragons began to sway rhythmically. In an instant, she felt her mental and spiritual energies being drawn to the tails of those 9 fire dragons, which thrashed wildly, emitting deep growls. Upon witnessing this scene, Mingzhu's pupils constricted, for she sensed that each thrash of the fire dragons was directed at her, as though they wished to consume her. A wave of tension washed over her, and a chill enveloped her body, causing her to shudder. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth, guiding the 9 fire dragons through the void, controlling them while simultaneously comprehending their essence. Unbeknownst to her, as she exerted her control, the 9 fire dragons gradually began to respond, becoming surprisingly docile. As time progressed, the previously violent 9 Nether Divine Flame gradually calmed, eventually drifting towards her forehead and slowly merging into her being, vanishing from sight. Seeing this, Mu Qingyang let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Guoshuanger and Haning, who had been watching intently, were left speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Was it really that simple to subdue the 9th-ranked flame on the list of extraordinary fires? How could this be possible? The 9 Nether Divine Flame was one of the rarest flames in existence, and even among the Cunning Witch clan, no one had ever easily mastered it. Yet, Mingzhu had managed to suppress it in the span of a mere incense stick's time, filling both women with profound astonishment. Feeling the small flame within her, dark as ink yet glowing faintly red, Mingzhu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Her ability to suppress the 9 Nether Divine Flame was entirely due to her mastery of swordsmanship, embodying the pinnacle of the sword path, sword control. With this mastery, she could refine her sword techniques to perfection, allowing her to wield the 9 Nether Divine Flame in its sword form. It must be said that Mingzhu possessed remarkable talent in this regard, demonstrating exceptional comprehension in her cultivation, which explained how she had managed to advance to the early stages of the profound ascension realm in just 3 short years. Girl, well done. Now, leave the rest to me. Seeing that the 9 Nether Divine Flame was finally under control, Mu Qingyang wore a satisfied smile. He then raised his palm and gently struck towards Mingzhu, unleashing a terrifying force that surged into the 9 Nether Divine Flame within her. Simultaneously, his hand gestures transformed continuously as pure wood and earth elements shot towards him, merging into the 9 Nether Divine Flame, causing it to tremble violently. Sensing the influx of these elements, the 9 Nether Divine Flame writhed even more frantically. Observing its movements, Mu Qingyang's eyes sparkled as a wave of mental energy quietly enveloped it, causing the flame to settle down as if it had encountered its nemesis, curling up submissively. Mingzhu was taken aback by this sight. She had not anticipated that the 9 Nether Divine Flame would be so intimidated by Grandpa Mu's techniques. With the flame thoroughly subdued, Mu Qingyang felt at ease. Girl, I have now subdued the 9 Nether Divine Flame. For 7 days, it will not retaliate. During this time, you must completely tame it. Thereafter, it will be up to you. Mu Qingyang said to Mingzhu, However, do not rush. If you exceed your control, the 9 nether divine flame will retaliate, and the fire energy within you will become unbearable. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu was taken aback. She had assumed she had fully subdued the 9 nether divine flame, only to realize that it was merely a temporary confinement. No wonder she felt a turbulent energy still stirring within her. It appeared the 9 nether divine flame had not yet completely submitted. Yet, even though the 9 nether divine flame was formidable, her soul and mental powers were not weak either, and with Grandpa Mu's suppression, she did not need to worry excessively about this matter. Meanwhile, Guoshuang, with wide eyes, exclaimed in disbelief, "Old man, have you lost your mind? You actually used your own life essence to suppress the 9 nether divine flame? Do you not wish to live?" Startled by her words, Mingzhu turned to look at Mu Qingyang. "Haha, silly girl, this minor sacrifice is something I can bear. Moreover, I am aiding you in enhancing your strength. While your power is formidable, your mental capabilities are somewhat lacking. Only by ensuring the 9 nether divine flame is completely subdued can you avoid danger." Seeing the concern in Mingzhu's eyes, Mu Qingyang chuckled and explained, ignoring Guoshuang entirely. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu felt warmth in her heart. "All right, girl, quickly use your mental energy to guide the 9 nether divine flame. I believe that with your talent, you will be able to fully harness it within 3 days." Mu Qingyang said with a smile. Nodding in agreement, Mingzhu closed her eyes, beginning her attempt to guide the 9 nether divine flame. Beside her, Guoshuang glared at Mingzhu with gritted teeth, filled with jealousy, wishing she could devour her. However, she was acutely aware that Mu Qingyang's words were not exaggerated. Mingzhu could potentially subdue the 9 nether divine flame with her capabilities. After all, even her master, Mu Qingyang, had exerted tremendous effort, nearly exhausting all his true energy, only to manage to suppress the flame rather than tame it. Yet, Mingzhu had subdued it in less than half an incense stick's time. At that moment, the 9 nether divine flame within Mingzhu began to tremble, and a violent surge of energy erupted from her. Instantly, the flame lunged into her body as if it had been provoked. The atmosphere was thick with an intimidating presence, as if an ancient beast were awakening, sending shivers down Mingzhu's spine. As she attempted to communicate with the 9 nether divine flame using her mental energy, she was met with immense pressure the moment her mental force approached the flame, forcing her to withdraw. Under the pressure of the 9 nether divine flame, Mingzhu's face paled, and a trickle of blood escaped her lips. "Child, hold on and do not waver. As long as you can successfully subdue the 9 nether divine flame, it will signify that you have perfectly mastered it. From then on, you will be able to command it at will. Do not forget, you are the hope of the Yi family." Feeling Mingzhu's condition, Mu Qingyang could not help but shout. In response, Mingzhu took a deep breath, forcing herself to stabilize her form. Suddenly, her body trembled violently, and a surge of rampant spiritual power erupted from her mind, violently striking towards the 9 nether divine flame. As Mingzhu's spiritual power burst forth, the 9 nether divine flame quivered violently in response, emitting a sharp and piercing shriek, accompanied by a terrifying aura as it attempted to resist. However, the moment the 9 nether divine flame made this move, numerous runic markings appeared around it. As soon as these runes manifested, the flame's struggles were instantly suppressed, as if it had encountered its nemesis, and it became utterly docile. To her astonishment, Mingzhu realized that Grandpa Mu's technique was so powerful that even the 9 nether divine flame could not break free. Seizing the moment, she dared not hesitate, quickly controlling her spiritual power to begin the taming process. The 9 nether divine flame belonged to the extraordinary realms of heaven and earth. Once it acknowledged a person, it would never betray them. Therefore, as long as Mingzhu's mental and spiritual energies could gradually convey a familiar essence to it, ultimately overpowering it, the 9 nether divine flame would willingly submit. Thus, Mingzhu continued to guide it with her spiritual power. This was a lengthy and meticulous process that required patience. One could not afford to be overly hasty. For Mingzhu, this process felt exceedingly prolonged and torturous. Meanwhile, Guoshuang, who had already recovered, cast a jealous and spiteful glance at Mingzhu before adjusting her breath to continue alchemy. After a short while, she brought out the shimmering black cauldron again. This time, She refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, she took a deep breath and continuously infused her true energy into the cauldron. Under her control, the Xianming black cauldron slowly began to levitate. She then extracted various spiritual herbs from within, refining them one by one before placing them into the cauldron. During the fusion of the herbs and spiritual liquids, a rich wave of energy continuously emanated from the Xianming black cauldron. This time, Guoshuanger did not rush. She patiently waited until the energy was completely depleted before commencing the refining process. As time passed, after 3 days, the energy within the cauldron grew increasingly potent. After refining over 10 rare herbs, the Yin-Yang creation pill gradually took shape. This development filled Guoshuanger with joy, yet she remained composed, carefully controlling the temperature of the cauldron. In stark contrast, Mingzhu found herself under the intense scrutiny of both Xiao Bai and Mu Qingyang. Under their gazes, Mingzhu finally opened her eyes. In an instant, a small flame as dark as ink appeared at the tip of her index finger. This small flame danced erratically, appearing quite mysterious, yet the power it contained was utterly unsettling. Seeing the small flame suddenly manifest on Mingzhu's fingertip, Guoshuanger's expression darkened as she coldly scoffed. Even if you have mastered the 9 nether divine flame, what of it? You have only 3 days left. You won't be able to form the pill in time. As she spoke, she slowly infused her spiritual energy into the Xianming black cauldron. Under her infusion, the embryonic form of the pill within the cauldron gradually began to coalesce. With her input, the shape of the pill became increasingly distinct, appearing as though it was on the verge of solidifying. Witnessing this, both Guoshuanger and Hanning could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It wouldn't be long before the Yin-Yang creation pill was fully formed. And as for the Qiankuan cauldron, it would be a simple task to handle. Mingzhu ignored her taunts, focusing all her mental energy on controlling the inky flame. At this moment, she could sense a wild and fierce aura emanating from the dark flame, yet she was now able to control entirely. As she exerted her will, the 9 nether divine flame slowly descended into the cauldron. Seizing the opportunity, Mingzhu maintained control over the flame's temperature while swiftly retrieving a 9-grade Lingji and a Tianxin flower from the side, tossing them into the life source to begin their refinement. As she added the 2 herbs, an incredibly rich medicinal fragrance immediately spread forth, invigorating the senses. Beside her, Mu Qingyang wore a faint smile, clearly pleased with Mingzhu's actions. Seeing this, Mingzhu quickly redirected her true energy, continuing to infuse it into the cauldron. In no time, the properties of the herbs began to gradually coalesce within the cauldron. As time passed, the shape of the pill slowly began to take form. And Mingzhu, in command of the 9 nether divine flame, swiftly enveloped the pill. Then, Mingzhu focused on condensing the energy of the herbs. As time went on, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. At this point, she had nearly exhausted her immense mental energy. Had it not been for her unique constitution, she might have already fainted. Despite feeling extremely fatigued, she gritted her teeth and persevered. This was her first attempt at alchemy, and she dared not be negligent. Even the slightest lapse in focus could lead to failure. If not for Grandpa Mu's assistance and her understanding of the alchemical canon, she would not have achieved this level of progress. Time passed incrementally. An hour, half an hour, a day, and a night. Mingzhu maintained her position, sitting quietly. Fatigue had begun to etch itself onto her face. She felt utterly drained, yet she continued to clench her teeth, determined to ensure the pill's successful formation. Just as she felt she was nearing her limit, an extraordinary fragrance wafted from the cauldron. With the appearance of this aroma, a look of joy blossomed on Mingzhu's face. It was almost ready. However, upon witnessing this, Guoshuanger's expression turned grim. She never expected Mingzhu to be on the brink of success in such a short time. As Mingzhu's pill was about to fully form, Guoshuanger began to feel anxious. At present, only the final ingredient remained in her Xianming black cauldron, and she needed to refine it swiftly. Otherwise, it would be too late. Just as Guoshuanger grew increasingly impatient, Mingzhu's pill finally took shape. Under her control, the last and most crucial ingredient, the life bone flower, swiftly soared into the cauldron. This flower, transformed from the spine of a living being and found deep within the earth's veins, was exceedingly rare, and its medicinal effect could regenerate bones. At this moment, guided by Yi Mingzhu's will, the life-bone flower rapidly ascended towards the inky flame within the cauldron. As the elixir began to take shape, the two entities intertwined and merged seamlessly. Before long, they coalesced into a flawlessly rounded and smooth pill, still glistening with a faint layer of medicinal liquid. Success. Upon witnessing this, Yi Mingzhu's expression transformed into one of heightened exhilaration. The elixir had finally materialized. At this moment, she needed only to infuse it with a trace of true energy to complete the refining process. However, Yi Mingzhu refrained from doing so, continuing instead to control the inky flames within the alchemical furnace, allowing them to burn slowly. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. She intended to enhance the quality of the elixir. Guoxuanger widened her eyes, her face a portrait of shock. The elder's expression subtly shifted, his gaze glimmering with intrigue. To them, Yi Mingzhu's actions appeared almost deranged. This was not merely alchemy. It was a perilous gamble. The power of the nine nether divine flame was such that even seasoned practitioners would suffer severe burns or be reduced to ashes upon close contact. Yet, Yi Mingzhu persisted, her body drenched in a thick layer of sweat, her spiritual energy nearly depleted. If she continued to exhaust herself in this manner, she might not only fail, but also risk her own collapse. Observing this, Guoxuanger smirked with derision, thinking, "Humph, do you truly believe you can refine a superior elixir? I foresee your impending doom. This girl is far too stubborn." Meanwhile, Mu Qingyang felt a deep sense of concern, his eyes clouded with bitterness. Although he wished for Yi Mingzhu's success, he could not bear to witness her reckless pursuit of alchemical mastery, yet he knew he could not interrupt her. At this moment, Yi Mingzhu was wholly absorbed in her task, oblivious to the passage of time and the emotions of those around her. Unbeknownst to her, 2 hours slipped by quietly. Her complexion turned pale, the signs of fatigue increasingly evident, just as she gritted her teeth to endure. Guoxuanger's voice rang out with excitement. The elixir was complete. Suddenly, a pill emerged from her Shinming black cauldron, its surface a milky white, surrounded by swirling black and white mist, interspersed with delicate lavender arcs of electricity, as if something were attempting to escape from within. Seeing this, Guoxuanger's face broke into a confident smile as she deftly caught the milky white pill in the palm of her hand. "Elder, Xuanger has succeeded in refining the elixir," she exclaimed, joy radiating from her. "Indeed, Elder, please verify." No sooner had she spoken than she eagerly presented the Yin-Yang transformation pill to the Elder. Chapter 63. Supreme Yin-Yang transformation pill. Gazing at the pill that radiated a brilliant divine glow, the Elder's face softened into a smile as he accepted the elixir. Scrutinizing it closely, the patterns adorning the pill were distinct, and it shimmered with a gentle light. Most notably, it bore 2 rings of golden inscriptions, unmistakably marking it as a mid-grade Yin-Yang transformation pill. The Elder's face beamed with delight as he detected a potent fragrance wafting from the pill. "Ah, the aroma is even richer than that of a typical mid-grade Yin-Yang transformation pill," he mused, his smile broadening. "Congratulations. This is indeed a mid-grade Yin-Yang transformation pill." "Wait," a sudden female voice interrupted, halting the Elder mid-sentence. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, where a young woman in white stood resolutely. Her beautiful eyes filled with determination. In her palm lay a milky white pill, the very Yin-Yang transformation pill that Yi Mingzhu had just refined. Guoxuanger was momentarily stunned, her face a canvas of disbelief. She had never imagined that Yi Mingzhu would truly succeed. The Elder's expression mirrored her astonishment as his gaze fell upon the pill in Yi Mingzhu's hand, his eyes reflecting profound surprise. A novice with no prior experience in alchemy had managed to refine a high-grade elixir. This shattered his preconceived notions. Only Yi Mingzhu understood that, in that critical moment of ascension, had it not been for the blue lotus in her inner sanctum continuously absorbing the world's spiritual energy to replenish her depleted true energy, she would have already succumbed to exhaustion. "This is an exceptional Yin-Yang transformation pill," the Elder gasped as he recognized the 3 intricate patterns adorning the pill. "How is this possible?" Guoxuanger was equally flabbergasted. 3 patterns? Impossible. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to reconcile the fact that despite her decades of dedicated study and remarkable talent in alchemy, she had only ever managed to refine 7th-grade pills. Meanwhile, Mingzhu, an utter novice, had produced a supreme yin-yang transformation pill. This was utterly inconceivable. At this moment, the elder eagerly seized the yin-yang transformation pill from Mingzhu's hand for a closer inspection. The pill shimmered with a milky hue, faint lavender arcs dancing on its surface, as if something within were writhing. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it was a supreme yin-yang transformation pill. How remarkable the descendant of the Yi family was. The elder, brimming with joy, remarked, "This pill, with its delicate glow, resembles crystal in its clarity." Mu Qingyang stood nearby, wearing a contented smile. "Elder, the 7 days have not yet passed, and my pill's quality surpasses hers," Mingzhu interjected. "Haha, young lady, there's no need for further words. Since you have refined a higher quality yin-yang transformation pill, I shall honor my promise." The elder chuckled, gesturing with his hand. He then conveyed to Mingzhu through a mental message, "The Qingquan cauldron awaits you in the fire room of the Mingzhu Valley." Upon hearing this, Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. The Qingquan cauldron was located in the fire room of Mingzhu Valley? She turned to look at the elder Mu, who merely smiled and nodded in affirmation. As their gazes met, Gua, Shuang'er, and Han Ying remained unaware that the elder had revealed the whereabouts of the Qingquan cauldron to Mingzhu, eagerly straining to eavesdrop, only to be met with disdain from the dozing Xiaobai beside them. In light of this, I now declare that the alchemical competition has come to an end. The young lady surnamed Yi is the victor, and thus, the remaining medicinal materials are yours. As for the two of you, the medium-grade yin-yang transformation pills you concocted will be confiscated, as they were created with the materials I provided. You may leave now." With that, the elder waved his sleeve, and the surrounding barrier dissipated. Upon hearing this, Han Ying and Gua Shuang'er displayed expressions of discontent, particularly Gua Shuang'er, who was consumed by rage. After expending immeasurable effort over the past few days to refine her pills, not only had her efforts gone to waste, but her concoctions were also taken away. Clenching her silver teeth, Gua Shuang'er shot a fierce glare at Mingzhu before turning on her heel and departing. Soon, only Mingzhu and her companions remained. "Thank you for your pills, young lady. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, seek me at Wanxiang Tower." Upon finishing, the elder's figure vanished as if all that had transpired was but a figment of imagination. "Meow. Master, old Mu is on the verge of collapse. We must leave this place quickly." At that moment, Xiao Bai raised a paw and spoke. "Grandfather Mu." It was only now that Mingzhu noticed Mu Qingyang's pallor. His face had turned ashen, and his lips were cracked, clearly on the brink of exhaustion. "Child, I am fine. Do not worry about me." Mu Qingyang managed a faint smile before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing this, Mingzhu's heart sank. Grandfather Mu had sacrificed his vitality to purify the malevolence of the 9 nether divine flame, and had expended all his true energy to bind it. Given his prior injuries, it was remarkable that he had held on this long. Without a moment's hesitation, Mingzhu immediately channeled a strand of primordial true energy and swiftly departed Wanxiang Tower with Mu Qingyang and Xiao Bai. However, as soon as the trio had traversed 3 miles from Wanxiang Tower, they were pursued by a group of individuals led by none other than Han Ying and Gua Shuang, along with a familiar face. Just as they were about to reach the territory of Qingqing Mountain, Mingzhu suddenly halted, her gaze icy as she regarded the group before her. "Mingzhu, I truly cannot fathom what merits you possess that the old man entrusted all his wealth to you. However, it is unfortunate that today you shall leave with nothing," Gua Shuang'er declared, her eyes glinting with malice. With that, she flickered, and a series of dark flashes instantaneously encircled Mingzhu, trapping them with no avenue of escape. At that moment, both Mingzhu and Xiao Bai's gazes were fixed intently upon a white-robed elder standing beside Gua Shuang'er. To their astonishment, the individual was none other than Mingwu, the esteemed elder of the Qingxian sect. Mingzhu, let us see how you evade this time." Before anyone could utter another word, Mingwu impatiently launched his attack. Having lost face at the Qingxian sect last time, he was determined to seize this opportunity to capture Mingzhu and demand retribution. In the blink of an eye, Mingwu's figure closed in, one palm aimed at Mingzhu's head, while the other struck towards her chest. Witnessing this, Mingzhu narrowed her beautiful eyes and swiftly executed the divine movement technique to retreat. Yet the overwhelming aura of Mingwu in the divine transformation stage exerted an intense pressure upon her. Mingzhu's expression grew grave as she set Mu Qingyang down beside her, vigilantly watching Mingwu and his companions. Today, if she could not break free, she feared for her very life. Where do you think you're going? Seeing Mingzhu evade his strike, Mingwu let out a cold laugh and pursued her relentlessly. At that moment, Mingzhu abruptly turned and shouted, "Nine Nether Divine Flame." With her words, the temperature around them surged dramatically, rising several degrees in an instant. Mingzhu's eyes sharpened as she formed a sword gesture with her hands, unleashing a terrifyingly intense flame that rapidly spread in all directions, enveloping an area of 100 meters and filling the sky with an eerie black flame as dark as ink. Black? What manner of flame is this? How can it be so strange? At this sight, Mingwu's countenance contorted with shock. Elder Ming, this is the Nine Nether Divine Flame. Though my master has placed restrictions upon it, altering its hue, Wishwanger could not help but explain. The Nine Nether Divine Flame? Upon hearing this, even Mingwu, a practitioner at the divine transformation stage, felt compelled to exercise caution. The Nine Nether Divine Flame was among the most scorching and intense flames in existence, possessing formidable destructive power and terrifying corrosive capabilities. A mere touch could lead to one's utter obliteration. Yet, he was still a practitioner of the divine transformation realm. Despite his trepidation, he scoffed and channeled his true energy into his flying sword, striking toward the seething mass of flames. With a sharp whoosh, the flying sword gleamed brilliantly before transforming into a streak of light, plunging into the sea of Nine Nether Divine Flame, merging with it. Sizzling sounds erupted as the Nine Nether Divine Flame unleashed its ferocity. The moment the flying sword entered the flame's domain, it was relentlessly corroded and annihilated. In the blink of an eye, the sword was consumed entirely. The Nine Nether Divine Flame is indeed terrifying. Mingwu watched in disbelief as his flying sword was utterly incinerated, shock evident in his eyes. This sword was a top-tier spiritual weapon, typically impervious to ordinary attacks. Yet under the influence of the Nine Nether Divine Flame, it was reduced to nothing in an instant. Since you persist in your aggression, today I shall let you taste the bitterness of death. Mingzhu, now provoked, shouted fiercely. The Nine Nether Divine Flame began to coalesce, forming a pitch-black sword radiating a chilling aura, suspended in midair. As she beheld the dark blade, Mingwu's expression shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. The malevolent aura emanating from that blade sent tremors through his very soul. Before he could regain his composure, Mingzhu had already grasped the Nine Nether Divine Flame sword and lunged toward him with lightning speed. "Old dog, perish!" she bellowed, her right hand wielding the black blade as it cleaved toward him. With a resounding crash, the dark blade of the Nine Nether Divine Flame struck Mingwu's shoulder. A sharp crack echoed, and a ghastly gash appeared on Mingwu's shoulder, blood cascading down, warping his once placid visage into a mask of fury. "You vile witch! How dare you injure me? I shall slay you!" Mingwu seethed, his rage boiling over at the sight of the deep scar on his shoulder. However, Mingzhu was no mere pushover. The more enraged he became, the more composed she appeared, as though she had anticipated this outcome, further fueling Mingwu's ire. "Old beast, meet your demise. Nine Nether Divine Flame, go." At this moment, Mingzhu exhaled softly, and streams of black flames erupted from blade, transforming into a flurry of dark sword energies that surged toward Mingwu. "Damnable girl, I will kill you. I will make you pay." Mingwu screamed in agony, while swiftly dodging the terrifying onslaught of sword chi. Though this sword chi, forged from the, was not lethal, it scorched his flesh, inflicting endless torment upon him. All of this emanated from the formidable Nine Nether Divine Flame wielded by Mingzhu. "Old beast, do you think you can escape?" A cold smile appeared at the corner of Mingzhu's lips as she formed a peculiar incantation with her hands. Dense flames rapidly coalesced into the sky, transforming the sword chi into massive forms several zhang in size, emanating waves of dreadful heat that abruptly elevated the surrounding temperature. Witnessing this, sweat beaded on Mingwu's forehead, his heart racing with anxiety. The Nine Nether Divine Flame was too sinister. He dared not approach it even a fraction. Mingzhu observed Mingwu's movements with a chilling gaze, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Old dog, Prepare to meet your end. A crisp voice echoed as Mingzhu, holding the 9 nether divine flame, swung it once more. Rift wave slash. D. With her words, a colossal shadow of a pitch-black sword materialized in the air and struck towards Mingwu. Mingwu's eyes widened in disbelief. For this move was none other than the 8th form of their Qing Xian sect's Qing Lian sword technique, the Rift Wave Slash. How is this possible? His complexion turned ashen, filled with shock and disbelief, for he knew that the techniques of his sect were never meant to be disclosed. Yet now, Mingzhu had mastered the Qing Lian sword technique, seemingly with greater proficiency than he himself possessed. Surprised, are we? Allow me to demonstrate that there are greater realms beyond this. Mingzhu raised the 9 nether divine flame once more. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing air pierced the silence. The next moment, that pitch-black sword light tore through the sky, aimed directly at Mingwu's chest. It was the 9th form of the Qing Lian sword technique, the flowing light and vanishing shadows. You dare to steal our Qing Xian sect's ultimate technique? I will slay you. Mingwu's face twisted in rage upon witnessing Mingzhu wielding the Qing Lian sword technique. He roared, unleashing all of his true energy, swiftly dispersing the black sword lights surrounding him. Old thief, you have yet to witness the extent of my abilities. A cold smile graced Mingzhu's face as she swung her sword once more. 9 nether divine flame. Burn the heavens and annihilate the earth. A deep, chilling voice resonated as the 9 nether divine flame surged towards Mingwu, transforming into black fire dragons that roared and charged at him. This is bad. Damn it. Break for me. Alarmed, Mingwu swiftly infused all his true energy into a new longsword. Swish! A streak of azure sword light erupted, colliding violently with the overwhelming black flames. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as an immense force exploded from the center of their clash, radiating outward and obliterating nearby trees into dust, leaving cracks in the ground. Chapter 65. The Blooming of Qing Lian. With a staggering motion, Mingwu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Witnessing this, Guoshuanger and Haning were filled with astonished expressions. Mingwu, the esteemed elder of the Qing Xian sect and a powerful expert in the transformation stage, was actually at a disadvantage against Mingzhu. This was utterly unfathomable. At that moment, Guoshuanger gritted her teeth, a fierce glint igniting in her eyes. Let's attack together. As her words fell, she launched herself forward, her legs propelling her like an arrow towards Mingzhu. On the other side, Haning reacted with equal swiftness, forming seals with his hands. In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted from within him, and a massive purple phantom slowly emerged behind him. This phantom towered over 100 zhong, exuding an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire area. Nightmare Shadow! Haning roared, and the phantom let out a fearsome howl, striking towards Mingzhu with a powerful palm. Merely a trivial skill, behold my sword. Purple Mist Sword Classic. Boundless Sea of Suffering. As the purple phantom descended upon her, Mingzhu showed no signs of fear. The sword she wielded, forged from the 9 nether divine flame, unleashed terrifying purple sword lights, meeting the phantom head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks collided, creating a cacophony of explosions that echoed through the heavens. A piercing scream erupted as the purple phantom shattered. However, this move drained a significant amount of Mingzhu's true energy, rendering her delicate countenance pale and strained. Meanwhile, Han Ying's face turned ashen, a streak of crimson blood staining the corner of his mouth. Although he had barely managed to withstand Mingzhu's attack with a Nightmare Shadow, he had suffered considerable backlash, leaving him reeling. Mingzhu, pitish. At the same time, Guoshuanger, wielding the bloodthirsty blade, swiftly aimed for Mingzhu's neck. Meow! You shall not harm my master. Suddenly, the little white cat let out a furious roar, swiping at Guoshuanger's backside. Seeing the white cat's sudden outburst, Guoshuanger was infuriated, her eyes flashing with cold fury as she swung the bloodthirsty blade towards the cat's head. Alas, she was too slow. With the little white cat's elusive movements, she could not catch it, leaving only a paw print on her rear. Fool, come catch me. The little white cat chuckled mischievously and darted away. Damn cat demon. If I don't slay you today, I vow not to rest. Guoshuanger shouted, her figure like lightning as she frantically pursued the little white cat, her eyes ablaze with rage. Seeing Guo distracted by the cat, Mingzhu breathed a sigh of relief. Her true energy was nearly depleted. Without the 9 Nether Divine Flame, she might have already faced defeat. Aha, Mingzhu. Even if you possess the 9 Nether Divine Flame, what does it matter? You are now but a spent force. If you surrender and return to the Qingxian sect to atone for your sins, I might spare your life. However, if you resist, the injured Meng was already recovered. He glared at Mingzhu, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Then let us battle. Yet before he could finish his words, Mingzhu spoke coolly, and the 9 Nether Divine Flame in her hand suddenly trembled. A vast and overwhelming power erupted forth. This force was so formidable that it felt like the most terrifying energy in existence, instilling a sense of suffocation. Seeing this, Meng Wu's eyes flickered with shock. This power. It feels somewhat familiar. Who exactly are you? His face turned pale as he involuntarily stepped back several paces. For the aura emanating from her was eerily reminiscent of something he knew all too well. This familiar sensation stems from her mastery of the Qinglian sword technique. At this moment, she could perceive the formidable aura radiating from Mingzhu, intricately linked to the Qinglian sword technique. The initial 10 sword moves employed by Mingzhu had already left him astounded. However, this energy possessed a momentum akin to the Qinglian sword technique, yet distinctively. This strike was even more potent than the 10th move of the technique. Could it be the long-lost final 3 moves? Had she received guidance from the ancestral sword Immortal? By Ge. No, that is impossible. As this thought emerged, Meng Wu's expression turned particularly horrified. Yet, while he was lost in conjecture, a sudden surge of intense danger erupted within his heart, causing his hairs to stand on end. The sense of imminent peril arrived with such swiftness that he found himself unprepared. Just as he was about to flee, he witnessed Mingzhu's pitch-black flame sword suddenly burst forth with countless fierce black Lotus sword shadows, overwhelming him in a torrential array. The Qinglian blooms. Mingzhu cried out. In an instant, the sky was filled with those black Lotus sword shadows, carrying terrifying sword energy, sweeping towards Meng Wu. His countenance changed dramatically, and terror gripped his heart. He could hardly believe that Mingzhu had indeed mastered the long-lost final 3 moves and the most powerful 13th move of the Qinglian sword technique, the Qinglian blooms. As the multitude of black lotuses approached, Meng Wu's expression darkened, and he hastily channeled his energy to defend himself. But the speed of those sword energies was overwhelming. He had no room to evade. In an instant, his protective aura was shattered, and he was utterly consumed by the black Lotus sword energy. A deafening sound of friction resonated, followed by a torrent of thick blood spraying forth, creating a beautiful rain of crimson in midair. A revered elder of the sect defeated. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as Meng Wu's form was torn to shreds by the relentless black sword shadows, blood and remnants splattering, staining the once hard rock ground crimson. Witnessing this scene, Guo, Han Ying, and even the recently awakened Mu Qingyang stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on their faces. Mingzhu had actually slain a master at the transformation stage. It felt surreal. However, recalling the 9 Nether Divine Flame in her hand, they realized this was not a dream, but a stark reality, though witnessing it left them utterly shocked. Meanwhile, at the same moment of Meng Wu's defeat, Mingzhu succumbed to complete exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 66. He did not die. When Mingzhu regained consciousness, she found herself lying on a soft and comfortable bed, a familiar scent filling her nostrils. This aroma stirred a faint frown from her. It felt reminiscent, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. Soon, her gaze drifted to the side, and she was greeted by a familiar figure. It was him. On the left side of the room sat a man clad in a white robe, his tall and elegant frame exuding an extraordinary allure. His long black hair cascaded down his shoulders, giving him an ethereal quality. His facial features were sharply defined, exuding a noble demeanor that spoke of a distinguished lineage. He was peacefully meditating, and upon noticing Mingzhu had awakened, he opened his eyes, revealing a tender gaze. This man was Meng Xinghe. Seeing him, Mingzhu felt a momentary disorientation, as if they had returned to that cramped cave. Yet, she was acutely aware that after the battle at Qingxian sect, their destinies had diverged, and they shared no further ties. You're awake. How do you feel? Meng Xinghe inquired with genuine concern upon noticing her consciousness had returned. Gazing into his caring eyes, Mingzhu momentarily lost her composure but managed to suppress the surge of emotions within her. I'm fine, thank you, she replied softly. Hearing her gratitude, a hint of bitterness flickered across Meng Xinghe's face, though he quickly masked it, his expression returning to calm as he gently stated, Mu Qingyang is fine. You need not worry. Once you recover, you may leave. With the reassurance that her grandfather was safe, Mingzhu's heart finally found solace. She then asked, Where's this place? Qingxian sect, Meng Xinghe responded. At the mention of Qingxian sect, Mingzhu's expression tightened slightly. Rest assured, no one knows you are here. Meng Xinghe continued, sensing her unease. This place is known only to me. You need not be concerned. Mingzhu remained silent, for with Meng Wu, the greatest threat to her, defeated, who else could pose a danger? Take your time to recuperate, Meng Xinghe instructed, rising to leave. After he departed, Mingzhu exhaled slowly, inwardly grateful for her complete mastery of the 9 nether divine flame. Had she not possessed this formidable ace, she would hardly have been a match for Meng Wu, nor could she have withstood even the combined efforts of Guoshuang and Hanning. Simultaneously, in a dark dungeon, a figure sat cross-legged, enveloped in dense black mist. Her skin entirely transformed to a shade of ebony, resembling a creature of shadows. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her spiritual energy surged tumultuously, akin to a raging tide. Above her head, a colossal phantom of a beast faintly materialized, appearing vivid and lifelike. At this moment, she was absorbing the black energy emanating from the beast's phantom, undergoing refinement. Surrounding her were swirling black mists, manifesting as orbs that rotated ceaselessly, exuding a nauseating stench reminiscent of toxic insects. Surprisingly, her refining speed was astonishingly swift. Within a mere 2 hours, she had absorbed all the demonic energy, elevating her aura to an unprecedented height. As she siphoned off the last remnants of the beast's energy, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing deep, dark irises that sparkled with a chilling brilliance. With the dungeon door creaking open, her figure gradually vanished from sight. In another chamber, Mingzhu sat quietly, her body enveloped in a layer of soft green spiritual energy, circulating around her, healing her injuries. Within her dantian, the 9 nether divine flame floated serenely, its color deepening to an inky black, housing a formidable and terrifying energy. This extraordinary flame, a manifestation of the utmost yang and strength, had unexpectedly become completely under her control in such a short time, leaving her astonished. Yet, this feat was undoubtedly aided by the restrictions placed by her grandfather and the verdant lotus within her being. As she continued her healing, a slight frown creased Mingzhu's brow, as she sensed a formidable and suffocating aura rapidly approaching from the outside. Mingzhu's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion before she awoke from meditation. Upon opening her door, she was greeted by the urgent figures of Xiao Bai and Mu Qingyang rushing toward her. Meow, master, you finally woke up? Something big has happened, Xiao Bai exclaimed as soon as Mingzhu stepped out. Mingzhu, bewildered, asked Xiao Bai, Grandpa Mu, what on earth has transpired? The thing is, Meng Wu is not dead. Mu Qingyang's words rendered Mingzhu momentarily speechless. The might of the 9 nether divine flame, combined with the destructive force of the 13th form of the green lotus sword technique, had failed to extinguish him. Yet, she distinctly witnessed the complete annihilation of Meng Wu's body and soul. How had he escaped such a fate? Mingzhu inquired, perplexed. His primordial spirit was rescued by Meng Xinghe. This time, he has evaded doom, but he will undoubtedly become even more perilous in the future, Mu Qingyang replied bitterly. At the mention of Meng Xinghe, Mingzhu's pupils constricted slightly, her gaze sharpening. He saved him? It appeared that he had not only rescued himself, but also that old dog. A cold smile crept into Mingzhu's heart. She had narrowly escaped death at the hands of that old dog multiple times. Yet Meng Xinghe chose this moment to save him. Perhaps, to him, she had merely been an inconsequential passerby all along. A pang of discomfort stirred within her, but she quickly suppressed the bitterness and fell into silence, deep in thought. Although her current strength was formidable, rendering her nearly unmatched among her peers, Meng Wu's power was not to be underestimated, he was a whole realm above her. Attempting to defeat him once more by mere chance would not be a simple endeavor, and it was entirely possible that she could be killed in return. If Mingzhu were to regain his physical form and strength, given his nature, not only would her life be in jeopardy, but Mu Qingyang and even Xiao Bai could also be ensnared in peril. Where is he? Mingzhu asked again. If she could annihilate Mingzhu before he fully recovered, she could eliminate future threats. However, before she could finish her thoughts, that overwhelming aura had already surged closer. Jia, Mingzhu. I never expected to find you here, a chilling voice echoed. Looking up, Mingzhu saw an eerie shadow looming above. The figure was slender, clad in a long black robe, with disheveled hair obscuring its face, revealing only a pair of cold, sinister eyes. Soul Matron. Mingzhu's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the figure. This black-clad individual was none other than the Soul Matron of the Soul Clan, whom she had previously imprisoned in the dungeons of the Qing sect. But why did her aura feel so strange? Moreover, had she not rendered her Dantian useless? How could she now exude such overwhelming power? Most astonishingly, her aura seemed even stronger than before, leaving Mingzhu utterly astonished. Jia, are you surprised? The shadow's lips curled into a sinister smile at Mingzhu's expression of disbelief. In fact, there is something even more astonishing. Mingzhu's expression shifted slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within her. However, you no longer have the opportunity to be surprised. With that, the shadow suddenly raised its right hand and struck at Mingzhu with a fierce palm. As the hand swept through the air, a tempest surged forth, unleashing waves of violent energy that ravaged the space around Mingzhu. Seeing the oncoming gale, Mingzhu's complexion changed, and she hastily summoned her inner energy to form a protective barrier to shield herself from the blow. Bang! The barrier she conjured shattered instantaneously under the force of the black-clad woman's strike, and the tempest continued to surge toward her. Realizing the imminent danger, Mingzhu immediately employed her swift movement technique to evade. However, the ferocity of that attack had already left her shaken, for it bore the essence of the Qing sect's Azure energy. You are Mingzhu, Mingzhu exclaimed, coming to a realization. At her words, the shadow laughed heartily and nodded. I never imagined you would recognize me. Indeed, I am Mingzhu. Were it not for your actions, I would not have possessed the soul matron in that dungeon to be reborn. Little did I know that within her lay a soul clan technique that not only allowed me to regain life, but also elevated my power. Alas, I now inhabit a woman's body, and all of this is because of you. As Mingzhu spoke, his face twisted grotesquely, his crimson eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury. Had you not relentlessly pursued me, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Mingzhu retorted coldly. She had not anticipated that the previous encounter would lead Mingzhu to harbor such a grudge against her. Furthermore, she believed there was no deep-seated enmity between them. She had merely sought retribution for Yi Wanwan and her companion's grievances against the Qing sect. As for the death of their elder, Feng Qian, it was tied to Mu Qingyang's past conflicts. Jia. Enough of your prattle. This time, let us see how you can turn the tide. Mingzhu's voice dripped with malice, his eyes glinting with chilling light. With that, he leaped forward, launching an assault on Mingzhu. Ha! Mingzhu exclaimed with a fierce shout, unhesitatingly employing her swift movement technique, defending herself while retreating rapidly. Seeing Mingzhu approaching him head-on without evasion, Mingzhu's face betrayed a mocking smile as he continued his assault, taunting, "Do you truly believe yourself invincible? With your current prowess, how can you hope to contend with me now? It is nothing more than a fool's dream." Disregarding Mingzhu's derisive words, Mingzhu moved swiftly through the air, evading his onslaught. Mingzhu simply surrender. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Mingzhu's palm struck her protective barrier with tremendous force. Bang! Mingzhu felt her inner energy falter momentarily before being overwhelmed by a powerful force. Blood spewed forth as her face contorted in pain, staggering several steps back. Child! Meow master! Mu Qingyang and Xiao Bai, witnessing Mingzhu spitting blood, turned pale and shouted, rushing to her aid. However, at that moment, the black-clad figure once again let out a maniacal cackle. Descendant of the Yi family, prepare to meet your end. As her words fell, she transformed into a blur. charging towards Mingzhu once more. Seeing this, Mu Qingyang and Xiao Bai's expressions shifted dramatically as they leaped toward Mingzhu. Alas, they were a moment too late. Whoosh! The black-clad figure flickered and appeared beside Mingzhu, a black blade suddenly materializing in her hand as it slashed down towards Mingzhu. Child! Mu Qingyang's face turned ashen at this sight. As Mu Qingyang watched helplessly as the pitch-black dagger drew ever closer to Mingzhu, his heart raced furiously. Even the small white cat appeared tense, preparing to invoke its life-burning enchantment once more. Oof! Yet, just as Mengwu's dagger was about to strike Mingzhu, a piercing whistle suddenly resonated through the air. The razor-sharp black dagger seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, rendering it immovable despite its struggles. How can this be? Mengwu was taken aback, halting his attempt to withdraw the dagger, and looked at the masked man before him in astonishment. Who are you? The masked man gazed at Mengwu with a detached demeanor, his raspy, indifferent voice echoing in the vast sky. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to perish. Hearing these words, Mengwu's brow furrowed slightly, and an unsettling feeling suddenly arose within him. At that moment, Mingzhu scrutinized the masked figure, clad in a black robe with a skull mask obscuring his face, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. Though his features remained hidden, he emanated an aura of extreme danger. Who could this person be? As she pondered, a vague impression of familiarity surfaced in her mind. Yet she could not recall where she had encountered him. Just as Mingzhu was deep in thought, the masked man struck. With a thunderous boom, a heavy black blade appeared in his hand, crashing down violently. Mengwu's pupils constricted as he sensed impending doom. He had believed that, with his current strength, it would take merely 2 moves to deal with Mingzhu. However, he did not anticipate the masked man's swift and decisive attack, which was as formidable as his own. Chapter 68. The Great Battle Approaches. Swish. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mengwu's expression shifted. He lightly pushed off his toes and leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the downward slash of the black blade. Yet, before he could regain his footing, a fierce gust of wind rushed towards him. Bang! With a resounding thud, Mengwu was sent flying backward by a powerful palm strike. Coughing up blood, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. This man's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He had initially thought he could easily eliminate Mingzhu, yet he never expected this newcomer to be so much stronger. Moreover, the ominous bloodthirst radiating from him seemed capable of consuming everything in its path. Not only Mengwu, but even Mingzhu was taken aback. The sudden appearance of this masked man was accompanied by a heart-stopping aura of bloodlust that felt unsettlingly familiar. Whoosh! As Mengwu was hurled away, the masked man twirled his wrist, and a heavy black blade hovered in his grasp. With a slight push of his foot, he vanished from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Mengwu, raising the heavy blade high to strike down upon his head. Feeling the chilling glimmer at his neck, Mengwu dared not underestimate the threat. He quickly summoned his inner energy, and a sinister grin spread across his face. A verdant glow suddenly enveloped his arm as he reached for the black blade. Bang! The sound of impact reverberated as he seized the heavy blade with one hand and swiftly struck at the masked man's chest with the other. The speed of this attack was astonishing, creating a sharp crack as the air ruptured. However, the masked man seemed to have anticipated this, evading Mengwu's strike with a slight shift of his body. Simultaneously, the heavy blade carved a sinister arc through the air, viciously cleaving into Mengwu's shoulder. With a soft sound, Mengwu's shoulder was severed in two, blood gushing forth as he let out a pain scream. He quickly stumbled back several steps, his complexion turning a ghastly pale, the previous arrogance and dominance vanishing without a trace. What on earth is this creature? Mengwu clutched his injured shoulder. Terror etched across his face. That peculiar blood-colored attack had suppressed his inner energy, rendering him unable to harness it momentarily. What kind of being could unleash such a terrifying pressure? Seeing this, Mingzhu's expression shifted dramatically, fear beginning to take root in her heart. The bloodthirst she had just sensed bore a striking resemblance to the malevolent aura emitted by the blood demon of the Blood Mist Hall, leading her to suspect that this sudden appearance might indeed be the blood demon. However, she quickly dismissed this thought. For the technique employed by this man differed fundamentally from the blood demoness, and she had slain the blood demon herself. There was no way he would come to her aid. Blood awakening? Are you of the blood clan? At last, Mingzhu grasped the situation. His eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the masked man. The masked man offered no reply, his figure flickering before disappearing once more. This is bad. Mingzhu's pupils narrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. At that moment, a cold glimmer flashed by. The mysterious masked man reappeared, once again swinging the heavy black blade down upon Mingzhu, the thick aura of bloodlust emanating from the blade surging towards him. Feeling that oppressive bloodthirst, Mingzhu's complexion altered. The intensity of this aura threatened to spiral his inner energy out of control. Whoosh! A sharp sound rang out as a brilliant sword light shot towards the masked man. Clang! A clear metallic clash echoed as the sword light collided fiercely with the heavy blade in the masked man's hand, the sound of steel striking steel resonating through the air. This sudden strike stunned everyone present. They looked up to see 7 elderly figures in white robes rushing towards them. These were none other than the elders of the Qingxian sect. That combined attack had been executed by them, successfully blocking the masked man's assault. Clearly, they had not anticipated the emergence of a member of the blood clan outside Qingxian city, their expressions turning grave as they regarded him with wariness. Who are you to dare intrude upon the Qingxian sect? The lead elder demanded coldly. Another elder beside him furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent as he regarded the masked man with the same disdain one would reserve for the dead. Oomph! The masked man let out a scoff, ignoring the elder's reprimands. His body vanished once more, only to reappear right before the elders, swinging his heavy blade down upon them with lethal intent. Seeking death, the expressions of several elders darkened, and with a cold shout, they swiftly activated their movements to evade the impending strike. Immediately, they unleashed a series of formidable attacks against the masked man. The clashing of blades rang out, sparks flying as the elders of the Qingxian sect joined forces to confront the masked figure. Yet they found themselves unable to gain the upper hand. Witnessing this, Mingzhu's face grew grave, and he suddenly addressed the 7 elders. I am Mingzhu, the elder of the sect. Form the 7-star sword formation. At his words, the 7 elders were momentarily taken aback. In their haste, they had overlooked the presence of the black-robed soul mistress nearby. Now, hearing her voice echo the authority of the sect's elder, they were bewildered. How could the soul mistress, who was supposedly imprisoned in the dungeon, be here? You fools, what are you still dawdling for? Quickly arrange the formation and annihilate these vile beings. Mingzhu's expression shifted as he bellowed, emanating the Azure true energy. This time, he was resolute in his intention to eliminate Mingzhu. He would not allow her to leave alive, regardless of the cost. Chapter 69. The 7-star sword formation, the Azure true energy. Indeed, it was the essence of the sect's elder. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the soul mistress, the 7 elders exchanged glances, a flicker of realization crossing their faces. A profound, killing intent surged within them, their eyes gleaming with a fierce determination as they fervently channeled their true energy, gripping their spiritual weapons to commence the formation of the 7-star sword formation. In an instant, a colossal sword formation materialized in the air, inscribed with intricate runes and slowly rotating, casting down countless beams of sword light that enveloped the masked man in a spectacle akin to a starry sky. Suddenly, 7 brilliant beams of suffocating sword light descended like shooting stars, hurtling towards the masked figure. Buzzing sounds filled the air, observing the 7 falling stars. Mingzhu and her companions felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions turning solemn. The 7-star sword formation was immensely powerful, its aura reaching the pinnacle of the late transformation stage. This was one of the Qingxian sect's most elite killing formations. Once unleashed, its might was terrifying, and even their combined efforts might not withstand it. Moreover, the formation was a simultaneous assault from the 7 elders, amplifying its ferocity. Their cooperation was so seamless that it was frightening. The masked man's expression shifted slightly. He recognized that the 7-star sword formation was not to be trifled with. Once it was fully deployed, escaping would require an immense expenditure of energy. As he gazed at the cascading sword lights, his eyes narrowed. Then, The masked man formed seals with his hands, chanting in a low voice. Beneath the black mask, flames ignited within his eyes. Boom! Blood-red serpents of lightning coiled around his gaze, exuding a sense of annihilation that instilled dread in all who beheld it. As the blood-red serpents twisted around him, an astonishing aura radiated from his being, a violent killing intent permeating the atmosphere, warping the air around him, as if the entire space had succumbed to a blood-red twilight. Dulling the stars above. Boom! 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 The blood knight descended. The crimson lightning surged behind him, and an eerie, conical pattern emerged above his body, exuding a chilling aura, as if mountains were coiled within it, terrifying beyond measure. At the sight of this grotesque pattern, a sense of foreboding enveloped the hearts of all present, a mysterious danger pressing upon them, rendering it difficult to breathe. Just then, the 7 elders launched their assault, and sharp beams of sword light plummeted towards the masked man, accompanied by the piercing sound of wind slicing through the air. Seeing the overwhelming sword light approaching, the masked man snorted coldly, extending his right hand forward. A blood-red sword materialized before him, radiating a deep, ominous aura, its eerie fluctuations sending chills down the spine. The peculiar blood-red sword pointed forward, and with a flash, the crimson sword light shot out, clashing with the incoming beams of sword light. The ground shook with a resounding explosion. The collision of the blood-red and azure sword lights erupting into a cataclysmic wave, unleashing a tempest within the Qingxian sect, raising clouds of dust and debris. The terrifying shockwave radiated outward, toppling structures in its path, reducing them to rubble. Even disciples of lesser strength, not present at the scene, were thrown back by the residual force, many bleeding from their mouths and noses, grievously injured, with some of the weakest torn to shreds by the overwhelming aftermath. Their bloodied remains strewn across the ground, painting a horrific tableau. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically. They could scarcely fathom the extent of the masked man's terrifying power. How formidable! Gazing upon the stern-faced figure, whose eyes glinted with a blood-red hue and exuded an aura of dread, the 7 elders felt a tremor of fear within their hearts. Boom! Within the 7-star sword formation, the azure sword lights roared once more, sending waves of terrifying energy cascading outward, rippling in concentric circles. Yet, the masked man bore no hint of fear. His figure flickered, transforming into a shadow as he darted to the edge of the 7-star sword formation. Extending his arms, his hands, imbued with a bloody aura, struck repeatedly against the beams of sword light, producing thunderous explosions as the azure sword lights were shattered under his might. Seeing this, the 7 elders' faces paled, their expressions shifting to one of horror. The 7-star sword formation, a combined effort of their powers, was designed to rival late transformation stage cultivators. Yet now, it felt as fragile as paper against the masked man's overwhelming strength. Filled with shock and dread, the elders realized the gravity of their situation. Damn it! This fellow is far too powerful. We are no match for him. We must summon the sect leader to activate the protective formation. One elder gritted his teeth, fear evident in his gaze. He had not anticipated such formidable strength, one that could counter the 7-star sword formation. He is too strong. We cannot withstand him. We must alert the sect leader to initiate the protective formation, or our Qingxian sect may be in peril. 2 other elders hastily concurred. As their words faded, a figure clad in white appeared in the distance, hastening towards them. The sect leader has arrived. Upon seeing the white-robed figure, relief washed over the hearts of all present. A weight lifted as they recognized the approach of Mingzhu, the leader of the Qingxian sect. Though Mingzhu's cultivation level merely rests at the Xian ascension stage, the members of the Qingxian sect are well aware that this esteemed leader possesses not only exceptional talent, but also mastery over the sect's protective grand formation. Should he activate this formidable array, it could indeed thwart the efforts of even those at the divine separation stage. This protective formation is, without a doubt, the sect's trump card, deployed in moments of dire peril for the survival of the sect. In this crucial moment, all the powerful figures of the Qingxian sect turned their gaze towards Mingzhu. At that moment, clad in a flowing white robe, Mingzhu stood tall and strikingly handsome, radiating an aura of formidable intensity that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Chapter 70. The Celestial under the moonlight. Upon observing the faint blood mist emanating from the masked man, Mingzhu's brow furrowed, and a grave expression overtook his features. This blood mist, a manifestation of the malevolent energy accumulated by the Blood Clan over millennia, had the capacity to corrode the very soul and spirit. Any ordinary cultivator encountering such a sinister force would undoubtedly suffer severe injury or even face death. The masked man's unfathomable prowess allowed him to wield such gruesome energy. Presently, the masked figure hovered in the void, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Mingzhu, surrounded by a palpable aura of bloodlust. As though he had transformed into a demonic deity, his very essence pulsating with a torrent of sanguine energy. Strands of crimson light erupted from his form, illuminating the surroundings and causing a spine-chilling sensation among all present. This was a terrifying aura of slaughter. Its overwhelming intensity was enough to provoke heart palpitations. The masked man fixed his cold, unyielding stare on Mingzhu, advancing slowly with an air of menace. "Are you intent on a relentless confrontation with the Qingxian sect?" Mingzhu inquired, his voice laced with a frosty edge. The masked figure remained unmoving, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, as a rasping and indifferent voice emerged. "What of it? Should the Qingxian sect dare to act against Mingzhu, I shall obliterate it." Upon hearing the masked man's imperious declaration, Mingzhu's countenance darkened. "As long as I am here, the Qingxian sect shall remain unscathed, and Mingzhu will be protected. Yet, you seem rather overconfident." Mingzhu regarded the masked man with a glint of coldness in his eyes, for he was a man of considerable pride, unwilling to tolerate any affront to his authority. As the esteemed leader of the Qingxian sect, he had never before faced such provocation. Overconfident, the masked man's lips curled disdainfully, betraying a hint of scorn. "Do you truly believe that your pitiful assembly and your protective array could possibly hinder me? It is but a delusion." His voice dripped with arrogance and contempt, clearly dismissing Mingzhu and his companions, which ignited fury within the hearts of those present. Seeking death. At this proclamation, the elder at the core of the seven-star sword array felt his expression darken, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. With a fierce stomp, he lunged forth like a fierce beast. Swish! The elder's form transformed into a streak of meteoric light as he charged toward the masked man. The 3-foot-long sword in his grasp erupted with dazzling brilliance, akin to a miniature sun, as he brought it crashing down upon the masked figure. With a powerful swing, the air reverberated with a piercing sword cry, sharp and unyielding, as though an immense mountain were descending upon them. "Humph!" The masked man merely scoffed at the assault from the elder of the seven-star sword array, extending his right fist to meet the incoming strike head-on. Bang! Crack! A series of crisp, shattering sounds resonated, followed by the sickening crack of bones. The elder was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into a towering ancient tree, which collapsed under the impact. Within moments, the elder was reduced to mere fragments, vanishing without a trace. 3 seconds later, a stream of crimson blood erupted, staining the void and casting a pall over the sky. The elder of the seven-star sword array had been dispatched with a single strike from the masked man, leaving all present in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Utterly defenseless, after dispatching the elder, the masked man continued to exude disdain, as if taking a life were no more significant than squashing an ant. Witnessing this, the faces of all Qingxian sect members paled, engulfed by despair and terror. Such was the staggering disparity in power. Even with the seven-star sword array, they were incapable of overcoming the masked man, let alone now, bereft of their core elder. "Since you remain obstinate, I shall be compelled to eliminate you first." Mingzhu's expression shifted from uncertainty to resolve as he regarded the masked figure. His indifference transformed into a simmering bloodlust as he produced a moon-white longsword, the radiant blade of lunar light. The moon-white sword shimmered with ethereal brilliance, emanating a sacred and formidable presence. Bathed in lunar radiance, the sword radiated an enigmatic aura, exerting an overwhelming pressure upon the entire realm. Moonlight slash! A resounding cry echoed throughout the skies above Qingxian sect as the white longsword traced an elegant arc, descending with an unstoppable momentum toward the masked man. In an instant, the world dimmed and the void trembled. The luminous blade seemed capable of cleaving reality itself, imbued with an essence of annihilation that caused all eyes to widen in shock, as fear surged within their hearts. This terrifying strike could effortlessly bisect even a mountain. Yet more astonishingly, under the moonlight's glow, Meng Xinghe's aura surged wildly, as if he had transformed into a true war god. Waves of terrifying energy erupted from him, causing the air around to ripple. And an overwhelming force surged forth like a tempest, sweeping through the surroundings. Is this the Qingxian sect's secret method to enhance power, the celestial under the moonlight? The masked man, sensing the sudden surge of terrifying energy, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but felt no trepidation. Rather, a glimmer of excitement emerged. Boom! With a mighty swing, the sword descended, its terrifying light bursting forth in a brilliant blaze, tearing the void asunder. It was as if a full moon had plummeted to the earth, cleaving the vast expanse in two, creating a vast black void in its wake. As the sword struck down, the masked man's eyes glinted coldly with murderous intent. He sheathed his blood-red sword and grasped a heavy black blade, preparing to meet the oncoming cataclysmic sword light with devastating force. Chapter 71. The Battle of Min Clang. As the two forces collided, an overwhelming surge of power erupted, accompanied by a sharp metallic clang that resonated deafeningly. A terrifying energy surged between them, annihilating everything in the vicinity, creating dark fissures in the void that spread like an intricate spider's web into the distance. The fierce remnants of sword energy caused the surrounding trees to shatter explosively. This spectacle left all witnesses in profound astonishment. At that moment, the two combatants engaged in close combat. The masked figure wielded a heavy black sword, exuding a formidable aura as he relentlessly struck at Meng Xinghe. Their figures flickered rapidly, leaving behind afterimages in the air. Meng Xinghe's aura soared, his cultivation surging to unprecedented heights. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures intertwined in the void, each collision unleashing torrents of energy, accompanied by thunderous roars. Both warriors possessed immense strength. Each clash generated a terrifying force that stirred up a tempest of energy. Spectators were left in awe, especially Yi Mingzhu, whose shock deepened upon realizing that Meng Xinghe's previous secret technique had elevated his power by an entire tier, rendering him nearly equal to the masked man's prowess. As they closed in once more, their weapons met with fervent intensity. The masked man shot Meng Xinghe a cold glare, his eyes glinting with malice. With your cowardice, lacking the courage to draw your sword against your foes, how do you intend to protect Yi Mingzhu? Today, I shall obliterate your Qingxian sect. Meng Xinghe, normally reserved, felt a surge of anger as he understood that the masked man's target was Meng Wu and his faction. As the sect leader, he prioritized the safety of his sect and could not harm his elders. He was well aware that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. In response, with a defiant tone, Meng Xinghe retorted, "You monstrous being, do you truly believe such actions will win her affection?" The masked man's expression grew more contemptuous. "You should focus on your own fate. Today, the Qingxian sect shall meet its demise. The Qingxian sect will not fall, nor will Yi Mingzhu come to harm. Allow me to demonstrate who the true victor will be." Meng Xinghe's gaze hardened, emanating an intense pride as his garments billowed, radiating an overwhelming battle spirit. "That will depend on your capabilities." With that, the masked figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Meng Xinghe like a wraith, his heavy sword descending with ferocious speed. Blades of light erupted forth, hurtling towards Meng Xinghe. The speed of the strike was akin to a lightning flash, covering vast distances in an instant. As the sword descended, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, as if the space itself could not withstand the force, creating a deep gash hundreds of meters long. The attack shattered Meng Xinghe's defenses, aiming directly for his chest. Sensing the impending danger, Meng Xinghe's expression shifted slightly, retreating swiftly to evade the strike. Simultaneously, he brandished his long sword, unleashing dazzling arcs of sword energy that surged towards the masked man. Clang, clang, clang. The clash erupted into a frenzied battle state, their figures darting about with blinding speed, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible. Brilliant energy detonated between them, accompanied by resounding booms that unleashed a suffocating force into the void. Yet, amidst the chaos, Meng Wu, who had just recovered, revealed a sinister smile. With a swift motion, he conjured a dense black mist, appearing beside Mingzhu and the others, unleashing a terrifying force. Mingzhu, pitish, he cried, as a bizarre power surged from his grasp, coalescing into a grotesque visage in the void. A ghastly face, seemingly formed from countless vengeful spirits. An ominous aura emanated from this horrifying visage, instilling dread in the air. Upon witnessing this terrifying sight, Mingzhu and her companions felt a chill run down their spines. The eerie energy was utterly overwhelming. Beware, quickly retreat. This is a forbidden technique of the Soul Clan. It will devour souls, shouted Mu Qingyang, his expression paling. Hastily, Mingzhu attempted to withdraw, but the ominous face closed in, now within 3 meters. Should she come into contact with this dreadful force, her soul would be annihilated. Just then, in this dire moment, a crimson blade of light suddenly appeared above the ghastly face. Boom! As the blood-red blade manifested, the terrifying visage shattered, dissipating into tendrils of black mist. Seeing this, Mu Qingyang and Xiao Bai breathed a sigh of relief for Mingzhu. However, the next moment, all eyes turned toward the fierce battle, as the blood-red blade had been struck by the masked man, creating an opening that allowed his opponent to thrust a moon-white sword deep into his chest. Blood spurted from his mouth, his complexion paling, a trickle of crimson staining his lips, indicating he had sustained severe injury. Witnessing this, the remaining 6 elders of the Qingxian sect displayed expressions of elation. Ah, what a blood clan! They remain insignificant before the Qingxian sect. Indeed, with our sect leader present, all adversaries shall meet their end. Now is the time. Let us unite and deliver a harsh lesson to these intruders. The 6 elders shouted excitedly, their eyes blazing with murderous intent as they regarded the masked man and Mingzhu. Chapter 72. The Blood Demon God. Upon witnessing this scene, Mingzhu and her companions felt a shift in their expressions, swiftly retreating. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from the direction of the masked man and Meng Xinghe, prompting everyone to look up. In the void, a terrifying beam of blood-red light emerged, carrying apocalyptic pressure. This is bad. Upon witnessing the ominous crimson beam, the elders of the Qingxian sect were overtaken by a profound astonishment, their expressions etched with disbelief. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the masked man, having been pierced through the heart, remained alive, for the terrifying blood-red light emanating before them was conjured by him. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated through the air, as a vast and terrifying wave of energy rippled outward, spreading wildly in all directions. The dreadful shockwave swept across the expanse, instantly tearing apart the ground, reducing solid rock to mere dust and causing a mountain to collapse into ruins. As the crimson beam dissipated, it transformed into a thick mist of blood, enveloping the surroundings and creating a domain of sanguine fog that exuded a pungent metallic scent, instilling fear in all who beheld it. As the blood-red light faded, the figure of the masked man re-emerged, his garments now reduced to tatters. His chest was punctured with a gaping wound, the size of a cup, from which blood trickled slowly down his bronze-hued skin, pooling upon his defined abdomen, an utterly harrowing sight. Yet, despite his grievous injuries, the expression beneath his mask remained one of indifference, as if his wounds were trivial. He regarded Meng Xinghe with an unsettlingly sanguine smile playing on his lips. Seeing him unscathed, Mingzhu's expression shifted unpredictably, revealing a mixture of shock and incredulity, though relief soon washed over her. Moments prior, when a masked man had been impaled, her heart had skipped a beat, a wave of inexplicable panic washing over her. However, now that he appeared unharmed, she felt a profound sense of relief, only for her countenance to stiffen once more. The stench of blood was even more potent than before. What manner of being was he, to emanate such an overwhelming aura of blood? The elders of the Qingxian sect, overwhelmed by the thick scent of blood surrounding them, were increasingly baffled. They could not fathom how a member of the blood clan could harness such an immense reservoir of blood energy, a concept that defied logic. Even if he were a direct descendant of the ancient bloodline, such a unique ability was unfathomable, unless he himself possessed a pure, ancient bloodline. A thought flashed through the minds of the Qingxian sect elders, causing their expressions to shift dramatically, beads of cold sweat cascading down their brows, their astonishment beyond words. Not only they, but also the old shepherd, Meng Xinghe, Mingwu, and even Xiao Bai, gaped in disbelief at the masked man, who stood before them with a bloodthirsty grin. Could it be that he bore the essence of an ancient bloodline? The ancient era was a time of cataclysm for humanity, where countless cultivators vanished into the annals of history. Yet, hidden within that era were innumerable superlative masters, their bloodline powers formidable, wielding terrifying strength. Some descendants of the blood mist practiced the cultivation methods of the ancient blood clan. Thus their blood bore a rich ancient aura, the potency of which was tied to their lineage. However, the masked man before them radiated an ancient bloodline power that evidently surpassed even those of the ancient bloodline, transcending even the ancestors of the blood clan. By the heavens, he is the blood demon of the abyss. At that moment, Xiaobai's pupils constricted. Surprise etched across his face as he whispered in awe. The blood demon of the abyss? Who is that? The others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions rife with confusion. The blood demon of the abyss was a legendary figure within the blood clan, regarded as its progenitor. It was said that during ancient times, he was a vicious and bloodthirsty fiend, having slaughtered countless powerful beings, including hundreds of divine stage experts, rendering him nearly invincible. One of the most formidable entities of the ancient age, revered as the strongest of the blood clan. With Xiaobai's revelation, the expressions of all present grew grave, their faces reflecting shock and trepidation. Is he truly the blood demon of the abyss? Meng Xinghe narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them as he silently pondered the name. Child, do you know him? What is his true identity? Mu Qingyang inquired, his astonishment palpable. Yi Mingzhu cast a complex glance at the figure shrouded in blood mist, pondering before replying, Grandfather Mu, I am uncertain of his identity. But he should harbor no ill will towards me, should he? At that moment, a low and gravelly voice suddenly resonated from within the blood mist, sounding as if it had emerged from a broken wind instrument, sending chills down their spines. Cackling laughter, the taste of blood is truly delectable. Upon hearing that ominous voice, everyone trembled, goosebumps rising on their skin, a wave of dread washing over them. Mystic sword dance. Unwilling to linger, Meng Xinghe inhaled deeply, gripping the moonlight blade tightly. With a powerful thrust, he charged towards the masked man, brandishing his sword with fierce determination. As the sharp sword light erupted, a luminous blade, akin to a razor-sharp weapon, surged forth from the blood mist, propelled by an inexorable force towards the masked figure. This strike possessed immense power, capable of effortlessly severing any object. Yet, before this formidable attack, the masked man remained utterly still, his legs unyielding, just as the gleaming sword was a mere 2 inches from him. The masked man abruptly raised his right arm, his wrist twisting deftly as the ebony-heavy sword swung forth to meet the oncoming blade of energy. Soul-devouring, sealing slash. A resounding clash echoed as the dark sword met the fierce sword energy in midair, unleashing a symphony of metallic resonance and sparks. However, within the intertwining energies, the fierce sword strike was instantly cleaved in two, dissipating into the ether, while the ebony sword maintained its relentless trajectory towards Meng Xinghe. Witnessing this, Meng Xinghe's pupils constricted, a chill of horror gripping his heart. He had anticipated the masked man's technique to harbor immense power. Yet he never imagined his own attack could be so effortlessly thwarted, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Truly, as rumored, the blood demon of the abyss possessed strength beyond comprehension. The very essence of blood was profoundly enigmatic. As this realization dawned upon them, a tempest of astonishment surged within their hearts, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Chapter 73. The Guardian Sword Array. The return of 1,000 swords amidst their astonishment. The obsidian heavy sword struck fiercely against the moonlight in Meng Xinghe's grasp, instantly shattering the resplendent sword aura into countless fragmented shards. The moonlight was severed. Simultaneously, Meng Xinghe was struck as if by a thunderclap. His handsome visage contorted in agony, his body was violently propelled backward, and he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Teetering on the brink of collapse, the white garments he wore disintegrated into a cloud of dust in that fleeting moment. At this juncture, a ghastly gash, deep enough to reveal bone, marred his body, oozing blood and presenting a horrifying sight. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in collective horror, unable to articulate the terror that gripped their hearts. This individual was able to obliterate Meng Xinghe's defenses with a single strike, an act that seemed utterly inconceivable. It is essential to note that after employing the secret technique of moonlit ascendance, Meng Xinghe's strength had subtly reached the late stage of the god transformation period. And with his exceptional talent, he could easily be deemed the foremost among those in the god transformation realm. Yet, even he found himself utterly powerless against this abyssal blood demon, unable to mount any resistance, nearly reduced to fragments, an utterly shocking reality that defied belief. Upon witnessing this, Meng Wu and the 6 elders of the Qingxian sect wore expressions of profound gloom. If their leader had fallen, they too would not escape calamity. Master, swiftly activate the Guardian Array. Delay could spell our doom. Several elders urged in hushed tones. Hearing their words, Meng Xinghe's countenance stiffened momentarily before he gritted his teeth, inhaled deeply, and slowly closed his eyes. A torrent of azure spiritual energy erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely, akin to a transparent cocoon of light. Within the luminous aura surrounding him, peculiar patterns began to emerge, resembling enigmatic runes that writhed and shifted in hue, seemingly engaged in a unique amalgamation. As the runes transformed, the transparent cocoon grew increasingly refined, exuding an ominous pressure that permeated the air. Come forth, swords! Meng Xinghe suddenly opened his eyes. As his words echoed, a myriad of flying swords descended from the skies within a 10-mile radius, hovering around him, trembling and emitting low, ominous hums alongside waves of terrifying energy. These flying swords came in an array of colors: emerald green, azure, pale blue, crimson, and gray, each harboring an overwhelming murderous intent that instilled a chilling dread among the onlookers. As a palpable aura of death enveloped the vicinity, should 1,000 swords be unleashed simultaneously, it was likely that the masked man and Mingzhu would not survive. Such a formidable secret technique. The masked man bore a sinister smile as he observed the multitude of flying swords under Meng Xinghe's command. Casting a dispassionate glance at him and the others, his voice gravelly as he spoke. The return of 1,000 swords. At that moment, Meng Xinghe's gaze turned icy, his eyes blazing with fierce determination as he uttered his command. With his words, the countless flying swords responded as if summoned, transforming into streaks of light that surged towards the masked figure, densely packed and obscuring the very heavens. Swish! The air was rent with the sound of ripping as the flying swords tore through the sky, emitting deafening sonic booms. As they approached, a radiant brilliance erupted from the swords, morphing into an overwhelming wave of sword light that surged towards the masked man. Noticing this, Mingzhu's expression shifted with concern. Be cautious. Just as her warning fell, the flying swords, poised to strike, suddenly halted in midair as they neared the masked figure. Master, do not hesitate. Strike him down, or we shall face dire consequences. The Qingxian sect elders urged fervently. A sinister grin crept upon the masked man's lips as he heard their frantic pleas, his eyes glinting with scorn. A swarm of ants, daring to slay me? Truly deluded, begone. With that declaration, he extended his right hand and lightly grasped the air before him. The flying swords, as though confronted by an unfathomable terror, all retreated in unison. Today, all of Qingxian sect shall undoubtedly perish, and let it vanish from the annals of history. As he spoke, a savage intensity radiated from his eyes, and his aura surged with overwhelming ferocity, akin to a primordial beast awakening from slumber. The scent of blood thickened around him, a dense miasma of sanguine energy emanating from his being. Kill! His gaze swept across the assembled, his voice rasping with lethal intent. As he spoke, an endless torrent of blood energy coalesced around him, forming a dense, crimson cloud that enshrouded his form. With a swift motion, he stepped into the void and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was before the 6 elders. In that instant, waves of horrific bloodlust emanated from him, enveloping a radius of several thousand meters, the suffocating stench of blood threatening to consume all in its path. The sudden appearance of the masked figure startled the 6 elders, who instinctively brandished their swords in defense. Yet, as their voices echoed, a series of muffled explosions erupted, and the bodies of the 6 elders disintegrated, blood gushing forth like vibrant blossoms. The 6 elders had fallen. In the blink of an eye, the 6 elders of Qingxian's sect were annihilated. This shocking scene left the onlookers in utter disbelief. Just as they began to regain their composure, the masked man charged toward the remaining disciples of Qingxian's sect, intent on eradicating them entirely. However, to their astonishment, as the masked figure swiftly approached the others, a commanding voice rang out. "Halt! If you harm anyone further, they shall surely perish." As the voice resounded, the masked man squinted, gazing upwards to see the multitude of flying swords now aimed at Mingzhu, Mu Qingyang, and Xiaobai. It appeared that should the masked man dare take another step forward, the swords would pierce through them. Witnessing this, the masked man's expression darkened, a mocking smile curling his lips as he rasped, "Humans cherish the light, yet resort to the darkest means." Chapter 74. Identity revealed. His voice dripped with derision and disdain. At this moment, amidst the myriad flying swords, Mingzhu remained unfazed, confident that Meng Xinghe would not harm her, for the swords bore no trace of murderous intent. Moreover, at this moment, she had nearly recovered. Even if Meng Xinghe truly acted against her, she could still retreat unscathed with Grandpa Mu and Xiaobai. Facing the derision of the masked man, Meng Xinghe coolly uttered, "Stand down." Upon finishing his words, his flying sword surged menacingly towards Mingzhu and her companions, poised to pierce their throats in but a heartbeat. "You have won." The masked man's face flickered with a chilling murderous intent, his voice low and grave. As his words fell, his blood aura vanished, and he sheathed his ebony blade. Observing this, Meng Xinghe withdrew his flying swords, yet he was evidently not finished. Instead, he abruptly redirected his assault, sending all his flying swords hurtling toward the masked man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the flying swords was astonishing. In an instant, they reached the masked man's vicinity, creating a cacophony of slicing winds, resembling streaks of light tracing exquisite arcs in the heavens. At this juncture, Mengwu, standing nearby, let out a cold chuckle, without hesitation unleashing a bizarre black mist that erupted from his form, coalescing into a vast cloud surging towards the masked man. Confronted with the overwhelming onslaught from both, the masked man displayed no emotion. He extended his right palm and forcefully struck the air before him. Blood chi erupted. Bang! Instantly, visible ripples emanated from his palm, sweeping outwards in all directions, engulfing the entirety of the Qingxian sect in a crimson haze. Under the shroud of this blood mist, the once sharp flying swords disintegrated into fragments, cascading gracefully to the ground, tracing beautiful arcs through the air. Puffed within the blood mist, blood spurted forth incessantly as anguished cries echoed. The disciples of the Qingxian sect enveloped by the mist, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, succumbing to bloodshed and ultimately perishing. One strike, merely one strike. The weaker disciples of the Qingxian sect were utterly oblivious to what had transpired before their demise. Witnessing this scene, Meng Xinghe's heart sank heavily. He had not anticipated that he would ultimately fail to protect all his disciples. The Qingxian sect had transformed into a hellish battlefield, saturated with the stench of blood, and the haunting wails reverberated from within the mist, causing his heart to convulse painfully, his eyes reflecting profound anguish and fury. Perhaps unable to endure such a callous disregard for life and the brutal, bloodthirsty slaughter, Mingzhu suddenly shouted through gritted teeth, "Cold feather, stop!" Upon hearing this, the masked man's figure stiffened, seemingly surprised that Mingzhu recognized his identity. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Meng Wu seized the opportunity, swiftly materializing behind the masked man, his black energy coalescing into a dark longsword, aimed directly at the masked man's vital spot with astonishing speed. In a shocking turn, the masked man did not evade. Instead, he braced himself for the oncoming attack. Puffed. The sword pierced through his back, blood gushing forth and staining the air crimson, causing the blood mist before him to shatter and dissipate. In an instant, all present fell silent, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. As they focused, they beheld the masked man revealing a pale, sorrowful smile, while the blood mist, which had been set to further assail the Qingxian sect disciples, quietly halted and began to vanish. It was revealed that just one word from Mingzhu compelled him to risk his life to retract the blood mist. The disciples of the Qing Xian sect, witnessing this, stood frozen in shock, momentarily unable to process what had transpired. Not only them, but even Meng Xinghe, poised to unleash his flying swords, was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the masked man to disregard his life due to Mingzhu's utterance. As the blood mist dissipated, the masked man's mask finally fell to the ground, unveiling his true visage. He appeared to be a young man of around 30, with a stern countenance and piercing eyes radiating a formidable presence. Akin to a demonic deity exuding an aura of coldness, ferocity, and bloodlust that instilled dread. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Mingzhu, it was filled with an overwhelming sense of possession and protectiveness. Ha! Perish! At that moment, seizing the opportunity of his successful strike, Mengwu suddenly materialized above the masked man, delivering a fierce palm strike imbued with an overwhelming force aimed at the masked man's crown. This blow would undoubtedly lead to his utter demise. Whoosh! At the critical juncture, a sharp sound of slicing air erupted, and Mingzhu's figure instantaneously appeared before Mengwu. Her fingertips shot forth a jet-black flame, which transformed into a scorching black longsword, cutting through the void, targeting Mengwu directly. Damn it, another nine-nether divine flame? Realizing the terrifying power contained within the flame, Mengwu's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily attempted to evade. Yet, he was a moment too slow. Just as he narrowly avoided the black sword-S attack, Xiaobai, who had remained silent until now, suddenly struck. Meow! With an indignant yowl, Xiaobai's claws lunged towards Mengwu's shoulder, leaving 5 deep, bloody gashes as crimson flowed freely. The excruciating pain forced Mengwu to let out a pained scream. He had not anticipated this white cat to possess such speed and a lightning attribute. Seizing the moment, Mingzhu swiftly pulled Cold Feather close. We must leave. She grasped Cold Feather's arm, preparing to advance. However, at that instant, she heard Mengwu's menacing voice behind her. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Leave them all behind. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Mengwu's figure abruptly appeared before Mingzhu and Cold Feather, his eyes brimming with unbridled hatred and murderous intent. His right fist clenched tightly, unleashing a devastating fist strike aimed at Mingzhu's head. The force behind this strike harbored a terrifying power, capable of obliterating an entire mountain. Should it land upon Mingzhu, she would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. Seeing this, Mingzhu dared not hesitate, quickly pulling Cold Feather back to flee. Bang! Before she could retreat several meters, the fist strike crashed into the ground. A deafening roar echoed as the earth was uprooted, deep craters forming, and dust billowing into the air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. What followed was nothing short of suffocating. After this strike, Mengwu transformed entirely. Rather than a mere change, it was as if he had ceased to be human. In the blink of an eye, Mengwu's visage underwent a staggering transformation. Once bearing the exquisite beauty reminiscent of the soul mistress, his face now resembled that of a desiccated skeleton, marred by a network of fine cracks that threatened to shatter at any moment. He appeared ghastly, akin to a withered corpse, with his eye sockets devoid of vitality. The pupils now a grim shade of brownish gray, evoking the semblance of death itself. How could this happen? Mingzhu gasped, her eyes widening in shock. This is a secret technique of the Soul Clan, known as the soul-eating ghost eyes. By consuming enough living souls, one can forcibly seize control of another's body. Do not gaze into his eyes. The warning came from Mu Qingyang, whose expression had turned grave. Startled, Mingzhu realized the gravity of the situation. She had never anticipated that Mengwu possessed such an insidious technique, one she had not witnessed even in the Soul Mistress. This indicated his intrinsic connection to the Soul Clan. It was no wonder he had sought to eliminate her from their very first encounter. Caw. None of you shall escape today. Mengwu's voice erupted into a chilling laugh, raspy and sharp, filled with malevolence, akin to a vengeful spirit risen from the underworld, sending shivers down the spine. Not so fast. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. As the sound echoed, a brilliant sword light surged forth from a distance, coiling into an unparalleled blade, imbued with a terrifying force that cleaved through the air and struck Mengwu squarely in the chest. With a muffled thud, a fountain of blood erupted, painting the night sky in vivid hues, resembling a dazzling array of fireworks. Although the sword light was momentarily halted by Mingzhu's body. His shoulder was severed, exposing a stark white skeleton amidst the gruesome mess of flesh, a clear indication of being bisected. Staggering, Mingzhu struggled to control the flow of blood from his wound, his gaze hardening as he glared at the shadowy figure. "Who are you?" He felt an overwhelming sense of danger from that sword strike, acutely aware that he could not withstand the formidable power of the cloaked figure. "I am your grandfather." The figure in black responded, uttering a shocking declaration. In an instant, he flickered behind Mingzhu, swinging his arm to unleash another sharp sword light toward Mingzhu's waist. With a deafening impact, the cloak's heavy sword sliced through Mingzhu's garments and left a horrific gash that penetrated deep into his waist, exposing bone and flesh in a gruesome display. Gasping at the sight of his dreadful wound, Mingzhu felt a chill run down his spine. The strike had clearly shattered his vertebrae. It was not over. As the black-cloaked figure moved, the dark sword erupted with a potent surge of dark energy. And in a flash, Mingzhu's body was utterly obliterated. No, impossible. This cannot be. As he beheld his dismembered form, Mingzhu's face contorted in horror, an overwhelming dread and malice swirling within his eyes, which now blazed a terrifying crimson. He had never imagined that the black-cloaked figure could so easily reduce him to fragments with a mere swing of his sword. It was unfathomable. With a thunderous crash, Mingzhu's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and the dark mist surrounding him dissipated with the wind, vanishing into thin air. The attack had been instantaneous. The once formidable Mingzhu was obliterated in mere moments. At that moment, Mingzhu finally took notice of the enigmatic figure in the black cloak. It was him. She was astounded, for this was the same mysterious individual she had encountered earlier. In this critical moment of life and death, he had indeed arrived. "Follow me." After vanquishing Mingzhu, the black-cloaked figure cast a detached glance at Mingzhu, swiftly approaching Mingzhu. With a flourish of his sleeve, the group vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a desolate land. This barren expanse was surrounded by towering ancient trees, their branches laden with thick layers of snow, resembling colossal stones stacked high. The area was shrouded in dense foliage, obscuring the sunlight and casting a dim pall over the surroundings. At the heart of this desolation stood a towering ice mountain, rising to a height of 10 zhang. At its base flowed a crystal-clear river, revealing fish darting beneath the surface. Mingzhu stood atop the ice mountain, her gaze fixed upon the black-cloaked figure before her, her eyes brimming with profound reverence. The presence of this figure radiated an overwhelming aura that invoked an instinctive desire for homage. "Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue." Mingzhu clasped her hands in gratitude. In response, the black-cloaked figure waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. It was merely a trivial matter, no need for gratitude. Without regard for the onlookers, he spread his fingers, and a set of palm techniques materialized in mid-air, exuding an aura of esoteric power, interwoven with the essence of thunder. What a terrifying energy! It contains the power of lightning. Could this be the 5 Thunder Divine technique? The surging force of thunder emanating from the technique sent shockwaves through Mingzhu's heart, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before her. This technique was one she had heard of in whispers, reputed to be a powerful martial art of the heavenly tier. Its destructive capability was said to be immense, able to effortlessly annihilate mountains and rivers. A single strike could spell doom even for those at the god transformation stage, earning it the title of an invincible skill. However, it required an immense reservoir of thunderous energy, and thus, it had only existed in legends, with no one ever having witnessed the 5 Thunder Divine technique in reality. Here for it. The black-cloaked figure tossed the 5 Thunder Divine technique before the small white figure. Mew. This action left Mingzhu utterly dumbfounded. Yet in the next moment, the black-cloaked figure's words warmed her heart. "It is not strong enough to protect you. This technique will make it even more powerful." Mingzhu felt a rush of warmth within her, nodding fervently, "Thank you, Senior." Just as she was about to inquire about his identity, the mysterious figure vanished in the blink of an eye. However, he left behind a small vial, containing a precious healing elixir that could hasten recovery for the wounded. A treasure invaluable to cultivators. Overwhelmed with excitement, Mingzhu swiftly opened the small porcelain bottle, retrieving the pill to administer to the unconscious Lung Yu. The injuries of Lung Yu were exceedingly grave. Had it not been for his remarkably robust physique, he would have likely succumbed to death long ago. Chapter 76. Recuperation. Now, although Lung Yu had temporarily regained a semblance of life, his wounds remained profoundly serious. If not treated promptly, the consequences would be dire. Mingzhu was deeply concerned for his safety and had ceased pondering the identity of the mysterious figure, directly administering a healing elixir to him. Soon, a faint green luminescence began to emanate from Lung Yu's body. This glow was peculiar, not overly bright, yet remarkably gentle and soothing, as if it could dispel all internal injuries. "This is a 9th grade, life-prolonging pill," remarked Mu Qingyang, his eyes glistening with intrigue. "For cultivators, such precious elixirs are exceedingly rare. The mysterious figure truly possesses a generous spirit. The 9th grade, life-prolonging pill is a notably rare concoction, said to be scarcely found even in the distant realms of the Immortals. Each one is worth a fortune. A veritable treasure." Mingzhu was taken aback by the generosity of this enigmatic benefactor. "Meow, meow, meow. Master, he has awakened," exclaimed the little white creature, its voice brimming with excitement. Hearing this, Mingzhu hurriedly approached Lung Yu, who slowly opened his eyes, revealing a look of confusion. Clearly, he was bewildered by his sudden arrival in an unfamiliar place. "Mingzhu, are you unharmed? Where's this?" he inquired, his gaze reflecting his disorientation. Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback by his question. Given that Lung Yu had once sought to capture her as a vessel, she was astonished that he would risk his life to save her, and that his first words upon awakening were concern for her welfare. Reflecting on the transformation in Lung Yu, she shook her head and replied, "I am fine. What matters is that you are awake. We have left the Qingxian sect and are recuperating in a remote area." "Ah." Lung Yu nodded slightly, then began to move his body, discovering that his injuries had nearly healed and his strength had returned to about 50 to 60%. He seemed somewhat astonished. Before he could speak, Mingzhu suddenly asked, "How are you up like this?" "The blood demon is not dead," Lung Yu replied flatly. "What? The blood demon?" Mingzhu's face displayed a fleeting expression of horror. It had not perished? How could this be possible? She vividly recalled how she and Xiao Bai had jointly vanquished it, reducing it to nothingness, and yet it had survived? Seeing her astonishment, Lung Yu had no intention of withholding the truth. He recounted the events of that day in detail. On the day of the battle against the blood demon in the Blood Mist Hall, although Lung Yu had been incapacitated, he had witnessed everything from his wheelchair. The blood demon was formidable, but after Mingzhu shattered its secret technique, they had combined forces with Xiao Bai to slay it. Unexpectedly, the blood demon possessed a nascent soul, which took the form of an inconspicuous blood-red snake. After its physical body was destroyed, the snake had fled into his room and entered his body, attempting to control his soul for recovery. However, it had encountered fierce resistance from Lung Yu's will and bloodline, preventing it from seizing control. Instead, it suffered a severe backlash and was forced to retreat. Moreover, Lung Yu had seized this opportunity to devour the blood demon, thus acquiring its malevolent energy and awakening the bloodline of the blood demon god, revitalizing his meridians and dantian, resulting in a dramatic surge in power. Upon hearing Lung Yu's account, Mingzhu was left astounded, realizing that he had turned misfortune into fortune. Yet, she was uncertain whether this could truly be termed as fortunate, as she had discovered the moment she rescued him that he had no heartbeat. His entire being seemed saturated with malevolent energy, rendering him no longer human, but rather a blood demon god. "Mingzhu, I must take my leave," he stated, lifting his head to gaze at her. "Where are you going?" Mingzhu could not help but inquire. "I seek to find Long Shui. He is not dead. Farewell. Remember, Mingzhu, you are my vessel. No one shall take you from me." With that, a glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes, his voice chillingly resolute. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the distance, swiftly vanishing from view. Mingzhu shook her head, a wry smile escaping her lips. Now, Lung Yu had transformed into a blood demon god, far surpassing her own strength. No ordinary person could contend with him, and she no longer needed to worry for his safety. However, the current state of Lung Yu ignited a warmth within Mingzhu's heart, and she secretly resolved that once she departed from the Northern Isle, she would endeavor to find a way to restore him to his former human state. "Meow, Master. This is the teleportation jade talisman." At that moment, Xiaobai leaped into Yi Mingzhu's embrace, proclaiming. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingzhu glanced down at the teleportation talisman in Xiaobai's paw, left behind by Leng Yu. If she faced an irreversible danger, shattering this talisman would summon him to her side. With a sigh, she tucked the talisman away, and in the following days, she and her companions recuperated in this desolate land. Within a mere few days, Yi Mingzhu had fully restored her strength and rehearsed her martial skills and techniques once more. After practicing, when she activated the internal cultivation technique, the tide of the Azure Sea, she was utterly astonished. She had always regarded this technique as somewhat useless. Yet now she discovered that her wounds began to heal gradually as she practiced the tide of the Azure Sea. A refreshing sensation surged through her, and in the blink of an eye, all her wounds were not only healed, but even the scars had vanished completely. Such a phenomenon left her in utter shock. This technique was simply miraculous. The speed of healing, combined with her Lotus sacred body, rendered her recovery extraordinarily formidable. Before long, she realized that under the influence of the tide of the Azure Sea, all her injuries had vanished, and her skin had become even more delicate and smooth, akin to that of a newborn. After her restoration, Yi Mingzhu surveyed her surroundings, noting that aside from Grandpa moon-napping under a tree, Xiaobai was nowhere to be found. Following the trail of paw prints, she soon arrived at a clearing in the woods, but there was no sign of Xiaobai. The paw prints on the ground were already covered, indicating that Xiaobai had indeed frolicked here. Chapter 77. You used the 5 Thunder God technique to fish? This made Yi Mingzhu chuckle. The little creature had become increasingly mischievous these past few days, often sneaking out until nightfall. Xiaobai, Xiaobai. Standing in the clearing, she called out a couple of times, but received no response, leaving her somewhat puzzled. During this period, Xiaobai remained constantly by Yi Mingzhu's side. Although somewhat lazy and fond of being pampered, it never strayed away unless faced with trouble. The mere thought of this possibility tightened Yi Mingzhu's heart, prompting her to swiftly employ her agility to search for Xiaobai's whereabouts nearby. However, after an extensive search, she found nothing. Suddenly, her brow arched as she noticed a commotion in the distance by the small river, where splashes of water were accompanied by a series of dull thuds. Xiaobai! Without hesitation, Yi Mingzhu leapt towards the river. Upon reaching the riverbank, she discovered Xiaobai crouched at the edge, repeatedly clapping its fluffy paws against the water. Bang! Bang! A series of dull sounds erupted as water columns shot up from the river surface. Stunned by the sight, Yi Mingzhu's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. It seemed that Xiaobai was not in any distress. Rather, it was merely frolicking. Moreover, Xiaobai had recently mastered the 5 Thunder Divine art. However, the next moment left Yi Mingzhu astounded. As the river continued to rumble, several small fish, their bellies white, began to float to the surface. Before long, they drifted to the riverbank, where Xiaobai skillfully hooked them with its paw and placed them in a nearby bamboo basket. Observing this, Yi Mingzhu couldn't help but twitch her lips. Xiaobai, are you using the 5 Thunder Divine art to catch fish? She exclaimed, somewhat speechless. Meow. Xiaobai turned its head to respond. Yi Mingzhu rolled her eyes, but soon found her attention captivated by the paw technique Xiaobai had just demonstrated. The 5 Thunder Divine art was an exceptionally powerful technique, capable of easily obliterating a mountain, and it possessed the properties of thunder. Judging by the force with which Xiaobai had struck, while not overwhelmingly powerful, it was evident that its precise control allowed it to accurately explode the fish, indicating a considerable proficiency in the art. Xiaobai, don't you usually feast on spiritual herbs? Yi Mingzhu inquired with curiosity, glancing at the fish. Meow, Xiaobai replied, then playfully scratched Yi Mingzhu's calf with its paw, insisting that the fish here were particularly delectable, far surpassing the spiritual herbs. Without waiting for response, it turned its back to Yi Mingzhu and, with a surge of thunderous energy, ignited a small pile of firewood, skewering the fish for grilling. Watching Xiaobai's deft actions, Yi Mingzhu's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that over the past few days, Xiaobai had been utilizing the 5 Thunder Divine art to catch fish, likely having done so on more than one occasion. The familiarity with which it went about this task was evident. Yi Mingzhu chose to ignore it, settling down on the grass nearby and taking out a piece of celestial spiritual jade to absorb its energy. As the days swiftly passed, Yi Mingzhu completely refined the spiritual jade and her strength finally surged to the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the profound ascension. Feeling the torrent of spiritual energy within her, brimming with formidable power, a look of delight illuminated her face. As for Xiaobai, to Mingzhu's surprise, the fish in the river were brimming with spiritual energy, each one containing as much energy as a mid-grade spiritual stone, not to mention the exquisite taste of the fish. No wonder Xiaobai relished them so much. Days later, the unlikely trio of one elder, one youth, and one cat had traversed several dozen kilometers in this wilderness. Xiaobai had somehow acquired a bamboo basket filled with various spiritual herbs and fish, insisting that Mingzhu carry it. Observing the scene, Mingzhu couldn't help but twitch her lips again. This little creature truly knew how to indulge itself, catching several fish each night. At this rate, it would take long before Xiaobai cleaned out the river's fish entirely. Yet, Mingzhu was pleased as well, for Xiaobai's aura had significantly strengthened over the past few days. It seemed that even in the depths of this icy wilderness, there were ample treasures, and these spiritual herbs and small fish greatly benefited Xiaobai. One day, as the crimson sun began to rise, Mingzhu and the others prepared to depart. However, before they could leave, Mu Qingyang suddenly furrowed his brow and remarked, "Child, this place seems familiar." After contemplating it repeatedly over the past few days, I finally remember. This desolate, icy expanse is known as the Wasteland Plain, the site of an ancient battlefield sealed for a millennium. It is undoubtedly a relic site. Upon hearing Mu Qingyang's words, Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that they had been brought to this relic site by the mysterious figure. Despite the passage of many years, treasures surely still lay hidden here, and it would be a tremendous pity not to explore the depths of the ruins. Mu Qingyang gazed at Mingzhu with a look of regret. "We must take this opportunity to delve deeper into the relic." "But Grandpa Mu, this is an ancient battlefield frozen for 1,000 years. What if there are unforeseen dangers within?" Mingzhu expressed her concerns. "Do not fret. Since the mysterious figure brought you here, there is no threat to your life. Besides, you still possess the teleportation jade pendant given by Lung Yu, do you not?" Mu Qingyang replied with a smile. After a moment's pause, Mingzhu found merit in Mu Qingyang's reasoning. Moreover, it seemed she had forgotten to sign in for several days. Why not seize this opportunity to check in at this relic site? Perhaps unexpected delights awaited her. With this thought, a smile graced Mingzhu's lips. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Though this relic site may be fraught with peril, it also presented a splendid opportunity for self-improvement. Let us commence with the check-in. Signing in at the Wasteland Plain. Without further hesitation, Mingzhu silently recited the check-in. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped her, and a long-awaited system prompt resonated in her mind. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dance of Light Snow. As the voice faded, a shocking phenomenon occurred beneath the icy peak of the relic. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a pristine white lotus burst forth, slowly unfurling its petals. The lotus radiated a soft glow, gracefully rotating in midair. A pure white snow lotus exuded an enchanting fragrance, enveloping the surroundings in a sense of ethereal tranquility, as if the entire world had transformed into a realm of purity. Witnessing this spectacle, Mingzhu's heart jolted with surprise. She had not anticipated such a miraculous occurrence within the relic site. Could it be that some secrets were concealed here? Or perhaps the Dance of Light Snow she had just recited was intertwined with this snow lotus.